Retribution points, 23. Asterisk free karma points, 150. Asterisk skill, soaring slash. Currently, Choi Hyuk was the only one who had upgraded his retribution to 3-star. It became harder the more he upgraded. The number of worthy opponents kept getting smaller, but the points he needed to upgrade kept increasing. He needed 100 points when he was no star, 200 when he was 1 star, and upgrading to 3-star needed 300 points. Now to upgrade to 4-star, he needed 400 points. It was so far away. However, Carrick was at least a 5-star monster. However, even he wasn't the strongest. In his eyes, Baek Seoin and Lee Jin-hee couldn't help but be lacking. He thought he himself was lacking, so what more did he need to say? Blaze. Flames spewed from his hand and a haze covered his hand. The only person who could manipulate his karma like this was Choi Hyuk. I realized something while fighting the wyvern. Karma is much more versatile than we thought. We need to study it properly. When the mission started, Choi Hyuk was planning on properly training Baek Seoin and Lee Jin-hee. And one person, there's someone I thought about. Choi Hyuk, who had a serious expression, suddenly said as if he had just remembered it and then smiled mysteriously. A capable new recruit. There were many days where Chu Young-jin would just sit down with a blank expression. He skipped his meals for 3 days and only held a red sword at his chest as he stared up at the sky. People murmured, saying that he received a large shock when he heard Young Minji had died. However, he wasn't really sad that Young Minji had died. Sadness, he had used it all when his lover, Lee Hyejin, died. Only, he had no clue what he would do from now on. To him, Young Minji was an excuse for him to continue to live. She helped save Lee Hyejin and helped avenge her, so I will do my best to help her. To return the favor. This was Chu Youngjin's train of thought. That was the only thing left that he could do that was related to Lee Hyejin in this world. However, Young Minji was no longer here. Perhaps it was because he had nothing to do, but Chu Youngjin sat down and recalled Lee Hyejin hundreds of times each day. He would occasionally stroke the item that was created upon her death, the red sword. As he stared blankly up at the sky, there was only one thought that came to his mind. Should I die? While he was doing this, Choi Hyuk came looking for him. The hazy eyes of Chu Youngjin focused. This was the first time someone had come looking for him during the 3-day break. And on top of that, the person was Choi Hyuk. They had become quite close during their time in the Suicide Squad. It was also due to this that he was able to leave Kangdong District alive. You? Chu Youngjin raised his hand and smiled faintly. However, Choi Hyuk didn't greet him and just went straight to the point. Do you want revenge? Chu Youngjin blankly stared at Choi Hyuk momentarily as he didn't understand his words. Soon after, he asked. Against who? Chu Youngjin's voice sounded extremely exhausted. He had not heard the news about Choi Hyuk killing Song Simin and the others. So he guessed, does he want revenge on the ones who killed Young Minji? He didn't feel like it. It's futile. He had no intention of avenging Young Minji. He did what he could for her. He was absolutely loyal to her until she died, which meant he had repaid the favor of avenging Lee Hyejin. He wasn't duty-bound to avenge her after her death. At his question, Choi Hyuk didn't reply but wrote on the ground. His finger went through the asphalt like tofu. The ones who created this game. Thump. He hadn't expected this. The moment he saw those words, his heart thumped. The blood in his withered heart started to boil. His eyes became bloodshot. It was a strange phenomenon that even he couldn't believe. I still had energy left? His weak body that had starved for 3 days grew hot. Choi Hyuk calmly said. I have a lead. No matter how long it takes. I will definitely succeed. At the same time, a message appeared in front of Chu Youngjin. Sovereign Choi Hyuk wants to accept you as his follower. Accept? He stared intensely at the message in front of him. He stared at it without blinking an eye. He slowly got up holding the red sword. He said, "Accept." Choi Hyuk didn't smile. Instead, he looked him in the eyes and grabbed his hand. It was a sunny afternoon. 1. Injialmi, a traditional rice cake made from glutinous rice and coated with bean flour. 2. Sujiangwa, persimmon drink. 3. A line from Tao Te Ching. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 37. Episode 3, Age of Ghosts / Chapter 37, Break Time, 5. TL, Empty Cube. Editor, Obelisk. It was still day when Chu Young-jin joined them. In the beginning, Choi Hyuk wanted to train his karma and his followers. That was his original plan. However, Lee Jin-hee objected. What? There's something much more important than that. Important? Even Baek Seoin seemed to question her objection. I can let leaders' obliviousness slide, but how can Baek Hyun be like this too? Lee Jin-hee, who was astonished, said. We have to do that. However, no one understood her. Eventually, she raised her voice in frustration. Aren't we going to have a funeral? Those words blew through Choi Hyuk, Baek Seoin, and Chu Youngjin's empty hearts. PTSD. Post-traumatic stress disorder. It was the collective term for, amongst others, the lethargy, insomnia, antisocial behavior, and loss of concentration that people experienced after a disaster. 3-day break. It was great at first. However, the more time passed, the more painful it became as hell approached ever closer each day. By the third day, the survivor refugee camp's atmosphere was a mess. People didn't try to talk to other people. They didn't even try to comfort each other. My pain is your pain anyways. I don't expect it to get better. Nothing good will happen by sharing our stories. Everything is just fucked up. Even people who looked fine on the outside, when you looked inside, they would be suffering some sort of hardship. It was the same for Choi Hyuk and Baek Seoin. Choi Hyuk was currently 18 years old. You could say that he lacked the experience to immediately think about holding a funeral. However, it should have been quite likely for the 26-year-old Baek Seoin to have thought about holding a funeral for his parents, but he hadn't thought about it even once. They weren't the only ones. From young to old, it was definitely abnormal that no one among the survivors thought about having a funeral. Though they might mourn by themselves, no one shared their sorrow with anyone else. They could have been too tired, or they might have thought that there was no need to make a big deal out of it. They might have thought that they would only be criticized if they brought it up after such a vicious experience. Maybe it was because they kept reading each other's moods that they started to hate everything. Still, that's not right. However, Lee Jin-hee had some sort of strange principle. She didn't care about how others looked at her. She only looked at her own values. The stuttering Choi Hyuk, Baek Seoin, and Chu Young-jin were pushed aside. What if her actions made them uncomfortable? She pushed aside those concerns. As she said, we have to do it. We have to. With utmost certainty, the passive three's hearts started to move. They felt they really had to. Baek Seoin rushed to a bank and withdrew some money. Since there was an emergency program for the survivors who had lost their bank accounts and cards, he didn't have any difficulty doing so. Baek Seoin took out all the money he had saved for school. Lee Jin-hee had already taken out all the money she had. Money was something of the mundane life, and as that had already disappeared, it had no value. With that money, Baek Seoin and Lee Jin-hee bought chrysanthemums, incense, food, alcohol, disposable kitchenware, and even borrowed a long table. They didn't leave it to a funeral service company and personally bought everything and had them delivered. Choi Hyuk was like a duckling following the mother duck as he followed behind them. He did not say anything after hearing the word funeral. As they continued with their preparations, the sun started to set. Moranya Park. 3 tombstones were erected next to the guardian Choi Myan's burial mound. One had Baek Seo-eun's parents' names written on it. Chu Youngjin's girlfriend, Lee Hyejin, was written on another. Finally, Young Minji's name was written on the last tombstone. Let's make one for Young Minji. They went through with Choi Hyuk's suggestion of making one for Young Minji. The survivors of Songbuk District watched as Choi Hyuk's group took apart the sidewalk bricks and erected tombstones made of polished unusable shields and swords with lethargic eyes. Some of Choi Myan's admirers recognized Choi Hyuk and helped them. Lee Jin-hee said to them, "Misters and ladies, you should make tombstones as well. I'll help you." Of course, they too had lost people dear to them. Tears suddenly started to fall at her words. No. They were unable to piece together the words they wanted to say. A man among them took a sidewalk brick and engraved a name on it. It was his daughter's name. He placed the brick against Choi Myan's burial ground. For now, I'll do this. It's shabby, but since it's next to the guardian, so... I'm sorry, Hyan. The man was unable to complete his words. Lee Jin-hee hugged him and patted his back. Sob. Sniff. The man tried to hold back his tears, but once the tears started to fall, they weren't easy to stop. Tack. Tack. Whoosh. Baek Seo-eun lit a match and burned the incense. The smoke silently rose up. As the air was still, the smoke rose up in a straight vertical line. They burned incense and placed chrysanthemums in front of their parents' names. 1, 2. On his second kowtow, Baek Seo-eun did not stand up immediately. His shoulders were trembling. In his prostrating posture, he kept mumbling something before slowly getting up. His eyes were red, but there were no tears. Choi Hyuk watched Baek Seo-eun's method and followed it exactly. He placed chrysanthemums in front of his mother's grave, burned incense and kowtowed twice. Chu Young-jin was the same. He followed Lee Jin-hee's words, "You just need to do what Baek Hyung did. It's okay if you cry, but let's not shed too many tears." They each kowtowed in their respective places and then kowtowed to other tombstones on their way back. In front of Baek Seo-eun's parents' tombstone, Choi Hyuk said, "May you rest in peace," and in front of Lee Hyejin's, who was the same age as him, he said, "Go to a nice place." Finally, in front of Young Minji's tombstone, he said, "Rest well. You did your best." It wasn't much. It wasn't touching, nor was it odd. It was simply a process of confirming their deaths. They didn't simply think to themselves, "Did you die? Did you really die? That easily? Really?" And gloss over it. "Did you die? I died. Really? Really? Now, what? I don't know. Let's just do something and sit together." It was simply a formal process where people had invisible conversations like these. However, it seemed that people needed this formality. One person, two. More and more people became interested in their funeral. "How are you related?" A grandma who sat with a blank expression asked. "They are my parents. The ones over there are my friends." Baek Seo-eun pointed out towards the newly erected tombstones and explained. "So sorry for your loss. Sigh. Sorry. Still, you are admirable. Very admirable." The grandma patted his back. Lee Jin-hee approached her. "Grandma. Grandma should make one as well." "Sigh, I'm fine. You young-uns have it tough. Just what is happening?" "What is happening?" It was a delicate sight. Even the grandma who held Lee Jin-hee's hand was wearing leather armor and had a spear on her back. It was an unimaginable sight a month ago. The world had changed too fast. But, even still, the very basic fundamentals might not have changed. They shared and sympathized with each other's pain. Then please come this way and eat. Lee Jin-hee placed some food that was piled to the one side on a disposable plate and put it on top of the table. Okay. The grandma undid the leather armor and spear. She then placed chrysanthemums on each tombstone. She gathered her hands and prayed briefly before sitting down on the seat Lee Jin-hee prepared for her. That was the start. More and more people started to gather. The people who received Choi Hyuk's mother, guardian Choi Myan's grace, came first. Even the people who at first complained that this was pointless shut their mouths as more people gathered and looked back upon the memories of their loved ones. An odd atmosphere formed. The public's participation brought more people to participate. Some created tombstones for their loved ones while others engraved the names of the dead on the sidewalk bricks and stacked them in a pile. They kowtowed or prayed and then ate together. As these actions were repeated by different people, they remembered the sense of kinship and compassion they had for each other. Due to the increasing number of people, the food ran out. When that happened, someone bought more. The dinner, that took place when the sunset laid aslant, concluded and the sky grew dark. Someone lit a candle. Then, more and more candles were lit. It seemed like someone had uploaded this funeral gathering online. Somehow the survivors from Mapo and Kangdong district found out and started to gather as well. Even Beijing man who resided in the blue house came. He kowtowed, engraved a great number of names on the sidewalk bricks and stacking them in a pile. He then looked for Choi Hyuk, held his hand and nodded a few times before leaving. He tried his best not to show his tears, but he was crying. Even though all the food was eaten, the night grew late and it passed midnight, the people still didn't disperse. Bonfires started spouting from various places. People sat around each bonfire. The guard they had against other forces had long since disappeared. There was no distinction between the young, the old, the men and the women. People moved around freely. They were free to share their stories or not to. Just sitting around these bonfires gave them a warm feeling. Although it was unknown who had brought it, they heard the rare sound of instruments being played and the sounds of songs being sung. Tadak. Tadak. People blankly stared at the burning flames as they sang songs from their memories in low voices. For some reason, Choi Hyuk became choked up. It was like the times he spent with his mother. It was like those peaceful nights where he blankly gazed at his mother working as he slowly drifted off to sleep. He closed his eyes. He wanted to remember the peacefulness and beauty of this moment. But still. Blaze. He placed his hand inside the bonfire. Tadak. Tadak. A burning flame. However, his 2-star endurance didn't easily burn. Choi Hyuk blankly looked at his hand that was slowly burning inside the flames. He decided to remember the tranquility of this night together with the pain of the fire that felt like thousands of blades were rubbing against his hand. He thought this could become the signpost. It was uncertain if Baek Seoin and Chu Young-jin had the same thoughts as Choi Hyuk as they both placed their hands in the flames. Choi Hyuk laughed as if he found this absurd. They laughed as well. Crazy. They're crazy. Lee Jin-hee was the only one who became startled and gave them a scolding. Since they had their recovery stat, they would be able to recover from most burns, but still, why were they doing such foolish things? Stop it. Lee Jin-hee placed her hand in the flames and took each hand away from it. Their hands were pulled out as their fingers were grabbed by Lee Jin-hee's small hands. It suddenly became a situation where their hands were on top of one another. Choi Hyuk suddenly said lightly as if it was a joke. Please take care of me. Awkward laughs. Anne. Ow, my hand hurts. Lee Jin-hee mumbled as she brushed the hand that was inside the fire. Like that, the morning of the next day began. The rising sun shined on the countless names engraved in Maranya Park. Among them, there was even Song Si-min and Yoon Jiram. People indiscriminately prayed that they all rest in peace. Just what was that night? It was a night where people bonded through feelings of kinship, compassion, and belief that they all understood each other. A mosaic made up of individual pieces of their different lives. As if the tragedy where they killed each other never happened, it was a beautiful night. And as if that night had never happened, tragedy struck once again. With more misfortune. The morning brightened and their mission began. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 38. Episode 3, Age of Ghosts / Chapter 38, Consumables, 1. TL, Empty Cube. Editor, Obelisk. Searching for the appropriate mission based on retribution. Mission search complete. Mission start. They received the message during lunch. Choi Hyuk once again felt the uncomfortable feeling of his body being turned inside out. It's dimensional teleportation. When he looked around, he saw that it was the same for his followers. Blee. Lee Jin-hee let out a groan. Her body was strangely twisting and stretching as it became transparent. It was the same for Baek Seoin and Chu Young-jin. Now, it became even more severe as their bodies started to split and shatter like glass falling to the floor. It was a horrifying scene for regular people, but it was so painful for the survivors that they were unable to notice these horrifying scenes occurring around them. Endure it. Let's meet later. Choi Hyuk, who had experienced it before, was a bit more relaxed as he said that. Soon his vision blacked out. He was only able to tell that he was teleporting due to the nausea that gripped his stomach. He then felt as though his body was flung high up into the air. Slowly, his vision returned to normal. The severe nausea and pain made it feel as if his shattered body was being pieced back together again. The world looked like it was spinning. No. I'm really spinning? 5 small and large moons passed in front of his eyes. Then the dark sea, the sky, and then back to sea. His body was spinning high up in the sky. Cha-cha. He stretched his arms and legs. The atmosphere was thicker than back on Earth. He used the air resistance, that felt as though he could hug it like a balloon, to balance his body. Blurg. When he turned around, having heard that explicit sound, he saw Baek Seoin spinning in the air while vomiting. Ah! Damn it, Baek Hyung. So disgusting. Yuk. Lee Jin-hee, who came back to her senses, grumbled as she grabbed Baek Seoin's body so that he could balance himself. However, she retched as she felt a strong wave of nausea when she saw the vomit spinning in the air. Who? Ho. On the other hand, Chu Young-jin had barely regained his balance and was taking deep breaths with a pale face. One could feel his strong will of not wanting to vomit. Looking at their struggling figures, Choi Hyuk became mischievous. So he shouted even more cheerfully. Free fall. At his cheerful warning, his followers, who had only then figured out their situation, expressed their confusion. What? EU. Ha. Irk. Their bodies that were rising up into the air had at some point started to lose their momentum and fall towards that distant ground. Kak. The one who screamed was Baek Seoin. His struggling actions made him lose the balance he barely gained with Lee Jin-hee's help. Dummy! Spread your arms and legs and regain your balance. Lee Jin-hee smacked his back and helped him regain his balance. Chu Young-jin somehow kept his balance by maintaining his stiff posture and pale face. Because the air resistance was stronger than back on Earth, their falling speed was slower, but the speed was still fast. Qua. Blurg. They weren't the only ones who were free falling. Figures who looked to be humans were falling at a distance, and strange individuals were screaming as they fell nearby. At a glance, they looked like humans, but when you looked closely, there were unfamiliar existences who had excessive hair, others who had a different skin color, and even some who had antennas on their foreheads. They were armed in an unfamiliar fashion and wore unfamiliar clothes. Aliens. No matter how he saw them, that was the only description that came to his mind. Anyways, it was interesting, but that wasn't the problem. Choi Hyuk examined the oncoming ground with serious eyes. Heavy wind endlessly assaulted his eyes and breath. A chilly wind. If it wasn't for his karma that did the work for a decent portion of his body, he might have died from hypothermia or suffocation. Currently, everyone's endurance is 2-star, including me. I don't know about myself, but it'll be hard for the others to endure the impact. At first, he thought that there was an ocean as large as the Pacific beneath them. That was why he thought they would be okay, but as they came closer, he saw that rocks were submerged underneath. It might not be as deep as he hoped. If it was just a splash of water, it would be hard for his followers to completely reduce the impact of the fall. Just then, the mission announcement appeared. 100 monsters have absorbed the genes of the natives and are evolving into high-ranked monsters. Deal with the monsters before their base karma is imprinted with the genetic information. Those with deferred judgments will receive a return code. Those who have dealt with their targets are able to activate the return codes. A yellow arrow appeared on the horizon at the same time as the announcement. It was as if it was indicating the location of the target. Monsters. Only then did Choi Hyuk figure out the identity of those rocks. Krokra Krokra. The Earthlings and aliens who fell from the sky like meteorites created quite the commotion. As if they were irritated by the noise, the monsters that were curled up like rocks raised their snake-like long heads. They were lengthy monsters that were about the size of a 3-story building. Bang! Crash! Dot. There were some who landed before Choi Hyuk's group. They didn't reduce the impact and slammed into the ground. With that impact, the water was pushed out, the rocky formation underneath it shattered and shot up into the sky. A few dusted off their heads and stood up with a limp, but the majority who were weaker than them had all been crushed. They didn't even bounce as they had smashed into the ground. Various amounts of different colored blood splattered and dyed the ocean. As expected, the water is shallow. Choi Hyuk almost reflexively shouted. Target the monsters' heads. It doesn't matter if you smash into their heads or hit them. Just do whatever it takes to reduce your impact. It was better to reduce the initial impact with a bending neck than smashing directly into the shallow waters. At the same time, he said as his orders, the real collisions had begun. Crash, 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 crash. It was like a bombing. The Earthlings and aliens smashed down from above. Monster heads were bashed by the collisions. Blood and water spurted upwards. Kia. Baek Seoin wielded his shield and smashed into a monster's head. The head faltered and fell to the ground with a broken neck whilst Baek Seoin's shield shattered. Baek Seoin bounced off its long neck, spun in midair and slammed into the ocean. Shu Youngjin sheathed his red sword and swung his fist instead. He was worried that his sword would break. Crack, dot. The sound of something cracking resounded out as he slid down a monster's neck and slammed into the ocean. The only ones who landed properly were Lee Jin-hee and Choi Hyuk. Lee Jin-hee stretched her 2 legs and landed exactly on top of a monster's head. Its head bent like a bamboo shoot. Lee Jin-hee matched the timing of her landing by crouching down like a cat and stabbing a gladius into its head. Wagya Jayak. She kicked the bending head of the monster and jumped. 7 elegant flips in midair. Splash! Lee Jin-hee didn't slam into the ocean but landed in it. The water was only up to her knees. Slice! Choi Hyuk simply sliced a monster's neck. He then released karma below his feet. The karma landed on the ground first. Whoosh! Like an airbag, it supported Choi Hyuk as his speed rapidly decreased and he landed softly. Splash. 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 Puckwhack. Key. Key. It was like the heart of a war. An endless number of Earthlings and aliens fell from the sky. Their screams, the screams of the monsters on the ground, and the explosive sounds of the impacts were enough to deafen their ears. His followers gathered with Choi Hyuk at the center. Baek Seoin and Chu Youngjin's arms were both shattered and broken, but they were recovering after drinking recovery potions. Like a balloon being filled up with air, their arms quickly recovered to their original state. Rain was falling from the sky. Fuck, to think that I would drop down from the sky after being discharged, without a parachute, fuck. Baek Seoin was once a Special Warfare Command soldier who had unsuccessfully pleaded to be excluded from the paratroop training, even going so far to say that he had an extreme fear of heights. He swore and sobbed, yet, even while complaining, he still took out another shield to replace the one he had shattered during the landing. Do. Monsters that were 4 meters tall and 7 meters long charged along the water. They had exoskeletons similar to that of scorpions and crayfish combined with the speed of a cheetah. Their limbs were like blades, so they ran unhindered through the knee-level water. $%end. The aliens shouted in an undecipherable language that was undeniably a swear before fleeing elsewhere. Green aliens sunk their lower bodies into the water as they quickly flopped away like frogs. Lee Jin, he asked with a nervous voice. Leader, what do we do? Just by looking at the silhouettes of the enemies, he could tell that it wasn't just one or two. And looking at their speed, they had the abilities of at least a mid-boss of the survive and escape game. However, Choi Hyuk was calm. What do you mean, what do we do? Go through them. To the place the arrow is directing us. Those who have dealt with their targets are able to activate the return codes. Was the mission message they received? From their experiences until now, the rules were absolute. Unless there were hidden rules, you had to follow them. The rule this time was simple. If you couldn't deal with your target, you might forever be stuck in this alien world without the possibility of returning. Choi Hyuk raised the Predator's blade. Swish! A 5-meter-long blade of karma extended out. Bang! Choi Hyuk dashed forward so quickly that he left an afterimage. He planted his left leg into the ground with a crash. Water splashed up to the point you could see the ground below. The energy from his lower body transformed into a rotational force at his waist and naturally extended to his arms through his shoulders as he swung in a large arc. The falling rain split apart like a curtain. Kiririk! His blade of karma collided with the exoskeletons and sliced off 2 monster heads. However, Choi Hyuk knit his brows for 2 reasons. Hard. It wasn't as hard as the Wyvern of Destruction, but it was still harder than the mid-bosses he had faced previously. And most of all, you dodged it? A monster jumped up and avoided it. He had never experienced this before. With its quick jump, it stabbed at Choi Hyuk's forehead with its sharp legs. Irk! Choi Hyuk, who had originally planned on rushing to the next one, reacted a bit late. Wow, even leader makes mistakes. Kirararak! Baek Seoin had somehow placed himself between the monster and Choi Hyuk and miraculously reflected its front leg with his shield. Taduk! Kigurk! Soon after, Lee Jin stepped on its nape and stabbed with her gladius. However, it only left a deep scratch, it didn't penetrate through. Its exoskeleton was so hard that Lee Jin, who had a speed stat of 48 and a power stat of 0, couldn't pierce it with a single stab. Why is it so hard? Move! Chu Youngjin charged forward instead. Looking at how red light streamed out of his eyes, it seemed as though he had already activated the trait of the Berserker. His power and speed doubled as they approached the limits of 2-star stats. Crash! Chu Youngjin's red sword didn't carve into the monster but ripped it apart. The rain and water followed his attack and splashed up like whirlwinds. Choi Hyuk smiled. Hey, they fight pretty well? He fixed his posture that was slightly crooked and jumped forward. Swish! He didn't swing the blade of karma as widely this time. Just by moving his wrist, he was able to cover quite a large area with a 5-meter-long blade. These swift monsters jumped each and every way to avoid his attacks, but he would at least take down a leg each time. Choi Hyuk rushed past them. Don't get left behind. We rush at full speed. Yes, if you get in danger, I'll help you. Baek Seoin said teasingly. I'm fine without your help. Choi Hyuk said in a huff. Yes, of course, you are. Choi Hyuk decided to just keep his mouth shut. I can get one too. Speeding blade. Crash. It seemed that not killing a monster had hurt her pride, as she even used her skill to pierce through a monster's forehead. Lee Jin-hee's speed stat that she had increased again and again applied as her power. The moment that the water seemed to splash, with a bang, she had already pierced through a monster's body. You'll get tired out. Don't work too hard from the beginning. Chu Young-jin criticized her with polite speech. Shut it. Why don't you? Lee Jin-hee's competitive spirit rose as she thought Chu Young-jin as her rival. She was unexpectedly a year older than Chu Young-jin. Even while bickering back and forth, Choi Hyuk's group quickly broke through the monsters. They emphasized breaking through. They didn't kill each and every monster. The most important thing was their target. However, even the monsters didn't bother to chase after Choi Hyuk's group when they passed them. There were countless monsters and countless earthlings and aliens who invaded from the sky anyways. This was the monsters' headquarters. The middle of the tiger's den. Everywhere, both earthlings and aliens who invaded from the sky began their fight against the monsters. Survival and capture. Individual battles in the rain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 39. Volume 3, Age of Ghosts / Chapter 39, Consumables, 2. TL, Empty Cube. Editor, Obelisk. Words wouldn't work on monsters. Their heads were simply filled with hatred for other living creatures. There was no reconciliation or surrender. Once they met their gaze, intelligent beings were only left with two choices, either to fight or flee. At first, there were many who chose to flee. It was expected, as 19,000 people out of the 20,000 didn't know their mission, nor did they receive an announcement. Whether they knew how to escape or not was a different story. That was the drastic difference between the fates of consumables and consumables, deferred. However, the ones who fled soon realized the truth. They were in the middle of the enemy camp, and there was no place to run. A hopeless fight with their lives on the line commenced. Amidst this confusion, the ones who received a mission invaded further towards the enemy headquarters. Looking at these people who charged forward without hesitation, the ones who fought desperately regained a sliver of hope, a false hope, and followed behind them. As their destination was the same, the paths of the ones who attempted to penetrate the enemy lines naturally started to overlap. After spending a while seeing only monsters, the number of aliens they saw gradually started to increase. Though they still didn't see any of the earthlings they caught a glimpse of in the sky. The aliens were diverse. Splash, splash, splash. Choi Hyuk's party was running while splashing in the knee-deep water. VRRRR. Right beside them, a feeble-figured alien placed silver machines which emitted blue electric currents on his arms and legs, and flew one palm width above the water. Next to them, a 3-meter-tall alien with antlers protruding from his head was running in large strides. The water that was knee-deep actually only reached his ankles. And many green aliens with the hind legs of a frog followed behind them. This feels strange. Baek Seoin looked around and revealed an ambiguous smile. For them to be able to run alongside aliens in an unknown place. This was unimaginable even just an hour ago. A major premise of the unknown, what could be considered every sci-fi fan's dream, intelligent alien life forms. However, they weren't much different from humans. Each and every being was silently running for their lives in the darkness while rain fell on them. Looking at their figures, they even felt a bit of sympathy. Just then, they had penetrated through a wave of monsters and suddenly found themselves in a section where they had room to relax. Baek-seoin, who was filled with curiosity and was troubling over whether to strike a conversation with an alien, suddenly became surprised. Ha! Ack! He then jumped up in place. As someone who had 2-star karma stats, he instantly jumped up as high as a 4-story building in a single leap. Instead of jumping, it was more like flying. Choi Hyuk shouted out as soon as he saw Baek-seoin's jumping figure. He wrinkled his forehead. Jump! Choi Hyuk jumped and Lee Jin-hee and Chu Young-jin jumped after him. They instantly became distant from the ground. At their sudden jumps, 4 pillars of water gushed up into the air. It seemed like the surrounding aliens were glancing at them. Then, splash! Following the water pillars, something else erupted up from the water. $% added hashtag. Warning signals erupted in front of them like a beehive along with the flustered voices of the aliens. Pong! Palalala! They were like an octopus's tentacles. However, the tentacles weren't only after Choi Hyuk's group. They, without a sound, crawled along the ocean floor and grabbed the ankles of the aliens all at once. The 3-meter alien with antlers fell into the water as he was dragged away by his leg. Ki-woo! Ki-woo! He shouted sorrowfully, but there weren't any aliens who could understand him. Many of the frog aliens' heads were fully submerged underwater and were incapable of uttering a sound. Lee Jin-hee grumbled as she started falling to the ground. Baek-hyung! I was wondering why you suddenly jumped, but you jumped only to save yourself, thought. No. It wasn't something I did intentionally but a reaction, okay? It's the same thing as suddenly touching a hot pot and instantly taking your hand off. Baek-seoin protested. His intuition, which only activated for his safety, was sometimes like a spinal reflex. He couldn't do anything about it, but it couldn't be helped that his figure looked like that of someone who was only trying to save himself. However, Choi Hyuk didn't blame him. Anyways, we were able to avoid it because of you, he said before quickly examining the approaching ground below. The tentacles were strong. Their ability to approach undetected underwater and even the instantaneous speed and power they revealed when they latched onto their victims were on par with the wyvern. Choi Hyuk's face turned serious. Currently, all the aliens had fallen into the water as the tentacles had grabbed onto their legs. The strength of the tentacles was so strong that they were dragged around and hurled down onto the ground. No aliens were able to resist. The only exceptions were Choi Hyuk's group and the alien on the silver machine. That alien was already a palm's width above the water, so he was able to avoid the attack of the tentacles. That wasn't all, he seemed like he was about to retaliate as well. Pazik! Pazizizik! His machine became covered by the blue electric currents. Powerful karma flowed down the machine and started to move intricately. Choi Hyuk, who saw this, felt a sense of danger. They had just landed. Choi Hyuk ordered his followers. Gather! Jump again! Iron defense, . Choi Hyuk's order and Baek-seoin's skill activation sounded out at the same time. The moment the 4 landed around Choi Hyuk, they all jumped up once again. Choi Hyuk unsparingly sent the karma beating in his dantian down to form a barrier. The water that splashed up hit the barrier and slid off. Flash! Pazizik! The water and sky shined blue. As if a blue sun had momentarily risen, even the distant horizon brightened. The alien was surrounded by a white light and couldn't be seen. The streams of lightning covered the water and even stretched up towards the sky. The tentacle monster, its alien victims and even Choi Hyuk, who had jumped up to avoid it, were swept up by the electric shock. Rumble. A sound of rumbling thunder passed and everything returned to darkness. Splash. Splash. Choi Hyuk's group dropped down into the water. The tentacle monster and aliens who were dragged along by its tentacles were all burnt to crisp and steam was rising from the water. It was as quiet as a mouse. The corpse of the tentacle monster was larger than expected. Its figure was revealed through the moonlight and he could see that its tentacles stretched 70 meters in front of it and were tangled up like tree roots. Though, it was dead and was currently floating in the water. Weeing. Kirrring. The silver machine emitted a clear sound as the alien leisurely flew away. And not long after, Choi Hyuk stood up. He wordless drank a potion. Soon after, Baek Seoin slowly got up. The first to stand up was Choi Hyuk, but the one who received the least damage was Baek Seoin. It was the result of his iron defense, in addition to Choi Hyuk's barrier. Baek Seoin helped his comrades who were embedded in the water up and made them drink potions. Lee Jinhee and Chu Youngjin stood up. Even until then, Choi Hyuk was fully concentrated on recovering. Choi Hyuk currently had the weakest endurance among his comrades. If they only looked at endurance, Baek Seoin, 64, Lee Jinhee, 36, Chu Youngjin, 24, and Choi Hyuk, 0. It was because he had invested all his karma points into control to kill the Wyvern of Destruction. Currently, he had over 170 free karma points, but he had not used them yet. His endurance was low, but he believed that he could dodge or set up a karma barrier to cover his weakness, but there's a problem. Choi Hyuk stood still as he recalled the events that had just occurred. He had never thought about an omnidirectional attack like the one just now. He couldn't dodge it. Also, he had to spread the barrier out to protect his comrades. Because of this, he took a lot of damage. The weakly formed karma heart was his last line of resistance, so he didn't lose consciousness, but his body was a mess. This is pissing me off. The thing that really got on his nerves was the fact that the alien emitted a black light, hostility, at the last moment. Since they were in the same situation, he wasn't sure why he did that, but the alien was definitely hostile towards him. It wasn't to the point of murderous intent, but the fact that he had taken a loss against someone who was hostile to him gave him an even greater sense of danger. If he looked at the situation as a whole, it looked like the alien was hostile to all other aliens. As if he wanted the aliens to die with the monster, he didn't distinguish friend or foe and relentlessly blasted his electric current. Choi Hyuk and his followers were also swept up by its attack. His electric current was much stronger than he had anticipated. He was able to kill a monster comparable to the Wyvern in one shot, as well as wound Choi Hyuk and his followers enough to temporarily make them unable to fight. Clench. He ground his teeth. He was extremely angry at the fact he wasn't able to face him properly. It was the first time he had seen an attack like that. As long as it was a physical attack, Choi Hyuk was confident he could overcome even a landslide, but the previous area attack was able to reveal his weakness. It's going to be different next time we meet. Choi Hyuk resolved himself. Choi Hyuk. Power, 103, plus 76, Speed, 103, plus 74, Control, 0, 3. Endurance, 0, Stamina, 0, Recovery, 0. Retribution, 23. Asterisk free karma points, 173. Asterisk skill, soaring slash. Asterisk innate skill, eyes of distinction. Currently, besides his control and retribution, his other 5 stats were only 2-star. If he looked at his stats as a whole, he wasn't a 3-star or a 2-star. Once he entered this state, the calculation of karma given became more complicated. That was why Choi Hyuk was unable to rashly invest his points and chose to just save it until now. He wasn't given a specific calculation of karma. Only, if he was curious, he could get a rough concept. First, a previously unknown fact, he was now able to increase his free karma points by hunting monsters of lower rank than him. Unlike in the past where it wouldn't increase no matter how many he killed, it was now possible to increase the number by killing large amounts of lower-ranked monsters. Of course, its effectiveness had decreased. Though he wasn't able to guess what the specific calculation was, he was able to learn that he needed to kill more monsters the more stars his stats had and the more his retribution increased. Choi Hyuk currently had control and retribution that reached 3-star. The rest were at 2-star. In this case, he needed to kill about 3 or 4 2-star monsters to earn 1 karma point. The more stats that reached 3-star, the number of monsters he needed to kill to earn a point became exponentially larger. That was why it was such a headache. At first glance, it was possible to think that increasing each stat equally was best. As then, he would earn 1 point for every 2-star monster he killed. However, he would be able to obtain a huge merit by raising the rank of his stats to 3-star. In reality, once he raised his control stat to 3-star, he was able to at least double the speed at which he hunted 2-star monsters, and it also gave him a weapon he could use to stand up to the Wyvern of Destruction, so it was definitely beneficial. Then, as long as he had confidence in drawing out the potential of the upgraded stat, it was definitely beneficial for him. On the other hand, if he wasn't, it would be a loss. If someone other than Choi Hyuk upgraded his control stat to 3-star, it didn't mean that that person would be able to develop a karma blade like Choi Hyuk, and it may even become a situation where he pointlessly made it harder for himself to obtain points. So Choi Hyuk was troubled on which stat to increase or whether he needed to increase them equally or not. If he was going to focus on a single stat, would he focus on control or another stat? However, he made up his mind. I can't push it aside any longer. He stepped forward, believing in himself. He invested his karma points without hesitation. Choi Hyuk. Power, 203, plus 76, Speed, 103, plus 74, Control, 0, 3. Endurance, 0, Stamina, 73, Recovery, 0. Retribution, 23. He put 100 points into power and 73 into stamina. He had speculated a situation where he was fighting the alien from before. There are 2 ways to block its electric shock. Either increase my endurance and strengthen my body and barrier, or increase my power and increase the repelling force of the barrier. The safest method is increasing endurance. As increasing power means I need to have the control to use power to defend. So, it's power. I need to put control, my strong point, to good use. I need to block its attack with skill and, in the case of an emergency, finish it in 1 blow. To win against an opponent stronger than myself, I need more power than endurance. Since the best defense is offense. He had also increased his stamina to complement his increased power stat. He could recover with different methods, such as with potions, so he didn't invest in recovery. A rounder and stubbier formation would be safer. No matter how he used it, it wouldn't easily be damaged. On the other hand, a long and pointy formation could easily be broken and become unusable. However, the most useful tools were usually those that were long and pointy. It's fine as long as I use it well. Choi Hyuk organized his thoughts. At that time, his followers had pulled themselves together. Perhaps it was because the surroundings were the tentacle monster's territory, but they didn't see any other monsters. It was fortunate. It would have been difficult if they were attacked before they were able to pull themselves together. Choi Hyuk looked around. The dreary sight of burnt corpses spread out in the water. The yellow arrow was still present above the raining night sky. So, shall we keep going? Everyone followed behind Choi Hyuk with more serious expressions. They had recognized that they would have died if they messed up just now. That tension was necessary, but it also made Choi Hyuk feel bad. Just wait until we meet again. He was endlessly formulating ways to fight that alien in his mind. Once they left the territory of the tentacle monster, they once again encountered groups of monsters as well as other aliens. The closer they came to their target, the more aliens they met. How far had they come while slicing continuously? Bang! To do. Sounds of gunfire. Boom! A grenade exploded. It wasn't at the level of firepower of a few pistols and rifles they had seen in Kangdong district. It was the firepower of a squadron. They encountered humans in the middle of the fierce battlefield. They were the military that had disappeared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 40. Episode 3, Age of Ghosts / Chapter 40, Consumables, 3. TL, Empty Cube. Editor, Obelisk. They weren't wearing military uniforms. They were wearing stiff, thick pants, shirts and suspenders like the ones Choi Hyuk's group had obtained from the supplies. It was highly likely that their original uniforms had melted from monster blood when they fought. Even without their uniforms, their short hair, 20-year-old faces, personal weapons and tactical movements were enough for one to think, they are soldiers. With a glance. So the military was here. Lee Jin-hee exclaimed. They probably came here along with us. They most likely had to carry out a mission somewhere else for a long time. Look at how they fight. They are so experienced. Baek Seowon speculated. Are they Korean soldiers? They could be Chinese or Japanese soldiers. Shu Young-jin had his doubts. Still, the three showed interest and seemed to want to approach the troops. It was obvious. This was the military that had disappeared. Wasn't that the biggest question the world currently had? However, Choi Hyuk calmly made a decision. I don't think there's a need to approach them. The three's gazes focused on him. Choi Hyuk raised his hand and pointed at a distant hill. In the middle of the ocean where everything was submerged in water, a hill protruded out of the water. Although it wasn't very tall, it had the grandeur of peak to mountain. 1. He said. Our target destination. The slope of the hill became steeper the higher it went, but, at some point, it just stopped. It seemed like there was a basin as monsters came up over it. They didn't charge forward but instead closely gathered together on the hill. The arrow was indicating the basin beyond them. Ah! So we're slowly coming to the final battle? Lee Jin-hee revealed a nervous expression. When they were about to face such a large battle, it was obvious they didn't have the time to try to become friends with the soldiers. Baek Seowon groaned. That's that, but there are already 93 people with just them. A small-scale squadron. Might they become a problem? Choi Hyuk nodded. Lee Jin-hee became surprised and lifted her head. All right. Now that I think about it, didn't they say there were only around 100 targets? To activate a return code, they needed to take down a target. However, with just the squadron and Choi Hyuk's group, there were already 97 people. Not only that, there were still at least 1,000 aliens rushing towards the hill. Is it another battle royale? Shu Young-jin mumbled as he sincerely sympathized with the soldiers. He could tell just by looking at their fighting figures. They were a group that had survived by closely cooperating with each other. However, soon, that group would break apart. Perhaps they would even kill each other as there were 1,000 competitors and only 100 return codes. Choi Hyuk nodded. Full speed ahead. Captain Lee Kang-jin, the leader of the Special Force Squadron, couldn't forget that day. He had just begun his morning activities when he discovered an ominous omen in the sky above the building. What is that? Like a paper that was lit on fire, the edges of the sky were starting to turn brown. Black holes started to appear from various places. The clouds disappeared, and not long after the sun disappeared as well. The world turned yellow as if it was covered in yellow dust, too. The ground changed strangely as if it was entangled with corpses. It was dark red like a dried squid. The buildings turned to ash and scattered. The only things remaining were the dazed expressions of the Special Force soldiers, their weapons, and supplies. This had all occurred within a span of a few minutes. Cut off the enemy supply route. The path the monsters tread, Karu Capcan, 102. Defend the highlands for 30 days. A sudden message appeared in front of his eyes. First Sergeant Jang Sudong, who was walking next to the confused Captain Lee Kong-jin, tapped his shoulder and called out to him. He handed him a pair of binoculars. Captain, please take a look. It's not my eyes that are weird, right? The fences and buildings had all disappeared. Even the mountain disappeared and the strange new ground had a gentle slope. As Captain Lee Kong-jin was already standing on the highlands, he was able to look down the slope. Countless troops were spread across the slope. There looked to be at least 30,000 people. Ah, yes. Let's see, that's the 21st Division. He replied calmly when he looked into the binoculars that had been handed him. The 21st Infantry Division. Also known as the Peak-to-Mountain Troops. Though it was definitely weird that he could see the frontlines General Outpost troops from here, what could possibly shock him after seeing the sky and ground change, and buildings disappear? It wasn't that he was calm but simply rather stupefied. They are the Chinese troops, American troops, the Japanese self-defense forces, even the North Korean People's Army. Huh, damn. What about Russia? Oh, there they are. Even all the Northeast Asian countries are gathered here. Ha ha. While Captain Lee Kong-jin was laughing like a fool, First Sergeant Jang Sudong tapped him once more and said, Captain. If this isn't a dream. I think we're fucked. The first sergeant was pointing to something below the slope. Clouds were gathering at that point. No, bizarre creatures were chaotically charging towards the troops spread across the slope. Their ferocity sent shivers down his spine as looked at them through the binoculars. The North Korean People's Army, which was located the furthest down the slope, became chaotic. Though they were a few kilometers away, he could easily see their bustling movements. Captain Lee Kong-jin, who wasn't able to believe what was happening, suddenly woke up from his dazed state. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. Though unbelievable things occurred one after another, a fact became concrete the moment he saw the monsters. Everything he saw, even the air that brushed against his skin and the sounds and scents, everything was emitting a vicious sense of ill will and hostility. Danger grounded them in reality. In his mind, the thought, just what is happening, was quickly replaced with an urgent desire to seek solutions. What do I do now? The answer was simple. Captain Lee Kong-jin and the First Sergeant Jang Sudong shouted at the same time. Ammunition technician. The war continued for a month. Numerous troops were annihilated and reorganized. At some point, even ranks became insignificant. Commanders kept dying one after another, so they just let whoever was good at commanding be the commander. There would be a casualty at every passing moment. Everyone was desperate. Soldiers searched around, looking for any dropped rations whilst shoving weapons of annihilated troops into their handy bags that they had obtained through killing monsters. They desperately protected functioning heavy firearms and endured again and again. If it wasn't for the occasional supplies and the items dropped from the monster corpses, they wouldn't have been able to avoid annihilation. They fought like that for a month. Still, we united and won. That was what Captain Lee Kong-jin thought. How many times have troops been annihilated and reorganized in that mess? Although the only original member of his troop that was still with him was the First Sergeant Jang Sudong, they still won in the end. Then, they left that hell and received a new mission. It wasn't any less. No, it was more hellish than before, but they had hope this time. Squadron. If we complete this mission, we get to return. Major Kong Chun-gil. As he possessed an outstanding commanding ability, he was currently the leader of the squadron. He was also a leader of 100 who had obtained a qualification to be a sovereign. Zuo! At his shout, the squadron members roared. Even Captain Lee Kong-jin tightly gripped a two-handed sword and roared. The only land visible in this endless ocean, the hill. The arrow indicating their target was just beyond that hill. The squadron was smashing apart monsters as they made their way to the hill. Riflemen shot their weapons even more heatedly. The unity that Captain Lee Kong-jin believed in was shining brightly at this moment. Do. As there were casualties during this time, there were only 87 people left. Among them, 20, including the captain, held their melee weapons and waited. The other 60 were carefully creating a fire net. Each and every soldier showed their outstanding gunmanship. Even though they were shooting continuously, not a single bullet missed its target. Even their magazines were changed out in 0.1 seconds. The moment they pressed the button and shook their wrists to release the magazine, a new one was pushed into place. The released magazine was also picked up before it dropped below their waists. It was to the point where the guns were unable to keep up with the soldiers. However, as they had already filled up their handy bags with various types of firearms, if it broke, they just needed to replace it. Bullets rained down. These bullets were only able to penetrate the monster's skin and unable to break their bones or pierce their insides. They could only hold the monster's back. However, that was enough. When the number of monsters blocking their path to hope reached a certain number, assigned soldiers would throw grenades into the fray. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions shook the ground. The monster's skin was ripped apart and their black blood covered them. They didn't die, but they did receive injuries and fell into a state of confusion. To Captain Lee Kong-jin and his squad, the explosions were a signal to charge. Let's go, he shouted vigorously as he led the way. Taduk! The 20 squad members gripped their weapons and charged forward together. Team 1 held large shields and jumped over the confused monsters. At a certain time, they would draw a line and block other enemies from approaching. Team 2 would take care of the monsters during that time. First Sergeant Jang Sudong caught up next to Lee Kong-jin, who was leading the way holding a two-handed sword. Crack! Crack! Team 2 was armed with long swords, axes, and other primitive weapons as they moved forward while ripping monster flesh and breaking bones. They killed monsters without hesitation. Go! Go! With the orders of the leaders of the rifleman squads, the riflemen jumped over the monsters that hadn't been taken care of yet, jumped over the wall the shield wielders of Team 1 made for them, and once again advanced towards their hope. Then Team 1 would go back and help Team 2's melee fighters take care of the remaining monsters. Then they waited for the grenades to explode once again. The monsters, that covered the hill in black, charged towards them, and the squadron met them with their airtight teamwork. Though their consumption of stamina was enormous, the arrow in front of their eyes indicated that there wasn't much left. Their morale was rising. Run faster! All members of our squadron will return. Major Kong Chungil's orders sounded out. They, too, were well aware of the existence of the aliens. Currently, they were in a position where they were working together, but they also knew that they would eventually become competitors for the return codes. Still, it's doable. Captain Lee Kong-jin thought that way. No, everyone believed it was. Each time they advanced, the squadron pushed against the monsters. Though there were casualties and wounded soldiers during their advance, compared to the losses their enemies received, they were progressing smoothly and quickly. Even when they compared themselves to the aliens fighting near them, they were superior. They were revealing the power of united humans to its fullest potential. They climbed over the hill faster than anyone and saw their targets encased in cocoons. The yellow arrows were pointing to the pulsating cocoons. The sight of 100 cocoons, each the size of a room, gathered in one place was disgusting yet somehow magnificent. The remaining monster soldiers that were between the cocoons, bulged up to intimidate the squadron members. At $%. Just then, they heard a random roar filled with rage. Captain Lee Kong-jin naturally turned his head towards the sound. The aliens who were advancing without any hesitation were floating in midair as if they were grabbed by an invisible hand. A silver-eyed, pointy-eared alien arrogantly stood among them. He stretched his arm and clenched his fist. Crack! With a brutal sound, the limbs of the approximately 10 aliens who were in midair were twisted and crushed. His silver eyes indifferently turned towards the squadron. What the? They had fought the monsters together and were advancing towards their target, but once the target became visible, the flow of the battle suddenly changed. Crash! A 4-meter-tall alien recklessly swung a flaming chain. Krah! Ka-look! The frog aliens, tiny aliens, and wolfish aliens who were gathered together were hit by the chains and were either turned to ash or smashed apart. They are starting to get rid of their competitors. A chilly feeling ran down Captain Lee Kong-jin's spine. For there to be aliens who were so strong hidden among them. Squadron! Charge at full speed. Endure the losses and charge. Major Kong Chun-gil pierced through the chaos. Don't face them head-on and prioritize shooting the targets. $@. Curb Quishilk. Swears in different alien languages erupted everywhere. A quarrel where they either fought each other or charged towards the targets began. In the middle of the chaos, Choi Hyuk's group stopped their tracks. You are still alive? The small alien riding the silver machine blocked their path. He was surprisingly fluent in human language. No, like when the giant orc Carrick spoke, he spoke in an unknown language, but Choi Hyuk and his followers were able to understand it. I guess you're one of the better ones among the trash. You might actually have potential. He crossed his legs and nodded his head as if he had a new opinion of them. Choi Hyuk stared into his eyes. Unexpectedly, he didn't see any malice from him this time. Instead, looking at how he was emitting a faint white light, it seemed that he had a bit of goodwill towards his group. However, what did he care? Choi Hyuk revealed his teeth as he smiled. Yeah. I'm happy to see you. 1. Peak-to Mountain is the tallest mountain in Korea. 2. Yellow dust, inhalable particles that originate from the dry desert regions of China and Mongolia. There has been yellow dust coming from these regions to Korea. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 41. Episode 3, Age of Ghosts / Chapter 41, Consumables, 4. TL, Empty Cube. Editor, Obelisk. Don't get agitated. Think of your place. Deferred judgment holders. A bunch who will be annihilated if you don't carry out your mission properly. Carry out your mission. I'll let you live. You have to understand how much goodwill I'm giving you. The alien said. His words were as if he was domesticating humans. Don't get agitated. Think logically. I am saying this for your own good. However, Choi Hyuk was thinking of something else. I can't fight while protecting my followers. To fight while protecting his followers? From the start, he never recruited them for that purpose. They were followers he gathered so that he could fight better and fight to his heart's content. Well, until he could reach that unknown place and break those who created this game. If it was possible, it was best to keep them alive, but if it wasn't, then it wasn't. The more distant your goal was, the more risk you had to take. To do so, didn't he gather followers who he thought wouldn't die? Choi Hyuk turned around. I will act alone. Do you best to survive? Baek Hyung, help them out. Don't try to live by yourself. Against an alien who could use ranged attacks, his followers would only impede his actions. Yes. As if he understood his intentions, Baek Seoin took Lee Jinhee and Chu Youngjin away. They ran towards their target, the large cocoons. Choi Hyuk turned back and stared at the alien again. "So, you haven't received a deferred judgment?" he asked as he dangled the predator's blade. The faint white color the alien was emitting was starting to mix with black. It seemed it was displeased with Choi Hyuk's attitude. "I am the lowest ranked warrior, Kiholian. I am also known as Dawn Lightning. But you, want to die?" Kiholian felt regretful at this moment. As expected of this alien bunch. They say if you give them a part, they'll ask for the machine. It's pitiful that he thinks I'm a pushover and is trying to walk all over me. He blamed himself. The words of his seniors weren't wrong. Consumables and consumables, deferred, didn't listen to words but only to lightning. What's more, isn't he trying to pick a fight with me? King, Deririk. The Karma Device 01 that Kiholian was writing on analyzed Choi Hyuk's karma and displayed it. His control was okay but the rest were awful, sitting at 2-star. This thing is baring its teeth against me? Ha, really? He's just wasting my time. It's better to just deal with him quickly and activate the return code. During this time, Choi Hyuk was observing Kiholian. The black light emitting from his body became darker and, at some point, a red light started to mix with it. Killing intent. However, it was only the intent. Meaning, this was his opportunity. Choi Hyuk moved a step forward while his opponent was still thinking about attacking. Pick. Choi Hyuk's body disappeared into thin air. Kek. Kiholian became surprised and let out a shout. His speed was beyond his expectation. Kiholian wasn't able to react in time. Pezizik. Instead, the Karma Device 01 he was writing on reacted. Blue electric currents spread out like a net and then struck his body, pushing him away. Bang, bang. A karma heart was beating in Choi Hyuk's dantian. The heart pumped karma out of his body and the expelled karma wrapped around him, creating a barrier. Then the karma that was circulating around his body was recalled back into him. It was similar to how veins and arteries worked. The barrier didn't stop for even a moment as it circulated around Choi Hyuk. His power was 203. He was putting out energy similar to that of a 1,000 horsepower supercar. Pasha Shasha. The electric net that was meant to protect Kiholian was dispersed left and right. The trait of Choi Hyuk's barrier wasn't its toughness but its offensive power that was able to smash apart lightning. Swish. Choi Hyuk, who had penetrated through the electric net, extended his blade. Goodbye. Lowest. Ranked. Warrior. Kiholian. Kiholian's prior words seemed to have hurt Choi Hyuk's pride since he even went out of his way to provoke the alien, which was something he had never done before. No. Add #%. He seemed to be in such a hurry that he screamed untranslated words. Yes. Bang. His karma heart violently thumped once more. And the karma suffused within the blade accelerated. Everything was dyed blue. Kick. Though the machines surrounding Kiholian momentarily resisted. Slice. It was eventually split in two. Blue blood scattered in the air. The instant the blood met the atmosphere, it evaporated. Kiholian died without a croak. He was definitely strong. He may have even been strong enough to roast the wyvern of destruction without much difficulty. However, his figure was similar to that of a human's. Even with the fact that he was small enough to be sliced by a sword, he had overrated himself in front of Choi Hyuk. Choi Hyuk didn't even give Kiholian the chance to show his skills. Something came out of his body and was ingrained into Choi Hyuk's body. The corpse was a bit haggard but it didn't complete fade away. Up until the throne game, corpses turned to ash and were absorbed into his body but, at some point, they started to remain intact. Opponents' stats were on average 3-star. Calculating obtained karma. Opponent's retribution 310. Absorption rate increased. Granted 16 free karma points. Choi Hyuk possessed retribution 20. There was a whopping difference of 290 between him and Kaholian. It looked as though the number of points he obtained depended on how high his opponent's stats and retribution were. Choi Hyuk invested 10 of his newly obtained points into power and the remaining 6 into stamina. Clank. The Karma Device 01 slowly dropped to the ground after losing its power. Choi Hyuk put that, which was split in two, as well as Kaholian's corpse into his handy bag. Who dash? Choi Hyuk let out a deep breath. The karma in his body felt heavy. It was because he had overworked his karma to not draw the battle out. It was now time for him to quickly activate a return code. As he took a few breaths while he looked at the situation of the battlefield, he gave a hollow smile. What a sight! Captain Lee Kang-jin couldn't believe the current situation. Was the unity he had so much confidence in so weak? It had fallen apart far too easily. Quack! A scream. Another troop member was murdered. Yes, they could be murdered. As the aliens were too fucking strong. However, the thing that agonized Captain Lee Kang-jin was the fact that the murderers were the ones who they had been together, through thick and thin, with or members of other troops. Jang Sudong, you bastard. Captain Lee Kang-jin grit his teeth tightly. The 2 minutes 17 seconds above the dying squad member disappeared and appeared above First Sergeant Jang Sudong. Time passed even then. 2 minutes 15 seconds. Captain Lee. I understand your feelings. However, Captain Lee needs to live. To me, those who I'm close with are a million times more precious than those who I am not. Captain Lee. You must live. I understand what you think of me. Let's first live. You can beat me up once we live. I will help you. Let's go together. The only comrade from Captain Lee Kang-jin's original troop was First Sergeant Jang Sudong. Behind him were executives and soldiers First Sergeant Jang Sudong was close with, and above their heads were timers just like his. For those who still did not have one, First Sergeant Jang Sudong would obtain one for them. Even if it meant killing their other comrades. Fuck off, bastard. For me to have considered you my comrade, ... Captain Lee Kang-jin tightly gripped the handle of his two-handed blade as if hoping to crush it. How had it become like this? A few minutes. That was all it took for everything to change. Activating the return code. That was the problem. Major Kang Chung-gil's plan of trying to obtain a return code for everyone before anyone else was all in vain. Youngest. Slice the cocoon and hurry on back. The imposing cocoon. Even though its pulsating figure was wrapped in a cocoon, it was still scary to approach. However, the youngest soldier didn't hesitate when he heard Major Kang Chung-gil's orders and rushed to rip the cocoon. Kiri-ike. Kaya-iya. A cry sounded out the moment he ripped into the cocoon. At the same time, sharp blade-like legs stretched out from within. The youngest hurriedly dodged. Kiririk. The staggering monster that appeared from within the cocoon looked to be in pain. However, even still, its speed was incredibly fast. You walk. At the same time a soldier's leg was cut off, Major Kang Chung-gil ordered. Fire. Do. The monster, whose body wasn't well because it had hatched too early, couldn't endure the concentrated gunfire. As its knee became crooked, Major Kang Chung-gil shouted. Youngest. Kill it and activate the return code. Yes. It was out of consideration to send the youngest first. The youngest didn't decline. It was because he had learned through experience that nothing would piss someone more than this sort of modesty in a battlefield of life and death. The youngest rushed out with an axe. The youngest cut the legs of the monster, that wasn't able to balance itself due to the oncoming gunfire and smashed its head. Because it hadn't completed its evolution, its endurance was weak. Its head was crushed like tofu. The moment he killed the monster, its corpse turned to ash and was absorbed into the return code on his arm. Something appeared above his head. 5 minutes. The youngest reported with a pale face. The corpse is transforming into return energy. It says it needs 5 minutes to activate. 5 minutes, that was the problem, as were the other aliens. As more squadron members obtained the codes, the approximately 1,000 aliens started to openly stare at them. It seemed as though the aliens were contemplating whether slicing the cocoons or hunting the humans who had obtained return codes would be safer. Titan security. Major Kong Chungil said coldly as he raised their spirits. The squadron stared at their surroundings while protecting themselves. Then, the aliens started to lose interest in them. They realized that it would be a loss to fight them. However, there were also aliens who were provoked by their actions. Good. Let's play. I am the lowest ranked warrior Kishisute. He was an enormous alien. He was 5 meters tall, had deer-like antlers that shine in various colors and wore gauntlets made of metal on his hands. His long, coiled rope-like muscles rippled as he kicked the ground with his long leg and closed in on the squadron. Fire! Add Major Kong Chungil's scream-like shout. Do 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 do. The squadron started to shoot all at once. However, the aliens' antlers emitted a light and each and every bullet missed. Crash! As if they were hit by a bulldozer, their front lines were destroyed. Clash! Clash! The alien, who had entered their formation in a single breath, swung his arms and pierced the chests of Major Kong Chungil and the youngest. It all happened in an instant. What the? How boring. He grumbled as he bit off the head of Major Kong Chungil, who was pierced by his right hand. Doesn't taste bad, he said as he bit off the head of the youngest next. As soon as the youngest died, the timer above his head disappeared and reappeared above the alien. 2 minutes 32 seconds. The squadron fell into a state of shock. Their tactics that had brought them brilliant achievements until now were utterly destroyed. Bullets couldn't block him and close-ranged fighters couldn't keep up with his charging speed. The sight of an overwhelming alien, who was 5 meters tall, eating Major Kong Chungil and the youngest's heads, what was more, he was evaluating their taste, was extremely horrifying. Major Kong Chungil, who had put their confusion to rest, had become an alien snack and died. Look! That was the end of the squadron. They all started to scatter and flee. That wasn't all. A soldier, who panicked at the fear of death, killed another soldier who had activated a return code. He had understood that return codes could be stolen with the youngest's death. It was true. They could be stolen. When they saw that, other squadron members became even more panicked and, paradoxically, the second murder of a fellow soldier occurred more easily. He even had a good cause. How could you kill a fellow comrade? You bastard! The squadron instantly collapsed and the other aliens started to attack at this opportunity. It was utter chaos. The ones who didn't have the confidence to kill the monsters in the cocoons targeted the aliens or even fellow comrades who had already activated return codes, and they, in turn, desperately resisted and fled. Gather! Where are you going? Be logical! Captain Lee Kongjin shouted, but no one listened. Their rationality had disappeared and it was replaced with the obsession, I need to survive. The one who distinguished himself amongst them was First Sergeant Jang Sudong. He showed complete confidence to the panicked comrades he was close with. Just follow me. Then you can live. Even if I die, I'm going to let you live. Though his words were unfounded, his figure was filled with confidence. Even in this mess, he was able to clearly create his side. He would risk his life for those who were on his side, but to those who were beyond that fence, even if they were once his comrades, he wouldn't hesitate to kill them and take their return codes. In conclusion, First Sergeant Jang Sudong was competent while Captain Lee Kang-jin was not. The first sergeant revealed a regretful expression. Captain Lee. Though I like you, this isn't right. Just look around you. Who is there? Did you save even a single life? You damn bastard. You fucking bastard. Who will live if you shout like that? Shut up. His body trembled violently. Receiving insults from this shameless guy, who would kill his comrades to live, was simply disgraceful. TSK. Then take care. Eventually, he clicked his tongue and left. The trembling captain looked up with a foolish expression. The ones who slaughtered humans as well as aliens. They were on a whole other level of strong. There were around 10 aliens who were like that. The more than 1,000 aliens were quickly decreasing as they were slaughtered by these 10 aliens. There were rare cases where one would endure until the timer ran out or lucked out and stole the timer just before it did and returned. Lee Kang-jin discovered the alien with the antlers among them. He was the one who killed Major Kong Chun-gil and the youngest. His timer had already ended, but he didn't return and, instead, was preoccupied with killing others. Wah! You bastard! Captain Lee Kang-jin's two-handed sword creaked as he gripped it. Bang! He shot forward tens of meters like a rocket. He aimed for the back of his head. Lee Kang-jin's karma was around the mid to late 2-star stage. He was definitely not weak. Only, the alien with antlers was too strong. He didn't even turn around and kicked his chest with his hind leg. Bang! Choi Hyuk! Captain Lee Kang-jin flew off while spurting blood. Oh? You weren't pierced? He turned around and looked towards Lee Kang-jin with an amazed expression. He showed interest and approached the collapsed Lee Kang-jin. Deferred judgment holder, you're quite good for trash? He crouched down next to him. Although Lee Kang-jin was in shock and his arm was trembling, he decided to use his interest to his favor. He drank a recovery potion and started to talk while spitting blood. It was to gain time for his unmoving arm to recover due to his smashed chest. Cook, Tui. Ha! Why do you kill us? Was his question funny? The alien laughed. Why do I kill? Pwa ha ha. I guess it's different for everyone? For me, I just kill because it's fun. The alien explained friendlily as he came closer. Look there. At those trash who kill to live. They aren't even strong. That's why you guys received the consumables judgment. And think about it. Only 100 people can return anyways. Since the ones who remain here are all going to die, isn't it better of them to die by my hands and contribute as an additional point of karma for me? Fucking bastards, cough. Lee Kang-jin vomited blood as he placed his hand in his bosom. He held a dagger. Even if he died, he wanted to see him bleed. He flexed his arm. It seemed that he had recovered during that time as power burst into his arm. However, before his arm could even touch the alien, it was crushed by the alien's hand. Gwa! And above all. Because I can. Because you are so weak that I can play with you before you die. Because you can't retaliate. Isn't that a reason? Captain Lee Kang-jin bit his lips. It was a disgrace to even let this bastard hear his screams. His eyes became bloodshot. Though he couldn't tell what kind of expression he had because he was an alien, he was painfully aware that he was mocking himself and humanity. That's why it's your fault for being weak. You consumables. His voice sounded out. I agree. However, that reply wasn't Lee Kang-jin's. Ha! A shadow was cast above Lee Kang-jin's head. Swish! The clear sound of a sword followed afterwards. Quack! Dirt rose up along with the alien's flustered voice. Bang! Cough! Cough! Captain Lee Kong-jin lost his vision momentarily. He heard something hit and break something. Then, his vision returned. Who are you? On one side was the alien with one of his antlers cut off. Choi Hyuk. A human. He saw a young man wielding a pitch-black sword. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 42. Episode 3, Age of Ghosts / Chapter 42, Consumables, 5. TL, Empty Cube. Editor, Obelisk. Each alien had their own way of trembling. The skin of an alien with transparent skin, allowing you to see his insides, would turn red. His actions would also become larger and awkward. On the other hand, a short, chubby alien without a single hair on his body would stop where he stood and stiffen like a rock. He looked exactly like a rock in Baek Seo-won's eyes. Crack! That was until the rock crumbled and white juice spilled out. He really did look like a rock though. The thing that smashed the alien, who had transformed into a rock, was telekinesis. A silverite alien didn't even use a finger as he lifted the alien and kneaded him like dough before gently spreading him on the ground like jam. Baek Seo-won, who saw this from a distance, gulped his saliva. Now, this way. His back was dripping with cold sweat as he led the way while running at full speed. Danger lurked everywhere. Why is it like this? If we're soldiers, aren't they not supposed to let us die like this? Unfair. Irrational. Rage boiled in his chest, however, at the same time, he knew. Because they can. Because the ones who die so easily aren't needed in war. The battle humans were caught up in was on an unimaginable scale. It was so large that humans wouldn't be able to understand with their small brains for their whole life. If this war is like a bindiotic, the tens of thousands of aliens here are only a small piece of onion on top, no, a single cell of that onion, no, an atom that makes up that cell. A war, where the deaths of hundreds of millions of aliens are insignificant, that sort of scale. Baek Seo-won imagined himself dying, buried inside a bindiotic. He tried to shout for help but the bindiotic blocked his throat. He died of suffocation. It wasn't even funny. It was a miserable thought. However, it could be how those above, the ones who actually commanded this war, saw him. No, he wouldn't even be seen. He was an existence who didn't even have enough value for them to look back and see him. A thoroughly ignored existence. And the only way for such an existence to prove himself was to survive again and again. There. Baek Seo-won pointed at a cocoon. None of the ranked warriors, who were slaughtering the others, were there. Baek Seo-won utilized his intuition to the best of his abilities to find the safest path. That was how they had obtained 2 return codes already. Now, he only needed to find his. Okay. Lee Jin-hee ran forward. She swiftly leaped up and sliced the cocoon along with a thud. Ki-eek! Screamed the monster inside. When the monster spread its legs, Chu Young-jin cut them off. Baek Seo-won would jump afterwards. He pierced his long sword into its head. Cleared target. Transforming the corpse into return energy. Remaining time, 5 minutes. That was how he activated his return code. He could escape if he endured for 5 minutes. He let out a sigh. As he didn't feel as though he was in immediate danger, he took this chance to examine the battlefield. Utter chaos. Humans and aliens were flying about everywhere. Some flew off as they were hit and others leaped up in an attempt to flee. In the basin, which was now void of monsters, they became each other's monsters. However, even so, there was a fight that caught his eye, Choi Hyuk and Kyushitsu. Usually, Choi Hyuk would dodge while the alien with antlers would charge at him. It was to the point that Choi Hyuk hadn't even used any attacks yet. However, the moment Kyushisut, who was enraged even further, stepped in one more time, Choi Hyuk dyed the predator's blade blue and stabbed at Kyushisut's weak point. The alien was frightened out of his wits and fell back. His arm, which was unable to avoid the blade in time, had a long cut sliced by the blade with yellow blood flowing from it. When he had suffered a wound, Kyushisut became concerned about his body. However, as his center of gravity was tilted forwards, his main advantage was his swift charge. When he started to get concerned over his body, he had lost his advantage and, on the other hand, Choi Hyuk's attacks became even fiercer. Kyushisut became more and more confused as he blocked Choi Hyuk's skilled swordsmanship with his sloppy defense. Kehiya. Eventually, he was unable to come up with a solution and started to charge again. Choi Hyuk immediately switched strategies and started to avoid him again. Then he would counterattack at a crucial moment and slice off another portion of his antlers. It was checkmate. Kyushisut was getting beat up. He's our leader, but, is he even human? Baek Seoin, who was watching the fight, shook his head and mumbled. On the other hand, Lee Jin-hee's odd competitive spirit started to burn. Kaya. Our Hyung. He's good at fighting. Watch out, I'm going to surpass him one day. Chu Young-jin heard her words and revealed a strange expression. Hey, wait. Jin-hee. You're human. Then is our leader a monster? If he can do it, so can I. What? Baek Seoin, who was squabbling with Lee Jin-hee, suddenly became serious. What? Are my words that shocking? Lee Jin-hee became a little disappointed. However, he wasn't looking at her. He had already turned his back away from her. Run! Baek Seoin started to run before a shout that was like a scream escaped his lips. Both Chu Young-jin and Lee Jin-hee became nervous and followed behind him. Damn it! He swore as he ran. No matter which direction he ran towards, he couldn't get rid of the imminent feeling of danger. He felt this way even though he couldn't see any ranked warrior nearby, which was why it felt all the more frightening. We've been targeted. He was sure of it. Someone among the crazy slaughterers, who were prideful that they were the lowest-ranked monsters, had targeted them. Though Choi Hyuk was able to beat them up, to others, these lowest-ranked monsters were nothing short of a natural disaster. The fleeing Baek Seoin saw other aliens fleeing and falling into despair. He also saw other humans mixed in the crowd. Though they all looked different and were from different galaxies, in this moment, they experienced the same fate. Horror and despair. A desperate escape. Around 4 minutes. The rest are done. There was a 4 minutes 17 seconds above Baek Seoin's head while Lee Jin-hee and Chu Young-jin both had complete. Because he was the last one to activate his return code, only Baek Seoin had 4 minutes left. He decided. Chu Young-jin. Lee Jin-hee. Return right now. Don't wanna. She replied. I'm not joking. Return for now. I know. I guess an enemy is coming? Baek Seoin stiffened at her calm reply. She punched his shoulder. You want us to leave you and flee? Just how do you think of us? You'll die. Die? She snorted. What is our final goal? Isn't it even higher than the sky above us? But you're scared of a damn lowest warrior? If you have a big goal, you need to take bigger risks. She briefly glanced at Choi Hyuk, who was fighting in the distance. And just watch me, I'm going to surpass our leader one day. Chu Young-jin unsheathed his sword. Jin-hee Nunes, 2 words are right. If your revenge wasn't a joke, then you need to at least overcome this. Baek Seoin was about to go crazy. You damn people. You wouldn't be saying that if you had my intuition. You want to fight with that? Phi, huh? It was strange. He placed his hand on his chest. His heart that was screaming like a siren had become silent as if submerged in water. Instead of cold sweat, his hair stood up and his body became heated. It was his first time experiencing something like this. The moment he thought about fighting, the anxiety he felt from his intuition had died down. Of course, the feeling of danger was still strong, however, it wasn't as strong as before. His anxiety dropped from a "we will definitely die" level to a "we might die." Does this mean that if we were to run, we would have definitely died, but if we fight, our chances of survival are quite high? However, his intuition was only related to his safety. He didn't know what to do as his enemy wouldn't simply wait. "He's here." Lee Jin-hee spoke. Baek Seoin replied with a desperate heart. "If it gets dangerous, immediately return." "Okay. Okay," she replied nonchalantly. Thud. A disgusting-looking alien dropped down from above. His reason for targeting Baek Seoin's group was simple. "You're in the same group as him?" He was referring to Choi Hyuk, who was pushing back the antlered alien. "He's our leader," she replied. "I'm the lowest-ranked warrior Kikin. Don't disappoint me." "Okay. I'll turn you into a blood splatter." Baek Seoin felt like sewing up both Kikin's repulsive mouth and Lee Jin-hee's glib mouth. Kikin looked like a human who had his skin removed. As if his muscle fibers were connected in long strands, muscle tissue seemed to tangle together to make up his body. His muscle tissues were crawling like a den of snakes, while his processes, were writhing and the surface of his body wiggled endlessly. Pieing. The tentacles and processes that made up Kikin's body stood up. Then, shining silver threads scattered. Kikin manipulated silver threads with the tentacles and processes around his body. I am also known as the puppet sorcerer. His body opened up disgustingly and each process was manipulating the threads. Palulu. The silver threads pile up to cover the sky. Almost like a metal rainbow or large snowflakes. Kikin possessed a horrifying appearance, but his weapon was beautiful. Iron defense. Baek Seoin activated his skill, swung his shield and got rid of the silver threads. Kirring. The light threads seemed to possess quite a bit of power as they sparked each time they hit Baek Seoin's shield. Bisect. Choi Hyuk had already activated Berserker and used his slash skill with bloodshot eyes. The moment he swung his sword, a shadow of karma seemed to appear in a blur. Pasha Sha. As if it was hair that had just been cut, the silver threads fluttered in the air. Kirring. Baek Seoin was busy clearing away the fatal silver threads. Unless he crazily swung his shield to create a wall, he wouldn't be able to completely block them all. Oh my god. It's like fighting against a downpour. Kiki. That's not all. From the beginning, Kikin didn't think Baek Seoin's group was as strong as Choi Hyuk. He only wanted to use them to mock the idiot, Kyushisut, who was struggling with Choi Hyuk. Kikin became a bit happier. There's no need to kill them all at once. I'll torment them. Little by little. So they can squirm like the bugs they are. Lee Jin-hee noticed Kikin's demeanor. Now's my chance, she thought. Choi Hyuk. Give me a lift. Lee Jin-hee rushed through the area Baek Seoin had cleared towards Choi Hyuk. What are you going to do? Baek Seoin became horrified. Just watch. Thud. Lee Jin-hee, who was rushing forward at an incredible speed, lifted her foot up. Choi Hyuk instinctively caught her foot with his hands. Throw me. She stood on his hands, ready to jump at any time. If he didn't throw her right, then they would lose balance and fall into more danger. They were at the point of no return. Choi Hyuk looked in the direction she was pointing at. No. Baek Seoin despaired. Bang! Choi Hyuk, whose enhanced stats were 168, power and 196, speed, threw Lee Jin-hee with all his might. Speeding blade. She activated her skill. It was an outstanding skill that doubled her speed in that moment, which translated directly into power. It was a skill that specialized in bringing out incredible effects from 2-star karma. Her speed was at 122, and that number was directly applied to her power. She looked at her target, seeing an opening in between the silver threads that covered the sky. That opening clearly reflected in her eyes. If she made even a small mistake, she would become a blood splatter. She was afraid. However, she wasn't scared of being afraid. She was like that even before she awakened karma. Not only as a normal human but as someone who possessed a woman's body, she was able to scale buildings and even did stunts like jumping off the roof of a building into a small gap in the building in front of her. She didn't want to lose to any man, building, or even nature. Fear was good as it kept a suitable amount of tension. That tension was good. So, she jumped into the fear. She flew in the air. Flutter. The layers of thread missed her by a hair's breadth. Everything seemed to be in slow motion. Baek Seoin had his mouth agape. It was to the point that the silver lines that were there to scratch her looked as if they were protecting her. Nothing blocked her path. Nothing could escape her eyes. Ha! Ha! Keegan was taken back. Due to the trait of these silver lines, the closer an opponent came, the harder it was to fight them. On top of that, her speed, which was increased by Choi Hyuk's throw and her speeding blade skill, was much faster than Keegan imagined. Stab. She utilized her athletic ability to stab her gladius into his right eye. Kee. There was no need for a translation. Ah, you're in pain. Though she didn't have the ability to freely manipulate her karma like Choi Hyuk, she had experimented by herself as well. She gathered all her karma into her blade. The short, 30 centimeters blade instantly shined. Its cutting ability was enhanced. Rip! She used the momentum to slide the gladius away and pop his other eye as well. Kee. Processes crazily came up all over his body. Nothing good would happen from getting hit. High-speed breakaway. Bang! As if a bomb had exploded, her body bounced away with a bang. Baek Seoin hastily ran towards her with his shield and grabbed hold of her sliding body. Qua! You fucking bugs! Keegan went insane. Unfortunately, he couldn't see, so his attacks were pathetic. He couldn't aim properly. It would take some time for him to recover his vision. It was their chance. Good job, Jin-hee. Now let's run. Baek Seoin shouted as he helped her up. He was thinking about running away. She grumpily replied. What are you talking about, Baek Hyung? Let's kill him. She believed it was their chance to win. Choi Hyuk, who had embedded the predator's blade into Kyushisat's neck, spectated Lee Jin-hee stabbing Keegan's eye. She fights well, he said in a prideful voice. 1. Korean pancake-like food. 2. Nuna, what a younger male would call an older female. 3. Process, projection or outgrowth of tissue, in this case, muscle tissue. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 43. Episode 3, Age of Ghosts / Chapter 43, Consumables, 6. TL, Empty Cube. Swoosh. The predator's blade sucked in Kyushisat's blood at a rate of 1 liter per second. When he was alive, his karma stopped the blood from flowing out, so it wasn't able to absorb a lot, but now that the karma had dispersed from his corpse, his blade didn't have to hold back any longer. Choi Hyuk felt refreshed. The blood drained by the predator's blades, blood drain, skill returned to him as a recuperative force. His heavy karma that felt as if it had been stretched became taut and his wounds healed. It was the refreshing feeling you felt when you gulped water through your dry, cracked lips. The predator's blade, that was greedily drinking blood, turned red and became silent. There was still blood left in the corpse, however, it seemed to be full. Greedy predator's blade. Rank, C, unique, growth type. Sharp and sturdy. The more blood it absorbs of strong foes, the stronger it will get. Blood drain, absorbs the blood of enemies to replenish its owner's karma and heal their wounds. Able to absorb 1 L of blood per second. Durability, 9-173/10000. Evolution, 3/100. Before it needed to eat the whole corpse to grow, but now it only needed to kill. It seemed as though its effectiveness had increased when it went from D rank to C rank. Its current evolution stat was 3. He had killed 3 individuals up until now, the Wyvern of Destruction, Kaholian, and Kyushisut. He placed Kyushisut's corpse and his equipment into his handy bag. Choi Hyuk, who was momentarily catching his breath, felt a haze-like wave approach him. First, Dawn Lightning, and now, Deer Antlers. Aren't you incredible? An alien. However, she was fluent in Korean. Her figure was covered by a veil of wavering lights and heat waves, so he was unable to see her properly. Yet, somehow, he knew naturally that her name was Flame Rain and that she was a woman. As if he had always known this fact. Weird. He didn't even sense her approach. She was emitting a white light, goodwill, but Choi Hyuk did his best and kept his guard up. He pointed the predator's blade in her direction. Your motive? Just a greeting. When Choi Hyuk spoke informally, blue flames flared up and she replied informally without reserve. Flame Rain's attitude felt strange to him. All the lowest-ranked warriors he met here were hostile and crazy, but she was friendly and there wasn't a sense of tension. When he silently stared at her, she uncovered the flames that were covering her body to reveal a surprisingly human-like face. Don't be like that. We might even meet again on the next mission. We're going to meet again? Not every time. We usually get transferred to a nearby planet and they have a tendency to send those who are of similar strength together. There are a few friends I see often as well. I don't think they are worth being friends with? He looked around at the lowest-ranked warriors, who were slaughtering others. There were some who had left and others who were spectating, but there were still around 30 warriors crazily running amok. They give you a mission score if you take out the target. They are like that so others don't covet them, she said in a somewhat bitter voice. Her voice contained such human emotion that it was hard to believe she was an alien. They give you a higher score if you take out the target? Then why are they attacking me? And what about those who are just observing? They are reading the situation. The ones who go crazy are typically stronger. And you're a tasty prey. At least, you look like one. First, it seems like you hit 3-star retribution, but the rest of your stats seem low. You obtain more karma if you kill someone with a lot of retribution, meaning you look tasty. Specific calculations for the karma system was crazy difficult to calculate, but its principle was simple. The higher your opponent's total stats were or the higher your opponent's retribution was, the more karma you would receive after killing them. This applied to both monsters and aliens. Meaning Kyushisut had planned on killing Choi Hyuk for karma points. Then there's no need to be friendly with each other. Just because they were in the same situation didn't mean they were allies. Instead, it was better to think of them as enemies in this case. You would be devoured the moment you seemed like a pushover. Choi Hyuk took a step away from Flame Rain. He had basically heard all the information he needed. He felt that her friendliness was dangerous. Don't be like that. It's because everyone has it tough. Her expression looked sad as she said those words. However, the white light and the soft flames covered her face like a wedding veil. Anyways, let's meet again. It's about time monsters start flooding in. As if her words were a signal, the ground started to shake. The sounds of flapping wings itched their ears. They were in the middle of the enemy headquarters. Monsters were coming from all directions to take out the intruders. When you looked around, the original targets, the cocoons, had all been destroyed. It was time to return. Flame Rain shook her hand to activate the return code and disappeared. Crunch! Crunch! She disappeared in a gruesome fashion as if she was devoured into the void. Choi Hyuk looked around for his followers. They were still fighting Keegan. They looked like they had the advantage, but they seemed to lack the firepower to finish him off and were progressing at a snail's pace. Keegan kept enduring as he believed he could end this once his eyes healed. However, the sounds of monsters coming from everywhere were loud. Eventually, the first to give up was Keegan. You, insect bastards! I'll kill you all next time. He lashed out in rage, however, Lee Jin-hee lashed out in return. You, don't appear in front of me again. Keegan retreated and activated his return code. It seemed Lee Jin-hee was out of stamina as she didn't give chase. The gazes of Lee Jin-hee, Baek Seo-in, and Chu Young-jin, who were all catching their breaths, turned towards Choi Hyuk, who was walking towards them. As soon as their eyes met, Choi Hyuk nodded his head. Everyone's alive. He felt a strange sense of relief. Like an endless nightmare, missions would continue and their level of danger would increase. If they couldn't keep up, they would die. It was a world where the ones who shouldn't die died. And where ones who no one thought would die died. A world where yesterday's enemies could be today's friends and today's friends could be dead tomorrow. Choi Hyuk recalled one of the criteria he had for someone to become his comrade. People who won't die easily. He sought his followers who shook their hands to activate their return codes. He felt happy. It was now time for him to return as well. He had stolen Kyushisut's return code and his timer had ended before the fight. Return, . He shouted in a low voice and his stomach felt like it was flipping over. Crunch! Crunch! His body crumbled into the void. Calculating mission score. Base score, 100. Killed over 50 monsters, 100. Total 200 points. It was something he learned later, but Baek Seo-in, Lee Jin-hee, and Chu Young-jin earned another 100 points for as a reward for killed target. A total of 300 points. Only Choi Hyuk, who was busy fighting monsters and didn't kill a target, earned 200 points. When he learned this fact. Dear antlers. Damn bastard. He ground his teeth. Captain Lee Kang-jin escaped when Choi Hyuk and Kyushisut started to fight. It was because he thought that even a stray blade could kill him. His crushed arm was starting to heal with the power of the recovery potion. He pressed his arm against his chest and desperately wandering around the battlefield. To find an undestroyed cocoon. I will live. He wanted to live with sincerity. He wanted to live and become stronger. Choi Hyuk was a shock to him. No matter how he looked at him, he was a human like himself. However, Choi Hyuk was pretty even with Kyushisut, who was a nightmare to him. Though it was the same in the previous mission. The strong were really strong. Even if they had all received karma, at some point, there was a difference of heaven and earth between them. Some were so strong it was unbelievable that they were humans. He had even believed they were simply from another world previously. However, it was different now. You fucking bastard. He hated himself. He hated himself so much that he wanted to gnaw on his heart and stab it repeatedly. He hated his powerlessness and incompetence. He wanted to kill himself who could only bark at First Sergeant Jang Sudong. I will live, and get stronger. His eyes caught sight of a cocoon that seemed to be ready to hatch. It was in a deep crater in the basin, so it hadn't been destroyed yet. That moment. Whining. The cocoon started to rip and a piercing wind swooshed out from within. Pasha Shasha. An alien closest to it was sliced into 4 pieces before falling to the ground. Jejejik. Its long razor-sharp legs ripped the cocoon apart and its figure emerged. Its evolution is about to be complete. He instinctively understood the situation. He felt a mighty aura that was incomparable to the others just inside the cocoon. All the aliens who had gathered to destroy it fled in the other direction. The warrior aliens, who were still in the middle of their slaughter, revealed a tense expression as they kept their guard against the cocoon. Even they didn't think to recklessly approach it. This just showed how powerful the monster, that was about to complete its evolution, felt. Nonetheless, Captain Lee Kong-jin didn't back down. Kellikok. He passed by the screaming aliens. Thump. Thump. And ran towards the pulsating cocoon. Luckily, it seemed the piercing wind only came out at the start as he avoided getting sliced and was able to get close to it. Instead, a razor-sharp leg, that was stretched outside the cocoon, targeted him and swung down. He ducked and slid his left foot away to avoid the attack. Clash. The long leg pierced into the ground in vain. He rolled on the ground. Bang! Bang! Slash! It was a continuous attack this time. Another leg stabbed at him twice as the first one sliced above his head. He was able to avoid them by rolling due to luck, but either way, he had ended up really close to the cocoon. Lee Kong-jin jumped forward with all his strength. He erased all his fears. Only forward. Forward. Swish. He was able to dodge 3 attacks with that jump. As he avoided the third, the dangerously swinging legs were unable to block him right away. On the other hand, his concentration had reached its peak. Innate skill weakness detection awakened. He saw a brightly shining point. The monster was still partially wrapped in the cocoon. It was just about to complete its evolution. Thump! An explosive energy that was necessary to evolve was gathered in the center of the cocoon, constantly expanding and contracting. Lee Kong-jin instinctively knew that he had to stab that center exactly where the brightly shining point was located. He jumped into the cocoon. Its legs and antennas sliced open his shoulders in desperation. Karak! Kerarara! The monster's whole body squirmed and despaired. Even in this mess, even though his skin was peeling off and blood was flowing out, he didn't stop. He finally reached his target. Crack! He stabbed the nucleus of evolution. Kya! Dot! The monster collapsed along with a horrible scream. Lee Kong-jin collapsed as well. He fell, exhausted, inside its corpse, covered in its mucus. Cleared target. Transforming the corpse into return energy. Remaining time, 5 minutes. The moment he confirmed the message, he was lying down as if he was dead, counting the seconds as they passed by. The aliens, who were madly searching for return codes, didn't approach Lee Kong-jin, perhaps thinking he was dead or because they had already fled far away. 4 minutes. 3 minutes. While he was counting the time pass, the ground suddenly started to shake. The noisy screams of aliens, who hadn't been able to return, were like bees in a hive. It seemed like monsters were incoming from every direction. As this was their headquarters. Whatever. He continued to count. 1 minute. 30 seconds. 10 seconds. Just when there were only 5 seconds left. Jejejik. The cocoon split apart. Growling. A monster he had never seen before stuck its head in. It was a beast whose head was double the size of Lee Kong-jin. However, he remained calm and swung his sword. Get lost. Ka Kang. His sword didn't slice into its face, but the monster flinched and lifted its head back out. That moment. Activation of the return code complete. It was time. Return. You, fuck. Lee Kongjin was devoured into the void. Crawl-a-lack. Crunch. The monster swung its human-sized foot, crushing the cocoon, but Lee Kongjin had already disappeared. That day and a few days after, people returned to Earth. The military and police, who had disappeared, were among them. It was an event that brought the world together. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 44. Episode 3, Age of Ghosts / Chapter 44, Colonize, 1. TL, Empty Cube. Editor, Obelisk. Only 1/4 returned from the first mission. The small groups under the leaders of 100 had died fighting each other for the limited number of return codes. The groups of hundreds to thousands under the leaders of 10,000 had been dropped into the fierce battlefield and had received a crushing blow. A lot of things changed after the mission ended. It was a relief that both the military and police, who had disappeared, returned. However, the situation didn't change in the way that everyone had wanted. First, the military and police had significantly decreased in number. Not even 1 in 10 had survived. Only 40,000 members of the military and police combined had returned. Of course, the original troops and ranks had long since collapsed, and many soldiers protested against its restoration. In a life where no one knew when they would die, there wasn't anyone who wanted to die in the military. The government still couldn't gain control. There were a lot of societal problems as well. The awakenees, also known as the returnees, had all become dreary as if they had come back from hell. They would often fight with each other, and each time they did, the streets would become demolished. To make matters worse, global abnormalities started to arise. Even accounting for the lack of rainfall, the ground is extremely dry. It's that. It's not the lack of rain that's the problem. I'm telling you, the ground is drying up and the fertility of the soil is declining. There have been no records of a global decline in soil fertility up until now. That is why the academia is conducting an epidemiologic investigation. We expect that there will be a food crisis from this abnormal global drought phenomenon. Continuing from yesterday, there have been reports of a large-scale disappearance of people. Civilians are becoming increasingly worried, along with the rumor that these disappearances may be caused by new awakenees. On the other hand, the domes, which produced the very first awakenees in Mapo District, Songbuk District, and Kangdong District among others, are still impossible to enter, the authorities. The world was filled with signs of doom. Repent! The end is coming. Doomsayers erupted on one side of the street. What, you bastard? If you're going to get drunk, do it in moderation. Bang, crash. Kaya. On the other side, drunken returnees started to fight. With a single punch, trees along the side of the street were smashed and a concrete wall was punched through. These were common occurrences since the first day they returned. Groups of awakenees, like the Alliance of Comrades in Arms, received significant benefits from the government in order to maintain order. Although this may have been possible against normal civilians, they lacked the ability to intervene in the fights between the returnees. It was because they would receive criticism like, "Who are you to butt in?" and "Go to hell." So most fights between returnees would only either end after they fought until they were satisfied or when a nosy person intervened. Like what Lee Jin-hee was doing now. You, misters. Do it in moderation. Thud. Thud. Lee Jin-hee came between the two fighting returnees. She lightly pushed their shoulders and separated them. Who is this bitch? Usually, one would become further agitated the more someone tried to stop them. Since she came up and pushed them apart, there was no way they were going to say anything nice. Mr. A's eyes bulged. However, Lee Jin-hee's eyes became even wider than the man's. This bitch? Berserker? The other man, Mr. B, realized who she was. He was from Kangdong District. Hey! Where are you going? Bastard! Come back here! Mr. A attempted to chase after Mr. B, who slowly stepped back and ran away. However, thud! His right shoulder was grabbed by Lee Jin-hee. You fucking bitch! Mr. A tried to push her away, but after his left shoulder was grabbed, his arms wouldn't move. She only looked to be a young female student, but her arms were pressing down on him like a machine press. Ha! Only then had Mr. A realized that the girl wasn't as simple as he had thought. However, it was too late. He shouldn't have sworn at her so easily. Bang! She jumped up and smashed her head downwards while pressing down on his shoulders. Lee Jin-hee's regular forehead turned into a lethal weapon as it smashed into the man's forehead. Thump! Who are you swearing at? I feel restless even without you adding to it. She tidied her disheveled hair. Lunch is almost over. Shu Young-jin called out from afar. Oh hiya. I'm coming. Lee Jin-hee ran towards Jamshil Stadium. This was something that occurred during their third day of training after they had returned. You should have just eaten something nearby. Why did you go so far? I was craving Naengmyeon, today. She brushed off Baek Seowon's complaint with familiar expertise. I can only endure if I eat something good. She shouted before gritting her teeth. Igyajayajayakiak. Bababang. With a red face, as if she was taking a shit, she flew off in all directions like a deflating balloon and slammed into something. Pa! And spurted blood. Baek Seowon clicked his tongue whilst looking at her figure. Ha! Is this something you can do just by recklessly using your strength? It was the third day since they had returned. They trained in the main stadium of the sports complex every day. It was to strengthen their lacking offensive power. On the first day of training, Choi Hyuk said, our enemies are at least 2-star and there are some who have even reached 3-star. In other words, it means that there is a high chance that we'll fight those with higher stats than us. And the 2 skills that allowed him to fight them and win were Karma Blade and Flame Wing Tribe's Karma Heart Discipline. They were currently training with an emphasis on those 2 skills. Every day, before they began their training, Choi Hyuk would repeatedly teach them the fundamentals of the Karma Heart. It was because they needed to know the fundamentals of the heart in order to form the Karma Blade. If their karma stats were monstrous, they could do it without the fundamentals, but if they wanted to form the blade with their lacking stats, they needed skill. I have said this many times, but the key point of the Karma Heart Discipline is its ability to grant your karma a shape. Without a shape, it will flow however it wants, but if you invest your will into it, it can be fixed into a specific structure. And if you are able to make a karma heart from it, you will be able to use your karma much more organically. You just need to think that you are creating a karma pump in the middle of your dantian. You are going to connect all your karma to that pump. So that every time you press that pump, it spreads the karma in your body out to your 4 limbs, and so that you can recall it in a single breath when you expand it. The karma heart will be the secret that will allow you to focus and concentrate your strength more easily. And with that strength, you will be able to create a karma blade. Every time she heard that, she would grumble. It's too hard. Choi Hyuk simply shrugged his shoulders. Even if it was hard, this was the best he could do. It would have been nice if he could teach them everything of the Karma Heart Discipline without missing any points, but that was impossible. The discipline he received as a reward for killing the Wyvern of Destruction was transferred into his mind through concepts and sensations. Concepts and sensations were difficult to explain with words. It would easily become a cock and bull story. Didn't they say that the Tao could not be spoken? It would be easy if there was a way to increase their endurance like in martial arts stories, but karma opposed each other, so that was impossible. Eventually, all he could do was teach them this key point and allow them to develop the method on their own. First, try to coil your karma into a spiral. Due to Choi Hyuk's advice. Bang. Every time she was unable to control the coiled karma, she would fly into the air and spew blood. This was because the coiled karma inside was rampaging inside her body as it was being released. Why are you like that when you have the highest control stat among us? Baek Seowon teased. I don't. Cough. Cheat. Cough. Like you cowards. Nuff. It's not cheating, we're just doing it within our abilities. That's why Baek Hyung is lacking. Even while blood flowed from her mouth, she didn't lose a single bout. From the start, she didn't know how to do it in moderation. It seemed that her mind was only filled with giving it her all and nothing else. Who? Choo Young-jin was exhaling on the one side, concentrating on his training. Bang. Bang. His body moved up and down. From the beginning, he had long since given up on coiling his karma into spirals as he only focused on raising his power and speed. There would be sparring after individual training. It was an exercise employed to allow them to use karma blades in actual combat. Then, let's start. Choi Hyuk stood in front of the three who stood in a line. Though it was practice, they all held real F-rank swords. Swish. Choi Hyuk extended his karma to just barely cover his sword. Swish. Following him, Baek Seowon and Lee Jin-hee formed their karma blades as well. They were a bit wonky until the second day, but by the third, they were able to create and maintain somewhat decent karma blades. Although they weren't able to extend their blades to 5 meters like Choi Hyuk and were only able to cover their blades, this would be of great help when fighting against opponents with high endurance. However, Choo Young-jin didn't create a karma blade. As he had already given up on control, he chose to only extend his karma at the moment of attack instead of maintaining it constantly. The first to move was Choi Hyuk. Bang! He jumped in, and with his right foot as a pivot point, he rotated his waist and shoulders. A blitz attack that put Lee Jin-hee within firing range. However, they had already read his preparatory actions. Baek Seowon jumped into the attack's path with his shield. A faint light flowed out from within his shield. It's too simple, he said vigorously. However, the attack was a feint. Whoosh! Choi Hyuk slid his left foot in front of his right and used the rotating force to contract his body. The blitz attack had changed into a stabbing motion aimed at Baek Seowon. UGK. Just when Baek Seowon was taken back, Lee Jin-hee jumped over his head and stabbed at Choi Hyuk with her short sword, though he ignored her attack and pressed forward. Bang! He pierced a hole in Baek Seowon's shield. It was because Baek Seowon had released his karma when he became flustered. Baek Hyung, out. You have to maintain your karma, he said as he struck Baek Seowon's shin. Baek Seowon flew high up into the air and smashed to the ground. Crackle! That moment, they heard the sound of lightning as Choo Young-jin rushed in from Choi Hyuk's side. His sword seemed to possess an aura of shadows. As the attack was too fast for him to dodge, Choi Hyuk met it with his blade. Clash! Surprisingly, the one who was pushed back was Choi Hyuk. There was even a dent left on his F-rank practice sword. Choo Young-jin had power 100 and speed 108, while Choi Hyuk had power 220 and speed 113. As Choo Young-jin hadn't activated his berserker skill yet, in terms of stats, Choi Hyuk was overwhelmingly superior. However, it was Choi Hyuk who was pushed back. It was due to Choo Young-jin's unique karma utilization method. He had given up on forming his karma into spirals and controlling them precisely and, instead, solely focused on explosiveness. Like an internal combustion engine, he would gather his karma up before it exploded out. On top of that, he was able to use the concentration of karma from his skill, bisect. The moment his extremely compressed karma exploded out at the precise location. rumble, clash. Sounds of lightning could be heard. At the moment of impact, he had exploded karma collected in his foot and in the tip of his sword. His impulse and destructive force instantly increased sharply. It's a good method, but Choi Hyuk admired as he met the attack with his blade. The karma heart he created in his dantian sucked in all the karma in his body. Choi Hyuk then opened the karma pathway connected to his arm. It was a vision contained in the Flame Wing tribe's heart discipline. First to create a heart and then to create hooks or pathways connecting to the heart. The long structures that were connected to the heart were normally used as muscles and tendons that reinforced his body, but it was also used as a pathway which accelerated the speed he could release and recall his karma. During this training, all he did was faintly created a karma pathway in his right arm, but its effect was surprising. The karma released from the heart accelerated and shot out towards his sword. Keying. Karma quickly rotated as it wrapped around his blade. The blade became transparent. As it was only a spar, he matched the amount of karma to Chu Young-jin, but as he had finer control, he refined it to be sharper. Choi Hyuk's sword and Chu Young-jin's sword clashed. Slice. Chu Young-jin's practice sword was cleanly sliced in two. Chu Young-jin, out. Maybe it's because you explode your karma, but when you attack consecutively, your karma loses a noticeable amount of density and your attack becomes erratic. It can't help but be cut by a sharp weapon. Even while he was turning his body to guard against Lee Jin-hee, Choi Hyuk pointed out Chu Young-jin's weak points. You consume a lot of stamina. If my guess is right, it probably puts a lot of pressure on your joints? Chu Young-jin nodded his head. It might be good to use it when you're in danger, but try to find a safer technique. After listening to Choi Hyuk's comments, Chu Young-jin fell deep into thought. On the other hand, Lee Jin-hee couldn't stand Choi Hyuk. Eek. Leader, are you looking down on me? For him to dodge my attacks and guide Chu Young-jin at the same time. Am I that much of pushover? Be prepared. Clash, clash. She shouted as she aggressively rushed forward, however, her sword was blocked every time. She couldn't beat him with swordsmanship. Though she wanted to break his cocky sword in two, as long as karma was wrapped around it, she couldn't. Jin-hee Nuna, you're quite good at maintaining your karma blade. I was worried when I saw you practice. When Choi Hyuk complimented her with the word, quite, she became even more vexed. Shut it. Was it because she was too angry? Lee Jin-hee started to move instinctively. She gathered her karma into the middle of her body, her dantian. She set up a wick and created a whirlwind around it. To her utmost controllable limit. She then broke through her limit and gathered even more. If she lost her control here, like during practice, she would fly off spurting blood. Eek. However, she didn't stop. Instead, she moved the karma that was twirling like a whirlwind to her left hand. When Choi Hyuk saw this, he frowned. It was because the karma on her blade was released due to her karma gathering at her left hand. Did she fail to maintain it? Choi Hyuk, slightly disappointed, swung his practice sword out to end it. That moment, Lee Jin-hee's left hand struck out like lightning. It rushed towards Choi Hyuk's oncoming sword. Lee Jin-hee. Nuna. Baek Seowon and Chu Young-jin became shocked. To their eyes, it seemed as though her left hand would be cut off. However, the one who was more shocked was Choi Hyuk. Pasha Sha. A storm burst out from Lee Jin-hee's left hand. Her tightly coiled karma exploded out like a whirlwind. Choi Hyuk's karma, which was loosely wrapped around his sword for practice, was ripped apart and pushed back by the storm Lee Jin-hee created. After endless consideration, you have realized a new way to use karma. Retribution increased by 20. Lee Jin-hee heard an alarm, but she didn't have the time to care. She was almost halfway into a trance. She felt the world slow down. She really felt she could beat Choi Hyuk. Bang! Lee Jin-hee's left hand grabbed Choi Hyuk's karmaless sword. Though she was bare-handed, an F-rank weapon couldn't pierce her endurance. The scene was like magic. Checkmate, leader. At the same time, her sword flew towards Choi Hyuk's neck. Wow! For the karma blade to be blown away. As Choi Hyuk admired. Thud! He lightly kicked her shin. Lee Jin-hee flew up in the air and fell on her back. Quack! Lee Jin-hee vented her anger by flailing her arms on the ground. However, Choi Hyuk was very surprised. It's good? Before they went to explore the land they needed to colonize, from the training he started to increase their overall strength, Choi Hyuk once again realized the limitless uses of karma. 1. Korean cold noodle dish https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/nangemyeon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 45. Episode 3, Age of Ghosts / Chapter 45, Colonize, 2. TL, Empty Cube. Editor, Obelisk. Why did so many people have to die? Why did we all have to receive a consumables, deferred, judgment? It might be because we didn't save the kids. Lee Jin-hee said in a gloomy voice. Will the kids even still be alive? She was walking as she looked up at the sky. It was a spring sky with no clouds, clear and dry. Maybe. Didn't young Minji say that? That there must be a reason. Maybe the ones above saw everything. Oh, they gave up on their race's future. Good. You'll be consumables. Baek Seoin weighed in on her gloominess. However, when she heard those words, her eyes sharpened. Who the hell are they to judge us on our actions? Arg. Just outrageous. Yeah, that's more like you. Baek Seoin grinned and turned his head towards Choi Hyuk. Choi Hyuk was standing in front of an enormous orb. The orb that looked to be almost 3 stories tall was dark and blue. Portal. It was a portal leading to the new lands they had to colonize. The first to attempt an exploration in the new lands was China, who went 2 days ago. 15,000 people were recruited and they were promptly annihilated. The new lands were simply too risky. Everyone tried to stop him until there was more information, however, he wouldn't listen. He thought that even going now was too late. 5,000 people were gathered in Yeouido Park, a mixture of resolution and despair amongst them. The ones gathered here were of 2 categories, either they possessed a firm will and conviction, or they had already given up on the world. Both sides were half crazy. If they weren't crazy, they wouldn't have come to attempt this reckless challenge. When Choi Hyuk told them that he was going to challenge the new lands and asked others to lend him their strength, everyone showed their disapproval. Most of the leaders of 10,000 and leaders of 100 refused. Choi Hyuk reminded them of the words the giant orc Carrick had said to the sovereigns. Carrick's words had already been leaked by various sources and were even printed in newspapers. You have 2 missions. Get stronger. And colonize. You have a 5-year grace period. Choi Hyuk used Carrick's announcement and said, we have to do this as fast as possible. We need to shed our fate as consumables. If we don't, we'll have to keep doing these damn missions with 1/4 return rates. Leader Cha Tae-shik replied with a sound argument. You're right. But, isn't there a saying, more haste, less speed, 1? It'll become more severe if we meet the same fate as China and are annihilated. Going in now is too dangerous. Choi Hyuk simply nodded at Leader Cha Tae-shik's words. He was right. However, if they started to push it back, there would be no end to it. It's dangerous? It was already dangerous. Earth was already facing a crisis. His reasonable argument was the correct method in a stable environment. However, great achievements were needed in crises. sovereigns and their followers were the only ones who could partake in the first colonization. So, in the case where there was no support, Choi Hyuk had already planned on going by himself. There were, however, forces that reacted when he acted with that resolve. They were Bae Jin-man and Ryu Hyun-sung. This is nerve-wracking. Bae Jin-man, who was a leader of 10,000 and a guardian, became chatty next to Choi Hyuk. I couldn't even sleep last night. Ryu Hyun-sung, whose title had changed from Knight Captain to Leader of 10,000, replied while rubbing his eye. Bae Jin-man and Ryu Hyun-sung brought their forces and defected to Choi Hyuk's side. Both were influential leaders who had filled all 10,000 members. After the last mission, Bae Jin-man and Ryu Hyun-sung returned with 4,000 and 3,000 members respectively. Considering that the average return rate was below 1/4, it was quite considerable. Even still, they were both broken-hearted. The losses they endured were too large to be consoled by the fact that their return rate was relatively high. To them it was as if 2 out of every 3 people they knew died. Although everyone was experiencing similar circumstances, the only ones who reacted when Choi Hyuk moved were those two. They said that their hearts started pumping when they heard, "We need to quickly shed our fate as consumables." When they revealed they were planning on defecting to Choi Hyuk's side, half the members under their command opposed and left. That was how around 3,400 people joined Choi Hyuk's side. Besides them, 1,600 lunatics, who were suffering from the aftereffects of the last mission and wanted to die, personally came to Choi Hyuk saying they admired him, resulting in a combined total of 5,000. Choi Hyuk's followers had sharply increased from 3,000 to 5,000 people. Of course, they were followers recruited for a limited time. It was highly likely that they would separate as soon as they finished colonizing. Also, as there weren't any mental or physical constraints on the relationships between sovereigns and their followers, the only way he could move these people was purely through leadership. This was an area Choi Hyuk was not very confident in. Choi Hyuk looked around at his troops. He left Bae Jin-man and Ryu Hyun-sung in complete command over the soldiers. Bae Jin-man would coordinate the battlefield from the rear while Ryu Hyun-sung, who possessed a high fighting ability as a national saber athlete, would lead the charge. Baek Seowin and his other followers were also assigned to Ryu Hyun-sung's command as it was easier for Choi Hyuk to move alone. Then, let's go. Choi Hyuk entered the blue orb with not even the slightest hesitation. Using the portal. 100 mission points were deducted. The base reward for completing a mission, 100 points, disappeared as an entrance fee. The sensation of passing through the portal was much more comfortable than the dimensional teleportation from last time. Though he still felt a bit nauseous, it wasn't too bad. The blue light from the portal that clung to his eyes didn't fade away easily. Only after shaking his head and blinking his eyes a few times was he able to see the white sky above. Underneath the white sky, which swirled like stirred milk, a hilly region stretched out in front of his eyes. Besides only a few trees, bleak, sharp, red rocks covered various places. Soon a message appeared. Colonizing lands, Spartoi, 2, post. The Dragonics died off due to the invasion of the monsters. Using the corpses of the Dragonics, the once ruling race, as a host, new monsters, Spartoi, came into existence. This region was once known as Baralolian in the past, and the place where the High Dragon was killed was called Baralolian Hill. Clear the Spartoi group inhabiting Baralolian Hill. If you are unable to detect the Spartoi after a particular scope, a portal will be activated. There was absolutely no need to be curious as to where the Spartoi were, as this was their territory and Choi Hyuk's troops were the invaders. Bang, bang, bang. Even before all the troops were able to pass through the portal, a magical bombardment rained down upon them. Red masses flew towards them and exploded in the middle of their troops. The strong energy contained within them shredded their surroundings, and soldiers either died on the spot or their arms and legs were ripped off. More than 10 soldiers would be caught up in each explosion. Ach! My arm! My arm! The strong attack they faced as soon as they passed through brought people into a state of panic. They now understood how the Chinese troops were annihilated. If it wasn't for Beijing Man, they too would have taken an overwhelming blow. Get up! An area of effect buff that increased their courage and sense of solidarity. Beijingman's especially warm karma calmed them down and boosted their will. Over there! Due to the people having woken up from their stupor, they were able to quickly figure out the location of the enemy. The Spartoi were gathered on top of a hill that stood between their portal location and the start of the hilly region. They stood upright with swords in one hand, shields in the other, and tails coming from their rears. Their bodies were angled like robots and appeared glossy like ceramics with a slightly red hue. There were around 200 in total. Among them, 180 were heavily armed, standing as they faced them. The 180 in front looked different from the 20 in the back. The former had round heads like Lego figurines, and the latter had elongated heads similar to that of dragons. They shot red balls of karma from their mouths which flew down at Choi Hyuk's troops. Bang! Bang! Every time that energy exploded, the bodies of the awakenees, which wouldn't have been fully penetrated by bullets, were ripped to shreds. Iron defense. Baek Seoan activated his skill and intercepted a karma cannonball aimed at the portal. Baek Seoan's shield shined with karma. Baong! Though he was pushed back 3 steps, he succeeding in blocking it. He was able to save the dazed soldiers who had just passed through the portal. Quickly, quickly! Run! Baek Seoan commanded the newly arrived soldiers. Bang! 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 3 cannonballs exploded above his shield. Baek Seoan spurted blood as he rolled on the ground. Team 1, Team 2. In front. Activate your shield skills. Using the moment Baek Seoan gained for them, Beijingman's orders sounded out. The shield wielders of Team 1 blocked the portal while Team 2 formed an assembly area. As there were some cannonballs that flew above their heads, there were times when shield wielders would jump up to intercept them. Every time they heard a bang, they would see shield wielders flying up into the sky or smashing into the ground. We can't endure long like this, Beijing Man said with a stiff face. What was worse was that 5,000 soldiers still hadn't passed through. Perhaps maybe 2,000 had arrived? We might be wiped out if we wait for more to arrive. However, if we charge now, I don't think they'll be able to identify our bones. Ryu Hyun-sun revealed a distressed expression. Choi Hyuk provided them with the solution. I'll get their attention so you take the opportunity and charge. He tapped the predator's blade once and immediately ran towards the hill. Really? They didn't even have the opportunity to hold him back. Choi Hyuk had already gone far ahead. The Spartoi who were in a rectangular formation turned their gaze towards Choi Hyuk. Thud. Thud. Every time he jumped, Choi Hyuk would close the distance by more than 10 meters. As he approached a certain location. Kririk. Kiriak. Kick. The stiff, robotic, emotionless Spartoi grinned wickedly. It was as if a part of their face had been cut off. A part he never thought would be a mouth split open to reveal pitch darkness as it grinned. They were definitely a monster race. Qua! The dragon-head Spartoi aimed at Choi Hyuk and rained karma cannonballs upon him. So karma can be used like that as well? Though he didn't dare try it now, he decided to take note of it. His vision started to turn red as it was filled with falling karma cannonballs. High-speed movement. He extended karma out, grabbed a Spartoi on the front lines and pulled. Ping! The karma cannonballs fell behind him. The sight he saw instantly changed. He saw a Spartoi that was like a wall as he approached. It was big. 3 meters tall. Armed to the teeth. Swish! He swung an extended karma blade at the figure of the Spartoi who was unable to follow his high-speed movement. Pakak! However, the predator's blade wrapped with a karma blade halted to a stop at its armor. Although there was a deep dent, he wasn't able to cut through it. What? Only then did the Spartoy lock onto Choi Hyuk. As a pitch-black aura flowed out of its hideously opened mouth, it swung its blade wildly. It's weak? Though it was able to block his karma blade that the Wyvern of Destruction, Kaholian, and Kirshasud couldn't block, as if it was nothing, their attacking ability was ridiculously low. They were better than 1-star crooks, but they were still lacking compared to the attacking abilities of most 2-star monsters. Their attacks couldn't intimidate Choi Hyuk, however. The problem was that while they blocked his path, the dragon-head Spartoy at the back would bombard him with karma cannonballs. Bababang. The attack was different from previous ones. Maybe it was because he had come too close, but instead of exploding them like bombs, they started to shoot at him like machine guns. Damn! He wrapped a karma barrier around himself. The red karma bullets that shot towards him from the front exploded and missed on either side of him. An incredible pressure also fell down towards him from above. GRRK. His feet touched the ground. His body rolled on the ground. Karma arrows flew above him. Choi Hyuk's figure was covered by a red dust cloud as it disappeared. Leader Choi Hyuk. Ryu Hyunsung shouted out, not sure of what to do. For him to go under after saying he would get their attention? Baek Seoin tapped his shoulder. Why aren't you charging? Didn't my leader just buy you time? Ryu Hyunsung absent-mindedly gazed at Baek Seoin's face. He couldn't find a single trace of concern for Choi Hyuk on his face. Is he for real? He became doubtful, but Choi Hyuk's followers' reactions were like usual. Ah! Quickly! Ah damn! Let him be, I'll go first. Let's go! Shoo! Baek Seoin urged, but Lee Jin-hee decided to charge first and brought Chu Young-jin with her. Ryu Hyunsung unknowingly became caught up in their pace and he shouted out an order. All members! Fan out! Charge! The troops, who were getting beat up as soon as they arrived, started their awkward charge. 1. I'm using the English equivalent proverb. The more literal translation is, the more you're in a haste, you take the longer road. 2. Spartoi, Greek mythology, mythical people who sprang up from the dragon's teeth sown by Cadmus. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/Spartoi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 46. Episode 3, Age of Ghosts / Chapter 46, Colonize, 3. TL, Empty Cube. The Dragonhead Spartoi concentrated their firepower on Choi Hyuk. During this time, Ryu Hyunsung's troop were able to execute the charge with Lee Jin-hee taking the lead. Clang! Crash! Though loud sounds could be heard, they weren't effective. The Spartoi were born from the High Dragon Baralolian's bones. Their bodies were built of a material that was very reactive to karma, dragon bones. I can't make a dent. Lee Jin-hee shouted as she swung at the Spartoi with agile movements. There wasn't a significant result. When she tried to ignore the Spartoi in front of her and jump over them, a karma arrow would fly over and block her like a ghost. She had no choice but to go through them, but there was no way to do so. Chu Young-jin put away his red sword and took out another one to attack the Spartoi. He was worried it might get damaged. This luster. No matter how I look at it, it looks like karma's been applied? So, from the start, their bodies and the equipment they use are made of the same material. Their bodies are no different from karma-reinforced shields. Then what do we do? Lee Jin-hee asked. She avoided the swinging spear of a Spartoi and slashed down at its wrist. There was only a slight scratch. Baek Seoin replied. Jin-hee. Try that. What? That wind void. Wind void wave? Yeah, void wave. Use that. Lee Jin-hee's mind seemed to light up at his words. If their bodies were like karma-reinforced shields like he said, then didn't she just have to blow it away? The skill she created a few days ago, Wind Void Wave. It was a skill that was even able to blow Choi Hyuk's karma away. Clench. Lee Jin-hee applied power to her dantian. Her karma started to coil into spirals. At some point, the spirals, which had been coiled to the extreme, had transformed into a whirlwind. Eat this. She rushed into Espartoi's bosom and stuck her left hand out. The whirlwind that started from her dantian made its way up her arm and smashed into the monster's chest. Wind blasted out from the Spartoi's chest. Pasha Shasha. Although the Spartoi flinched, it didn't move back a single step. From the beginning, it wasn't a skill with much destructive power. The skill's motive was to push away the karma on its outer layer. The luster is gone. Baek Seoin yelled in delight as he ran towards her. His sword shined with karma and Zong! A fracture appeared on the Spartoi's body. That's good. Chu Youngjin rushed in, not losing his chance. Bisect. Crackle. Along with the activation of his skill, he used his own particular method to explode his karma. Crack. Although, because of the high endurance of the bones, he wasn't able to sever its neck, he was still able to break 1/3 of it. They had finally left a significant blow. Leader. It's Wind Void Wave. Lee Jin-hee shouted refreshingly with karma imbued in her voice. Loud enough for all 5,000 people to hear. It was Baek Seoin's role to be embarrassed. What on earth is Wind Void Wave? He couldn't help but be astonished at the immaturity of her naming sense. Anyways, her worrying about Choi Hyuk was pointless, as he had already come to that conclusion by himself. The karma arrows seemed as if they were trying to force Choi Hyuk to submit. Choi Hyuk fiercely wielded his karma in retaliation, but that was all. He couldn't advance forward. He was in a situation where if he didn't give up and retreat, his safety was at risk. However, he didn't retreat. Trials were like this. Although there were times when going around could be faster, there were also times where you would never break through once you failed to break through the first time. Your most fierce attempt would be your first. Therefore, if you couldn't do it the first time, you wouldn't be able to do it the next. With that in mind, Choi Hyuk was striking down the endless barrage of karma arrows. His karma felt heavier every passing moment. However, he increased his concentration. He believed in himself. His talent would always find a path to victory. What was the one move that could throw all this away? It was this moment when he figured out the answer. Lee Jin-hee. The surrounding air current changed. Thump, thump. His karma heart thumped furiously as it pumped karma. He expanded his barrier and pushed the surrounding attacks further away. Thump. This time, he recalled his released karma. He created a spiral in the center of the heart. The air around him distorted. A whirlwind, no, a storm began to brew with him as the center. He saw the oncoming karma arrows. If this skill failed, he would undoubtedly die. Though there's no way I'll fail. He didn't stop there. He divided the fierce karma storm into smaller parts and added in his unique rhythm. As he did, the different parts started to resonate with each other. Wong, wong, wong. Once the resonance started, it expanded swiftly. His dantian felt like it was tearing apart. When he was at the absolute limit of his limits, he pushed the resonance that seemed as if it was about to explode out. He pushed it out through the karma pathway on his right arm. Leader. It's Wind Void Wave. He heard Lee Jin-hee's voice. I know. Choi Hyuk smiled, revealing his teeth. An invisible wave exploded from his right hand. sound disappeared from the battlefield. The resonance of the storm, which was compressed to its utmost limits, blew away the air as it covered the whole battlefield. The luster on the bodies of the Spartoi disappeared, as did the karma on Lee Jin-hee's short swords. The arrows flying towards Choi Hyuk either scattered or went off course and embedded into the red ground. It was as if time had stopped. Both the humans and Spartoi froze at the drastic change that silently overcame them. The first to move was Choi Hyuk. Thump! He had overtaxed his karma heart to its limit, however, he gathered his strength once more. Along with a numbing pain. Swish! A 5-meter-long karma blade appeared. His karma and body were both at their limits. Zuov! Choi Hyuk shouted to prevent himself from fainting. Crock-a-cock! The Spartoi that blocked his path had their waists sliced and their upper bodies scattered in the air. Like a lion, Choi Hyuk leaped over the Spartoi and attacked the dragon-head Spartoi behind them. It seemed that in exchange for their high offensive power, the dragon-head Spartoi lacked strong defense, as he was able to cut them without imbuing his sword with karma. Pieces of bone scattered into the air. Wah! Damn! I hate him. Lee Jin-hee pouted as she pierced holes into the bodies of Spartoi, which had lost their luster. She felt as if her skill was stolen. Is he even human? How can you improve something you've only seen once so much? While Lee Jin-hee was speaking ill of him, Choi Hyuk had finished taking care of the dragonheads and was staggering. He acted otherwise by keeping his eyes wide open, but it was obvious he was exhausted. Substituting for the exhausted Choi Hyuk, 5,000 soldiers charged in. Push! Push! Annihilate them before their karma returns. They weren't scared of the Spartoi without dragon heads. They were simply monstrously tough monsters. Even that was blown away with the void wave. Though they were tough, the soldiers were able to smash them apart with various skills. Yeah, this is it. Spartoi would be split apart every time Ryu Hyunsung wielded his saber. His saber was shining faintly. The Spartoi couldn't endure the attack of 5,000 people. If they couldn't slice them with swords, they would smash them with iron maces. Though the Spartoi regained their karma after the effect of the void wave ended, even then, these Spartoi would eventually turn into powder after being beaten with an iron mace hundreds or thousands of times. The Spartoi were no longer a match for the humans after they lost their karma cannonballs. The fierce battle concluded in an hour. 500 casualties. The casualties due to the cannonballs in the beginning were simply too large. However, Waha! A cheer erupted. Why wouldn't one? Didn't China get annihilated after sending 15,000 people? The combination of Choi Hyuk's existence and the skill, Void Wave, was the dividing factor between 15,000 and 5,000 people. This was an incredible accomplishment. First to colonize amongst humans. Retribution of all participants increased by 10. Granted 10 free karma points. Colonization sovereign Choi Hyuk's retribution increased by an extra 30 points. Granted 30 free karma points. Succeeded in colonizing the starting point. Spartoi Post. The Dragonic planet has become occupied by monsters. Although still surviving members continue their resistance, their prospects are bleak. Liberate the Dragonics and prepare a human settlement. Baralolian Hill 1 is now a human territory. The portal has been activated. Passage Management Authority granted to colonization sovereign Choi Hyuk. Unlocked supply store of the Flameling tribe. While Beijing Man was treating the wounded after the battle, a few scouts left while the rest sat down and rested. Choi Hyuk's expression wasn't good. Why is leader Choi Hyuk's expression not very good after winning so magnificently? Ah, Guardian Beijing Man. Are the wounded okay? Yes. Everyone is now fine. Though, we can't do anything about the dead. Beijing man, who momentarily had a gloomy expression, examined Choi Hyuk's expression and asked, "Is something concerning you?" "No. I was just thinking about what to do now. Liberate the Dragonics and prepare a human settlement." Beijing man recited the announcement. Choi Hyuk's expression distorted again. "I'm pissed. It was hard gathering 5,000 people. Doesn't it seem there will eventually be battles where we need hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people?" Only then did Beijing man understand Choi Hyuk's concern. It would be great if Choi Hyuk was able to kill all the monsters occupying this planet himself. But that was impossible. He was strong, but he needed help. Even today, if he didn't have the 5,000 people, he might have become exhausted in the middle of the battle and died. However, Choi Hyuk wasn't confident in politics, which was needed to gather the help he needed. In fact, he even despised it. So Beijing man laughed. "Pwa ha ha. Why do you worry about that?" He revealed a heartwarming smile. "It's times like this when I remember he really is a young man." To Beijing man, Choi Hyuk's worries weren't anything to worry about. Soon after, Baek Seoin and Lee Jin-hee returned from reconnaissance, and an executive meeting, including Ryu Hyun-sung, Chu Young-jin, and Beijing man, was held. Choi Hyuk kept a blank expression throughout the meeting. His followers were very competent. There are no dangerous enemies within a 2 kilometers radius. There are only small-scale monster groups. The hilly region extends in a long line. You can tell just by looking, but this is the highest place in our surroundings. However, 2 kilometers north, there's a vast plateau and there are more Spartoi there. We saw around 500 with just a quick glance. Lee Jin-hee added in during Baek Seoin's report. "Ah, and there was an amazing so I brought it. It seems similar to the material that make up the bodies of the Spartoi. Look. It doesn't cut when I hit it with a karma blade," she said while rubbing in or emitting a red light on her blade. Bei Jinman's eyes shined. "Is there a lot?" "Yes. There's a lot. There, do you see that pointy boulder? I brought some of that as well." Lee Jin-hee threw a wide red rock up into the air. "This is really light. And strong." Beijing man smiled. He turned towards Choi Hyuk and said, "It's a gold mine. There's a farmer amongst my comrades and he said that this dirt is extremely fertile. The place seems quite desolate considering it's fertile." Like Ryu Hyun-sung's words, there weren't a lot of plant life around them. They only saw enormous trees here and there. They were trees whose trunks were the size of 4 elephants. Yes, as it is a rocky area. However, if it didn't have nutrients, those trees would absolutely be unable to grow that large. We have to investigate specific details, but it means there is a possibility anyhow. If not, we can advance it as a flat region." Beijing man suddenly looked up at the sky. A strange white sky that looked like a milk whirlpool. "This place is a new world. It's full of potential. Leader Choi Hyuk, think about the words in the announcement. Prepare a human settlement. Choi Hyuk looked at him with a "so what?" expression. It was Baek Seoin, instead of Beijing man, who replied. "Are guardian Beijinman's thoughts the same?" Prepare a settlement could be interpreted simply as creating a base, but I too find it a bit strange. Why do we need to settle? Was it because we have to leave Earth and needed a place to settle? That's going too far. Lee Jin-hee scolded Baek Seoin. However, Guardian Beijing man agreed with him. "No. That's correct. You'll know if you've seen the news recently. We are expecting the worst harvest in history. We're not facing a drought because there hasn't been any rain, but the ground itself is drying up. They say that food has been reserved few years in advance." Everyone's gaze turned to Beijing man. Though it may seem civilization on Earth is strong, but in fact, it's extremely fragile. What do you think will happen if this sudden lack of food continues for 1 to 2 years? But if the ground continues to dry up like now, no one will be able to live on Earth. There is another suspicious situation. They say that there have been large-scale disappearances? Where do you think they've gone? Even this hypothesis is possible. Perhaps this colonizing land might be the land humans have to migrate to. They might possibly be somewhere on this land as they were migrated in advance. A silence hung in the air. Though they would be able to figure it out as they slowly confirmed things. The dark and obscure world seemed to reveal a more detailed outline. Bae Jinmin's expression suddenly changed. From a serious one to a brighter one. He combined what he had said until now and jokingly said to Choi Hyuk. Before, you were worried that there wouldn't be many people participating in the colonization war? There is no need for that. The value of the mineral resources here is unfathomable and a food crisis approaches Earth. Now, look here. There are resources of value and a possible escape from annihilation. Why would they endure and not come here? Bae Jinmin paused for a moment before meaningfully saying. You shouldn't be worried whether if there will be a lot of participants, but who you will accept. They will eventually beg leader Choi Hyuk to let them in. A strange silence hung in the air. It was a palpitating silence. They were silently feeling extremely excited. A completely new world was approaching. Choi Hyuk had his mouth tightly shut. He had butterflies in his stomach. Baek Seoin broke the silence and added in. On top of that, there is even the supply store of the Flame Wing tribe. It was game set. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 47. Episode 3, Age of Ghosts / Chapter 47, Colonize, 4. TL, Empty Cube. Editor, Obelisk. Entering the supply store of the Flame Wing tribe. Calculating retribution. Able to enter the lowest level store. There was a suggestion about first learning more about the supply store. When he thought about wanting to use the supply store, a message appeared, and when he decided he wanted to enter, his body disappeared. When he opened his eyes, he saw a dark basement area. Drab rocks were left naked and he could see worn-out metal tools and doors here and there. A white-haired alien, with a nose that extended down to his lower lip and a wide mouth that followed its jawline, sat crookedly at a desk. Who are you? First time seeing you here. The alien yawned once before asking. Like Flame Rain, he was fluent in Korean. I came to use the supply store. Ah, of course, you came to use it. Or why else would you come here? Did you come by yourself? You're quite foolish. Let's see. Earth? There's a place like that? And you're a sovereign looking like that? His tone was very rude. It was to the point where it felt like he was provoking him on purpose. However, Choi Hyuk didn't reply as he thoroughly examined the alien. When he did that, the alien said with a less enthusiastic voice. Go through that left door. Don't even think about causing a commotion. I don't give a damn if you're a sovereign or not. If you annoy me, I'll turn you into a seedbed for starving ghost spore flowers. Then he crossed his arms again and closed his eyes. Choi Hyuk silently stared at him before entering the left door. The alien wasn't likable from the start. No matter how he looked at it, the place had an underground prison theme to it. Barbed fences extended on either side of the long hallway and items were displayed inside. What's that? Where did he come from? He looks funny. A few groups of aliens were spread out along the hallway. He had seen them before. To be exact, he had seen their species before. Aliens with small, pale figures seemed to be the same species as Dawn Lightning Kiholian, while the large aliens with various types of antlers seemed to be the same as Deer Antlers Kishasut. That's the bastard. The Earthling who received deferred judgment this time. Earthling? Yeah. The one who crushed Koholian and Kushasut. Really? Someone like him? In front of him were aliens that looked identical to Koholian. 3 of them. They were talking about him. Even as he was passing between them, they didn't stop talking. They weren't purposely letting him hear their conversation. It was simply because they didn't care, as they believed he wouldn't be able to do anything. Amongst them, there was even one who was thinking about calling Choi Hyuk out and provoking him. Tap. 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 However, Choi Hyuk was faster. He stopped precisely right next to the group. Then he looked down at them, who had small, pale figures, and said, "Hey, you're noisy." Ha! They were speechless, but Choi Hyuk pushed forward. "You have something to say?" Their expressions turned cold. "Don't get ahead of yourself and just keep going your way," one of them warned him. Choi Hyuk grinned. He felt a fight would break out. Adrenaline started pumping and the ends of his hair rose. Will I win? Or lose? How strong will they be? His heart started beating. Choi Hyuk wordlessly examined each of their faces closely. They seemed to be intimidated by that. This bastard. An alien pushed Choi Hyuk and took a rotating disc from his pocket. However, the others stopped him. They said to Choi Hyuk, "We'll see you on the field." The aliens, who he thought would try to fight once he provoked them, actually retreated. He suddenly recalled what the alien at the entrance said. "If you cause a commotion, I'll turn you into a seedbed for starving ghost spore flowers." His influence seemed to hold quite a bit of power. This was quite depressing. PFT. Choi Hyuk looked at their faces and smirked before moving away. "Kiki. You're quite the rookie, aren't you? Yo, I heard you took out Kushasut. Let's fight next time. But will you be okay? Those Perio species are narrow-minded and will constantly annoy you? Want this young one to help you?" Aliens, who looked similar to Kushasut, started to chatter. He wasn't sure if it was alcohol or not, but they kept drinking a light green liquid, some of it even dripped down from their lips. One alien had a coiled horn like a unicorn's, while there were also, amongst others, some with short horns like a cow's, crooked horns shaped like lightning and slender horns like thorns. They seemed to each have their own individual horns. They looked at him and giggled unpleasantly. Choi Hyuk simply raised his middle finger at them as he passed by. "Ha? What's that? Is he saying thank you? Something seems off?" They raised their middle fingers at each other as they continued to drink the green liquid to their heart's content. Inside some of the barbed fences were rooms with opaque curtains where aliens were trying on weapons and armors. Sovereign Choi Hyuk. Welcome to the supply store. He had only gone a few more steps when he suddenly heard a voice. It was using formal speech. It seemed unfamiliar. Choi Hyuk stopped in place and looked around. There wasn't anyone there. "Who?" "I am the AI of the lowest level supply store, Supply 01173. I will assist you in using the supply store." Really? Like he thought, it was weird to hear formal speech, but it turned out to be an AI. You are able to purchase various equipment, consumables, and skills here. You are also able to purchase various facilities and daily necessities as well. Facilities are essential for sovereigns. What do you use to buy things? You use mission points. Currently, Choi Hyuk only had 100 retribution. He had earned 200 points on his last mission and had already spent 100 to enter the colonizing lands. For mission points to have been currency. Choi Hyuk smiled bitterly. If that was the case, then he might even have to search for and complete other missions. He needed mission points to purchase equipment and skills, and in return, they would increase his chances of survival. For him to have to complete missions with a 75% death rate to survive, it was quite ironic. There probably isn't much I can buy right now. First, show me your items. Starting with armors and weapons I can use. As you wish. I will prepare fitting room 0087 for you. A yellow arrow appeared and pointed towards a room covered with an opaque curtain. As he approached it, the fence blocking his way opened up and the opaque curtain swallowed him up. Choi Hyuk, Earthling. Generating equipment that fit four-limbed intelligent beings. Clunk. The ceiling opened and all sorts of armors and weapons came down. There were lightsabers he had seen in movies, an electric gun you wore on your head, a sphere that moved however you wanted it to once you connected to it with your karma, and even cold weapons, too, that had what looked to be magic symbols engraved on them. There were even various armors. From a belt that would automatically create a barrier of karma if injected with karma, to armors from modern and medieval times, armors from various civilizations were mixed together. Besides them, there were also items and accessories with special skills like night vision. There weren't a lot. As they were supplies, they only reserved cost-effective items that didn't overlap with each other as much as possible. The majority were C rank while there were the occasional B and D rank as well. If he counted the small rings and necklaces as well, there were approximately 100 items humans could use. Amongst them, there were none Choi Hyuk could currently afford. Even the most inexpensive item starts at 200 points. All he had was 100 mission points. It would have been nice if he could buy something, but he simply engraved them to his memory. If the announcement was true, then only sovereigns were able to use the supply store. Meaning the only person on Earth who could supply C rank and above equipment was Choi Hyuk. Please write down what kind of items they sell. Were Beck Seowen's words. When he took out a pen and paper, the AI asked, "Would you like a catalog?" Sure. It should have told him this beforehand. Choi Hyuk stealthily put away the pen and paper. It costs 100 points. Will you buy one? Ha! It wasn't free? He sighed. Choi Hyuk, who had bought the catalog, tried on each and every equipment and tested them out. He decided to write small notes about their effect and power on the catalog. The catalog was a rectangular glass pane. A hologram appeared above it. You could even record voice messages. It took quite a bit of time. Now that he had finished trying out all the equipment, Choi Hyuk stretched his back and asked, "Now show me the consumables. Should I show you all the ones that are priced under 100 points? No, all. We have approximately 1,000 different types of consumables. That's quite a lot. Show me the popular ones." Clunk. The ceiling opened up again. This time, he could see some familiar items. Handy bags, health and karma recovery potions, item order requests, item reinforcement requests and others appeared. For some reason, he felt happy. He looked at the recovery potions and licked his lips. He needed them, but he lacked mission points to buy any. He had stashed a lot of potions whilst escaping Kangdong district. Choi Hyuk, who possessed a handy bag, had enough potions for almost 1,000 people all to himself. However, he had already used so many of them that he was starting to get a little low. Since potions are the only way to recover. As Choi Hyuk had invested most of his karma on control, power, and speed, he had no choice but to continuously fight risky battles. You could say potions were must-have items for Choi Hyuk. Each potion was 20 points. If he hadn't bought the catalog, he could have bought 5 but... Ha! Choi Hyuk was sad because he had no money. Perhaps it was because he didn't have any money, but the consumables that filled the rack didn't catch his eye. Since he already had the catalog, he simply checked which items were popular and moved on. Done. As he said that, the rack went up and disappeared. The AI asked, You have exhausted all your points. Will you come back next time? Though they were the words of an AI, Choi Hyuk felt as if he was being disregarded for having no money, so he shook his head intensely. No, show me skills this time. What kind of skill are you looking for? Though it seemed like he was deciding on impulse, he had already decided on a skill he wanted to see. A skill where karma covers a sword. It was the skill Choi Hyuk developed to kill the Wyvern of Destruction, Karma Blade. He wanted to compare his regularly used original skill with alien skills. He was always curious about his level. How did he compare to those lowest-ranked warriors? Was he at least average? He had beaten Kiholian and Kyushisut, but his sample size was too small. There are 5 recorded skills. Show me. At his command, a hologram appeared. He saw different types of aliens, some who looked like humans but only possessed 3 fingers, or, amongst others, had blue skin. Karma was bursting from their swords. There was a karma blade that looked solid, one with karma bobbing up and down like flames and another one that was specifically for lightsabers as it noticeably changed the brightness and color of the light. I want to know their power. As he said that, a message window appeared in front of his eyes. The skills were priced depending on their power, stability, karma efficiency, and skill cost. They were mostly between B rank and D rank and had a C rank average if you added them together. Skill costs were an exception in that they displayed a numerical value, the average of which was 50. After closely examining them, Choi Hyuk requested, "Show me soaring slash." Yes. The only recorded skill that he possessed. Soaring slash. Releases a blade of karma and bisects the enemy. Power, C. Stability, D. Karma efficiency, C. Skill cost, 61. It seemed like its stability was low due to the fact that it was a long-distance attack and its skill cost was quite high. Choi Hyuk, who was browsing through the skill, suddenly became curious. Where do the skills come from? We purchase and store skills of value created by warriors of the Flame Wing Alliance. You purchase them? His attention peaked. Yes. Then can I sell skills as well? Will you report your skill? After evaluating the report, we reward missions points based on its value. Choi Hyuk thought for a moment. Should he keep his skill a secret? Or should he sell it? Choi Hyuk decided logically. Though his skill might work on the lowest rank warriors for now, it would be difficult against stronger opponents. Just looking at the Flame Wing tribe's karma heart discipline he received as a reward for killing the wyvern, his perspective on how to manipulate karma had changed on a fundamental level. The alien skills were much more refined and profound than Choi Hyuk's. Choi Hyuk wanted to see what kind of assessment his original skill would receive from this world. It was necessary to understand exactly where he stood. And he happened to not have any money. Choi Hyuk replied, "Yeah. I'll report it. What kind of skill is it?" First, Karma Blade. Blaze. Clink, clunk. The surrounding holograms disappeared into smoke and a rack came down from above. On top of the rack was a single white sword with a wire attached to it. 1. Hyung, what a young male calls an older male. 2. Cold weapon, any weapon that does not use explosives. I believe this word is translated literally from other languages. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 48. Episode 3, Age of Ghosts / Chapter 48, Colonize, 5. TL, Empty Cube. Editor, Leisurous. Choi Hyuk gripped the sword in his hand. The wire attached the end of the handle fell down to the floor and back up to the ceiling. Do I need to activate my skill using this? Yes. Swish. A blue karma blade surged out from his sword immediately. The first time he created a karma blade to kill the wyvern of destruction, it was transparent like a haze, but now that his karma has been reinforced by his karma heart, it gave off a blue hue. Swish! At the same time, the surrounding opaque curtains disappeared and a rocky plateau appeared. There were monsters. Some were further away while others were closer. Some were large while others were small. Choi Hyuk looked at his surroundings and examined himself again. In his hand was the same white sword with his karma blade. However, the wire that was attached to the handle had disappeared. This is dimensional teleportation? Yet he didn't feel the particular nausea that accompanied dimensional teleportation. No. It's only an illusion. Amazing. There was no way to tell that this was an illusion. He believed it was simply because the AI had said so. If this was a trap set up by his enemies, he would undoubtedly fall in. Choi Hyuk became lost in his thoughts. The AI brought him back to reality. Attack however you wish. Okay. He needed to do what he could now. He rushed towards the monsters. The length of his karma blade would get smaller or larger depending on the size of the monster he was slicing. And against a solid monster. Frying. The karma circulating the blade accelerated. Not long after, he finished up all 30 monsters. Blaze. The illusions turned into flames as they disappeared. Choi Hyuk was once again standing inside the opaque curtains. He looked around, but there was no change. Just a moment ago, he was running around a vast rocky plateau, but now he was in the not-so-large fitting room 0087. If it was all an illusion, did I just jump around in here by myself? Yes. How is that possible? He couldn't help but ask even though he knew it was a stupid question. It is a secret. A stiff reply. Choi Hyuk clenched and unclenched his hands. He still felt the sensation of slicing apart the monsters in his hands. Outputting results. Karma Blade, Choi Hyuk. Releases a karma blade interlinked with a karma heart. Power, C. Stability, B. Karma efficiency, B. Skill cost, 85. Even with a glance, it was easy to tell that the results were better than Soaring Slash. It was even better than the other recorded skills. Only, the skill cost was vastly different. Soaring Slash was 61, so the cost of his skill was 24 higher. What's that skill cost? Is it good? It is not. The AI mercilessly replied. The first 3 are known as skill specifications. If you only look at the specs, it appears to be quite a useful skill. However, the skill cost is too high. So, what is it? The fundamental principle for creating skills is even a child could use it. A skill is created so that anyone who has the required karma can use it. Choi Hyuk usually used his own original skills, so he wasn't familiar with this, but skills were usually activated the moment you thought about activating it. Skills did not require the user to change the characteristic or structure of the user's karma before activating it. However, there is definitely a cost associated with that convenience. As the karma needs to be arranged automatically, skills can't help but overtax your karma more than if you did it yourself. That is skill cost. The amount of karma consumed per unit increase in power. Then the reason why my skill cost is high. It is because of your karma heart. As you can see, the efficiency is B, so there is no problem when Sovereign Choi Hyuk uses it. You are able to reach C rank power with a comparably small amount of karma. However, the story changes completely if you recreate that process with a skill. It is because we need to temporarily create a karma blade and a karma heart. As even creating the karma heart requires a high cost, the 85 skill cost is justified. The skill stats are between B and C rank, while it costs as much as a top B rank skill. Meaning it's not very good. Yes. The cost to effect ratio is bad. He somehow felt unhappy, so he became silent. However, we can purchase it for research data, as it is the first skill created by a human. Taking that into account, we will offer 1,000 mission points. Will you sell it? 1,000 mission points meant that he could purchase a decent C-rank equipment. However, no. I'll try again. This time, without the karma heart. Understood. Like the time he killed the Wyvern of Destruction, Choi Hyuk formed a karma blade without his karma heart. He coiled the karma in his body and swirled it around the sword like a current. Karma blade, Choi Hyuk, forms a karma blade after creating a chain of karma. As you are able to adjust its power with its acceleration, you are also able to adjust its length. Power, C. Stability, D. Karma efficiency, D. Skill cost, 59. The skill cost had become lower than before, but so did its stats. The cost-to-effect ratio is bad this time as well. The relentless AI. It's difficult. The skills publicized here are skills that have been proven through long battles. Of course it is difficult to reach that level. Will you sell it for 1,000 mission points? It seemed that it had no worth besides the fact it was created by the Earthling, Choi Hyuk. It was the same amount as before. Choi Hyuk momentarily stood there, lost for words. His original skill he created to kill the Wyvern of Destruction. He seemed to have been proud of the skill without noticing it. He shook his head. This was reality. He wasn't even a speck of dust when compared to the existences who sent him to battles. He needed to struggle his way up. He who had nothing to lose. Yeah. I'll sell it. And I'll sell one more. Understood. What kind of skill is it? A special skill that silences your opponent's karma. Void Wave, Choi Hyuk. Special skill. Resonates 3 whirlwinds of karma and scatters the karma your opponent is using. Though it is typically a single target skill, depending on the situation, it can also be used as a wide-range skill. Lee Jin-hee created it and Sovereign Choi Hyuk had modified it. Power, C. Stability, C. Karma efficiency, D. Skill cost, 57. The stats were below average and the skill cost was higher than average. Yet, it is possible to record it as a publicized skill. It's possible? Yes. Though it looks to have a low cost-to-effect ratio on the surface, it has been judged to possess a high degree of usability. What happens if I record it? Every time someone purchases it, we give you 5% of the price. The price is estimated to be 1,200, so every time it is purchased, you will earn 60 mission points. We expect to sell 500 in 3 months, so we will give you 30,000 mission points in advance. As Choi Hyuk lacked experience, 30,000 points impacted him more significantly than the 5%. Wow! 30,000 points? Still, he asked again. But isn't 5% a little too low? He asked as he had heard publication royalties were around 10%. The cost in creating skills is high. We also have to distribute to countless planets. Please keep in mind that 5% is a lot higher than it was in the past. Okay. But since Jinhee Nuna is also a copyright holder, do the mission points get shared? No. As Earthlings have received the consumables, deferred, judgment, we do not do business with them with the exception of sovereigns. If Lee Jinhee is promoted to a warrior later, then it will be divided evenly. As he heard the explanation, he thought about Lee Jinhee. Sorry. I'll pay you back later. After receiving 31,000 mission points, he left fitting room 0087. Although he wasn't able to hold them in his hands, he felt reassured. Now I'll go look at the facilities. Yes, purchases of facilities are possible in the marketplace outside the door at the end of the hall. Okay. He stopped on his way when he suddenly had a question. But isn't it better telling them the discipline than the skill? If you use it yourself instead of having your karma automatically do it, you don't consume your karma needlessly. It is not possible to immediately use disciplines. Choi Hyuk understood exactly what it meant. If they considered long-term growth, then it was definitely better to teach them the discipline. However, the ones above weren't concerned with the growth potential of soldiers. What they needed were soldiers who could go out immediately and kill monsters. When he thought about it, the giant orc Carrick said that Ring of Rebirth and Throne Game were new recruit training. They had never thought to slowly train them from the start. They only cared about speed. If they gave them skills, it would increase the consumption of karma, but training time would be cut to almost zero. That was why they gave skills out. A soldier has potential to grow? Then first show me results. Something like killing the Wyvern of Destruction by yourself, for example. The fate of consumables could be that the whole species would have to fight until extinction, as they didn't have that possibility or prospect. Then what are sovereigns? Choi Hyuk thought while leaving the hall. Only sovereigns received information that humans currently had a consumables, deferred, judgment. That meant that duty of getting rid of that fate also rested on the sovereigns. Soldiers who couldn't grow would eventually be consumed and die. It was possible that finding and developing the potential of humans, which the ones above ignored, was the responsibility of sovereigns, including Choi Hyuk's. Although Choi Hyuk was unable to come to these deductions rationally, he had a hunch. He thought, the duty of sovereigns, will it be useful for revenge? Revenge. That was number one reason for his actions. The place he arrived after exiting the door was an underground shopping district. Bright lights shone from the ceiling and shops were set up along either side of the wide hallway. Lowest-ranked warriors had set up items in the shops and were doing business with each other. Useful items that weren't considered supplies were traded here, was what Flame Rain told him. Choi Hyuk had coincidentally stumbled upon Flame Rain. He tried to keep his guard up against her, but she acted friendly as she dragged and introduced him to different places. As they walked, there were a lot of aliens who knew her. It seemed she was quite meddlesome. That's where they sell facilities. It's a must-see place for sovereigns. What can you do with facilities? You can buy a shop that can store and also sell the items you bought in bulk from the supply store. A shop you can set up in your world, There's even a machine that can take additional mission points from those moving to your colonizing lands, and also a device that can automatically set a tax on all business deals within your territory. Set a tax? Yeah. Since you're a sovereign. She paused for a moment before saying in a serious voice. It looks like you don't know yet, so I'll tell you. You always need to bear in mind the weight of what it means to be a sovereign. You are the representative of the people of Earth. You are the one who protects and is responsible for the survival and growth of your people. Since you have great authority, great responsibility should follow with it, right? When you buy facilities here, you need to consider not only your benefits but the benefits of your entire species. No matter how powerful you become, what's the point when your species is extinct? Though he had heard similar words from Baek Seoan and Beijing Man, it hadn't felt real until now. To be a sovereign. When he heard it now, it was no different than a king. To protect and govern people. Choi Hyuk fell into a state of déjà vu when he heard her words. But, will this be helpful for revenge? He felt another premonition. And that premonition came out as spoken words. That's useless. What? What is? Choi Hyuk shut his mouth. His mind continued his thoughts. Even if I consider that humans will become powerful, would they raise their swords against the game makers? That was unlikely. In fact, the stronger and safer they became, the less likely they would. Choi Hyuk had no need for subjects who needed his protection. He only needed comrades and an army who would unsheath their swords and put their lives on the line. He had no need to necessarily tell Flamerain these thoughts. Choi Hyuk answered ambiguously. No, just. Like previously, Flamerain slightly uncovered her curtain of flames. She still possessed the human-like, beautiful face. She stared deeply into Choi Hyuk's eyes. You're angry. These were the words she said after staring at him silently for a time. I sincerely hope that your anger does not burn your world. Her voice speaking those words contained a sadness somewhere. And gold? It was the first time Choi Hyuk's eyes of distinction distinguished a gold light. Gold was the opposite of red, hostility. Sacrificial will. Choi Hyuk blinked. Seeing a gold light for the first time was surprising, but he was unable to understand the situation. Is she thinking of someone else instead of me? He could only see it that way. They had only met twice in his whole life. It was the only reason she would emit a gold light during a conversation in a marketplace. Flamerain covered her face again. The golden light disappeared as well. Anyways, good luck with shopping. Let's meet again, she said in a cheerful voice before disappearing in a hurry. She was as mysterious as ever. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 49. Episode 3, Age of Ghosts / Chapter 49, Sovereign. TL, Empty Cube. Editor, Obelisk. The store, specifically used by sovereigns, was known as the Logistics Tower. Choi Hyuk met Mechas in front of the stairs of the Logistics Tower entrance. He was leaning against the dark wall of the stairs, waiting for Choi Hyuk. Oh, a familiar face. It's you, right? The Earthling. It was a pleasant voice. Like the tone of a large brass instrument. Mechas was a robot built of metal. Like muscles, large and small pieces of metal covered his body, and every time he moved, an elegant and subtle wave rippled. He slouched forward like a gorilla, placing his long arms that looked to almost touch the ground on his waist, and swaggered towards him. His face was like a mosaic, the metal pieces on his face moved to form expressions. He grinned. I'm Mechas. Flamerain asked me to guide you through the Logistics Tower. The mood became too serious and she felt awkward to do it herself or something like that. Cook. Anyways, she's quite the meddlesome girl. Mechas tapped Choi Hyuk's shoulder and took the lead. Anyways, I am indebted to her, so I'll guide you well. Just follow me. Then he started to climb the dark, dim stairs. The Logistics Tower was the only place with stairs within the supply store. It was a place where you could go up and down instead of walking around. Bright text shined like neon signs on the rundown walls. If Choi Hyuk was a bit older, he might have thought of the dark, remote stores in Yongsan Electronics Market or Nakwon Shopping Center. They were like the stores that were dark all day long, with cracked white cement, and signs forbidding students from entering. It wasn't only the Logistics Tower, but all the shops he had passed matched the name lowest-ranked shops and were unpleasant. However, as there were almost no people near the Logistics Tower, it was a level drearier. It's because only sovereigns can pass here. And sovereigns are rare. Can other species come here besides their sovereigns? What did you hear me say just now? Only sovereigns can enter the Logistics Tower. Oh, aha. You're talking about the supply store in general, not the Logistics Tower, right? Yeah. So your species is a consumables one, huh? Deferred, to be exact, right? Then yeah, you're right. Other species can come to the supply store once they've been designated as warriors. Even if they aren't sovereigns. Though they can't use the Logistics Tower. Those fucking consumables. That fucking deferred status. Every time he heard it, he felt depressed. How do you get a warrior designation? Species who have gotten rid of the consumables judgment go through an examination of qualifications. If you spend 10,000 mission points, you can obtain the right to attempt the lowest ranked warrior evaluation. Well, normally they pass if they have the ability to get 10,000 mission points. You have to get rid of the consumables judgment, meaning consumables aren't even worth evaluating. Choi Hyuk bit his lip, but mechas didn't care in the slightest. He heard the sound of metal brushing against each other from Mechas' body. Mechas chattered on with his high-pitched voice that sounded like a saxophone. Although Choi Hyuk couldn't understand the actual language, from the translated message, it seemed that he was teasing him. That's right. Aya, your shoulders must feel heavy. Sovereigns need to do well in order to rid their species of the consumables judgment, but how is it normally? Well, they say 7 or 8 out of 10 fail and end up as consumables. And if they end up as consumables? I'm not sure. I'm only a lowest ranked warrior, so I don't know exactly, but they say that your entire species gets thrown into a monster-infested planet. Of course, there is no return code. It's sort of like a harassing the rear tactic, but the result is, of course, complete annihilation. Crazy. Involuntary curses erupted from Choi Hyuk's mouth. Even though he didn't have a lot of affection towards humanity, he couldn't help but feel angry. They rank species that are living well by themselves however they want, and if they fall short, they drive the whole species into a corner? Kiki, you carry a lot on your shoulders, friend. Mechas said provokingly before going ahead. Where are you going? I was planning on checking out the equipment shop facilities first. Equipment shops? You must have quite the fortune. Anyways, you can build those later. Just trust me and follow behind. Mechas passed through a dark hallway and opened a door. Unlike the hallway, which wasn't maintained properly, the room was wide and normal. All sorts of fist-sized patterns were floating in the air. If you're a sovereign buying facilities for the first time, you need to reveal your trait in fate. Especially when you have a consumables judgment. What's that? Choi Hyuk, who felt that the order had been reversed, asked in an unsatisfied voice. Mechas didn't care. What do you mean, what is it? It's the basics that make you stronger. Though equipment might look really important right now, if you look at the future, they aren't even comparable. Mechas didn't give a proper explanation. He simply shoved Choi Hyuk forward. His strength was so strong that Choi Hyuk, who was suddenly pushed, entered into the crowd of floating patterns. What the hell or why? Choi Hyuk, who was about to burst into anger, suddenly became surprised and unsheathed the predator's blade. Ho! You have good senses. It seems like you're not a sovereign for nothing. Mechas' voice sounded faint, however, Choi Hyuk wasn't able to pay attention due to the gazes that were observing him. Observing him? No. They were scanning his skin. No. It wasn't even that. Foreign karma passed through his skin, entering inside him, and needed his organs. What is this? As he didn't know what seized control of him, he couldn't act recklessly. Before he could do anything, he was surrounded. The unfamiliar sensation, that felt as if pudding was being crammed into his body, was unpleasant. Don't worry. It's scanning to find the most suitable fate for you. That's why I'm saying. What is this fate? The unfamiliar sensation was no longer the problem. His mind was becoming detached. Mechas' voice and his own reply were getting further and further away. He felt as if he had dozed off. Suddenly, the world became brighter. No, it became darker? The unfamiliar sensation that filled his entire body had at some point disappeared. Though he felt displeased at the fact he had momentarily lost consciousness, there were no other dangers. Mechas moved his hollow eyes. An amused attitude. 3 patterns approached Choi Hyuk. Then, a message appeared. Aptitude examination complete. 3 suitable fates outputted. You are currently able to activate 1. Your karma will develop when you do the relevant actions of the fate you have chosen. Sovereigns are able to record their suitable fate in the supply type fate shop. Suitable fates. Battle addict, 100% aptitude. The more intensely you fight, the longer a fight lasts, or the deeper your concentration gets from being immersed in a fight, the faster your karma will develop. Undying 1, 93% aptitude. Every time you survive a life-threatening situation, your karma will develop in large leaps. Raging 1, 81% aptitude. The more intensely enraged you become, the faster your karma will develop. Whoa. 100% aptitude? Mechaz's surprised voice sounded out in a long low tone. It seemed to be his species' surprised voice. Is it good? Only now did Choi Hyuk get a grasp of what fate meant. It was a method that could develop his karma, which had no other way of developing, except for killing until now. It was an essential foundation in quickly becoming stronger. Of course it's good. I occasionally hear news of 100% aptitudes, but for me to see it with my own eyes, you're more amazing than I thought? Mechaz's skin rippled in excitement. It made a pleasant sound. Really? Then does that mean I should choose Battle Addict as expected? Since it was only possible to activate 1, he needed to choose from the 3. Mechaz gave him somewhat of a tip. They each have their own pros and cons. Every time you activate the fate of the Undying 1, your karma could rise to the point of going from 3-star to 4-star. However, if you aren't in a lot of life-threatening situations, your karma develops very slowly. This one relies quite heavily on chance. From the start, it's not like you can enter a life-threatening situation whenever you want to. You usually die when those situations arise, and that's the end. On the other hand, Battle Addict can increase your karma proportionally to the amount of effort you put in as long as you become somewhat immersed in fighting or fight intense battles often. However, if you constantly fight intense battles, you obviously won't be able to ensure your life. The one that can increase your strength the safest is Raging 1. Although it's slower than the above 2 and you aren't as compatible with it, you are able to increase your strength without the danger of dying. Choi Hyuk decided the moment he listened to Mechaz's explanation. Safety? Choi Hyuk didn't consider it. But that didn't mean he could leave getting stronger up to luck. Also, he would undoubtedly become stronger more quickly with 100% aptitude. Then, I'm going to choose Battle Addict. You sure you're okay with it? It's going to be dangerous. It's not dangerous. As his heart became determined, another message popped up. Battle Addict 100% aptitude. Cost for activation. Need 500 mission points. As expected, nothing was free here. Take it. The moment he declared that, the world disappeared. Whoa. When he recovered his senses, Choi Hyuk was standing in the middle of a battlefield. As always. The first thing he felt were the wounds. A pleasant painfulness and heat. However, he soon forgot about them as he saw the enemies. The enemies rushed at him as a black mass. The mass extended beyond the horizon. However, the figures of his enemies were hazy in his eyes. The only thing that was clear were their flaws. The traces of their oncoming attacks. Choi Hyuk's concentration approached its peak. The sight in front of him became simpler and simpler. After some time, he was simply dancing alone amidst countless shining lines. The predator's blade in his hand. The sword repeatedly became heavier and lighter. Soon, he even forgot the sword. He felt a comfortable sensation as if he was cutting through water currents in the deep ocean. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. No one stood in his surroundings. Even the horizon was only filled with the corpses of his enemies. Wah! When he opened his eyes again, he was in the room with floating patterns. One of the 3 patterns that had approached him had greatly expanded. The pattern exemplified a sharp red line cutting through the deep darkness. You have obtained the Fate Battle Addict. It felt strange. It felt as if he had discovered his calling in life. He even wanted to fight immediately. As the more he fought, the faster he would grow. Will you purchase the Fate Shop that can be set up in your colonized lands? The Fate Shop is able to grant others with Sovereign Choi Hyuk suitable fates, Battle Addict, Undying One, and Raging One. The price of the Fate Shop is 10,000 mission points. In my colonized lands? Is it impossible to set it up on Earth? Because of the consumables, deferred, judgment, it is not possible. Though he had originally planned on setting it up in his territory, he still felt displeased when he heard it wasn't possible to set it up on Earth because they were consumables. However, there was nothing he could do. He was currently in a situation where he had to hide his anger and keep taking steps forward. I'll buy it. The foothold in getting stronger over time, Fate. Like Mechas had said, it was a higher priority than the equipment shop. It was an essential shop for humanity. If Flame Rain hadn't arranged for Mechas to meet him, he would have undoubtedly not learned of this valuable information. I owe her one. He engraved the help he received to memory as he asked Mechas. Where do we go now? Now you need to use your karma better. We'll go to Karma Trait Shop. Mechas grinned. The 4,500 soldiers situated in Baralolian Hill 1 were surrounded by a light as they saw Choi Hyuk return. He returned after half a day had passed. Although it hadn't been long, they sensed changes in Choi Hyuk. He had become sharper and more explosive. What the? Did Leader eat something good by himself? Lee Jin-hee mumbled. Don't worry. Everyone's going to eat some. Choi Hyuk placed his hand on her shoulder and passed by. Then, as if he had just remembered, he added. Thanks. I will repay you. It was a thank you for the air void wave that allowed him to earn 30,000 mission points, but Lee Jin-hee didn't know what he was talking about and only blinked her eyes. Choi Hyuk passed her and stood in the middle of Baralolian Hill 1. Then he took out a fist-sized transparent pyramid from his bag and placed it on the ground. Grudududuk. Although he had placed a fist-sized pyramid on the ground, an enormous pyramid sprouted from the ground accompanied by loud noises. As if sucking in the ores in its surroundings, the ground itself lowered and the transparent pyramid Choi Hyuk had placed on the ground stood at the apex of the now-formed pyramid with a red tinge. It looked natural, looking as though it was part of the transparent pyramid from the beginning. ____________. Territory Pyramid LV1. Within a 1 kilometer radius, the stats of monsters will be reduced significantly and the effectiveness of allies' karma will be increased greatly. ________________. An item that was above the weakening barriers used in Survive and Escape. It was the Territory Pyramid. Choi Hyuk threw 2 building miniatures near the Territory Pyramid. The building miniatures, like the Territory Pyramid, absorbed the surrounding ground and expanded. Then they automatically connected to the Territory Pyramid and formed a single, massive fortress. A Fate Shop was created, and then a Trait Shop. The 2 shops protruded up from the middle of the Territory Pyramid like a terrace. While the 4,500 surprise people could only blink their eyes at the buildings being built in an instant, Choi Hyuk shouted. Now this place is our territory. Though the specific feeling each person felt was different. The surge of excitement they felt was the same. Oof! The cheers of the humans on Baralolian Hill 1 shook the land. They were the first humans to have taken root on the ruined planet, Dragonic. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 50. Episode 4, The Great Colonizing Age / Chapter 50, Investigation, 1. TL, Empty Cube. Editor, Obelisk. T/N, there is a bit of a time skip from the last chapter. The Great Colonizing Age had begun. Colonization was profitable, and you had no choice but to take part even if you wished to avoid it. Both the resources only produced in these lands and the alien products, which could only be bought from the sovereign shops, were undoubtedly valuable and worth a lot of money. However, that wasn't all. The ground on Earth kept becoming drier. All experts claimed that if they didn't start farming in these new lands, humanity would no longer have a future. On top of that, the number of missing people increased. In 2 years, 5% of the total population had disappeared. And, like Beijing Man had predicted, they were found in the colonizing lands, Dragonic. Earthlings called these people immigrants. Choi Hyuk had colonized half of Barololian Hill and was now looking to expand to the wide plains beyond it. 3,000 soldiers participated in this expedition. There wasn't much. Even though Choi Hyuk was the first colonizer, his growth was slower than other sovereigns. Still, his berserkers were all known to be elites. The nickname he received during Survive and Escape, Berserker, had been spread through word of mouth, and now each of his followers was known as a berserker while he himself was known as the Berserk Sovereign. His troops were collectively called the Berserkers. It had come to the point where Choi Hyuk would react to berserkers and Berserk Sovereign naturally. It was a smooth march. The plains continued endlessly, and because they had already annihilated the plains shark monster tribe that had a tight hold on the nearby land, they weren't met with many monsters either. The weather was refreshing. The sky still looked like whirlpools of milk, and the berserkers were marching in the direction of the largest whirlpool. Baek Seoin, who was walking next to him and looking at a transparent tablet, suddenly became surprised and said, "Leader, there's a reaction from a native." "Native? Not an immigrant?" "Yes. It's the first time it's rung since I downloaded this app. They called Earthlings who had been forcefully moved to Dragonic immigrants. Unlike regular people who could freely move back and forth between Earth and Dragonic as long as they had enough mission points, immigrants, who had been forced here, couldn't use the portals that led to Earth. Because they were people who could not leave Dragonic, they were called immigrants. On the other hand, you had the descendants of the fallen Dragonics. They called the indigenous people, who survived by avoiding the monsters' attacks, natives. They were rare. Only 3 colonized lands, Israel, Thailand, and Germany, had sighted the natives. As they were a bunch who survived on a planet occupied by monsters, they possessed many mysterious and useful techniques. The benefits they could gain through interactions with them were endless. Many colonizers dreamed of encountering the natives. As a result of this, Baek Seoin had bought a transparent tablet made with alien technology and had downloaded a native tracking application on it. Choi Hyuk looked around. Endless plains. He occasionally saw foaming-mouthed monsters rushing towards them, and the search party, having been dispatched ahead, dealing with them. There were no other living beings besides them. "I don't see any. Since they have lived until now by avoiding monsters' eyes, of course they are hiding in a hidden place. For example? Underground." Baek Seoin coolly pointed to the ground. Choi Hyuk looked down towards the ground. It seemed possible. However, if they were hiding underground, it would be hard to find them. He began to think. Would finding natives really be helpful? There was a clear goal for this expedition. Of course, finding the natives would undoubtedly be beneficial in the long run, but he couldn't help but wonder if he needed to find them right this moment. "Don't we have to wait for Chu Youngjin and Ryu Hyunsun to come back before we decide which direction we go? If we find the natives, we will also be able to obtain information about our surroundings. I think we should search." Baek Seoin advised on searching. His judgment was usually correct. Choi Hyuk nodded. Fine. We stay here. 3,000 soldiers quickly dropped their bags and set up tents. It had been 2 years since Choi Hyuk successfully colonized his land. The world had changed greatly. Many sovereigns had succeeded in colonizing and new sovereigns had emerged as well. There were currently 40 activated portals. The number of people who received the sovereign title was about the same. Chu Youngjin and Ryu Hyunsung were entrusted with a separate mission and had headed out to another sovereign's land. The colonized land of Lao Ban, a sovereign from Macau. There they saw people locked in cages. They were slaves. This place was a hot springs town called Pyongria situated deep in the colonized land near the portal between Macau and Dragonic. This was a common sight here. Unattractive men and women were in a dirty state, while beautiful men and women had all been dolled up. They were sorted into different cages. Both sides had no hope in their eyes, seemingly dead inside. Ryu Hyunsung sounded sick. Fuck. They had heard stories, but the shock they felt from looking at this personally was completely different. The people within the cages were those commonly called immigrants. The people who were the cause of accelerated colonization, the immigrants. They were the Earthlings who had disappeared and were forcefully transported to Dragonic. They were unable to go through the portal and return to Earth. It was also a place where the corresponding sovereign could exercise their extraterritoriality and control over those who passed through the portal. In a place where crime was rampant, these immigrants, who had nowhere to go, became easy targets. We need fellow colonizers and they are overflowing with them here. Chu Youngjin clicked his tongue. Of course they had found immigrants in Choi Hyuk's colonized land. Choi Hyuk took them in as equals and allowed them to live in his colonized cities. And, in the case their goals and skills were appropriate, he would even accept them as berserkers. This fit well with Choi Hyuk's aim, which put everything on the line for combat. As many immigrants were ready warriors. They had suddenly been dropped onto a planet filled with monsters, Dragonic. All they possessed were weapons and karma. For them to have succeeded in surviving in these conditions meant they were already proven warriors. Only, they were usually weaker than Earth Awakenees because Earth Awakenees had generally awakened earlier than them. The Awakenees also had access to a greater variety of items and had formed into different powers. But aren't those people too weak? It's either because it hasn't been long since they became immigrants or because they were weak even compared to other immigrants. Where are all the strong ones? Chu Youngjin questioned. I don't know. It doesn't seem like they've accepted them into their colonized land either. When he heard Chu Youngjin's words, Ryu Hyunsung felt something was weird. Even in Lao Ban's other colonized cities they had passed until now, Jiyu, Yeshur, and Wanwu, they had not heard about any immigrant warriors being accepted into their land. And only weak immigrants were being sold in Pyongriu, which had a slave market. Then is that really true? That sovereign Lao Ban has the fate, plunderer? Ryu Hyunsung mumbled. Chu Youngjin indifferently replied. No doubt he's a crazy bastard. Since they are bastards who had even killed our berserkers. Though they flatly denied doing that. Coincidences can only happen once or twice. All sovereigns are hostile against Lao Ban. But it seems like this place is doing well. With a bitter expression, Chu Youngjin observed the guests who filled the slave market. There were a lot of people even though this was a remote place. There were all sorts of people who had gathered here in Pyongriu, from people seeking pleasure and pimps looking to recruit people for their adult entertainment establishment to plantation owners who had come looking for workers. Even though it was a city far away from the portal, guests from all over the world gathered here for the only slave market in the world. Even when 30 sovereigns, including Choi Hyuk, had banned trading with the sovereign of dark secrets Lao Ban, it was to no avail. The sovereign of dark secrets Lao Ban was a headache of the current world. He received 2 big criticisms. One was continuously killing other colonizers and the other was inhumane treatment of immigrants. If Berserk sovereign Choi Hyuk had put everything into battle for the development of his land, then the sovereign of dark secrets Lao Ban had put everything into one concept: money. Not only did he possess a natural talent for money, he was obsessed with it. Choi Hyuk's shops were all filled with consumables and equipment necessary for battle, whilst Lao Ban's shops were filled with convenient alien products. Even the transparent tablet Baek Seowen was using was first sold in Lao Ban's shops. Instead of the supplies from the supply store of the Flame Wing tribe, Lao Ban was more interested in trading with the aliens in the marketplace. And that was how new products from different cultures arrived on Earth. If that was all, no one would condemn him, but he went a step further. Disappeared Earthlings who would have been someone's family or lover. He even started a wicked act of selling these immigrants as slaves. Other sovereigns were enraged at his actions and continuously sent warnings, but they weren't able to actually act. As long as your base was situated in a colonialized land on Dragonic, you could only enter their territory through a portal. But the portal leading to Lao Ban's territory was under his management. He was able to instantly kick out anyone he refuses, which meant that using military force to control him was impossible. Although they eventually decided to impose economic sanctions against Lao Ban by officially announcing a trade ban with him, people who had become engrossed in the products and pleasure offered by Lao Ban would continuously enter his territory by hiding their identity. Both Macau and mainland China, who enjoyed the benefits they brought with them, acted as nothing was happening and remained bystanders. They were frustrating efforts. Though all colonized lands were located on Dragonic, their locations were very far apart from each other. Currently, colonized lands were no different from unreachable islands, and controlling what goes on in a territory was an incredibly difficult task. It was natural for all sorts of crime to be rampant. Yet, it was difficult to close their eyes to the sheer scale of Lao Ban's evil deeds. Even though multiple sovereigns cooperated together, they weren't able to come up with an effective restriction due to Lao Ban's outstanding ability. Ryu Hyunsung revealed a bitter smile as he approached a cage. He had to gather information to complete his mission. "Hey!" he called out to a youth inside the cage. Surprised, the youth instinctively turned his head. He had been trained to obey orders. Though unspeakable acts of violence were committed during training. Ryu Hyunsung hid his expression and calmly asked, "Where did you get captured? Can you tell me which direction it is from this city?" At his question, the youth looked as if he was about to cry. Truthfully, he had heard similar questions before. Horrible tortures were committed by slave traders to figure out where other immigrants were. The youth trembled in fear and lowered his head. That way. That's all I know. That's really all I know." The youth pointed at a white whirlpool in the sky. Ryu Hyunsung was familiar with this whirlpool. He nodded. "Thank you." Although he had unintentionally distressed the youth, he had obtained the information he wanted. Ryu Hyunsung left the cage and joined up with Chu Youngjin. They both attempted to leave the city. If only they weren't caught by slavers. "EY. What did you do just now?" In colonized lands that were no different for lawless regions, there was a clear-cut difference in the treatment of guests and non-guests. If you had a lot of money or was a regular, then you could receive a 5-star hotel treatment. However, it was common to beat wanderers like Ryu Hyunsung and Chu Youngjin, who only looked and didn't buy anything, to death. It was a characteristic of slavers to be the part merchant part gangster type. Ryu Hyunsung calmly observed the oncoming slavers. He saw black corpse silhouettes with a red background on their shoulders. They were patterns indicating their fates. Ryu Hyunsung had one as well. He was hiding it now, but it was the pattern of a battle addict, a red trajectory slicing through a black background. It was the same fate as the Berserk sovereign, Choi Hyuk. Ryu Hyunsung indifferently asked, "Are you guys working under the Sovereign of Dark Secrets?" The pattern the Sovereign of Dark Secrets had was exactly the black corpse and red background. The exact name of the fate wasn't known. Only, there were rumors it was the plunderer. Unlike other sovereigns, he only allowed his followers to use his fate. Because of this, Ryu Hyunsung had in fact asked a useless question. There was no doubt those with that pattern were his followers. However, it wasn't completely useless, as it was an impressive provocation. What? The Sovereign of Dark Secrets? Is this bastard crazy? The nickname, Sovereign of Dark Secrets, wasn't one Laoban made himself. It was a nickname created by enemy sovereigns. It was a forbidden name within his territory. The four slavers became enraged and raised their weapons. Swish! Chu Youngjin partly unsheathed his sword and looked at Ryu Hyunsung. What should we do? He asked with his eyes. Swish! Instead of a reply, Ryu Hyunsung unsheathed his sword and extended a karma blade. Then, introduced himself. Berserker Ryu Hyunsung. He had no thought of avoiding a fight. Ryu Hyunsung and Chu Youngjin had two motives for coming here. First was to investigate, and the other was to give them a warning. As they had quietly come to their destination, it was now time to give them a warning. Rumble! Chu Youngjin roused his own unique karma. A soft rumbling sound could be heard. Berserker Chu Youngjin. He smiled as he unsheathed a blood-red sword. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 51. Episode 4, The Great Colonizing Age / Chapter 51, Investigation, 2. TL, Empty Cube. Editor, Obelisk. When Choi Hyuk opened a fate and trait shop on Baralolian Hill, everyone was happily deciding what they would choose. There were 3 fates that could be chosen from: Undying 1, Battle Addict, and Raging 1. Also, karma traits were much more diverse than the fates. Whatever they chose, they would become stronger. However, there was a combination that would let them become even stronger than that. What should they choose? Once a trait or fate was chosen, it would, depending on the situation, cost a lot to change it, so they had to choose wisely. However, as everything was new, no one could tell what was good or bad. This eventually led to the popularization of Choi Hyuk's chosen fate and trait, Battle Addict and Mind's Eye. Yet, Chu Youngjin chose a different trait and fate from his leader, Choi Hyuk, and created his own extraordinary style. So the fighting style of the Berserkers separated into 2 main styles: Choi Hyuk's style and Chu Youngjin's style. Rumble, rumble, dot. As if starting a large machine, the rumbling sounds emitting from Chu Youngjin's body became a level deeper. He had activated the karma trait, Explosive Blood. Explosive blood would, with the exception of control, sharply increase power, speed, endurance, stamina, and recovery when activated. It was number 1 in terms of power. Only, it had a side effect that made it a trait unusable by some. Rumble. The karma that was packed in his body stirred and started to boil. The karma that was protecting his body reversed and started attacking it. A pain that felt as though each cell was being sliced apart overcame his body. Yet, Chu Youngjin didn't even bat an eye. What was more, he even activated his innate skill Berserker along with it. His karma became even more ferocious as his power, speed, and recovery increased even further. Then, his muscles started to shrink and his joints became frayed proportional to the aggressive karma. As if his whole body had become an engine, it continued to boil and emit heat and pain. Chu Youngjin's body was repeatedly becoming damaged due to his karma and simultaneously healing. The pain was enough to make any normal person insane. Even the berserkers, who had gone through all sorts of hardships, found it difficult to fight whilst enduring this pain. Because of this, explosive blood had become a trait that not anyone could choose because it was powerful. Nonetheless, it seemed as though Chu Youngjin didn't feel anything. Only his reddening eyes burned. Due to intensive rage, free karma point increased by 1. Although Chu Youngjin didn't feel the pain, it didn't mean that he didn't feel anything. Only, because his insides were constantly filled with incomparable loss and pain, did this pain not feel like much. Raging One was the most suitable fate for him. His aptitude was a whopping 96%. What? Choi Hyuk? Don't tell me. The Sword Demon? The slavers froze when they heard that name. Their faces turned deathly pale. However, it was too late. Rumble. On the next sound of thunder, the slaver in front was crushed and blown away like a tomato. Fuck. It was surprising, but they were still experienced battle veterans. They immediately prepared for battle and targeted Choi Hyuk. One stabbed with a spear while the other two threw throwing knives. Whoosh! The bladed weapons flew, with a bluish tinge, making a refreshing sound. Karma trait resilience. One's karma would become resilient, making it better to shoot with, and when it is attached to a weapon, it increases its penetrating force. As it was useful and had a decent performance, it was a trait chosen by many awakenees with no particular talent. Instantly, a spear was aimed at Choi Hyuk's chest, while throwing knives flew to his forehead. Rumble. However, another thunderclap erupted and the spear and throwing knives aimed at Choi Hyuk bounced off. Choi Hyuk's karma barrier wasn't continuous like Choi Hyuk's. Rather, it had a much more explosive power to it. When used at a necessary moment, karma would explode with Choi Hyuk at the center and push back everything in his vicinity. The enemy spear bent significantly before wobbling in different directions. What bastards! As a commotion arose from one area, the whole market became noisy. Slave traders from different places started to gather. Ryu Hyun-sung acted this time. Hey! I'm disappointed. You're all only targeting Choi Hyuk. Am I not surprising? I'm Ryu Hyun-sung. Berserker Ryu Hyun-sung. The Knight Captain Ryu Hyun-sung? Yeah, that's what they call me too. Swish. Ryu Hyun-sung revealed a satisfied smile. A 30 centimeters karma blade extended out from his sword. As there was no need to make it longer when facing humans, this was enough. Ryu Hyun-sung was the best expert among the berserkers, after Choi Hyuk, who practiced Choi Hyuk's style. His fate was Battle Addict while his trait was Mind's Eye. The same as Choi Hyuk's. Use throwing weapons first to drain their strength. As expected, in a slave market where many interested parties gathered, the power here was significant. The pressure from 5 awakenees simultaneously throwing knives and spears was powerful. However, the trajectories of all the attacks were clearly visible in Ryu Hyun-sung's eyes. The karma trait Mind's Eye made controlling karma much easier and made it into a sensitive organ that could gather information on one's surroundings. Although it didn't raise one's offensive strength directly like explosive blood or resilience, there was no better weapon for someone with extraordinary senses. Ryu Hyun-sung's saber elegantly flew in the air. The quickly approaching throwing weapons seemed to be caught by his senses and moved in slow motion. Looking at their trajectories, he chose the best path. He stretched his saber and lightly pushed the closest spear away. Afterwards, he turned his wrists and flipped his saber to deflect 2 throwing knives at the same time. He then rotated his saber once more and hit the head of the next oncoming spear. Clink, clink, clink. The last spear, which was hit on its head, rotated and bounced away the throwing knife behind it. After cleanly clearing the 5 weapons, the enemies were now within Ryu Hyun-sung's range. Gawk! Ah! There was no enemy that met his sword. Ryu Hyun-sung, the national saber athlete at Korea National Sport University. With his world-class sword skills and the addition of a weapon known as Mind's Eye, nothing could obstruct his path. The saber that was about to split someone's head suddenly turned and cut someone's wrist. The saber that was about to block an oncoming enemy's sword, pushed the sword down and charged towards the enemy's undefended neck. The severed arms and necks of the slave traders rolled on the ground. Even when tens of people rushed at him, the result was the same. Either they were ripped apart by Choi Hyuk or cut into pieces by Ryu Hyunsung. Boring. I can't raise my karma fighting like this. The fate of battle addicts would increase one's karma the more intensely one fought. So Ryu Hyunsung preferred to have more intense fights. Both Choi Hyuk and Ryu Hyunsung didn't try to conceal their identities, but neither did they let any of their enemies live. There were other spectators around them, but once they annihilated those directly involved, it would take a longer time to understand the truth of what happened. As it was impossible to communicate electronically in Dragonic, it would take quite a bit of time for this to be reported to the center, for the center to dispatch an investigative party, and for the investigative party to investigate and report back. It was better to reveal their identities. However, as they needed to create time for them to escape, they didn't want their identities to be exposed too quickly. These were the actions taken after taking these factors into account. Why? Why would the berserkers? The last remaining slave trader asked whilst leaning against a cage and breathing heavily. Ryu Hyunsung crouched down in front of him. You guys ignored our warnings several times. You even killed 2 berserkers who were on a mission last week. That wasn't us. The fuck that wasn't. Thud. As Ryu Hyunsung gestured with his fingers, Choi Hyuk, who was next to him, unhesitantly sliced the slave trader's neck. A bloody stench. An unpleasant sight. This sight would become a clear warning to the groups who figured out what actually occurred later. Why berserkers were called berserkers? What would happen if you got on their nerves? Ryu Hyunsung raised his head and looked at the sky. A milky sky. The weather was fine. Perhaps it was because it was a hot spring city, but he felt a pleasant humidity and could see pretty little buildings beyond the cages. Now, should we cause even more of a mess? Bang! Clank! Choi Hyuk and Ryu Hyunsung smashed apart the cages that had locked up the immigrants. There were occasionally, "What do I do now?" questions, but every time the two would reply, "Whatever you want." In fact, the two immediately left after smashing the cages apart. They didn't care if the immigrants fled or stayed there. Once they left the city Pyongryu, Choi Hyuk stretched and then said in a happy tone, "We're almost done with our mission. We can return once we're done examining the topography, right? You want to return quickly?" "Yes. Home is good. K. Let's finish quickly and go back." They had finished with their first warning. However, if they stopped there, they wouldn't be known as the berserkers. And this sort of warning wasn't enough to bring the sovereign of dark secrets Lao Ban to his senses. Ryu Hyunsung and Choi Hyuk began their topography examination for their next move. A few berserkers, including Choi Hyuk, were slowly walking around their camp with their eyes closed. It was to utilize their mind's eye the best they could and look for the natives' underground abode. Choi Hyuk and Baek Seowan were the best at using mind's eye, so it wouldn't be a stretch to call them executives. Lee Jinhee, who had chosen explosive blood over mind's eye, stood next to them bored. "I wonder if Ryu Hyung and Young Jin are doing well." With nothing to do, she walked next to Baek Seowan, who was hard at work, and constantly asked him questions. "We got their report on a mission they did together 2 days ago. Everything went smoothly." Even though he was bothered, Baek Seowan still replied, "It's already been 2 days since then. How do you know nothing happened during those 2 days? Just wait a little. They are expected to return 3 days from now. Baek Hyung, aren't you worried? After sending them to the enemy camp, Worried? About who? It's not like we sent only Choi Hyuk or only Ryu Hyunsung. We sent them together, so who am I worried about? Still, it's the enemy camp. Don't worry. We've decided to only cause commotions on the outskirts. In a world where people kill each other near the portal, they can't help but be slow when dealing with events that occur on the outskirts. Unless they dispatch an expedition like us. At his reply, Lee Jin-hee stopped her protest and silently followed next to him. She was more bored than worried about them in the first place. Baek Seo-won's forehead wrinkled. It seemed he was using mind's eye the best he could, but the results weren't good. Looking at his figure, Lee Jin-hee grinned. You always bragged about not losing to the leader in terms of using mind's eye, but why are you so bad at it? What happened to the innate skill that was optimized for mind's eye? At her teasing words, Baek Seo-won let out a groan. In reality, Baek Seo-won was as confident in using mind's eye for perception as Choi Hyuk was. As he really had a natural talent in that regard. A karma trait meant that you were granting specific properties unto your neutral karma. However, before artificially granting them, there were some people whose karma naturally possessed certain properties. They were the awakenees who had awakened a special power known as innate skills. Also, when a person who possessed an innate skill used a karma trait that was compatible with their innate skill, it would sharply increase its effectiveness. It was to the point where there was even a hypothesis that the concept of karma traits was created with innate skills as a reference. Chu Youngjin's berserker and explosive blood fitted together like a set. Innate skills like Choi Hyuk's eyes of distinction and Baek Seo-won's intuition were very compatible with mind's eye, which possessed a sensing ability. That was why Baek Seo-won, who had better senses than anyone else, was confident that he wouldn't lose to Choi Hyuk in terms of perception ability. Even still, there was no result. It's really weird. We checked around where the reaction from the native came from, but for us to still not be able to find it. They started this exploration thinking it would only take a day. Yet for there to be no results after half a day, as the one who suggested exploring, Baek Seo-won was concerned. As she stared at Baek Seo-won, Lee Jin-hee suddenly asked. Maybe it's like that? What? Magic. There's stuff like that in fantasy novels. An illusionary magic that covers the entrance. That's only in novels. Baek Seo-won, who was about to reject her idea, suddenly stopped. It was definitely impossible for humans to use their karma in such diverse methods like magic from fantasy novels. However, because it was impossible for humans, did it mean that it was impossible for the natives here? If this hypothesis was correct, then their searching method was wrong. What they had to find was not an underground tunnel but an awkward karma that was hiding the tunnel. Wait. It is really like that? Right? I'm right, right? Be quiet for a moment. Baek Seo-won told her to be quiet as he concentrated to his limit. He extended tentacles of karma out in every direction. The world was filled with faint karma. Among them, he tried to distinguish between natural and awkward parts. It was difficult at first as he had no prior experience in what was natural karma and what wasn't. Nonetheless, he soon found a spot. Eureka! A trembling voice came out from Baek Seo-won's mouth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 52. Episode, The Great Colonizing Age / Chapter 52, Investigation, 3. TL, Empty Cube. Editor, Obelisk. It's here? Choi Hyun ran here after hearing Baek Seo-won's call, and the berserkers gathered here all had puzzled expressions. The place Baek Seo-won said was the entrance looked no different from any other place. It was flat with lots of grass. They didn't see anything that resembled a tunnel entrance, and even when they heightened their perception ability, they didn't feel anything that felt like a tunnel. This is the place. Try to feel the karma here rather than the surrounding terrain. Even when Baek Seo-won explained, the others were still puzzled. Only Choi Hyuk felt something was weird. Now that I think about it, karma only ripples here? Natural karma changed unpredictably. There were times when the density of karma would increase and even ripple. However, it was rare to see only a specific part move completely differently from its surroundings. Other berserkers had a hard time comprehending what the natural state of karma was, so they were slow in realizing it, but Choi Hyuk instinctively felt what was wrong. Yes, leader. It looks like the natives are much better at using karma than we expected. There's no doubt they used karma to hide the entrance. Like illusionary magic. Maybe Adot. Choi Hyuk nodded. Okay, I know what to do. Whether it was magic or not, as long as it was created with karma, the solution was simple. Choi Hyuk gathered a karma storm in his right hand. Void wave. Boom. Void wave had the effect of blowing away karma near its vicinity. As the storm of karma rampaged on its surroundings, tree roots started to appear from the ground, which was only filled with grass previously. Ha! There? People became surprised when they saw the tree roots. However, once the effective void wave was over, the tree roots were concealed, turning into a grassy area once again. As expected, it's not enough with just this. Choi Hyuk had controlled his strength to test it out. Hoo-oo. This time he took a deep breath and became serious. He created another karma storm. Unlike last time, he created 3 storms and repulsed them in his hand. This was the critical skill that allowed the void wave to be recorded in the supply store. A resonance and explosion utilizing repulsion. It required precise control, but, with it, it was possible to bring forth a large effect without using a lot of power. The storm of karma resonated above Choi Hyuk's hand and exploded. A silent explosion. The karma that blocked their vision was blasted away. As if snow had melted to reveal the world's true self, tree roots appeared above the grassy ground. The ground they had thought was a shallow furrow was, in fact, all tree roots. The scale was quite significant as well. To the point that they filled the whole area the void wave affected. This most likely extended beyond the void wave's range. Something was strange. They saw tree roots, yet they didn't see any trees. They didn't even see a single trunk or branch, only tree roots covered the ground. Wow! It's like magic. Lee Jinhee admired as she walked on a tree root that was stuck in the ground. Half the area was dirt while the other half was made up of roots. She, who was plodding along, suddenly stopped. At her feet lay a door made of carved roots. This looks like the entrance? For us to not notice it even though it was right here. There didn't seem to be other security measures on the door either. When Choi Hyuk nodded, Lee Jinhee opened the door. She was able to easily open the door that seemed to be 4 times larger than regular doors. Creak. Thud. Dot. The door opened wide. Wah! The door led to the inside of a tree root. The roots on the surface were only a small portion. The giant hollow tree root formed a long underground tunnel. Lee Jinhee jumped in and brushed her hand against the walls. It was smooth like wooden furniture. The tunnel wasn't dark as light flowed from the wood grain. This is no joke. The groups found until now were from small-scale villages of 100 natives. Looking at the illusionary magic and this amazing tree, we might actually meet a city of natives instead of a village. Baek Seoin said in a voice filled with wonder and suspense. He jumped into the wood tunnel and looked around before carefully suggesting to Choi Hyuk. The natives might feel threatened by us and try to attack. Wouldn't it be best if we sent an envoy first? Those with good intentions do not come, and those who come do not come with good intentions. 1. To humans, this may be an exciting adventure in a mysterious world, but there was no guarantee that the natives didn't see them as invading plunderers who had deactivated their defense system. There are no good men among those who trespass. However, Choi Hyuk shook his head. No. Everyone will enter except for 1,000 who will stay up here. And Baek Hyung, how do you feel? Well, calm now. Actually, I'm a bit excited. Just in case, he checked Baek Seoin's intuition. There wasn't any problem. Good, enter. They began their march inside the long tree root. The wood tunnel slowly kept going deeper. At first, the tunnel was wide enough for 3 people to walk side by side, but as more and more tunnels joined together, it became wide enough for 6, then 12, then 24, and so on the deeper they went. This feels like an upside-down tree, Baek Seoin noted as he gazed at the faint light that wrapped around them. A tree where the roots led to the surface, and the trunk and branches reached deep into the ground. A faint scent of wood wafted in the air, and they would occasionally see unidentifiable green ores. Every time they came across a green ore, Baek Seoin would crack off a portion and collected them. But why are you collecting those unknown rocks every time we see them? When Lee Jin-hee asked, Baek Seoin clicked his tongue. You call yourself an executive and you still don't know? I'm making a map. As there are no constellations here, we are only able to roughly approximate our location using the whirlpools in the sky and the distribution of ores. A map. So, if we find rocks similar to those ores found near other portals, we might be nearby, like that? Something like that. We can even use this directly as a resource as well. As they continued down the tunnel while investigating their surroundings, a large gate blocked their path. It was a fortress built with dark wood and a yellowish-green mineral. The fortress walls seemed to be 30 meters tall. It was like a terrifyingly tall dam. Wow! Look at that! Lee Jin-hee exclaimed. Do we finally get to trade with natives? But the size is no joke? Considering the illusionary magic as well, it seems like this civilization is more advanced than the other natives who have been discovered already. The scale is large too. Baek Seoin couldn't contain his excitement. Sovereigns who had traded with the natives had all developed significantly. If they traded with them, how many benefits could they gain? But it looks like they even have an alarm device. It looks like they knew we were coming? Lee Jin-hee whistled as she looked at the native's solemnity. Halt! 2. Just then, they heard a familiar language. English? Up on top of the fortress, they saw the silhouette of a relatively small earthling. I think he might be an immigrant. It seems they sent him as an interpreter. Baek Seoin narrowed his eyes as he observed the top of the fortress. Either he was dimensionally teleported here in the first place or he was discovered as he wandered around Dragonic. Either way, he was a lucky immigrant. As the city would be safer than the surface. Is he an interpreter? Not needed. I'll speak directly. Choi Hyuk raised his voice. He had already undergone a language resonance procedure at the supply store. The general idea of his words would appear in the other's head. Also, the words of the other party would be translated and appear in his head. It was because of this language resonance that he was able to converse with the other aliens he met on missions. They seemed to be surprised by Choi Hyuk's language resonance. A small commotion erupted before the immigrant was replaced by a native behind him. For what purpose did you bring an army here? The language of the natives seemed similar to whistling and bird calls. Even from afar, he could hear it clearly. Choi Hyuk silently observed them. He saw 2 colors with his eyes of distinction. Black, ill will, and white, goodwill. It seemed that there was a bit of ill will because they came as an army. Then, what was the goodwill? Are they happy to see intelligent beings instead of monsters? It also looks as though their treatment of immigrants is good. If his guess was right, then they were a good group to trade with. However, was it really like that? I just need to confirm it. Choi Hyuk decided to not bother weighing every detail and to rather face them head-on. To ally with you. Do Earthlings bring armies when they come to ally with someone? Choi Hyuk happily brought it up, but the reaction was blunt. It was an expected reaction. This was why Baek Seoin warned him from the beginning. However, bringing an army wasn't a completely bad idea either. During the days of imperialism, Westerners established diplomatic relations by revealing their firepower, as it was sometimes necessary to demonstrate your military strength when trading with others. This was why Baek Seoin didn't really oppose it either. But, for them to have such a strong fortress. Maybe I should have stopped him a bit. Baek Seoin licked his lips. It was because their opponents weren't weak enough to show a military demonstration. Instead, it seemed to have been a negative factor. Yet, Choi Hyuk was composed. That's because I don't want a simple alliance. I want a strong alliance where it's okay to post each other's troops in either of our cities. Even Baek Seoin was surprised at his words. He thought that they were going to simply do what the sovereigns from Germany and Thailand did. Was he trying to create a semi-colonial state like the sovereigns from Israel by bringing an army? He thought about it briefly. But what did he mean by an alliance where it was okay to post each other's armies? Like birds twittering and the rustling of leaves, whistling sounds erupted from everywhere. It seemed the natives were dumbfounded, wondering what he was talking about. When Choi Hyuk examined them with his eyes of distinction, he saw that both white and black lights had disappeared. They seemed to be unsure of how to take his words. Just then, the representative of the natives said, "Ridiculous. Why must we?" "Because you're tight on time. Don't you have to rid the monsters off this land?" At his reply, the surrounding commotion died down. Get rid of monsters. Was there any task above this for these natives whose land had been snatched by monsters? Choi Hyuk continued. This will be an opportunity for you. You might not know this, but currently, my species is conducting a large-scale migration to Dragonic. In the future, all Earthlings will migrate here. There are only two futures for this planet. One, where the Earthlings lose and it continues to be occupied by monsters. Or two, Earthlings are victorious and it becomes occupied by us. Then, a question. How many of your descendants of Dragonics will remain? There are currently millions of Earthlings. Even if we consider Earthlings successfully getting rid of all the monsters, do you think you can compete and survive against us? Choi Hyuk's speech had improved over the past 2 years he spent being a sovereign of tens of thousands of people. What is it you want to say? If we combine our strength, we don't need to needlessly come in conflict with each other and can prosper together. Let's start with the premise we will one day join together and first create a strong alliance. I will get rid of the monsters and let you live on the surface. How can I trust in a species I've seen for the first time? No, even if I exclude that, you'll let us live on the surface? Do you even have the power to? Choi Hyuk was continuously looking at them with his eyes of distinction. It was interesting. The white, goodwill, and black, ill will, in the beginning had disappeared with the commotion, but now a dim white light remained. They held a bit of expectation after being taken aback by the unexpected proposal. A picturesque smile formed on Choi Hyuk's lips. Of course. Want to confirm it for yourself? How? Let's have a light spar. What? Looking at Choi Hyuk smiling like a devil, Baek Seoin face-palmed. You want to get friendly with the aliens by fighting them? Now that 2 years had passed, Choi Hyuk was an adult by Korean standards. Through many experiences, he was now quite a good talker and his judgment had become better, but he was still a battle addict. 1. 2. This is actually written in English in the ROS. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 53. Episode 4, The Great Colonizing Age / Chapter 53, Investigation, 4. TL, Empty Cube. Editor, Obelisk. So what do you call yourselves? We call ourselves Earthlings. A tribe of the L race, 1. Other inhabitants of Dragonic call us Els. What was unexpected was that they were Els. The moment Choi Hyuk said, let's spar, their initial confusion had disappeared. They tensed themselves and observed Choi Hyuk and the berserkers. They were experienced fighters. Good. Choi Hyuk felt cheerful. Everyone back off. The berserkers stepped back, and Choi Hyuk's stretching figure stood out to the yells. I'm Choi Hyuk. Remember it. No, I will make you remember it. Though he didn't speak those words, his immediate charge forward seemed to emphasize them. Whoosh! Choi Hyuk's charge was strange. He wasn't kicking the ground physically, but rather, it seemed as though the ground was pushing him forward and the fortress was pushing him upwards. When they were still going, what the? Choi Hyuk had already climbed to the top of the fortress. Bang! Choi Hyuk's palm thumped into an L tribe soldier's chest. Several soldiers behind the L rolled on the ground in an instant. Boo! Vibrations that sounded like DGMs, too, erupted. It seemed to be the L's special groaning sound. The L, who looked like the leader, didn't give them any orders. Even still, as if it was engraved in their bodies, the L tribe soldiers got into formation and started to fight back. Cold air fogged up the swords of Choi Hyuk and the nearby soldiers. An aura that felt as if the blood and flesh of nearby enemies would freeze and pop. If there were only one or two, it would have been fine, but as 10 soldiers surrounded him, it was quite menacing. Choi Hyuk utilized his karma trait, Mind's Eye, to its limits. He could clearly see the thrashing karma, and he could also see its weak point. He skillfully hid away the oncoming karma that attempted to freeze his flesh. Then he punched the weakest point of the karma, where the blade and handle of a sword connected. Gone! The magic was broken and the sword itself was shattered as a result. What? The L tribe soldiers became baffled. Boo! He heard the sounds of DGMs once again. Bang! He struck the soldier whose sword had been shattered. Thump! His karma heart thumped loudly. Karma rode his body and accelerated. Previously, only the pathway on his right arm was open, but now, pathways were open on all 4 of his limbs. His karma had become even faster and stronger. Gung! The shattering swords were like snow, flying everywhere, and the soldiers looked like they had experienced an avalanche. The Yells, who attempted to face him in close combat, had scattered like withered leaves. This is boring. Choi Hyuk's provocation. Bang! Shorik! At this moment, an unexpected attack flew towards him. Choi Hyuk felt something approaching with great speed and dodged it. He first heard the projectile smashing against the fortress and only then heard a sharp whistling sound. Choi Hyuk looked at the watchtower the projectile flew from. He was surprised. Guns? He could only think of them that way. On top of a tall watchtower sprouting from the fortress, L tribe soldiers were shooting with human-length wooden guns. The opponent's senses are extremely good. Treat him as a monster that is at least Draco ranked. Platoon 1 to 3. Open fire. Bang, bang, bang. Shaparik. Sounds of gunfire rang out rhythmically. To fool Choi Hyuk's senses, they shot bullets immediately behind one another and changed the bullets' trajectories. Sometimes, one bullet would even split into 3 to 4 pieces like magic baseball throws in comics. Wow! The guns didn't use gunpowder. The bullets were shot with the power of karma. As these bullets were filled with hostile karma, if he tried to defend himself sloppily, his karma barrier, or anything in their way, would be ripped to shreds. 3-star monsters weren't affected by human guns. However, if they had those guns, they would be effective against 3-star and early 4-star monsters. Unfortunately, their opponent was the wrong match. Choi Hyuk's endurance was currently at 3-star, but his fighting style was to use his control, which was on at the extreme limits of 4-star, and his senses to cover his other stats. This wasn't a problem. When he pushed his mind's eye even further, Choi Hyuk's eyes were dyed with a bluish tinge. The bullets flying from everywhere flowed like leaves and their tips were pointed. Choi Hyuk was even able to clearly distinguish the shapes, and it wasn't hard for him to dodge them. Oh my god! The yells murmured amongst themselves with sounds of DGMs. If he had endured the bullets with his body, they wouldn't have been so surprised, but he avoided them all? Wouldn't this be impossible for the great warriors? Buds of respect began to sprout in the hearts of the yells. At the same time, Gung! As if trying to firmly brand him into their hearts, he pushed his palm at the chests of the Yell tribe soldiers. The Yells shrieked as they flew away and fainted. Don't get cocky. This time, an L wearing a smooth robe made of intertwined leaves instead of armor appeared. Karma gathered on the arm-length branch in his hand in a strange way. The karma surrounding Choi Hyuk seemed to synchronize with him as it started to roll around strangely. Restrict him. Whoosh, dot. When the Yell waved his branch, roots grew out from everywhere and started to bind Choi Hyuk's arms and legs. Ha! Choi Hyuk became surprised at the fact he wasn't able to avoid being bound by the roots. His body felt strangely heavy. What is this? Now I see, there wasn't only one of you. While the Yell wearing a robe had grabbed Choi Hyuk's attention, other magicians hidden amongst the soldiers had cast magic that numbed Choi Hyuk's body and made him feel a strong pressure from his surroundings. Choi Hyuk's eyes shined blue. He analyzed the karma near him. It was quite elaborate. It wasn't to the point of being unable to free himself, but he would either take a long time or have to push himself. Unfortunately, the situation didn't allow for him to take his time. Squadron 1 and 2. Volley. Many more soldiers than before simultaneously shot at him. The berserkers were spectating this scene. Wow! They're strong. What would happen if we fought them? Would we lose? Individually they were weaker than the berserkers when they compared fighting skills and the strength of their karma. However, if they considered their extraordinary weapons, skills, and tactics, it wouldn't be an easy fight. I dunno. We'll probably have to fight to be sure. Baek Seoin answered in a serious voice. The berserkers prided themselves in never losing against opponents of equal numbers. Yet, when they saw how the elves fought, it was difficult to guarantee this. Anyways, I bet the leader won't lose. That's for sure. Baek Seoin nodded at Lee Jin-hee's words. Choi Hyuk. Power, 365, plus 213, 4 is speed, 371, plus 201, 4, control, 453, 4. Endurance, 100, 3 stamina, 359, 3 recovery, 371, 3. Retribution, 400, 4. Asterisk-free karma points, 0. Innate skill. Eyes of distinction. Skills. Instant void annihilation, deteriorated. Flaming wing dance, deteriorated. Heart injection, deteriorated. Achievements. You have killed someone with karma before it was distributed to you. First to kill a monster one-on-one. Sovereign, king without subjects, first to kill a 2-star monster, killed the wyvern of destruction. First colonizer of humanity. First human to reach 4-star stats. Choi Hyuk admired. It was difficult to free himself of the magic that restrained his body. If a monster took his place, it would have used all its stamina trying to escape by brute force. That would be fatal. It was essential for Choi Hyuk to watch his stamina. He increased his power and speed with enchants and items to exceed the mid-range of 4-star, yet his stamina was still at 3-star. An unstable state. If he accidentally overworked himself and his karma relaxed, then no matter how extraordinary his control was, it was of no use. Afterwards, it would be a domino effect. If his control collapsed due to his stamina, then the next to fall would be his endurance. Endurance didn't only resist enemy attacks, but it was also important in enduring your own strength. When you simultaneously used your karma and body in a physical fight, the more strength you used, the harder it was on your body, unless you expelled karma outside your body and used it like the L tribe. However, Choi Hyuk's endurance was only in the early stages of 3-star. The only reason he was able to endure his 4-star strength with that endurance was because of his precise control. If that control fell, then his bones and joints would undoubtedly collapse. Even if he dodged his enemy's attacks, his own strength would crush his body. Of course, he did have a skill to account for this. Over the past 2 years, Choi Hyuk had diligently sold useless skills and only possessed skills useful to him. However, it's not the right time to use it, but there was a way to free himself without overworking his endurance to waste. Wung. The blue light that gathered at his eyes turned into streams of light and spread to his surroundings. Trait Mind's Eye, 2nd level, Identical Mind. Karma becomes easier to control and easily penetrates objects. When you broke through 200, for retribution, you had an opportunity to awaken another trait. There were 2 methods. One was choosing a completely different trait, such as resilience, which granted resilience to your karma, or explosive blood, which sharply increased your strength but was also painful. In other words, it was like becoming a dual class. However, Choi Hyuk chose the other method. He had opened the next level of Mind's Eye, Identical Mind. Identical Mind, like its meaning, specialized in manipulation rather than sense. Like Mind's Eye, it didn't have a direct effect on combat, however, depending on who used it, the results would change completely. Choi Hyuk's karma penetrated through the magic restraining him and destroyed its structure from the inside. The restraining magic untangled like kalguksu, 3 noodles in boiling water. What the? Bang, bang, bang. Shriek. The bullets fired by the 2nd Squadron definitely possessed a lot of power, but that was useless if they didn't hit. Choi Hyuk had already disappeared from that spot. He was dashing forward. As Identical Mind naturally spread out, the environment surrounding him moved according to his will. The ground and fortress pushed him forward while his target pulled him in. Bang! Kayak! Even as he swung his fist down at the magician's chest, he didn't slow down. Choi Hyuk was heading towards the great warrior of the L tribe, who he talked with in the beginning. The great warrior regarded Choi Hyuk as he swept towards him. He was like a blizzard and a landslide. To be honest, he was amazing. That was what all the L's thought. That's enough. I acknowledge you are a splendid warrior. Now let's talk. I can't guarantee your life if the fight intensifies even further. Choi Hyuk looked at the figure of the great warrior. The white, goodwill, light emitted from him became a shade brighter. Either the great warrior thought of him as an equal or he gained a bit of respect for Choi Hyuk. That didn't satisfy Choi Hyuk. Equals? How could his equal liberate him? Choi Hyuk definitely said, I will bring you to the surface. To prove that his words were true, equality or respect wasn't enough. That was what he thought after 2 years of experience. Fear over half-baked respect. Awe is much better. A faint ill will do to fear. Yet, he needed a goodwill that well exceeded that fear, a desire to be seen in a good light. Choi Hyuk shouted loudly. Then fight me with your life on the line. Don't worry about losing your life. I have no thoughts of killing you. Ha! The great chieftain's eyelashes fluttered. He had good feelings towards Choi Hyuk because he was a superb warrior, but his current remark was extremely rude. Didn't it mean that even if the L tribe came at him with all their strength, they wouldn't be able to beat him? Don't regret it. 1st Regiment. The enemy is a Dragonian ranked monster. Focus on restraining him and send in the elite troops. The moment the great chieftain's commands sounded out, the restraining magic on Choi Hyuk increased heavily. Not only that, soldiers with freezing swords immediately attacked him. Chilling air covered his surroundings, roots shot up and bounded themselves onto his arms and legs, and the atmosphere became heavier, slowing his movements. They also bombarded him with bullets. Choi Hyuk's whole body surged with blue karma as he tried to use identical mind to his utmost limits in an attempt to destroy the attacks. However, his steps towards the great chieftain slowed significantly. The elite troops, who targeted the slowed Choi Hyuk, rushed in. Swish! A wound appeared on Choi Hyuk's body for the first time. His stamina was starting to drop. You should stop now, the great warrior suggested again. Choi Hyuk smiled. Screw that. Choi Hyuk activated a skill. The karma in his body automatically rearranged itself. A high-level skill that Choi Hyuk couldn't even create with his control and senses. No, it was a skill he didn't even fully understand. One of the strongest skills Choi Hyuk found in the past 2 years exploded out. Heart injection. Thump. His heart starting beating explosively. His karma that had become lax after using up all his stamina forcefully became taut again and bulged. Heart injection, deteriorated. Instantly recovers your karma that is currently on cooldown. Stamina and recovery increase sharply. After the skill effect has ended, you will be in an exhausted state for an hour. You are unable to recover any karma during this exhausted state. This was originally a top skill that could only be used by 5-star and above. Someone had deteriorated and supplied this skill so lower levels could use it. Ba-bang! Choi Hyuk still didn't unsheath his sword. However, the elbows and ankles of the elite troops charging at Choi Hyuk were smashed, and they fell on the floor. Checkmate. Choi Hyuk left the L tribe soldiers behind and charged towards the great warrior. With a stiffened face, the great warrior unsheathed his sword. Ha! Ha! Mister, you're amazing. Ha! Choi Hyuk was gasping for breath as his left hand pressed against his neck, trying to stanch the bleeding. Even though he attacked him suddenly, the great warrior's counterattack was sharp. He dodged and blocked, and yet he almost had his neck cut off. It's not Mister, it's Lance. But what was that attack just now? I blocked it with the blessing of the inverted tree. The great warrior Lance was on the ground, blood spilling from his lips. His speech was fine, but because he had been hit in the chest multiple times, the damage to his insides was severe. It would take approximately a month of rest to heal. However, Choi Hyuk changed the topic. I'll tell you later. First, let us in the fortress to rest. He once again requested to let his 3,000 soldiers into the city as if it was nothing. Even if one didn't read the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, even a child would know how absurd this request was. Yet, Choi Hyuk stood tall. Quickly! If I was planning on fighting, I would have already infiltrated and opened it. If you don't open it up, I'm going to. He was now being stubborn. If Baek Seoin had seen this, he would have facepalmed. Unexpectedly, this attitude actually worked. Was it due to their long experience in cooperating with other surface dwellers to fight their common enemy, the monsters? The great warrior held up his hand. Okay. Grinning as he lay on the ground, he raised his trembling hand and ordered his subordinates. Open the door and let's welcome the grand warriors. You should have done that from the start. Choi Hyuk relaxed as he grinned. His legs kept trembling, so he put his strength into it. Even though he had activated heart injection, he had consumed all his stamina while fighting the great warrior. He was simply that strong of an opponent. Choi Hyuk stood up while leaning against the L tribe soldiers and looked at the great warrior. Looking at how a smile crept up his face by itself. It seemed he had obtained a good ally. Not too sure what else are. I found something similar to it. In a Korean game called DK Online, there was a race called Deals whose power came from contracts with ancient dragons. 2. Korean instrument, https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/daejeum. 3. Just in case you forgot what kalguksu was, https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/kalguksu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 54. Episode 4, The Great Colonizing Age / Chapter 54, Investigation, 5. TL, Empty Cube. Editor, Obelisk. Chu Young-jin and Ryu Hyun-sung, who had left the hot spring city Pyongyang, which had a slave market, had escaped to the outskirts of the Sovereign of Dark Secrets Lao Ban's territory. They checked the whirlpool in the sky and examined the terrain. Ha! What a beautiful scene! Ryu Hyun-sung took pictures as they explored a hilly region that seemed to have been cut cleanly by a sword, plains that seemed to have experienced a drought as the ground was split into deep cracks, and tens of lakes which seemed as though the ground had been punched to make uniform holes. He held an expensive item in his hands, a transparent tablet. He used an application on this tablet that could analyze the pictures he took and automatically create a map. Electronics from Earth couldn't function properly in outer space, but this tablet was originally created by alien technology and therefore worked anywhere. It was said to be an essential item for each faction. Choi Hyuk's group only had 2 tablets. One was in Baek Seoin's possession while Ryu Hyun-sung brought the other one with him. Well, there are unexplainable terrains on Earth as well. But this is really amazing. Is it even possible for these to form naturally? Ryu Hyun-sung held the transparent tablet in his hands as he admired the scene in front of him, while Chu Young-jin picked up a white rock that was rolling on the ground. This rock is strangely warm. It was warm. Its warmth seemed to exceed 40 degrees. When he heard those words, Ryu Hyun-sung placed his hand on the ground. The ground itself was warm. Is it because we're in a hot springs region? He recalled Pyongyang, the hot springs city not far from here. He then compared their location in Pyongyang as he examined the map that had been automatically created by the tablet. Ryu Hyun-sung left a memo, "The ground is warm." Done. Let's go to the next place. After he finished recording, the two continued to their next destination. Ryu Hyun-sung's map already included the territory of the Sovereign of Dark Secrets, but they were extending even beyond that. The land was split like rice paddies. However, the scale was 100 times larger than a rice paddy. When they saw it from afar, it looked like a rice paddy, but as they approached, the crevices between the pieces of land were as wide as the gaps between buildings. When they dropped a rock to figure out how deep it was, they didn't hear a sound. Hot air that seemed to come from the depths of hell would occasionally blow from the cracks. Here, Chu Young-jin discovered some traces. This looks like traces of humans? On one side of the crack, there was a cave. Wooden tools that looked like lamps rolled in front of the cave. Since it was 2 stories below, it was a great place to hide from monsters. They jumped into the gap and entered the cave. This stench. Chu Young-jin took immediate notice of the blood and flesh on the walls as well as the sickening stench. Seeing as how there is a stench, it doesn't seem like it's been very long. Ryu Hyun-sung agreed with him. He examined his surroundings and said, "Yeah, even though we don't know when or how this cave was made, immigrants definitely used to live here. That corpse is wearing jeans." The upper and lower body of that corpse had been separated. Chu Young-jin frowned and asked, "Why were they annihilated? Monsters? What monsters?" "In my perspective, it's Lao Ban, that bastard. They probably only took those who could have been used as slaves and killed the rest." Ryu Hyun-sung took out the tablet and took pictures. Even though it was obvious, they hadn't had visible evidence of slave hunting and immigrant slaughter until now. Well, it wasn't as though evidence like this meant anything nowadays. The world really is strange. Even when a sovereign pulls this kind of shit, we can't do anything, right? Because it's impossible to enter Dragonic without the sovereign's permission. And the future of Earth lies with Dragonic. Same with the law. It collapsed the moment the military and police became awakenees. Ryu Hyunsung complained while taking pictures of the cave. The cave was quite deep. When they went deeper, they saw places that seemed to be sleeping quarters and a kitchen. Though they didn't know who first dug this cave, they were quite functional. Our leader contributed to that as well. Didn't Choi Hyuk kill someone in front of the president? From that point onwards, at least to the awakenees, it was no different from having no laws. Ryu Hyunsung shrugged. He had been present then. Well, at least the leader was discussing the relationship between favor and spite. This is just killing people unrelated to him for greed. It's very different. No matter how low the morals of the strong have fallen. Chu Young-jin nodded at his words. His gaze turned towards a couple who had been stabbed by a spear and had died alongside each other. Chu Young-jin felt jealousy, pain and rage all at the same time. A pain that was incomparable to the pain he experienced from explosive blood. That's true. It'd be nice if we met a slave hunting troupe. His eyes reddened as though he had unknowingly activated explosive blood. If any slave hunters met with Chu Young-jin now, it would be the day of their calamity. Ryu Hyunsung seconded Chu Young-jin's wish. It'd be nice. We can give them another warning as well. After they finished recording, they left the cave. And they checked a distant whirlpool in the sky. It was a dented whirlpool that looked like stirred milk. Chu Young-jin observed the familiar whirlpool and said, "Is that really the whirlpool we saw in our territory? It's really small. Even if it's small, the shape is almost identical. There's a high chance they are the same whirlpool. If that really is the case, then they must be colonizing in that direction. Yeah. So let's quickly finish our mission and return. They were almost done. The two set that whirlpool as their target and started to walk. Had Chu Young-jin's words about wanting to meet a group of slave hunters come true? They really did meet them. It was at a place that was about 3 days away from Pyongryu. A place that seemed to be slightly closer to the dented whirlpool. They were in a terrain where blue boulders emitted a thick fog. When seen from a distance, the combination of the blue rocks and fog looked like a mysterious ocean. While Ryu Hyunsung was taking pictures, he spotted fleeing immigrants making their way through the fog. Immigrants who couldn't receive supplies were easily identifiable as they wore tattered clothes from earth or covered themselves up with a cloth. We're quite lucky. Immigrants are being chased. To be able to meet slave traders, whom they wanted to teach a lesson to, and find skilled immigrants, it was like killing two birds with one stone. Immigrants who survived here for a long time were of great help to Chu Young-jin and Ryu Hyunsung's mission, as they would undoubtedly know the terrain, infestation of monsters, and the distribution of the native population better than anyone else. Due to the increased sightings of monsters, it was about time for them to leave as well. If they could obtain the immigrants' cooperation, they could even leave with information about a place they hadn't scouted yet. Do we charge in? Chu Young-jin, who was spectating the fleeing immigrants, asked Ryu Hyunsung as if informing him. Ryu Hyunsung nodded. Explosive blood. The next instant, Chu Young-jin dashed forward after activating explosive blood. Crash! His transformed figure kicked the ground and dashed towards the distant foggy area. Ryu Hyunsung followed behind him. Ha! Although Chu Young-jin's explosive movements were loud, the enemies were late in discovering him. It was because Chu Young-jin's speed was as fast as the sound was loud. By the time they figured out it was him, blood had splattered into the air. Rumble! Rumble! Chu Young-jin's special karma usage emitted loud thundering sounds. His movements accelerated and decelerated, matching the erratic thundering sounds. Unable to follow his tempo, the 8 slave hunters were cut into pieces one after another. Using this opportunity, Ryu Hyunsung blocked the immigrants' path. Please wait. We are on the same side. 2 male and 3 female immigrants. They were black and white foreigners, however, as long as he had language resonance, there was no problem communicating with them. Ryu Hyunsung held up his hands and showed with his words and actions that he didn't intend to fight. Of course, the immigrants didn't trust him. Bullshit. A black man, out of the blue, swung his large sword. Not only him, the rest did so as well. They spread out as quick as lightning and wielded their swords and spears, flanking him on either side. They are better than most colonizers. They were very experienced movements. They seem to have been immigrants for quite a while. Veterans who survived more than a year against monsters. Unfortunately, their attacks were easily seen through by Ryu Hyunsung's mind's eye. After experiencing hellish wars under the battle-addict Choi Hyuk, this much was a given. Ryu Hyunsung retreated precisely 3 steps. As he retreated, clink, 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 clank. Woong. Then, he wielded his sword 3 times and cleared their attacks. Their spears embedded into the ground and their swords flew up into the air. All 5 of them simultaneously staggered and lost their balance. Ack! However, they weren't easy opponents. They rebalanced themselves with force and once again, targeted Ryu Hyunsung. Despite this, Ryu Hyunsung was faster. Cock! The black swordsman was struck with the handle of his sword and rolled on the ground. A spear-wielding white woman fell to the floor when he kicked her shin. Ryu Hyunsung's restrained actions instantly left them lying on the ground. They weren't simple hits but ones reinforced with karma. The immigrants groaned and were unable to get up easily. Are you now ready to talk? Bull, shit. The black swordsman's spirit was unbending. But, he shut his mouth when he heard the screams. You bastard. Do you know who we are? They were the screams of the slave traders. Chu Young-jin was already cutting the neck of the 4th one. Ryu Hyunsung shrugged his shoulders. Looking at Chu Young-jin's figure as he fought the slave traders, the captured immigrants' eyes moved quickly. Ryu Hyunsung thought that they would finally be able to talk. He thought that they had let down their guard a little after seeing Chu Young-jin fighting for them. Unfortunately, he was mistaken. The reaction he wanted was, "What business do you have with us?" But he didn't receive such a calm reaction. The immigrants, who had stared at Ryu Hyunsung with killing intent, quickly changed their attitude and revealed their impatience. Quickly! We need to leave quickly. It seemed as though they judged they weren't enemies, but they showed extreme anxiousness. They had no hint of thanks and looked as if they were in big trouble due to being delayed by Ryu Hyunsung. Wait. Calm down. We are dealing with the enemies. Ryu Hyunsung attempted to calm them down, but he was met with a strong opposition. No. They aren't all. It looked as if he was screaming. Then a low pulsating sound passed Ryu Hyunsung's ears. Ryu Hyunsung turned around without thinking. The fog suddenly started to sway like waves in the ocean. As it did, the immigrants fell into a state of panic. Escape! They hurriedly got up, pushed Ryu Hyunsung aside and started to flee. Just what is happening? Ryu Hyunsung was taken back. Hey! Ryu Hyunsung was about to follow after them, but he hastily stopped in his tracks. Shriek! Thud! Cock! A spear appeared out of nowhere and pierced the black swordsman's back. That wasn't all. Just when did they? Ryu Hyunsung's voice was strained. Cold sweat dripped down his back. The enemy was stealthy. Just when did they arrive? Enemies appeared from everywhere. They had already been encircled. It was a complete miscalculation. This was a remote area beyond the Sovereign of Dark Secrets' territory. They believed the enemy's power would only be a small-scale slave hunter group. They never dreamed to be caught in this sort of situation. This much. Isn't this at the level of the sovereign of dark secrets' most elite troops? Why would the main force be here? The situation reversed in an instant. The fleeing immigrants had all been captured, and Ryu Hyunsung and Chu Youngjin were isolated in the middle of the enemy camp. Chu Youngjin, who had been fighting the slave traders, retreated back to Ryu Hyunsung. His back against Ryu Hyunsung's. The heat from his body was transmitted through Ryu Hyunsung's back. Which direction should we break through? However, Chu Youngjin didn't seem discouraged in the slightest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 55. Episode 4, The Great Colonizing Age / Chapter 55, Investigation 6. TL, Empty Cube. Editor, Obelisk. T/N, unique skills are now innate skills. Example, Choi Hyuk's Eyes of Distinction is an innate skill. He activated Mind's Eye to its limits. Ryu Hyunsung's karma became as sensitive as eardrums. Sight, hearing, taste, smell, touch, and even senses living beings on Earth weren't aware of. His sensitive karma could capture all of them. All sorts of information were transmitted to Ryu Hyunsung, the locations of the 50 people surrounding them, the direction they were looking in, as well as how tense their muscles were. This was Mind's Eye. Unfortunately, that was all. Analyzing the given information was up to the individual. Mind's Eye was like a pearl. One could create fine jewelry with it while another could drop it down a drain. Because of this, it became frightening when the Mind's Eye trait was given to those who had a talent for it. Ryu Hyunsung, who was a national saber athlete, was a battle addict who had experienced the most intense missions over the past 2 years. Of course, he had the talent and experience to use Mind's Eye to its extreme. Ryu Hyunsung and Chu Youngjin didn't communicate through words. With only the angle Ryu Hyunsung held his blade, Chu Youngjin was able to know which direction to charge at. At the same time, he was able to understand the speed of the charge and their target by looking at the weight shifted on Ryu Hyunsung's legs. No killing, a fast speed breakthrough. Chu Youngjin nodded his head and a rumble sounded out as he shot forward. Both his trait and innate skill sharply increased the output of his karma. As he lacked precision, fights were relatively more dangerous when fighting against strong enemies, but against weaker ones, he was able to crush them easier than anyone. Clink. However, his opponents were also elites who represented an organization. There were no cases, like with the slave traders, where they would be split in two. Still, all they could do was narrowly parry Chu Youngjin's crashing strike, and even then, they would be pushed away due to the differences in their strength. At Chu Youngjin's charge, the encirclement seemed to ripple as if it had been hit by a cannonball. Ryu Hyunsung quickly followed behind him. It was the same this time as well, there was no need for words. Chu Youngjin was able to determine the direction by looking at Ryu Hyunsung's footsteps and his sword. Rumble. Rumble. Each step Chu Youngjin took, and each time he swung his sword, enemies would scatter. Keep your positions. Endure. They won't be able to keep this tempo for long. The leader, Cha Ojin, tried his best to keep the scattering encirclement enclosed. Although he couldn't be said to be Sovereign Lao Ban's right hand, he was someone who could at least be his right thumb. He was a leader who followed the orders of the executives. He had rushed here when he heard a commotion as he was hunting sacrifices for the festival that was held every half year. His judgment was correct as he had a lot of experience in battles as a leader. Chu Youngjin was showing off his incredible skills, but the encirclement only wobbled, there were no casualties. If they just stuck to them like rabid dogs, they would undoubtedly win. Explosive blood. All stats, excluding control, increase explosively. The amount of increase depends on the user's aptitude. The karma, excluding control, goes crazy and you feel an extreme pain. Although your recovery stat increases as well, the burden on your body was greater, and thus, you accumulate more damage the longer you fight. There was a limit to stamina. On top of that, because his control couldn't keep up, the explosiveness accelerated his rate of exhaustion. Because of this, Cha Ojin's judgment was correct. If only Ryu Hyunsung wasn't present. Chu Young-jin wasn't moving without thinking. He moved precisely according to the signals Ryu Hyunsung was giving him. Ryu Hyunsung's orders, which were supported by Mind's Eye, were marvelous. They weren't piercing through one direction but were instead charging in various directions, tangling their enemies' movements and collapsing the encirclement itself. The elites, who attempted to stick to their role and position, had, at some point, become jumbled together like a herd of sheep without a shepherd. And in the opening created by this confusion, slice! Ryu Hyunsung's karma blade sliced into the neck of the enemy leader, Cha Ojin. Ack! Cha Ojin screamed as he pressed his hand on his half-cut neck. However, no matter how hard he pressed, his blood splurged from his neck like a geyser. Not only that, but a part of his nerves had been cut too, making him unable to move his left arm, and he began to lose strength in his legs as he flopped to the ground. Because his karma acted to maintain his body structure, he didn't die immediately, but he began losing brain functionality due to the heavy loss of blood. His eyes became muddled and saliva dripped down his lips. It was a fatal blow that even a recovery potion would be hard-pressed to cure. Ha! The enemies froze at the unexpected turn of events. During this time, their attention had been on Chu Young-jin instead of Ryu Hyunsung. The enemies were unable to take their eyes off Chu Young-jin because of his frightening sword strikes that would split their weapons and body in two if they weren't careful, accompanied by the rumbling sounds emitted by his body. That was how Ryu Hyunsung, who had erased his presence by quietly following behind Chu Young-jin, was able to slash the enemy leader, Cha Ojin, at a critical moment. The hole in their mindset, their textbook approach and attack, the confusion amongst the enemy after their tactics, and the karma blade of the berserkers that was known to be the best amongst all colonizers. Once all these factors came together, Cha Ojin, who was known to be an expert, was wounded. After slicing Cha Ojin's neck, Ryu Hyunsung turned around without hesitation and created a path. They escaped. Now that they had weakened their enemy's tracking abilities, it was now time for them to leave. It was skillfully done. While Ryu Hyunsung and Chu Young-jin were going further away from their sight, their enemies were simply a mess. Yet, what was most surprising was what happened next. Leader! Damn it! The vice leader Yi Chu placed his hand on Cha Ojin's drooling head. Blaze, dot. As he did, a fiery haze covered Cha Ojin's body. The haze surged towards his head and passed through Yi Chu's hand. Yi Chu absorbed Cha Ojin's karma. My karma isn't returning to me, Ryu Hyunsung said as he glanced sideways at the scene behind him. Well, they plunder their opponent's karma. The rumors about the plunderer were right. There was a rumor like that. The fate where the individual would become stronger the more intense battles they fought, battle addict, the fate which would make the individual increasingly stronger over time, surviving one, and the fate where the individual would get stronger the more respect and thanks he received from others. There were many different types of fates in the world, but amongst them, there was a rumor about the existence of the plunderer fate. They said that it was a fate where the individual would get stronger by directly absorbing the karma of whoever they killed. And that the owner of this fate was the sovereign of dark secrets, Lao Ban. Looking at the situation, it seemed as though those rumors were true. Would the disappeared berserkers have also met that fate? There's a good chance. Strong immigrants were probably absorbed like that too. From absorbing the leader Cha Ojin's karma, Yi Chu's actions changed. He commanded, "You, immediately go tell the sovereign." 2 enemies. The sword demon Chu Young-jin and the knight captain Ryu Hyunsung, Chu Young. No, Chu Young-jin and Ryu Hyunsung. Report this to him. As for the rest of you, chase after them. At his command, a single person jumped into the fog while the rest chased after the distant Chu Young-jin and Ryu Hyunsung. It's dangerous. This isn't the end. Let's leave quickly. Ryu Hyun-sung bit his lip as he sped up. An area where blue rocks emitted a thick fog. It wasn't a great place to live, but as it was a good place to avoid monsters, quite a few relatively large villages were founded and immigrants survived here. It was a region that was filled with a thick fog and the silence of the immigrants living here. However, today was different. Today was the festival day of Lao Ban and his forces. This foggy region was chosen to be the location of the festival. As if it was always like this, a search operation, that was as tight as a net, was being conducted here. Lao Ban's faction attacked immigrant villages they discovered and separated the immigrants into either slaves or sacrifices. Colonizers, who were exploring remote places alone or those with no connections, were kidnapped and prepared as sacrifices as well. From sovereign Lao Ban to the lower ranks, it was an important event where the majority of Lao Ban's followers were gathered here, killing sacrifices, absorbing their power, and checking the unity amongst each other. They called this event that took place twice a year, a festival. It was a day where the ones who killed and absorbed others without the slightest hesitation would watch those who were hesitant, checking their spirit and courage, as well as observing their transition into fellow accomplices. It was also a day where they would perceive themselves as special existences above others as they gazed at the pleading sacrifices. Ever since Lao Ban had received the Fate Plunderer, the festival was always packed. However, a troubling mood hung in the air today. Berserkers? Lao Ban frowned. Yes. They were the top executives of the Berserkers, Chu Youngjin and Ryu Hyun-sung. You said Cha Ojin died? Yes. The position was passed down to Vice Leader Yi Chu and he is currently in pursuit. But why would the top executives come to a remote place? Novices are definitely the unruliest. Yi Long. Yes. Personally lead my personal guards and bring them here. Don't kill them. I understand. I will take them as sacrifices as well. The festival will halt momentarily until the new sacrifices arrive. Yi Long. 2 days should be enough? More than enough. Cruel killing sword Yi Long, who was known to be the most skilled amongst Lao Ban's followers, brought the personal guards and left. Lao Ban left the berserkers to Yi Long and started to direct orders concerning the preparation of the festival once again. As he had more time now, he was preparing slowly. Looking at Lao Ban's relaxed demeanor, his follower who was famous for being careful, Su Qin, cautiously suggested. Still, they are famous berserkers. Wouldn't it be better for you to act personally to make sure we don't create any trouble in the future? I think it would be best to deal with the matter thoroughly to prevent information about us leaking and to weaken our enemy forces. Yet, Lao Ban reacted indifferently. It's fine. If we do that, the festival mood will be completely broken. Even if we lose them, this festival is more important. Su Qin was still nervous. Lao Ban comforted him. His cautiousness had helped him several times, but there were times when Lao Ban thought he was exceedingly cautious. Don't worry. We are already in bad relations with the berserkers. Since we don't have anything to gain from them, we don't have anything to lose by our relationship becoming any worse. Also, they can't do anything. Koreans are going to invade Macau, a Chinese territory? Then a war will break out. And, even if they did invade, as long as we're in our territory, there isn't anything they can do. What if they are strong? If I don't open the portal for them, they can't do anything. Still, the Berserk Sovereign is an enemy we need to be wary of. No matter what anyone says, wasn't he the first sovereign to colonize a land? I don't know. I'm more scared of the Sovereign of Balance than the Berserk Sovereign. I can't comment on his fighting skills, but the Berserk Sovereign's political ability is zero. To be honest, as long as there isn't a way for the Berserk Sovereign to use his military power against us, he isn't a threat. People like the Sovereign of Balance are scarier than him. Those who have the potential to isolate us with just a few words. In the end, there's a limit to physical strength. Su Chin, I understand you're worried. However, I don't feel that a sovereign's provocation is serious enough that I need to stop the festival and handle it myself. Instead, that would be falling for their ploy. As it would mean letting our biggest event fall apart because of 2 men. Since I've sent Yi Long and my guards, that's already enough. As Lao Ban went this far to explain, Su Chin eventually backed down. I understand. To be honest, any more words would be useless. The Berserk sovereign was ultimately known for his military strength. However, if he wasn't able to use that force, wasn't it useless? If that was the case, then there was no need to fear him. And didn't Lao Ban already dispatch his best experts? Logically, he believed he handled it appropriately. But why am I so nervous? Su Chin tried to recall if he missed anything. However, he was unable to come up with anything. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 56. Episode 4, The Great Colonizing Age / Chapter 56, Revolution, 1. TL, Empty Cube. Editor, Leisurous. When were we expected to return? Tomorrow. We're screwed. After a brief exchange, Ryu Hyunsung and Chu Youngjin tightly closed their mouths once again. Heavy breaths leaked out from the gaps of their lips. Pei bang. Red and yellow fireworks were exploding behind them. Bang. They exploded next to them as well. Bang. This time, one exploded in front of them. They were quite pretty. Ryu Hyunsung's eyes were tightly closed. He activated Mind's Eye to its limits, which dyed his whole body in a blue tinge before disappearing. The reason why his lips were blue wasn't due to Mind's Eye but because of extreme exhaustion. It was also due to the fact they were being pushed to a corner. Thump! Ryu Hyunsung suddenly changed his direction. Rumble! Chu Youngjin let out a rumbling sound and followed behind him. Chu Youngjin's face was haggard as well. This won't work. We have to give up escaping through the gate. Ryu Hyunsung explained as he tried to calm his haggard breathing. Chu Youngjin only listened. Even those who are based in the cities are coming after us. Breaking through that is impossible with our current stamina. Instead, we support each other and head for the targeted whirlpool. You want to pass through unexplored lands? Is there even a chance of us meeting our main troops? That, no one knows. We don't even know whether it's a traversable distance or whether we're even going in the right direction in the first place. Still, if we continue like this, it's certain death. We need to look at other possibilities. Well, it might be better to die by the hands of monsters than by those bastards. Chu Youngjin agreed coolly. Okay. If we succeed, we make history. If we fail, it'll still be better than dying here. When he thought of it that way, he felt a little better. A day had passed since they started their escape. Yet, the encirclement was only getting tighter. An endless number of enemies appeared and blocked their path, making them run in circles, unable to advance any further. To be honest, individually the enemies were lacking and it was possible for them to pass them in a pinch, but the real problem was something else. The one who was known to be the strongest under the Sovereign of Dark Secrets' command, the cruel-killing Sword Yi Long, and his personal guards. As they were truly strong, Chu Youngjin and Ryu Hyunsung didn't have confidence facing them. If they were slightly delayed by small fries, Yi Long and the personal guards would be right on their tail, and thus, they even had to flee from opponents who were weaker than them. Pei bang. This time, a signal flare was shot near them. Ryu Hyunsung looked back inside. Ha! It's them again. If the Berserkers' unique method of utilizing karma was added to their 3-star stats, they could run with the speed of sportscars. However, Yi Long and the personal guards weren't any slower. Currently, they were even faster because of the superiority in stamina. They who were quite distant from them had, at some point, almost caught up to them. Just where did they get those? Sovereign of dark secrets. He's quite a skilled fellow. The object that Ryu Hyunsung was complaining about were the ankle brackets Yilong and the personal guards had. Ring! Ring! The karma resonated with the clear sound of xylophones as the object allowed them to fly as if they were on hoverboards. As it had a device that would change the karma that you injected into it into energy that was specialized for transportation, it allowed you to reduce your karma consumption while maximizing your speed. It even possessed a separate ability that could store a bit of your karma as well. Since they caught up to Ryu Hyunsung and Chu Youngjin, who simply relied on their skills for their speed, with equipment, Ryu Hyunsung and Chu Youngjin would obviously tire faster. They were already in a disadvantageous situation as they were being chased. This was really a difficult difference to make up for. If they didn't have Void Wave, they would have already been captured. We'll attack them first. Since they were already near them, they had no way to break apart from them with simply speed. Ryu Hyunsung turned at the right moment. Due to his rotation, he was able to instantly reduce his forward momentum. Crash! He kicked the ground and shot between the ones who were chasing him. Ryu Hyunsung went left while Chu Youngjin went right. Gak! Spread out, dot. As they had already fallen for this a few times, the enemies began to scatter after understanding Ryu Hyunsung's intentions. However, since Ryu Hyunsung and Chu Youngjin relied on their bodies instead of equipment, they were able to change their direction faster than them. Void Wave. Void Wave had now become a representative skill of the Berserkers. When this resonance swept past the enemy's equipment, they would momentarily stop functioning. Their momentum suddenly vanished, but, like the elites they were, none of them rolled on the floor. Thud! They lightly kicked the ground and once again targeted Ryu Hyunsung and Chu Youngjin. Of course, dash. Breakaway. Breakaway. The two didn't face them. If they ran at full speed, they couldn't catch up without the help of the devices. Yilong clicked his tongue as he saw them get further and further away. How many times had it been? He couldn't help but acknowledge their swiftness that made them suffer over and over again even when they knew they were coming. These slippery bastards. We'll chase them by running until the flying rings become normal. They are probably starting to get exhausted by now. Yilong looked in the direction Chu Youngjin and Ryu Hyunsung disappeared to and commanded. Then, suddenly, his eyes shined. Isn't that direction towards the unexplored lands? He smiled. It's finally time to slowly end this. They couldn't enter the unexplored lands. They didn't know anything about these lands, what kind of monsters lived there and how many. Rashly entering unexplored lands would only result in their deaths. Because of this, the encirclement had been set up to trap them towards these lands. The ones who attempted to return through the portal they came through had completely changed directions for the first time. It meant they were cornered. They would soon find themselves in a situation where they were caught between the hunting group and monsters. The finale of a hunt was always pleasant. Yilong smiled as he ran. The direction his enemies headed towards was the unexplored lands. No more fireworks were shot into the sky. Every sovereign created a map of Dragonic, since maps were important. It was important and essential for maintaining their territory, to understand and disrupt the distribution of monsters, and when they wanted to expand their territory. There were 40 different maps of Dragonic. The number was exactly the number of sovereigns. Each sovereign created his own map. And not a single map overlapped with each other. Dragonic was expressed through 40 different maps. These maps were never connected. During the Age of Exploration, Europeans firmly believed that India was to their east. That was why they thought that traveling through the Atlantic Ocean, which was to west, to get to India was ridiculous. However, the well-known truth was that Columbus's voyage shattered their prejudice. Of course, the place he arrived wasn't India but the Americas. His belief was still correct in the end, as the Earth was round. And the current colonized state of Dragonic was similar to then. If they were on the same planet, then there was no doubt that the territories each sovereign colonized would be interconnected. However, there weren't many who believed that was true. First, it was difficult to estimate their direction with the starless Dragonic sky. While there were some suggestions about using the whirlpools in the sky to approximate direction, but because each whirlpool looked similar, there was a lot of room for error. Even if the direction was correct, there was a problem. It was difficult to approximate the distance between colonized lands, and there was no guarantee they wouldn't meet a monster that was impossible to fight. Although Dragonic was the hope of humanity, the speed at which they colonized was pitifully slow because of the monsters. It was hard enough to expand their colonized lands, but to try to create a passage between territories? The predominant view was that it was impossible. However, the berserk sovereign Choi Hyuk was in the middle of carrying out this reckless challenge. So Lance, you're telling me you have a bit of information on the humans living in that direction? Yeah, there was information sent through the leaves. If I'm being honest with you, it wasn't good information. They said they were a bunch who killed their own kind. Currently, Choi Hyuk and Lance were at the lowest level of the inverted tree, the nest. This place was the heart of where the branches of the inverted tree spread out. Thick leaves grew from the branches that stretched into the ground. Because the tree was so large, each of its leaves was the size of townhouses. The leaves of the inverted tree were metallic with a very unusual property. It was durable enough that it could grow while penetrating the ground and bullets couldn't pierce through it, but at the same time, it was flexible enough to flow through the gaps in the ground. A special magic was cast in the nest, allowing them to see the branches and leaves spread out from the tree. Just beyond the table Lance and Choi Hyuk were sitting at, they could see branches that stretched out like mountain ranges and thick green leaves hanging from the branches. Occasionally a leaf would fall and disappear through the gaps in the ground. These leaves that fell would spread throughout the world through an underground passage. By engraving special characters and magic on these leaves, the Yell tribes were able to communicate with one another. Because of this, Lance already learned that humans were coming to Dragonic. Of the information he heard, some were positive and neutral while others were negative. Lance had no choice but to be wary of humans entering his territory because of this information. Yet, a friendly atmosphere covered Lance and Choi Hyuk. They had only stayed in the Yell tribe's territory for a day, but the Berserkers and the Yell tribe really hit it off. In one night, they had exchanged their various battle techniques and had acknowledged one another. Existences who hunt their own kind. Then there's a high chance that they are the ones I'm looking for. Choi Hyuk was pleased with the information Lance provided him. The expedition others thought was too early was an expedition forging a path to another territory. However, Choi Hyuk daringly led this expedition banking on this small possibility. A reason? Of course, there was one. Lance asked. This sovereign of dark secrets. He killed your comrades? Yes. Not just once or twice. Though he himself will never admit it, there have been countless times we've been stabbed in the back. We need to get revenge. Some say that he's contributing to humanity, that he's speeding up the rate of colonization, but I don't think so. He's cancerous. He's cutting down our potential in the long run. Choi Hyuk coolly conveyed his thoughts. We humans still haven't gotten rid of our consumables, deferred circumstances. There are only 3 years left to the grace period. Although there are optimistic views that we would be able to get rid of this deferred state within 3 years because we are continuously colonizing and getting stronger, I'm pessimistic. First, we probably didn't receive the consumables judgment simply because we are weak. My friend in the past, young Minji, said this to me once. That they watched and judged each of our actions. They are not simply looking at individual strength but our organizational power and unity. We became consumables after they evaluated how far we could go as an organized army and handle the missions. Meaning, the sovereign of dark secrets is simply Cancer who was bringing down our evaluation. Choi Hyuk stopped momentarily before continuing. And, I have no thoughts on taking 3 years to get rid of our deferred state. I need to get much stronger than I am now. In some ways, this could be Choi Hyuk's true goal. To open a path between territories to accelerate their colonizing speed. Once one person started it, it would only accelerate afterwards. In Choi Hyuk's perspective, the progression of humanity was too slow. This slow progression had once again become a handicap on Choi Hyuk's own growth. Lance showed a serious expression as he listened to Choi Hyuk's words. Okay. I still can't believe it. Do those godlike existences truly exist? Lance, who was the great warrior of the L tribe, didn't know anything about the Flame Wing Alliance who created the system. Because he had only heard of this yesterday, he would show a bewildered expression every time they talked about them. Choi Hyuk grinned. He would naturally learn about them when the time came. There was no need to explain any further right now. Instead, it was time to resume their expedition. Thanks for the information. We don't have any more time, so we need to get going. Let's see each other often from now on. Choi Hyuk wanted to confirm this information even a second faster. If there really was a colonized land if they continued in that direction. And if the owner of that territory was the sovereign of dark secrets. He learned that it wasn't far from their talks. It would take them no more than 5 days if they ran at full speed. Of course, there was another problem. Are you really planning on going? A monster that is the peak of dragony and ranked monsters lives in that direction. I know you're strong, but it's almost a dragon rank. Sorry, but your strength falls short. Lance wanted to stop Choi Hyuk. And these kinds of impossible-to-handle monsters were the main factor that made colonizing difficult. This was also the reason why the predominant opinion was it would be difficult to create a passage between territories. Yet, Choi Hyuk simply laughed. That's welcoming news. I haven't been able to fight with my life on the line these days. That was how Choi Hyuk and 3,000 berserkers resumed their march towards the unexplored lands. At the same time, Chu Youngjin and Ryu Hyunsun were already passing through the unexplored lands. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 57. Episode 4, The Great Colonizing Age / Chapter 57, Revolution, 2. TL, Empty Cube. Editor, Obelisk. There was no end to the various different kinds of monsters. The moment they stepped into the unexplored lands, they saw monsters they had never seen before. Like how the berserkers endlessly fought the Spartoi created from dragon bones near their base, they were now ceaselessly fighting four-legged tree monsters. I think it must have been an amazing forest in the past. It was as Baek Seowen said. The ground was fertile and large building-like trees sporadically sprouted up from the ground. Mysterious karma flowed on the tree bark and there were 3 different colored leaves. Silver, yellow, and blue. It was undoubtedly an amazing forest in the past. However, the distance between the trees had become wider over time. There were quite a few dead trees collapsed on the floor, and they saw half-dried withering trees as well. The tree monsters were continuously gnawing on the living trees and creating new tree monsters. If only there weren't these tree dogs. With his naming sense, Baek Seowen decided to call these monsters tree dogs. It possessed 2 meanings, a dog made from trees and something you couldn't see with your eyes open, 1. It was a humorous name, but it fitted oddly well with their appearance. The monsters were called dogs because they possessed wooden figures contaminated by a black bodily fluid, wagged a weirdly twisted trunk, and had 4 legs. Rather than saying they looked like dogs, their figures were similar to dogs, therefore the name, tree dog, fit quite well. The tree dogs latched onto the trees and struggled to gnaw on them. These weren't ordinary trees. Even when these monsters diligently gnawed on them, it didn't seem like they left a visible mark. However, it seemed as though these trees couldn't resist for a long time, as there were hollowed-out trees here and there. A trunk would grow from tree dogs that had gnawed on trees for a long time and create a new tree dog. It wasn't hard to find small tree dogs that were attached to the foreheads or thighs of larger tree dogs. These monsters do not only kill people but are existences that even destroy the environment itself. Ah, damn. Just die. As these tree dogs would still attack even when split into 2 or 3 pieces, Baek Seoin had to put a lot of karma into each slash as he impatiently dealt with them. At this rate, there will be monsters who eat the ground. Baek Seoin lamented, looking at the destroyed forest in regret. And his prediction was correct. The most problematic monster that stood in their way in colonizing a passage. The name of the overwhelmingly powerful monster that the great warrior of the L tribe, Lance, described as the apex of Dragonian rank monsters was the Ground Devourer. Whoa! This is... The berserkers' relentless march came to a halt. The sparse trees had disappeared, and they saw an area where the fertile ground had been cracked open. These were traces of a new monster. The L tribe called this monster the Ground Devourer. A monster that ate rocks. Even when the powerful monsters that annihilated Dragonic went into a deep slumber, this strong monster continued to be active. It wasn't a monster that ate the living creatures who were on the brink of extinction, but one which devoured the planet itself. That was why there were basins that looked as if it had been scooped out like ice cream where this monster inhabited. The dirt slowly started to fade away, and at some point, they could no longer see any dirt from the surface. They saw layers upon layers of different kinds of rocks exposed in an endless downward slope. Choi Hyuk closely examined this overwhelming and frightening sight before commanding. We enter. The basins weren't similar to each other. Some were deep, while others were a bit shallow. The terrain went up and down like the Kazdak Index, too. However, it became clearly deeper the further they marched towards the center. The relatively tall entrance covered the sky and the basin gradually became darker. Crunch! Crunch! They heard the sound of hundreds of rocks being crunched on. In the darkest place, the Ground Devourer was shattering rocks and shoving them in its mouth. It isn't as enormous as I thought. Choi Hyuk glanced at it as if he was admiring it. Its size was smaller than the Wyvern of Destruction. Around the size of a 5-story building. However, its head took up half its body and its mouth, which was located at the center, could open to the size of its face. Its thick limbs shattered the ground and shoved the rocks into its mouth. It seemed to possess a black hole in its body, as even when it consumed as its body size in rocks, it showed no signs of being full. Like the L tribe said, this is a strong foe that sits at the top of all the opponents we've faced so far. Everyone, be prepared. We'll go with the large monster hunting formation. Choi Hyuk commanded them in a low voice. There were no replies. However, there was no need to check. They were only silent to avoid being discovered by the monster, they all understood. After experiencing over 100 fierce battles together, the berserkers showed perfect coordination with each other without the need for words. Then, begin. The moment Choi Hyuk commanded, the berserkers spread out and scattered throughout the surroundings. Unexpectedly, they took out long-distance weapons. The majority of the weapons were bows and throwing spears. However, they didn't begin shooting yet. Baek Seoin, who became the real commander after Choi Hyuk ordered them to attack, stared at a white male. His name was Hanki. Amongst the berserkers, he was known as the artillery captain. The main weapons of the artillery, made up of approximately 30 people including Hanki, were quite unusual. While they possessed weapons that looked like bazookas, they also used long rods, bracelets, and rings. Sometimes they would use a hat with an unusual design as their main equipment as well. Hanki, who was concentrating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Baek Seoin. That moment, Baek Seoin's body had already been dyed blue by activating Mind's Eye as he examined the ground devourer. When he felt Hanki's gaze, he commanded, "Right leg." The moment Baek Seoin's command fell, Hanki's rod shot through the air. Lightning gathered at the tip of the rod as it flew towards the ground devourer. The members of the artillery behind Hanki each started shooting their own weapons. Some shot flames, others shock waves, each attacked the ground devourer's right leg with an attack that matched their own karma traits. These people, who were known as the artillery amongst the berserkers, were long-distance attack specialists. They were experts who raised their control and power to 3-star, and, supported by their control and equipment, trained in throwing their karma through long distances. Because their endurance stat was low, they weren't suitable for close combat, and because they would often choose karma traits with properties like blaze or shock to suit their long-distance combat style, they were often called magicians by others. The power of the berserkers' artillery group was quite significant. Although the berserkers were known to be strong in close combat, their power was this strong because their control was high while their endurance was low, like their leader, Choi Hyuk. Choi Hyuk and the magicians got along really well, and this was how the artillery captain, Hanki, who was considered to be a top expert, joined the berserkers. Rumble. Like their name, the attacks of the 30 members of the artillery group were powerful. The ground devourer's body staggered. Krrrr. The ground devourer became enraged. And the berserkers shot their arrows and spears at the enraged ground devourer. Although their attacks weren't as powerful as the artillery, they were great in number. Kwawu. Most couldn't pierce its skin and bounced off, but they were necessary for messing up the monster's surroundings. Using the monster's momentary stumble, the strongest amongst them, the berserk sovereign Choi Hyuk, closed in. Slice. His powerful karma blade sliced into the ground devourer's left leg. However, it was only able to cut into its leathery skin. Crash. As if it was smacking away an annoying fly, the ground devourer slammed its arm at Choi Hyuk. The ground shook and the bodies of the berserkers trembled. Luckily, Choi Hyuk was able to avoid the attack and, instead, jumped on top of its arm. He ran up its arm and shouted, "Let's play!" After a long time, Choi Hyuk was finally able to fall into a deep battle trance. Ryu Hyunsung and Chu Youngjin's escape was also spectacular. A chase in an unexplored land no one had walked on. The further they went, the more dangerous the terrain became, and the more monsters appeared. In a swamp with water up to their ankles, Ryu Hyunsung, Chu Youngjin clashed with the cruel-killing Sword Yilong and his personal guards for the final time. "Let's stop now." The cruel-killing Sword Yilong thought this was the end of their long chase. They had fled tirelessly. It seemed they didn't even value their lives as they went further into these unexplored lands. It didn't seem like they cared whether a monster appeared or not, or whether they were exhausted or not. Just by looking at them, he could tell that they were at their limit. Even if they fled from this place, they wouldn't have the strength to return. They weren't even able to use that great void wave of theirs properly anymore. The hot water that went up to their ankles also seemed to make these exhausted fellows suffer even more. Ring. Ring. On the other hand, Yilong and his personal guards, who were riding on these ankle bracelets that emitted ringing sounds like a xylophone, were floating slightly above the water. Because of this, they were relatively unhindered by the flesh-meltingly hot water. They were at a dead end. Kick. I'd rather smash my head into this water and die than be captured by you. Ryu Hyunsung kept his composure even when his lips were pale blue due to severe exhaustion. Chu Youngjin silently stared at Yilong as if he was going to take at least one of them with him. "You tiresome bastards." Although Yilong was disgusted by their present condition, he was also filled with expectation. How much stronger would I get if I absorbed them? They seemed to be the biggest catch of Yilong's life as a plunderer. Filled with expectation, he commanded, "Don't kill them. Cut off their arms and legs." "Yes." His guards answered with vigorous voices and charged forward. However, Yi Long had no luck, while Ryu Hyunsung and Chu Youngjin had the heavens on their side. A monster suddenly appeared from the marsh floor. Splash! An intense heat blasted out alongside its appearance. It was so intense that the already hot water evaporated altogether. Instantly, 4 red eyes peered through the thick steam. Frightened, Yi Long shouted, "Dodge it! Rip! Dot." Unfortunately, the guard in the front wasn't able to avoid the sudden attack and had his waist ripped in two. The steam was dyed red with his gushing blood. Damn it! Yi Long grit his teeth and jumped into the red steam. Clash! Clash! Sparks flew as sounds of swords and the monster's claws clashing against each other sounded out. Wow! Was our luck this good? Perplexed by their sudden fortune, Ryu Hyunsung and Chu Youngjin hastily escaped. They were able to overcome a desperately dangerous situation due to the monster. And the monster wasn't weak like the monsters that had appeared until now, it was truly strong. Since we're getting this much help, we need to survive. Ryu Hyunsung and Chu Youngjin gathered their remaining strength and began to run towards the whirlpool that had gradually been getting larger. But, it seems we've awoken the monsters. It was like he said. This marsh had initially only been hot and silent, but now, monsters were getting up one after another. They were all formidable. It seemed the monsters wanted to attack the more dangerous-looking Yi Long's group as they all ran towards them. Of course, there were the occasional attacks on Ryu Hyunsung and Chu Youngjin, but they avoided, blocked, or even used the momentum to keep running without facing them. When they did, instead of giving chase, the monsters turned their attention towards Yi Long's group. Run! I can't stop. Ryu Hyunsung continued to run while pounding his trembling legs as he tried to elude himself by mumbling these words. His stamina was at its limit, but if he stopped here, he would undoubtedly die. He gritted his teeth and continued. Damn it! Retreat! Retreat! They heard Yi Long's distant voice. He sounded dejected. That was how they were able to leave Yi Long behind, but that didn't mean their situation became better. Their stamina had already been exhausted and more monsters appeared. Ryu Hyunsung had no choice but to forcefully continue activating Mind's Eye. Since they didn't have the strength to fight, they had to avoid them before encountering them. When it was unavoidable, Chu Youngjin would step forward and deal with the monsters blocking their way. As if walking on a tightrope, the two squeezed between the monsters and fled. They happened upon an enormous basin. Like a quarry, shattered rocks lay exposed in the basin. Below the basin, they could hear deafening roars and vibrations from the center of the basin, which was covered by a boulder. Are the monsters fighting with each other? They don't seem normal. But do monsters even fight with each other? I haven't seen it myself, but you never know. They might fight considering monsters are split into different territories. Like you say, considering we can't see any other monsters, this seems to be the territory of a powerful monster. And these monsters are currently fighting each other, right? Ryu Hyunsung was silent for a moment as he thought. They had almost exhausted their stamina getting here. If they continued to overwork themselves, it would only lead to their deaths. They had to rest at least once. Ryu Hyunsung decided. Let's go down and observe them. Chu Youngjin's eyes widened in surprise. Why? These monsters possessed such incredible destructive power that the top of the basin shook. Why should they risk it and go down to observe their fight? The fight is intense. If the two kill each other, or even if they critically injure each other and are unable to pay attention to their surroundings, we can stay and rest here for a few days before heading out. Since this is a place where nearby monsters won't approach. If they didn't plan on dying here, they needed to rest. Although it was dangerous, if they could rest, it was worth taking the risk. Chu Youngjin agreed with Ryu Hyunsung. The two nervously hid behind boulders and made their way down. As they went further down, the clouds of dust from the fight started to completely cover their vision. You are still on cooldown, right? If Ryu Hyunsung activated Mind's Eye, he could easily look through the dust, but he was completely exhausted. Yeah. It's recovered a bit, but I can't use it for long, so we'll use it when we get closer. Eventually, the two dangerously made their way towards the center of the basin, grabbing onto boulders as they couldn't see very well. Thump! A loud noise suddenly sounded out. Then, it seemed the fight had ended as there were no more roars or vibrations. Doesn't it seem the fight is over? Yeah. What would be the conclusion of the fight? The two became even more nervous as they continued to make their way down. Then, once they were at a suitable distance, Ryu Hyunsung activated Mind's Eye. He was able to sense a 5-story-sized monster with his sensitive karma. It looked dead. Karma had left its body and he couldn't perceive any movements. Where's its opponent? Ryu Hyunsung pressed down his trembling, exhausted leg and searched for the dead monster's opponent. He had difficulty because he was so small, but he was eventually able to find him. He was sitting on top of the monster's corpse. He seemed to be the size of a human. Though he possessed powerful karma, his karma felt very familiar. Ryu Hyunsung was stunned. What's wrong? When Chu Youngjin asked, Ryu Hyunsung blankly replied. He saw me. The monster? Yeah. Then, doesn't that mean we're in big trouble? Well, that's... Just then, a loud voice erupted and blasted the thick dust hanging in the air. A very happy voice. Hey! Chu Hyung! Ryu Hyung! It's been a while. It was the voice of their leader, Choi Hyuk. This was the moment a passage between colonized lands was discovered. 1. The Ross used to refer to tree dogs. Depending on which Hanja characters you use, it can mean either of the two meanings. Tree/eyes, similar/can't, dog/see. 2. Kostak, Korean Securities Dealers Automated Quotations, is a trading board of the Korea Exchange, KRX. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 58. Episode 4, The Great Colonizing Age / Chapter 58, Revolution, 3. TL, Empty Cube. Editor, Obelisk. Due to the intense battle, free karma points increased by 3. The fight against the Ground Devourer had ended. A message appeared. As even a single karma point was precious these days, Choi Hyuk was extremely happy. For example, it took him 1 month to get his control to reach 3-star. However, it took him 2 full years to get it to the outer limits of 4-star. When his stats were at 1-star, meaning during in the Ring of Rebirth and the beginning of Survive and Escape, he was overflowing with karma. All his stats would increase by 1 when he killed a similar ranked opponent. However, when he reached 2-star, it changed so that he would only gain 1 free karma point every time he killed a similar ranked opponent. The level of difficulty had increased greatly. However, when he looked back at it, those days were still good. They would reward him with tons of karma, claiming his feats as surprising achievements and/or results when they weren't really all that amazing. When his stats reached 3-star and 4-star, they really became hellish to increase. It was then where it started to get harder to find similar ranked opponents. Of course, his stats would increase when he killed a lot of lower ranked enemies. The fact that he really had to kill a large number was the problem. Now, however, he wouldn't even be given any points for doing this anymore. The only thing he could rely on were the karma points he received from the battle addict Fate. However, since last year, even that didn't satisfy him. Earthlings, who were consumables, deferred, usually had cooperative missions with the lowest ranked warriors. The main stats of lowest ranked warriors were at about 3-star. No matter how difficult the mission he chose was, they no longer matched Choi Hyuk's level. There were occasional large-scale battles with low-ranked warriors who were at the 4-star level, but besides them, there weren't any times where he could fight intensely. What was more, even if they were recruited for a large-scale battle, the roles of Earthlings were mostly supportive, so it was hard for Choi Hyuk to play an active part. This meant that the consumables fate of Earthlings was hindering his growth. Because of this, he couldn't help but be happy whenever he saw a message stating that his karma increased due to intense battles. He had finally fought with all his strength and he even obtained 3 free karma points. His mood was really good. On top of that, he finally reunited with Ryu Hyunsung and Chu Young-jin, whom he had sent on a dangerous mission, and hadn't seen for a long time. How could he not feel elated? Before the obvious curiosity of why they were here in the first place struck him, a welcoming feeling burst out instantly. Chu Hyung. Ryu Hyung. It's been a while. And because of his shout, Baek Seoin, who had flopped on the floor after becoming exhausted from commanding the troops, widened his eyes. What? Lee Jinhee, who had dropped to the floor, suddenly got up and addressed her pain. Oh? Young-jin and Ryu Hyung? Ow. She was a mess. It was the result of getting close to the ground devourer to attract its attention so that Choi Hyuk could land the fatal blow at the final moment. She contributed this time as well. She would always risk her life and survive, and she always had swollen bruises, fractures, and wounds. Even in this state, Lee Jinhee got up to welcome Chu Young-jin and Ryu Hyunsung, who were staggering over from exhaustion. Everyone survived. One of the main criteria when Choi Hyuk chose berserkers, survivability. And fitting their roles as the top executives of the berserkers, Chu Young-jin and Ryu Hyunsung returned. That day, they camped at the basin where they slew the ground devourer. The sky always shined with a milky hue. Although Dragonic didn't have nights, their surroundings were dark as the night due to the basin. The berserkers, who had no choice but to sleep in the light, were happy for this darkness. When everyone was busy getting ready to sleep, the top executives held a meeting. Choi Hyuk, Baek Seoin, Lee Jinhee, Chu Young-jin, Ryu Hyunsung, and finally the artillery captain, Han-ki, had gathered. Oh my god. I never thought we'd discover a passage on this expedition. It was as Han-ki said. They thought that it would take 2 or 3 more attempts to see a small progress. They all implicitly believed this. However, they had reached their goal on their first attempt. Though they were happy, they were just as much taken back. It's difficult to attack the Sovereign of Dark Secrets with our current force, since it wasn't a seizing expedition to begin with. Baek Seoin's suggestion was to withdraw and prepare properly before going to war. It was a rational suggestion, but there was an objection. It was Lee Jinhee. I don't think there will be much difference if we withdraw and come back. Our numbers are small in the first place. Even if we include everyone, our numbers would be around 20,000. But if we exclude those who have been recruited for missions and those necessary to maintain our cities, wouldn't the numbers be around 5,000? I don't think there will be much of a difference between 3,000 and 5,000. Instead, why don't we go earlier and release the slaves? Number 3,000 and 5,000 are completely different numbers. Baek Seoin immediately opposed Lee Jinhee's words. However, she wasn't convinced. The Sovereign of Dark Secrets has 80,000 soldiers. 80,000 against 5,000 or 80,000 against 3,000, aren't they similar? Even if we say there are 80,000 colonizers, less than 10,000 of them will have at least 2-star. There's a big difference between 5,000 and 3,000 against 10,000. And if we are thinking about occupying their territory and not simply going to war, then it makes sense every person counts. Then can't we strike first and come back again? Why would you do that? We can just finish everything in one go. But what are we going to do about those slaves who are being sold right now? And Young-jin and Ryu Hyun suffered like this, and you want to just go back? Baek Seoin and Lee Jinhee argued. But, at some point, the discussion didn't progress, and they simply said what they had already said over and over again. Choi Hyuk wordlessly listened to them before cutting them off when he felt it was getting nowhere and addressed everyone. To be honest, my goal wasn't to occupy them from the start. When other sovereign thought of conquests, they easily thought of conquer and occupy. Because of this, when Choi Hyuk proposed they attack the sovereign of dark secrets, his followers all thought this was a conquest. Yet, Choi Hyuk was thinking much more simplistically than them. Our first goal is the sovereign of dark secrets himself. If Sovereign Lao Ban dies, his forces will have no choice but to collapse, and their authority over the portal will disappear. Occupy their territory? Of course that's good, but our first goal is killing Lao Ban. Choi Hyuk really hated the sovereign of dark secrets, Lao Ban. The fact that he used immigrants, who were from Earth like him, as slaves, and that he killed colonizers and used them to increase his strength. He could overlook the fact that Lao Ban's immoral actions that received the immense hatred of many. What was really unforgivable was that the actions he did habitually ruined the people's trust in humanity and hindered their unity, which, in turn, obstructed his performance. This was something Choi Hyuk couldn't endure. During his seemingly normal day, the Ring of Rebirth opened. Afterwards, he was able to leave Kangdong district after overcoming a competition of kill or be killed. Everyone had become murderers, and they were also victims. Then his mother passed away. That day, Choi Hyuk's personal world had already collapsed. Afterwards, he felt as if he was simply living in a doomed earth. He was always enraged by this collapse, and he fought and struggled to get revenge on the ones who brought along this collapse. Yet, there was someone who was happy about this and was happily enjoying the fruits brought on by this collapse. What was more, their actions left a large scratch on the great cause of those who sought to fight against this collapse. They would say, "Why do you fight so hard in such a great world?" But the pleasure they enjoyed had all come from the blood and sweat of others. Humans would repeatedly become divided the stronger they became, and animosity amongst them would increase. The hearts of those who want to fight against the collapse couldn't help but become dull. Starting with Lao Ban, Choi Hyuk wanted to stomp on those who filled their bellies by snacking on this damned world. Those people didn't have the right to be a sovereign, who represented humanity. No lamps were lit, so the inside of the tent was dark. Choi Hyuk's black eyes seemed even darker in this darkness. So I don't think we need to reorganize ourselves. From Ryu Hyung and Shu Hyung's reports, it seems that Lao Ban is currently on the outskirts of his territory, so there is no better chance. We attack now. If his goal was Lao Ban himself, they didn't need to withdraw. Although Lao Ban was with his main force, his city guards were far away, and he had only brought his elite troops, so there was no need to fear their numbers. Since there was no force that could match the berserkers in terms of elite troops, 3,000 was enough. Now that I think about it, no one knows what happens when a sovereign kills another sovereign. If everything, such as the authority of the portal, gets transferred over, then we don't necessarily need reinforcements to occupy their territory. We can just deport resisting forces. Everyone nodded their heads at Baek Seowan's words. If the authority of the sovereign was transferred over, there was nothing to fear. It would be game over the moment they killed Lao Ban. The artillery head Hanki asked. Then what is our plan of attack? Target the sovereign with a single-point breakthrough? Or annihilation? Choi Hyuk didn't think twice and answered. Annihilation. We will not accept their surrender. The ones gathered there will all be Lao Ban's henchmen. They are plunderers who kill others and rob their strength. Although we won't chase them too far if they run, if possible, it will be total annihilation. Also, we will thoroughly track and take down Lao Ban and his executives. It was a resolute action. Hanki continued to ask. Then, next, what do you plan to do if the full authority of the sovereign does get transferred to you? He paid attention to the chill emanating from Choi Hyuk's tone. Choi Hyuk wanted the death of the sovereign of dark secrets. Then what would he want afterwards? What kind of decision would he make about the colonizers who cooperated with the sovereign of dark secrets? Deportation? Or punishment? If that happens, we advance towards the cities. We will destroy all of Lao Ban's workshops and free the slaves. And if there are still organizations operating under Lao Ban's command, then we will undoubtedly punish them. If these organizations break up and scatter, that's fine. However, if they are still maintaining their organizations by the time we get there, I will use the authority to ban them from using the portal and sweep them all up. I have no thoughts on clumsily letting them live. Choi Hyuk was giving his enemies two small chances. First, he would let those who flee the battlefield, without looking back, live. Second, he would let those who flee after hearing the news from the escapees. He clearly declared he would kill everyone else besides them. A risky, yet powerful method. A silence hung in the air momentarily. A large-scale slaughter of humans. Their hearts were heavy. Now that we're about to kill them, my heart's a bit. It was Li Jinhe's gripe, who was naturally kind. Although she was in favor of a war against the sovereign of dark secrets, she was generally thinking of a way to minimize casualties. A rule of accepting their surrender if they did. However, Choi Hyuk was planning on thoroughly stomping on his enemies. Baek Seoin didn't say anything. He was psychologically more resistant to the notion of killing humans compared to others. Still, he was inwardly trying to justify this decision. Since it's a world that's already out of control. Because it's a world where humans openly sell other humans as slaves. Since we already gave them a chance to talk. Is it time for them to take responsibility? The more chaotic a situation was, the quicker the effect of creating a rule by blood was. Although telling them hundreds of times to not have slave markets had no effect, if they hit them hard once, its effects were clear. While everyone was judging the necessity of this operation, the artillery head Hanki said, "It's already inevitable we will face off against the sovereign of dark secrets' forces. Then it's better to properly step on them when we inevitably face them. Since it's cleaner if we fight them properly once than fighting them multiple times. I think it's a good idea." Everyone else nodded at his words. It was like this ever since humanity first started to record history. There was no easier or cleaner method of dealing with others than killing and removing them. Only, I still wish we could find a better way. Li Jinhe couldn't let go of this fantasy. She wasn't scared of fighting them, however, fighting humans was tiring and difficult. Although her worry was an important one that advanced human civilization, but in the current situation, where history had degenerated and humanity had collapsed, it was a powerless worry. The sovereign of dark secrets and the berserkers were already in a relationship of kill or be killed. They killed berserkers, and Ryu Hyunsung and Chu Youngjin killed their slave traders. Although there was a difference in scale, they had already killed one another. Only, the colonizers clashed in local fights. There hasn't been a case of a full-on battle yet. The war that was about to begin would be the first. They felt a psychological resistance to the fact that this first war would have to be an annihilation, crushing their enemies thoroughly. However, the fact that if they did this properly this time, it could reduce future losses was a big strength to them. I know. It's just a gripe. Li Jinhe looked somewhat depressed. Choi Hyuk tapped her shoulder. If they were in a different group, then Li Jinhe, who said these words before a battle, may garner some hate, but Choi Hyuk was already familiar with this side of her. Since she fought the most courageously when they actually went into battle. She was different from Choi Hyuk, but they walked the same path. Eventually, they decided on annihilation. Everyone looked at each other with determined eyes. The very next morning, the march towards the very first territory war began. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 59. Episode 4, The Great Colonizing Age / Chapter 59, Revolution, 4. TL, Empty Cube. Editor, Obelisk. It was a cruel day. Although she resolved herself multiple times, the new member was unable to act, and repeatedly apologized to her senior in vain. I will do better. I will do better. I will do better. She had repeated those words a few times, yet, her hand didn't move. A slim beauty, however, she was an outstanding warrior. In the past, these words might have been ridiculous, but it was very foolish to estimate someone's fighting ability from their looks these days. Weren't they in a generation where civilians could awaken karma if they simply came over to Dragonic? Because she possessed outstanding talent, she overcame countless competitors and had become a clan member. Afterwards, the clan had invested mission points to send her over to Dragonic. Above all, the fact that she was invited to this festival clearly showed that she would later become a cadet, a rising star who would lead her clan's future. The panic she was feeling now was simply something she had to overcome. Because he understood this fact, her superior didn't punish her but gently reasoned with her. It's okay. It's okay. This is normal for your first time. Yes. Yes. Thank you. When she heard her superior's gentle tone, her heart, which was beating like a drum, calmed slightly. Yet, her hand still didn't budge. Now, take a deep breath. That's it. Breath out. Her superior continued to calmly coax her. Try closing your eyes. She closed her eyes at his suggestion. His tear-stained face, pleading eyes, and shaking gagged head all disappeared from her eyes. She no longer saw the sacrifice. She only heard her superior's voice now. He guided her hands in the darkness. Nudge. Her guided hands took aim at a specific area. It was undoubtedly the chest, the beating heart of the sacrifice. Just push the sword through here. Then you just need to place your hand anywhere on the sacrifice's body and receive his karma. It's not hard. It's like eating noodles. There wasn't the slightest hint of cruelty in her superior's voice. He instructed as if he really was teaching her how to eat noodles. I understand. Although his calm voice calmed her down even further, unlike her loud reply, she was still unable to stab out with her sword. It's okay. It's okay. Deep breaths. Her superior continued to speak softly until he suddenly grabbed her shoulders and shouted. Stab. SHHHK. The surprised new recruit reflexively jolted her sword forward. The sword smoothly slid into the sacrifice's flesh and stabbed into his heart. Ah! Ah! Warm blood splattered onto her hands. The new recruit opened her eyes. The dying sacrifice was a man who looked to be in his 40s. Looking at his non-ruined suit, he seemed to be an immigrant who had only recently migrated here. She clearly saw the lights in his eyes dying out. It's hot. Was blood ever this hot? The blood that splattered on her hands not only felt hot but heavy as well. Her shoulders were trembling, and her superior comforted her. Shoo. You did well. It's normal for it to be difficult. You did well. Now, you can smoothly absorb his strength. To be honest, this part didn't require any technique. As long as one possessed the plunderer fate, they would absorb their dying foe's karma once they placed their hand on them. Her body trembled as wisps of karma entered and spread throughout her body. It was incredibly refreshing. Although she felt guilty at the fact she killed an innocent person, a euphoric sensation spread as the refreshing karma entered through her hand. I a monster? Her mind became torn and confused. No. Come to your senses. She hated her weak self whose determination still swayed after resolving herself constantly. However, it was useless. As she fell into a state of shame, thinking, do I not belong here? I didn't know it would be like this, her superior calmly guided her. There's no reason to be distressed. Enjoy it with a thankful heart. This is the power of one life. It's a noble sensation. Her superior looked at her with solemn eyes. You know how the first awakenees awakened, right? You probably heard of the ring of rebirth. From the start, there are no awakenees who haven't gotten strong by killing others. Don't concern yourself with what those hypocrites and politicians say. They talk as if our Lao Ban clan is the only one who kills other people, but that's not true. Even though they may act as if it's not true, they all kill others to get stronger. If you kill a person or monster, you obtain a set amount of karma. It was this kind of game from the start. The system itself was already like this. In short, even if you aren't of the Lao Ban clan, as long as you're a colonizer, you will have no choice but to kill people. If that's the case, isn't it better to thoroughly absorb that karma? It's like that. With our fate known as plunderers, we aren't doing anything others aren't. It's only a fate that increases the efficiency of what everyone else is doing. When other colonizers gain 1 karma from killing a colonizer, we simply earn 2 or 3. So, is that bad? No, it is not. She had, at some point, been drawn into her superior's words which were filled with his own conviction. Yeah. That's right. We only need to think about getting stronger. Forget about the rest. Killing people. Selling slaves. Don't waver from their criticism. That's not all. Because our business is flourishing, more Earthlings are coming over to Dragonic and the speed of colonization has become that much faster. You are aware that our clan's contribution to Earth is enormous, right? Yes. Yes. That is correct. Yeah. We only need to think about our job, getting stronger. And honor our homeland, China. We only need to think about becoming stronger and tougher as warriors. Yes, that is right. Yeah. Kill. Then absorb their strength with a thankful heart. That is our job. I understand. The new recruit stopped trembling. Her eyes shined brightly. Her superior grinned and said, Good. Then try to properly absorb a sacrifice this time. He's a strong one, so the sword won't go in easily. Still, you'll eventually pierce him if you just keep on stabbing your opponent until he becomes exhausted, so don't be too flustered. I'll lend you my weapon. Try it out. Within the thick fog, sacrifices, whose limbs had been cut off, were prepared. The sacrifices were tightly bounded, unable to let out a scream, unable to resist, and died with open chests. Those familiar with this enjoyed the slaughter and would sometimes go and rape slaves or sacrifices, indiscriminate of gender. As these horrible acts were being done, the mood within the fog became trance-like. New recruits, who had never done this before, overcame their initial shock and gradually began to become familiar with this mood. They started to look at it from whatever perspective they pleased. Beliefs to those with beliefs, pleasure to those who enjoyed it. Lao Ban clan's festival was drawing to its peak. It was a cruel day. What a load of bullshit. They suddenly heard someone swear within the fog. What? At the sudden swear, a superior and a new recruit turned around with widened eyes. Although the fog was thick enough that it was difficult to see someone's face in the distance, they were able to identify a person's figure. While everyone was becoming engrossed in the festival, a single shadow approached them. What the? Who is it? The superior asked. The person replied with a sword that suddenly slashed out, slicing through the fog. Creak. Worthy of being an elite of the Lao Ban clan, his endurance was high, so the sound of the sword scraping metal sounded out. However, a misty karma blade sliced through his tough skin and ribs. PSHHLT. Ag. His heart split apart without being able to do anything. Although she got into a battle stance after seeing her collapsing superior, her opponent was much faster than her. Pick. Thud. Her head rolled on the ground in vain. As I thought, killing people feels disgusting. Li Jinhee didn't even look at the corpses as she spat out a complaint and continued. Berserkers started to pour in from different locations within the fog. Choi Hyuk declared one principle. Complete fear. A trauma that would prevent them from lifting their heads when they heard the ber of berserkers. He wanted to implant them with PTSD. The berserkers, who moved under this principle, were viciously brutal. Thud, stomp, dash. It sounded like a rain shower. The berserkers charged at full speed. They didn't stop for a moment. If someone blocked them, they would avoid them while wielding their swords. They slashed out with their swords even as they jumped up or slid below. Ah! Ack! Lao Ban's clan members, whose legs had been cut off so that they couldn't run away, were crawling along the ground and screaming like children. Sounds of rain showers flooded in as blades stabbed out. No one could tell who was killing who. Only, they would suddenly come close and stab them. The fact that they didn't know when or where these swords would target them was fear itself. The fog was dyed red. Who are these bastards? At that moment, the executives of the Lao Ban clan started to act. Thud. Clink. The berserkers, who were recklessly rushing forward, were pushed back. Slice. Some unlucky ones were cut in two. Wake up! With the executives' urgings, Lao Ban's clan hastily began to get into formation. However, it would be breaking the berserkers' principle if they let them do that. Rumble. Explosive blood. Wherever Choi Hyuk passed, the fog would split like the Red Sea. Crash. A strong, single strike. His opponent reflexively lifted his weapon to block it, but Choi Hyuk's sword cut his body in two along with his weapon. Although their weapons were clouded with karma and physical endurance stats, his explosive blows would ignore them all. The impact of this strike was enough to blow people's hair from far away. One of Lao Ban's executives, whose skull had been split in two, became a geyser, still in an upright position. Shudder. At the blood drops that took a moment to fall, at that horrifying feeling, Lao Ban's clan members shuddered slightly. If Choi Hyuk's overwhelming single strike broke their spirits, Li Jinhee's speed brought panic. Dash. Bang. 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 Although she used explosive blood like Choi Hyuk, her movements were more mechanical than his. She chased down the fleeing foes as if she was a cheetah hunting her prey and planted them into the ground. No matter which direction they fled or how they blocked, she would skillfully grab her opponent and stab them with her sword. They couldn't block her. As if their fates were already predetermined, even her tempo was consistent. The figures of their comrades being pinned to the ground, like butterflies being pinned on display, brought on additional panic. Ah! Ah! They fled even though they knew it was hopeless. And they were soon hunted down. At this time, Choi Hyuk was facing Lao Ban. Lao Ban had fallen into a state of confusion. Why? Why aren't you guys getting deported? This place was Lao Ban's territory. Rationally, all the colonizers here must have had passed through the portal under his authority. If that was the case, Lao Ban should have been able to deport them whenever he wanted. In fact, it was impossible to revolt. However, Lao Ban was unable to deport these bandits who had come for him. That was what made him fall into a state of confusion. It's our first time seeing each other face to face. Unlike the flustered Lao Ban, Choi Hyuk started to talk leisurely. The situation had already progressed to a point of no return. Lao Ban was no match for Choi Hyuk. Both Lao Ban and Choi Hyuk were aware of this fact. This punk bastard. Yet, Lao Ban didn't admit it and began his last-ditch effort. Karma blades had become universal. Lao Ban's sword was covered with a faint yellow-green light. However, dash. Crack, His weak karma blade was ripped apart by Choi Hyuk's karma blade that was as deep blue as the ocean's depths. Rying. Cock. Lao Ban's sword didn't split in two, but instead, vibrated intensely before shattering, gruesomely shredding Lao Ban's hand. Lao Ban, who grabbed his hand as he fell to the ground, saw the corpse of his strongest expert, the cruel killing sword Yilong, which had been split in two. Beside him was the corpse of Tsu Chin, who had advised him about being cautious of the berserk sovereign. Erg. You crazy bastard. Why do you have to do this? Lao Ban despaired. I warned you. What? About selling slaves? Ha! What a joke. Do you even know how many of your berserker bastards are among our clients? Lao Ban snorted. Hypocritical bastards. As he realized he couldn't match him in strength, Lao Ban started to make cynical remarks. Colonizer. That's when you look at from a bright side. How many of these colonizers are of their right minds? No, is that wrong? We are people too, so do we always need to live in hell? I simply provided them with a comfort zone for their own sake. If it wasn't for me, do you think colonizers could maintain their sanity? Do you think they could endure the stress from endless missions? People are only coming out to become colonizers because there's a way to relieve that stress. If it wasn't for me, who would fucking become a goddamn colonizer? Although many sovereigns criticized Lao Ban's slave market, their followers, with or without their knowledge, came to Lao Ban's territory to relieve the stress that piled deep within them. It didn't matter whether they were men or women. Especially berserkers. Following Choi Hyuk's policy, they underwent more intense missions more often than anyone else. Because of this, once they started to take a liking to the slave market, there were many cases where they would become known perverts. Lao Ban brought out all the malice inside him and cursed Choi Hyuk. Didn't you guys kill others? What's so different about you? You hypocritical bastard. However, Choi Hyuk's face didn't change. Instead, it became even colder. That isn't something a dead man should be worried about. At Choi Hyuk's cold reply, Lao Ban harbored even more malice. What? A dead man? Me? This bastard. He was about to spit curses once more. That moment Choi Hyuk's sword pierced through Lao Ban's throat. She. Lao Ban's lips moved, but no words were spoken, only the sound of air rushing out could be heard. Choi Hyuk grabbed Lao Ban's hair, stuck his head out and stared directly into his eyes. In that state, he slowly moved his sword and cut Lao Ban's head off. You lost, and I won. And the slave market is no more. Thud. The completely severed head fell into Choi Hyuk's hand. Choi Hyuk continued to stare at it and said, If you have something to say, say it. Perhaps it was due to karma, but the lights in Lao Ban's eyes still shined. He moved his facial muscles to speak another curse, but it was for naught. As there was no one who could speak without their body. Choi Hyuk looked disinterested as he threw the head far into the distance. Sovereign Choi Hyuk has killed Sovereign Lao Ban. If you prove your qualifications in the sovereign mission, all of Lao Ban's authority will be transferred to you. Until then, Lao Ban's colonized lands will be shut down. It is possible to return to Earth through the portal, but it is no longer possible to enter Dragonic. So it's this kind of system. A sovereign mission. Will there be a proper fight there? Choi Hyuk mumbled as he looked around at the battlefield. It was normal. They properly executed their blitz strategy, and their prior reconnaissance to find the executives' locations turned out well. After all their commanders had died, the Lao Ban clan had turned into nothing but a simple mob. How boring. Baby chicks who believed they were strong. Battles against these chicks were always bitter and boring. He had to fight against real enemies, not these fools. He wanted to fight against a true foe. Choi Hyuk's body became heated. He had to get stronger. He wanted to fight against stronger opponents. Whether this was because of his instincts that wanted to enjoy fights or because of revenge, it had come to a point where it was hard to distinguish which one it was. That day, the Laoban clan collapsed. The situation became known to the world by the survivors who had fled through the portal. A passageway between colonized lands, the collapse of the slave market, the shutdown of Laoban's portal, the berserkers' terrifying fighting ability, news of this incident made waves throughout the world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 60. Episode 4, The Great Colonizing Age / Chapter 60, Demon King, 1. TL, Empty Cube. Editor, Obelisk. Full name, Alexei Romanovich Ivanov. Alexei was a 15-year-old boy who had come from Russia. He was also a famous berserker who was amongst the first to awaken through the Ring of Rebirth. The reason why Alexei, who was Russian, joined Korea's main clan, Choi Hyuk's berserkers, was purely because of Lee Jin-hee. He fell for her at first sight after coincidentally watching a video of her fighting. He came to Korea and became a member of the berserkers partly because of his puppy love and longing, and partly because he seriously respected and wanted to learn from her. Although he was young, like many members who were the first to awaken, he had lost his family and had become an orphan, so he didn't have anything holding him back. At first, he used the language resonance device to converse with Koreans, but perhaps it was because he was young, he quickly picked it up. Alexei was tagging behind Lee Jin-hee. Lee Jin-hee looked at Alexei, who appeared to be holding filming props, and let out a sigh. Lyosha, YouTube again? Lyosha was a nickname only his family members and close friends could call him. Out of all the berserkers, Alexei had only told Lee Jin-hee his nickname. There was a time when a berserker shouted, "Hey Lyosha!" And that day, an intense fist fight broke out. Although he was a boy with a small figure, Alexei was an expert as one of the first to awaken, and the majority of the berserkers never called him Lyosha after that day. Only Baek Seoin would occasionally tease him with a Lyosha. Alexei had become famous for never replying back. Yes. Please take care of me, director Lee Jin-hee. Alexei replied in fluent Korean and began to film. Lee Jin-hee said, as if dumbfounded. Just from where did someone like you join our clan? You should have gone to Jesse's clan, why'd you come here? Jesse was a popular American sovereign. He was handsome and had gained popularity from both his stylish fighting style and lectures on fighting techniques posted on YouTube. He liked to be in style and was known for being showy. Even the name of his fate was Superstar. Superstar was a fate that increased his karma the more his fighting techniques were complimented and the more people were influenced by his techniques. It matched well with Jesse. As the sovereign was like this, his followers were the same. The fighting lectures and best battle videos that dominated YouTube were mostly from Jesse's clan. Lee Jin-hee often teased Alexei, who liked to film, with this. And whenever she did that, he would hop up and down. What mean words? I have no interest in those with flashy outer appearances. The legit ones are those that are compact and fatal. And if you combine that with director Lee Jin-hee's beauty. Kiyu. The heck? As if embarrassed, Lee Jin-hee pressed her hat down. In any case, for Baek Hyung to permit something so useless. Ha! Useless? How is filming director Lee Jin-hee's techniques and using them as the berserkers' training aids useless? You said you're going to release it to others. That's to promote ourselves. You can't ignore the effect of promoting ourselves. Even I came running here after watching a video. You need to show something cool if you want to gather really talented and passionate clan members. Berserkers are already known for their small numbers, and the flow of new recruits is declining as more time passes. Promoting ourselves is very important. BRRR. Did you know you're saying exactly what Baek Hyung said? Although director Beck does a lot of useless things, I think he really did well with this decision. Alexei replied without a moment's hesitation. Of course, his heart was filled with happiness for being able to film Lee Jin-hee's movements to his heart's content and being able to show such treasures to other people. I don't know. Anyways, what I am going to teach today is running vertically using karma. Lee Jin-hee eventually surrendered and looked away from Alexei to stare at a building in front of her. It was a high-rise apartment with 30 floors. Lee Jin-hee put her foot on the wall. There are two main methods. One where you focus on body control and another where you focus on your karma control. First, I'll show you the method focusing on body control. Lee Jin-hee jumped slightly and stepped on the wall with her right foot before dropping down. In parkour, we usually tilt our upper bodies back when we step on walls. If we don't and we lean forward, our bodies get too close to the wall. If we do that, our strength isn't applied vertically but horizontally, and we slip. Like this. Lee Jin-hee explained with her words before showing a few good and bad examples. We can now apply original parkour movements to go up even further. I mean, our physical abilities have completely changed, right? First, you run towards the wall faster than before. The trick where you lean your upper body slightly back and step is the same. It's like shooting towards the wall like an arrow. Next, you need to move your body in rhythm. The movements of your upper body and toes are important. You need use your toes to create thrust while you still have vertical momentum to go up the wall. At the same time, you need to lean your body forward and kick upwards. Then, when you step forward with your left foot, you need to lean back slightly to get a better grip. And you repeat that. Like this. Lee Jin-hee swiftly dashed forward and ran up the wall of the building. Her body swayed rhythmically. Her breathtaking balance between her toes and body was beautiful. Alexei filmed her figure with a blank expression. Lee Jin-hee, who had climbed to the top, shouted. This is the technique that focuses on body control. Now I'll teach you the second method. If you are confident with your karma control, you can move karma between you and the building and grip the wall yourself. If you try hard, you can even do this. Lee Jin-hee walked down the wall. She used her rotating karma to grip the wall. As if gravity had been reversed, she walked down the wall to the ground naturally. A few drops of sweat hung on her forehead. Even though I invested a lot into control because my trait is explosive blood, it's still not easy. However, those guys with the mind's eye trait should have an easier time. Also, in my opinion, the best method is combining these two techniques. She said before going up and down the wall a few times. She used her karma to create a decent grip while performing effective movements to minimize her karma consumption. Alexei filmed each movement with shining eyes. After she finished her demonstration, Lee Jin-hee came down and said, "That's enough. Stop filming. No, a bit more. Shush. Now you try, Lyosha." After refusing Alexei's right to talk, Lee Jin-hee sat on the floor. Alexei ran up and down the wall while being criticized by Lee Jin-hee and had even fallen a few times due to mistakes. Lee Jin-hee grinned while she looked at him. Although he said he couldn't be bothered to, Alexei was a talented warrior, and she enjoyed teaching him. He was cute too. "Lyosha, you have to move your hips there. Are you going to move like that?" "I'll do it again." "Of course you will." Alexei and Lee Jin-hee were, in fact, quite similar. They both became berserkers because they longed to make everyone stronger. Of course, not everyone felt that way. South Korea was under martial law. To be honest, they should have already declared martial law when unknown hemispheres covered Kangdong, Songbuk, and other districts. However, it couldn't be helped but be pushed back until after the awakenees had returned because the military, including full-time reservists of the reserve forces, had all disappeared. After the awakenees returned, and Choi Hyuk killed Song Si-min's group in front of the president, the South Korean president, Shin Woo-jin, did his best to not fall behind global changes. He accelerated weapon production and established a new military called the Superpower Headquarters, which was an army of awakenees consisting of the surviving military, youths with conviction, and veterans from the alliance of comrades in arms. What he had been most concerned about was establishing a system to maintain the current industry. A way to keep people working in their companies and getting people to purchase items with Korean currency. He used all his energy trying to continue their normal lifestyle. Public order, economy, diplomacy, national politics, he need consider all of them. Once it was predicted that there would be a food crisis caused by the international drought, he used his right as a preliminary sovereign. He mobilized Awakenay troops to pass through a portal and created a new colonized land. He used the mission points of Awakenees as currency to bring farmers, researchers, and miners over. Sometimes he would dispatch Awakenay troops to protect Korean national treasures located overseas and to protect trade, which had become dangerous due to increased acts of piracy. He would either suppress internal conflicts with strength or compromise. As it was impossible to conduct these acts under existing laws, he had activated martial law in order to be above these laws. And there were two results. One was, like his original motive, that he somehow maintained their daily lifestyle. The other was dictatorship. It was like this. Presidents served terms. However, sovereigns, who possessed colonized lands and were essential to human survival, were permanent positions. As long as the survival of Korea rested on Shin Woo-jin, who was both the president and a sovereign, absolute authority and dictatorship had become expected. Also, the new troops Shin Woo-jin established did not have the culture and order that came from a long history like the original military, and because they were hastily established, they couldn't help but have problems with discipline and morals. However, because Shin Woo-jin needed them to maintain his authority, he didn't aggressively restrain their deviations but rather accepted a moderate level of these acts and would occasionally encourage these acts to strengthen his footing. Illegal and evasive acts were committed as an open secret. Because of this, safety was a distant goal. Chaos continued to spread. Disharmony would spread day after day, and each day would bring about more and more absurd rumors. Despite all this, normal people still went to work, shoved food they bought from the market into their mouths, and occasionally, even enjoyed dates, but the world had changed immensely. Bars were packed early into the night. Alexei, who had finished filming Lee Jin-hee, sat in front of the bar and drank a beer. No one cared that he was underage. In a world like this, minor rules like these weren't properly upheld. This was especially the case for Awakenees. Alexei, who was drinking leisurely, poked a fellow berserker next to him and asked, "Hey, aren't they super soldiers, one?" Alexei pointed towards a table with 3 or 4 Awakenees who were drinking and had their arms around women. The Awakenay troops President Shin Woo-jin had established the Superpower Headquarters. Their members shortened the name and called themselves super soldiers. Although the nation propagated that they were martyrs who possessed loyalty and patriotism, they weren't all like that. Like how the majority of any group were more interested in the food offered for sacrifice than the ancestral rites, too. The police, military, and especially the super soldiers benefited a lot during these times of extreme chaos. First of all, they had a free pass in any store. It could be said that it was a very good job that allowed one to enjoy all sorts of pleasures for free. Perhaps it was because of this, but the relationship between the super soldiers and berserkers was rocky. The super soldiers thought they were the best in Korea and believed that everyone else had to crawl beneath them, while the berserkers subtly looked down on them. So, as per normal, Alexei decided to provoke the super soldiers. Still sitting, he raised his voice. "Since when did super soldiers crawl to this area to drink alcohol?" There were many bars near Uedo Park that catered to Awakenees, but the frontier pub Alexei was currently in was a bar berserkers frequented. This was why super soldiers didn't usually come here to drink. At his provocation, the drunken super soldiers, who were groping the women next to them, turned around in a fit of rage. However, Alexei stared directly at them and shouted, It's okay you're drinking here, but at least pay for your drinks. Okay? A very drunken super soldier tried to jump up from his seat when he heard Alexei's words. If the person who looked to be his superior didn't grab his wrist and sit him down, he may have tried to start a fight. Sit. He's Alexei of the Berserkers. When his superior whispered those words, as if spitting them out, the super soldier, who had been about to get up, revealed a nervous expression. Alexei was well known as an elite amongst the Berserkers. His excitement died down when he saw they weren't getting up, so he continued to drink his beer. That moment, a group of Berserkers entered through the door. Alexei raised his hand up and acted familiar. Lee Kijin. You came here too. Lee Kijin was a man with a hazy focus in his eyes. He looked around at Alexei and smiled brightly. Oh. It's Alexei. Lee Kijin was a berserker who possessed a similar ability to Alexei. He was also an elite amongst the berserkers. He was also one of the comrades Alexei was a bit competitive with. Did you hear the news? The sovereign mission carried out by the leader. You were assigned to it as well, right? Alexei brightly asked Lee Kijin with a "you're going to the party too, right?" tone. As someone who longed for strength, he loved fighting more than anyone else, and being assigned to a great mission like the sovereign mission was really exciting to him. However, Lee Kijin's reply was gloomy, unlike Alexei's. Well, I was assigned. How tiring. As he said that, his eyes really did exude an exhausted aura. Ha! As someone who goes crazy in the battlefield, stop being so coy all the time. As this wasn't the first time Alexei had seen him like this, he ended their greeting with a raised glass. Lee Kijin grinned, and the group of berserkers joined the table of super soldiers. Ha! They knew each other? Alexei looked at this scene with a strange look. They chatting noisily amongst themselves, and not long had passed before they got up to leave. Alexei suddenly shouted after continuously looking at them. Hey! Pay before you go. The super soldiers, who were leaving in a good mood, suddenly became angry and turned around at his words. Lee Kijin consoled them. Then he shouted at Alexei. They are my friends. Don't mind them. At his words, Alexei tightly shut his mouth. Although he personally didn't approve of eating food for free because they had a bit of power, he didn't want to say something to fellow comrades who had gone through life or death situations with him. Lee Kijin smiled as if thanking Alexei, before leaving with the group. Alexei looked at them with a sullen expression before asking another comrade next to him. Since when were they close with the super soldiers? His comrade didn't seem to know, as he simply shrugged his shoulders. 1. The Rosse, which is taken from. Although this isn't the literal translation, I chose to use super soldiers as their short version instead. 2. I couldn't find a good English equivalent to this. It means putting the reward before the cause. TN, Alexei's nickname has been corrected. It is Lyosha. Thanks to Al103 for the correction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 61. Episode 4, The Great Colonizing Age / Chapter 61, Demon King, 2. TL, Empty Cube. Editor, Obelisk. The death of the sovereign of dark secrets, Lao Ban, caused an immense change to occur in the world. Among others, the hit to China's economy for losing one of their colonized lands, and the preparation of other sovereigns to connect colonized lands after Choi Hyuk were the most prominent. However, there was a different burning question that was on everyone's mind. How strong were the berserkers? They brought down the powerful and prosperous sovereign of dark secrets in a single day. How strong were they? There was speculation based on a few points. Lao Ban's clan was no match for them. The battle ended in an instant. Screw off. Screw off. Hi. Don't come close. The people who escaped from Lao Ban's colonized lands. Those who didn't participate in the battle all claimed it was one-sided, while the participants shivered in fear, unable to speak properly. Although there was a problem of morals, Lao Ban's clan was famous for being incredibly wealthy and for possessing many experts. So the reactions of the survivors greatly resonated with the colonizers. A large discussion would break out whenever colonizers gathered. It's an exaggeration. Of course, the berserkers are good at fighting. However, they aren't that good. It was one-sided because they were attacked unexpectedly, completely unprepared for it. When fighting, one strike is enough if you're caught off guard. Hey! Even if you say that, look at the numbers. Even if you count every berserker, they barely number 20,000, but Lao Ban has more than 80,000. And if you include the small subordinate clans operating in his cities, they easily number 150,000. So, let's assume only 80,000 could be mobilized immediately. But, the number of berserkers who participated in this expedition may at most be 5,000. 5,000 versus 80,000. No matter how unexpected it was, isn't it ridiculous that they were able to sweep through cities with just that? That's because Lao Ban and his important executives had already been ambushed away from the cities. They obviously wouldn't be able to face the berserkers without a proper line of command after the clan itself was wiped out. Hey! I met some berserkers on a previous outer space mission, okay? They are no joke. Really? My friend was drunk and got into an argument with one. He said he could take them? The hell he could. He was probably beat up. Those who haven't fought against a berserker need to shut up. But, Alexei of the berserkers? I saw some of the videos he posted, and while they were good, they weren't that good? To be honest, Jesse's clan has better techniques on YouTube. Ah, geez. Do you think those videos and fighting are the same? Those berserkers are real beasts. Let's say two sides have the same specs, right? Then the berserkers' side will undoubtedly win. Honestly, aren't berserkers the strongest in real combat? That is something we'll only know once they fight. The word colonizer was used to define warriors who had awakened karma and fought in colonized lands and outer space missions. However, when used in a more general sense, colonizer encompassed a wider variety, as not everyone who awakened karma became warriors. In fact, warriors were the minority. Those who worked in primary industries, producing food and minerals, workers in secondary industries, processing these raw materials, researchers, and even merchants who went around to various colonized lands to buy and sell products. These non-combative workers made up a significant portion of colonizers. Because they too had to go through forced missions in the beginning, around half of them could be considered combat-ready. However, once the colonization had passed a certain point, the number of forced missions noticeably dropped, and even if they were occasionally assigned a forced mission, it became possible to be exempted from them if they paid a certain amount of mission points. The number of colonizers who worked in production increased significantly since then. They would sell their wares to buy mission points, and then use those points to be exempt from forced missions. So these production colonizers were usually the ones who collected a great deal of information as they went to and from different territories, and amongst them, merchants collected the most. Combat colonizers usually wouldn't leave their bases often, and because of this, there weren't many cases of them fighting against each other. This was why it was difficult to come to a consensus on the berserkers. Eventually, the majority opinion was that while berserkers are strong, wasn't this case an exception due to various fortunes and tactics aligning with each other? Still, I heard the berserk sovereign was strong beyond imagination. Beyond imagination? Then are his main stats at the mid 4-star level? Like hell they are. Probably around 3 of his stats just reached 4-star. Maybe one of them is close to mid 4-star level. Yeah, it's a bit much to assume all his main stats are at the mid 4-star level. Even the strongest expert, Jesse, only recently got his second stat to 4-star. But there are rumors that the Berserk Sovereign already had 3-star stats on his first mission, 2 years ago. Pfft, no fucking way. Really? They even say he single-handedly killed the last boss of Survive and Escape. Yeah, I heard that's true. Hey. Even if that's true. You know, it becomes almost heinous to increase karma later on. On top of that, there wasn't a proper evaluation of Choi Hyuk's fighting abilities. Choi Hyuk was sitting face-to-face with Lieutenant Colonel Lee Kong-jin, 1. In Choi Hyuk's eyes, Lieutenant Col Lee Kong-jin was emitting a white, goodwill, light. Lieutenant Col Lee Kong-jin was one of the influential figures in the superpower headquarters. Although Choi Hyuk didn't remember, he had coincidentally saved him from getting killed by Deer Antlers, Kirshisuit. Since then, Lieutenant Col Lee Kong-jin wanted to maintain a good relationship with the Berserkers. The reason for him coming here today was the same. We noticed some rebellious movements. Lieutenant Col Lee Kong-jin got straight to the point. The loyal followers under Lao Ban's immediate command in the groups, who had lost their workplace in a single morning because the colonized lands had been shut down, are targeting you. Choi Hyuk figured something out from Lee Kang-jin's words. We actually received requests asking us to allow them to continue to do business there once I received Lao Ban's authority. What was your reply? Since they sent their pawns, we didn't kill them, and instead sent them on their way after cutting off one of their arms. After listening to Choi Hyuk's story, Lee Kong-jin understood why these merchants were trying to kill Choi Hyuk. Who? How direct? Lee Kong-jin, who had momentarily blanked out at Choi Hyuk's brutal answer, continued with a serious tone. However, the problem isn't simple. Colonizers, who used Lao Ban's slave market, may even target you. And there may be. I'm sorry to say this, but there may be traitors from within the Berserkers. Colonizers from other groups. And traitors. Choi Hyuk showed interest in those words. Lee Kong-jin calmly explained. They simply didn't do it as openly as Lao Ban, but there were sovereigns who secretly ran slave markets, and those who did business with products they received from Lao Ban. They will feel greatly threatened by your actions. And Lee Kong-jin momentarily paused before almost spitting these words out. There are drugs. Drugs? Choi Hyuk asked in a doubtful voice. This was because normal drugs had almost no effect on colonizers who had restructured their bodies with karma. Even the purest drugs in existence had no effect on colonizers. Yes. It's a new drug that makes you sensitive to karma. They say it is secretly being supplied through slave markets. Although we don't know exactly how they make it, there's no doubt that it is a technique that followers under Lao Ban's immediate command manage. From what I figured out, it seems the scope of addicts is quite large. Although I'm embarrassed to say this, but even amongst the super soldiers, I feel there will be a significant number of addicts. There's a very likely chance they may be requested to assassinate you under the pretext of receiving a supply of drugs. Lee Kong-jin spoke with a serious tone while Choi Hyuk's eyes shined in interest. This doesn't seem easy. Drugs couldn't help but become bestsellers. For there to be a drug that works on colonizers who live through combat hell and the nightmares of lost day after day. For there to be a drug that works on colonizers when even alcohol and tobacco had no effect. They may even be able to win berserkers over. Choi Hyuk grinned. How exciting. Betrayal. He had always thought of this after young Minji had died from betrayal. Things that could destroy a strong existence in an instant. Betrayal. Mutiny. Their blades can target you at any time. Choi Hyuk always bore that in mind. And that moment had really come. Betrayal. For some reason, his heart started beating. Berserker Lee Kijin blew smoke. Who? They were in a rooftop lounge that had been remodeled from a pool at a luxury hotel. The ceiling and walls were made of glass, and, with the pool as the center, a bar and a dark, remote room were arranged. It was an accommodation with a great view overlooking the Han River. The inside was currently filled with thick fog-like smoke. The smoke wasn't as thick as tobacco smoke, a bit more transparent, and it was smooth like vapor. The smell wasn't that potent, it was like an aroma, pungent yet sweet. Simply smelling this scent made one feel better. Ha! It feels good. Sitting at the bar, Lee Kijun took another breath of smoke before downing a bottle of strong whiskey. Coo! Lee Kijun's body shivered pleasantly. It was a drug called water fog. This drug, supplied by the Lao Ban clan, was rolled up and smoked like cigarettes. Only, it didn't burn with fire but rather with karma. Perhaps it was because of this, but it did have an effect on bodies protected by karma. In fact, while you were smoking water fog, your karma's defense would drop enough that you could get slightly drunk. Although there may be colonizers who have never smoked water fog, there are no colonizers who've only smoked it once. This was a popular line between them. Lee Kijun couldn't help but agree 100%. After becoming a colonizer, the only time he felt happy was when he was smoking water fog. Ha! But, what did you say? Lee Kijun, who was happily enjoying the lingering sensation, suddenly focused his hazy eyes and stared at the bartender. The bartender's expression didn't change as he repeated his words. Please cooperate with us in eliminating the Berserk Sovereign. Lee Kijun's lips fell limp. Then he smiled. You want me to die? That's not it. We will create a careful plan with our best warriors. The best warriors? Who? Is even that team leader of the super soldiers over there joining as well? Of course. The bartender confidently nodded his head. However, Lee Kijun's smile became even thicker. He smiled to the point where his wrinkles covered his eyes. With that expression, he said, Hee, what a load of bull. Pardon? Hee, fuck, who's going to kill who? At his words, the bartender and the surrounding super soldiers' moods turned sour. Yet, Lee Kijun didn't care in the slightest. The other berserkers, who accompanied Lee Kijun here, were smiling as well. The bartender thought that this was most definitely not a positive sign. Are you more loyal than we thought? The bartender muttered bitterly. Then he needed to get rid of them. However, Lee Kijun sneered at him. Poha! What loyalty? It just doesn't make sense. Who's going to kill who? Choi Hyuk? You guys? Pwahahaha. Pew hee hee. Kick. The other berserkers couldn't contain their laughter anymore. After laughing for a while, Lee Kijun said, You guys are misunderstanding something. Lee Kijun slowly stood up and placed his hand on his sword. The mood became vicious in an instant. The super soldiers sitting around the bar, the guests who were smoking water fog, and even the administrators, approximately 30 in total, stood up one after another. Lee Kijun stared at the various faces surrounding him before spitting on the ground. You guys? Do you even know what berserkers are? Let alone Choi Hyuk. You guys can't even take the three of us on, he said as he unsheathed his sword. Once he had unsheathed his sword, like a domino effect, everyone raised their weapons. Metallic sounds rippled out. That moment, Lee Kijun disappeared from their sight. A speed their eyes couldn't keep up with. Slice. Ka-ah. The super soldier, who had stared at Alexei in the afternoon, had his arm sliced off. Die, bastards. Die. Stab. Stab. It was like a magical scene. Even if they excluded Lee Kijun, whom they couldn't match in speed, they couldn't block the other berserkers' strikes even though they didn't seem very fast. As if they were peeling an orange or eating a live octopus, they didn't hurry as they neutralized their opponent's defenses and stabbed their arms and legs. Lee Kijun, who had acted first and neutralized his opponent's elites, said while leisurely cutting the tendons of other guests and stationed bodyguards. We could take a dozen of you on with similar specs, but what to do when there's also a difference in specs? The difference between their specs was fine, but the difference between their fighting experience was too large. In the past 2 years, even if they compared themselves to groups who completed as many missions as they could, the Berserkers completed at least double their missions. Especially due to those who chased after fights with their combat addict fate, the Berserkers specialized in dogfights and close fights. A small-scale fight in a small area with no commanders. On top of that, their opponents were Lee Kijin, a top elite of the Berserkers, and the other two who were also elites. Puddles of blood flowed down and dyed the pool red. Of course, the Berserkers weren't completely fine. They had wounds in various places and were panting. However, Berserkers would usually start fighting properly from this point, since the level of intense combat was quite high. These wounds and stamina consumption were only a warm-up for Berserkers. "Hey, bartender." Lee Kijin grabbed the collar of the bartender, collapsed on the floor and lifted him up. His voice sounded oddly happy. Like a combat addict, he had become refreshed after a bout of fighting. Lee Kijin grinned. "So what? You're saying you will provide an unlimited supply of drugs or whatever if we cooperate in killing Choi Hyuk? Right? That's right." No, sorry." The bartender was trembling as he barely replied. No, he didn't know how to reply. He couldn't tell what exactly was going on in the minds of these druggies. He asked them because he believed he could win them over, but they suddenly wielded their swords. His voice was currently friendly. Then how should he reply? Should he apologize for the blasphemous conspiracy, or should he ask them to cooperate by offering even more? The bartender could only tremble. Lee Kijin grinned and relaxed his grip on the bartender. He slowly stood up. It seemed one of the glass walls had shattered during their fight as a cool breeze ruffled through his hair. The effects of the drug and the excitement from the battle still remained. And a cool breeze. Lee Kijin enjoyed this moment. To the point where I want to just die like this. Behind the momentary happiness, a bottomless futility approached him. It was the same ever since that day with the Ring of Rebirth. Without the effects of the drug, without the excitement of battle, the daily life he faced was always unbearably horrible. He was only alive because he couldn't die. No, perhaps it was because he wanted to die. He might have joined the Berserkers as a means of suicide. Perhaps it was because of this. Lee Kijin unknowingly declared, "I'll help you. For my last opponent to be Choi Hyuk. That's not so bad." It was exciting simply thinking about it. Though he would probably die. But he felt even more excited. Dying while fighting that monster? His comrades showed surprised expressions at first, but they too nodded their heads in understanding. Amongst the Berserkers, there were many who had no attachment to life and were semi-insane. And they were druggies on top of that. This meant they were complete lunatics. Still, create a good plan so I don't die too futilely. See you next time. Lee Kijin waved his hand as he left the hotel with his comrades, leaving bloody footprints and sounds of moaning behind them. 1. Do you guys remember the military guy introduced in CH40? I do, and so does the Sojay dead or alive list, where we keep track of whether a character is dead, alive, or unsure. But besides this shameless promotion, he's the military guy who eventually killed the cocoon at the last moment and lived. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 62. Episode 4, The Great Colonizing Age / Chapter 62, Demon King, 3. TL, Empty Cube. Editor, Obelisk. Sponsor, Anonymous and Tyler. The only path to humanity's survival, colonization. Although becoming a colonizer was dangerous, there were many young men and women who wanted to become colonizers. Like the young, penniless colonizers who crossed over to the New World, and like the outlaws who roamed the West, many left the world of civilization behind and headed towards the colonized lands, sword in hand. On top of that, wasn't it outer space? It was a suitable place to act on impulse when you broke up with your lover, and the word outer space was enough to boil the blood of people for no reason. Those who were determined on becoming colonizers would normally either take a test to enter a clan or buy mission points with money to move to Dragonic. This aspect was very different from the first awakenees who had no choice but to become colonizers. That was why Lumine was saying this today again. What I'm saying is that being a colonizer is nothing compared to the past, but did kids these days know what suffering was? Even without saying, it felt like they could hear the bragging coming from within his heart. Like most clan leaders, Lumine was also one of the first awakenees. The generation who became colonizers after overcoming more vicious fights than anyone. He had achieved a few feats within that hell and obtained 2 to 3 qualifications to be a sovereign, becoming a leader of 10,000, the clan leader of the Lumine clan. That was why he was calm while everyone else was nervous. He was saying those words, how becoming a colonizer wasn't anything, in an attempt to cheer up his clan members. Although Lumine's new recruits felt that his words were a bit cocky, they were also strangely reassured by them. Their clan leader, Lumine, sat his butt on the rampart and confidently said, "Don't worry, you're not going to die. I survived through worse conditions than this." His composed figure, even with the growing number of monsters outside the rampart, was brazen but also felt reliable. The Lumine clan was a skilled, mid-sized clan. They considered themselves as one of Lao Ban's subordinate clans and were active in his capital city, Jiu. It was also a profit-oriented clan that surrendered immediately once Choi Hyuk captured Jiu a few days ago. The hot springs city Pyongryu, the mining city Wanwu, the farming city Yeshur, and the capital city Jiu, whose market had developed so much that it was known as the market of all things, had all fallen under Choi Hyuk in an instant. Amongst them, there were mid and small-sized clans that confronted Choi Hyuk out of loyalty towards Lao Ban, and some, like Lumine, who immediately backed out, saying they never had that kind of relationship. Choi Hyuk left the clans who backed out intact. Not only that, but he even ordered them to manage the city for the time being. To be honest, his actions weren't very understandable. Choi Hyuk didn't come with enough soldiers to safely occupy the 4 cities in the first place, and immediately left the cities after capturing them. After telling the surrendered clans that they would be back, all the berserkers headed towards their capital city, Baralolian, before returning to Earth. In reality, the 4 cities were left alone in a state of anarchy. Within these cities, the mid and small-sized clans began a bout of wits. To swallow the cities for themselves? That was impossible. If Choi Hyuk inherited Lao Ban's authority, then they would be deported without even being able to fight. Then, there were 2 remaining choices. Either obediently manage the city, or flee and look for another colonized land. Each of them did their own calculations, and eventually around half stayed while the other had left the cities. The clans that remained were usually those that yearned to revive themselves in a city with fewer competitors, rather than finding a new foothold in a different colonized land teeming with competitors. However, the problem was the monsters. The fight must have been noisy for monsters to swarm into the city territories. Perhaps it was because of the noise and the scent of blood. A few days after Choi Hyuk left, the number of monsters gathering around the cities started to increase. At first, it was "I see some," to "there's a lot of them." And now, a week later, there were enough to call them an army. Yet, they normally wouldn't fear them. They had thick ramparts as well as the blessing of the territory pyramid that weakened the abilities of monsters and strengthened the abilities of allies. However, now that the position of the sovereign was vacant since Lao Ban's death, the territory pyramid stopped functioning. They had to fight the monsters without buffs. This was the reason why they couldn't help but resolve themselves on top of the ramparts. It was to the point where clans, who decided on leaving late, stayed. However, Lu Min was still confident. This place is our hometown. If we leave once, we will have to forever live as fellows without a base. Just erase the thought of running away. And don't worry. You won't die. The Berserk sovereign said so. That he would return after inheriting Lao Ban's authority. You know that those monsters out there are nothing if the territory pyramid functions again, right? It would be fine if the territory pyramid functioned. They only needed to endure until then. The goal he proposed ignited the fighting spirits of his clan members, since it was a more realistic goal than trying to block all the monsters. Then all that remained was in the Berserk Sovereign's hands. Hey, Berserk Sovereign. No, Mr. Berserk Sovereign. I don't know what it is, but finish it quickly and return. Even Lu Min's heart was burning with urgency. The reason why Choi Hyuk suddenly withdrew was, in fact, because of the sovereign mission. ____________. Sovereign mission. Complete the dimensional transmission and obtain the code that can lift the dimensional isolation. Among the 3-dimensionally isolated areas, Kangdong, Mapo, and Songbuk, release one and annihilate the monsters dominating within. _____________. It was a mission with a time limit and one that also took place on Earth. It was a situation where Choi Hyuk, who prioritized inheriting the sovereign's authority, couldn't help but quickly withdraw. Once he returned to Korea, Choi Hyuk immediately issued a draft for berserkers and put the berserkers, who returned from space missions, on standby at their headquarters. 12,000 soldiers could be recruited. This was the largest soldier recruitment since the formation of the berserkers. The deciding day was tomorrow. Since he was recruiting within Seoul, he had already discussed it with President Shin Woo-jin. Shin Woo-jin had introduced him to nearby civilians and actively promised to cooperate with the berserkers for food supplies and other problems. Although there were frequent disputes between berserkers and super soldiers, Shin Woo-jin and Choi Hyuk's relationship was amicable. In reality, in Shin Woo-jin's perspective, nothing good would come from being on Choi Hyuk's bad side. Though he was still the president, due to his recent dictatorship, his political legitimacy had fallen greatly. Only, he still had the support of the military and colonizers because of the crumbs he could give them, and with their support as his foundation, he was able to give citizens the minimum level of safety, not completely lose his popularity, and obtain political power. But to get on the bad side of Choi Hyuk, who was known as a mythical existence among Korean colonizers, in that situation. The military power of the berserkers was already frightening, but there was no doubt that the reactions of other colonizers, due to this, wouldn't be soft. If the political situation became that chaotic, then even hearts of the citizens would leave him. The president had even acknowledged the current fighting-oriented colonizers, the members of large and small clans, exercisable rights. Because their support was his most important political foundation, he usually let their commotions and unlawful acts slide as long as they weren't too severe. He especially paid no attention to disputes amongst colonizers. He had already decided on this policy the moment Choi Hyuk sliced Song Si-min's head during the dinner party. Since he treated regular clans that way, it was obvious he would treat the berserkers, who were a sovereign clan, even better. On top of that, Shin Woo-jin was already greatly indebted to Choi Hyuk. It was successfully colonizing his first territory which made him a sovereign. If it wasn't for the apt advice from Baek Seoin, whom Choi Hyuk sent, Shin Woo-jin would never have become a sovereign. There were 39 people who made up the first sovereign group. They were all strong, becoming sovereigns after accomplishing amazing achievements. However, there were only 13 still alive today. 26 had died. Although there were some who died during outer space missions, or while expanding their territories, but 17 of them had died during their first colonization. They made up the majority of deaths. The first colonization was simply that difficult. There were currently 41 sovereigns. Among them, 11 had accomplished new achievements and became sovereigns, and 17 leaders of various countries succeeded in colonizing a land and became sovereigns. Only 17. The giant Orc-Carrick had granted the leaders of each country the status of preliminary sovereign. There were hundreds of them. Since only 17 of them had succeeded in their first colonization, one could once again realize just how difficult the first colonization was. In fact, even those from developed countries, like the Prime Minister of England and President of France, had died during their first colonization. Although, strangely, the Queen of England succeeded and had become a sovereign. Anyways, the reason why Shin Woo-jin was able to succeed in such a difficult colonization was because of Baek Seo-won's unsparing advice. The composition of soldiers. Quality and formation of soldiers as well as tactics. Shin Woo-jin had consulted Baek Seo-won on all of these and was able to safely succeed in his first colonization. Because of this precedent, the relationship between Choi Hyuk and Shin Woo-jin couldn't help but be amicable. In the very least, Choi Hyuk was still useful to Shin Woo-jin. It was the same for this sovereign mission. Wasn't this a mission that he may eventually have to take? There was nothing bad in watching it beforehand. Due to President Shin Woo-jin's wholehearted support, preparations for the sovereign mission, which would be held in the middle of Seoul, was going smoothly despite the urgency. Choi Hyuk had decided to release the Songbuk district's dimensional isolation. Yes, Songbuk. This was why he was feeling restless the night before the sovereign mission. He left the dormitory and was walking alone. The dormitory of the Berserkers was simply called so, but it was, in fact, a luxurious apartment complex in Uedo. Choi Hyuk quietly walked along the well-tended garden and wide streets. Uedo-shi apartments stood tall. Although it wasn't possible for all 20,000 berserkers to live here, those who were considered elites all lived here. No living costs. Choi Hyuk took that burden for his followers. Where did this money come from? He was a sovereign with colonized lands. Each passage to his colonized lands was taxed. Every business transaction within his territory was taxed. And Earth's economy was restructuring to become more reliant on resources from colonized lands. This was a structure where even a 3-year-old child could build a fortune, let alone Choi Hyuk. Money, power, how great. When he thought about how this vast apartment complex solely belonged to him, he felt odd. This wasn't a level of power that could be achieved simply through money. Although he paid more than the market price, it wasn't like he was buying a house but an entire apartment complex, so there was no way things would go as he wished. People were bound to be unable to leave due to certain circumstances no matter how much money he paid. Also, because it was already an apartment complex the rich lived, it wasn't possible to solve everything with money. But, the Uedo colonizer city special law was created. It was a bizarre law that made it so that if a clan offered to buy a property above market price and if the property wasn't owned by a clan, then the owner would have no choice but to sell their property and leave. My God! It was times like these when dictatorship was good. As long as you were friends with the dictator, of course. There were rumors about how Baek Seo-won, who disliked unjust acts of power, went to each of the original owners and gave them additional compensation and apologized with an awkward expression, but Choi Hyuk was happy. Since he was already overflowing with money, he gave Baek Seo-won a bonus to make up for his loss. Power to do almost anything you wished. The more he appreciated it, the angrier he became. He wasn't someone who could use this power properly. He was someone who was more suited to destroying something than creating it. Of course, when his mother was still alive, he wanted to become someone who created things. Although he liked the unmatched thrill of fighting, a piece that calmed his emotions wasn't bad either. Those days, he would normally read books about design and architecture. However, that was already a world he had separated from. The buildings, pictures, and design products, he now had the power to buy all of them. However, he no longer needed them. Since it wasn't him who could achieve something with them, but his mother. However, his mother was gone, and he was alone. So he decided on Songbuk District to be the location he would conduct the sovereign mission in. The place where his mother had died. That bastard known as the Flaming Devil. Would it still be there? The monster that killed his mother. The monster that was the same rank as the Wyvern of Destruction. Songbuk District, which was blocked by the opaque dimensional isolation wall. Choi Hyuk sincerely wished to meet the Flaming Devil. Of course it'll be there. But you need to be careful. Because that bastard should only be a small fry now. The monsters in there aren't normal. They might even be able to see your mind. He suddenly heard a familiar voice. Choi Hyuk couldn't help but be surprised. As if it was morning, it brightened up behind him. He turned around. Flame Rain. Long time. Her face was still covered by a rippling flame veil. You can come to Earth? Of course. This place is also part of the Flame Wing Alliance. Although you haven't officially joined. You call that a reply? Anyways, your motive? As expected, Flame Rain didn't give him a proper reply. From what Choi Hyuk knew, lowest-ranked warriors didn't have the qualifications to enter other warriors' homelands. He had never even heard of this. But Flame Rain acted as if this was obvious. In fact, there was one thing he was certain of. Flame Rain was not a lowest-ranked warrior. There's no way she is. Since she's that strong. Even though Choi Hyuk had become stronger, he was still unable to estimate Flame Rain's abilities. All he knew was that she was undetectably strong. Then what was she? He had once straightforwardly asked her, "What is your identity?" However, because she replied with a "let's see." Guess? Nonsense, he never asked questions like that again. How heartless. I just wanted to congratulate you. I heard rumors that after this sovereign mission, they will decide the advancement evaluation for Earthlings. They were divided, some being for and against it, and they very narrowly passed it. I think they said something about deciding after seeing the results of your sovereign mission? Where did she hear these rumors from? The question, "What is your identity?" once again crept up his throat, but he pushed it down. So? What do you mean so? I'm saying that's how it is. Want me to give you a hint? They say that they are going to test your control and command in this sovereign mission. How about it, are you confident? Control? Command? I don't know, but who knows? In the very least, I'm not afraid of opponents I don't know. As if she was pleased with his reply, Flame Rain giggled. Kick. Okay. If it's you, you will do well. Still, don't let your guard down. The stronger monsters aren't simply powerful fools. How elaborately and wickedly they destroy intelligent beings. Remember that sometimes knocking everything down with your sword may not be everything. It was like a riddle. Choi Hyuk's judgment became distorted. If you're going to give me a hint, give a proper one or don't distract me and leave. At his sharp reaction, Flame Rain showed an exaggerated gesture as if saying wow. Fiery. And stepped back. Then she calmly changed the mood. Sorry. To be honest, I don't know much either. I only brought this up as an excuse. I honestly wanted to come to your homeland once. She pushed her two palms out in apology. Choi Hyuk was silent. Unconcerned, Flame Rain spread her arms momentarily as she looked up at the sky. Tall buildings, and the moon which rose between them. A few stars that had been covered by the city lights. Beautiful. As expected, your homeland is as well. She said with a faint voice, staring into the sky as if piercing into outer space. Choi Hyuk stared at her before letting out a sigh. Ha! Okay. Still, since you've come a long way, have a cup of coffee before you go. Then he swiftly turned around and left the complex. Flame rain quickly followed behind him. Choi Hyuk was bothered by the flames trailing behind her and turned around. It's bothersome, put it out. Don't worry. I look like a normal person to other people. Why can't you do that to me too? My eyes hurt. Ah, but what's coffee? Completely ignoring Choi Hyuk, she walked with hurried steps, looking somewhat excited. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 63. Episode 4, The Great Colonizing Age / Chapter 62, Demon King, 4. TL, Empty Cube. Editor, Obelisk. The day of the Sovereign Mission. The whole world was focused on Maranya Park. Facts about the Sovereign Mission had already been widely spread. Observing the park, outside the civilian restricted area set up by the military, were curious colonizers and scouts from each sovereign. What would they do if Choi Hyuk succeeded his mission? Be wary of him? Ally with him? Ignore him? What kind of change would occur in their forces? Colonizers were alert with their sharp senses, keeping each other in check. Amongst them, there was Richard, who was known as the Sovereign of Balance. Other colonizers would chatter amongst each other when they coincidentally sighted him. The Sovereign of Balance? The Sovereign of Balance personally came here. Everyone couldn't help but become surprised at Richard's, a distinguished sovereign's, appearance. It's a bit embarrassing. Other places sent their followers here while our sovereign personally moved. Richard's aide, Leah, mumbled. Richard, who was a clean, bearded middle-aged man, gave an easygoing smile. You already know. The reason why I'm like this. I know. He's an important figure. Someone who Richard personally needs to check. Right. Richard leisurely smiled and turned to look at Choi Hyuk, who stood at the head of the berserkers. So what's the verdict? Leah's eyes shined, seemingly curious. She asked in a slightly lower voice. Do we kill him? Or let him live? However, Richard didn't look at Leah, only staring at Choi Hyuk. Amazing. This was his reply after a long silence. Giant letters appeared above the opaque dome which covered the entire Songbuk district. Searching dimensions. Wait 10 minutes. These words that were updated in real time were slowly counting down, and soon, the mission was announced. ____________. Sovereign Mission. Dimensional transmission in progress. Starting now, participants of the mission may enter the dimensionally isolated area. You will only obtain the code after annihilating the pursuing monsters. Once you activate the code, dimensional isolation will be released. If you fail, the dimension will explode. ___________________. Choi Hyuk, who had finished reading the mission briefing, nodded his head. So, basically, I just need to annihilate them. Then, there was no need to waste any more time. Enter. Wipe them out. At his command, 12,000 berserkers leaped into the opaque wall at once. The berserkers moved in troops. Troops of 1,000 berserkers moved systematically as they alternated between infiltration, attack, and support. With cognitive abilities beyond that of humans, they comprehended the situation and communicated with each other. Charging without the slightest hesitation was the base of the berserkers' tactics. However, why are you stopping? The moment they passed through the dimensionally isolated wall and stepped into Songbuk district, the berserkers unknowingly stopped. Those who jumped in after and hit the person in front of them grumbled, but they stopped in their place as well. The scene in front of them was simply shocking. It's not Earth? This place wasn't Songbuk district. No, it didn't seem like it was Earth at all. Their first impression of the place was that it resembled more of a garbage landfill than a ruin. Countless broken machines were piled up into a mountain. What do we do? The berserkers, who originated from Songbuk district, were even more shocked. They vividly remembered escaping this place 2 years ago, yet, no matter how they looked at it, there were no similarities between Songbuk district and this place. Although they did felt it was strange that the opaque wall was called the dimensionally isolated wall. They never thought that it was a completely different dimension. Then where did Songbuk district go? While a quiet confusion took hold of the berserkers, Choi Hyuk silently clipped up the mountain of broken machines. He had already activated Mind's Eye to its greatest potential. His whole body was emitting a blue hue. He was calm. From the beginning, whether this place was Earth or not was outside his concerns. He was only interested in what kind of monsters were here. The edges of his senses felt a savage power. He ran up to the summit and searched for the ones that were shaking his senses. No, he didn't need to look for them. He could clearly see them. At a glance, they looked like humans. One head and a pair of arms and legs. However, their waists were long like ferrets, and they had long, sharp claws. They were approximately triple the size of a human. Their heads were long on both ends, and fangs filled their large, open mouths. White, long tissue, that looked to be either a bandage or their flesh, covered their eyes. The moment Choi Hyuk's eyes landed on them, the name Eyeless Observers came to mind. He didn't know why, but it seemed that this was the name of these monsters he was seeing for the first time. The Eyeless Observers surrounded a white building that looked to be a fortress, and crooks, mountain orcs, bladed starving ghosts, and other monsters he had seen plenty of in Kangdong district were surrounding them like clouds as if escorting them. When Choi Hyuk spotted them, they too spotted him. Kia. Amongst the Eyeless Observers, the largest one with the most savage karma roared in Choi Hyuk's direction. The air reverberated. Quee! As if stimulated by its roar, hundreds of thousands of monsters cried out at the same time. A few 100,000 pairs of eyes all looked towards Choi Hyuk. Rumble! Hundreds of thousands of monsters ran on the ground. The vibrations even reached where Choi Hyuk was standing, and mountains of broken devices trembled as some rolled down. The monsters dashed forward. And Choi Hyuk's eyes fixated on the flaming devil instead of the eyeless observers that were controlling the monsters. The monster that caused his mother to die, the flaming devil. It was a wyvern of destruction level monster in Songbuk district. Let's see. It had a horn and a tail. The flaming devil had flames akin to a lion's mane beginning from its horn. Whether looking at its appearance or spirit, it was the flaming devil. A fierce smile hung on Choi Hyuk's lips. Screech. Clank. Karma filled the predator's blade like a storm. The body of the predator's blade distorted intensely as it was unsheathed. An ear-piercing metallic sound resounded as the sheath on the blade, both filled with karma, slid against each other. It was Choi Hyuk's unique battle cry that initiated combat. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a cry, but rather the grandiose sound of him unsheathing his sword. Either way, the berserkers knew the meaning behind this sound better than anyone. Woa! The battle cry of the berserkers followed behind Choi Hyuk's. Let's go! There was no need for detailed tactical commands for the berserkers. Each troop chose their target and judged where to evade, and if a larger scale cooperation was needed, they would follow the tactics of the captain-ranked troops. If an even greater strength was needed, they would follow the tactics of the director-ranked troops. Because berserkers used actions rather than words to command, the commanders always took the lead. Only those who won tens of these crazy battles were divided into the elites and top elites, and they could become captains and directors. The berserkers stepped on the broken machines and began their charge. Questions about where this place was or where Songbuk district went had already been clearly wiped from their minds. Only thoughts of fighting remained. Ki-eek. Crunch. The The moment the berserkers dived between the monsters, black blood began to fall like heavy rain. It was the berserkers' one-sided slaughter. The results were obvious considering the berserkers possessed 2-3 star stats while the monsters normally had 1 star stats and mid-bosses had 2 star stats, same as before. Choi Hyuk was forging a highway between the monsters. Only slashing sideways. Left to right to left, he didn't need any technique. He simply extended his karma blade and, like a car windshield wiper wiping away raindrops, he erased the monsters. Choi Hyuk's speed was too fast for the monsters to react. He only thought of one thing as he ran. Flaming Devil. How should I kill it? In his heart, he wanted to first start by ripping it apart. However, if he ripped it apart, wouldn't it simply die like that? It was quite the dilemma. Also, when the Flaming Devil saw Choi Hyuk running crazily towards him, it revealed its flaming fangs and started to run away. Ha! Choi Hyuk was momentarily stunned to the point of forgetting to run. A monster fled? Monsters normally considered intelligent beings as being their absolute enemies and showed endless hostility towards them. A monster like that fled? Before fighting? He had never imagined something like this. A monster? Fled? That moment, the counterattack of the monsters began. Ha! A berserker, who was charging vigorously, suddenly blankly turned around. This was unbelievable. No matter how outstanding their skills were, they couldn't drop their guard for even 0.1 seconds when fighting against monsters. But for him to blankly turn around during a battle? Screech! It was unsurprising for a crook's claw to rip his cheek. Fortunately, its opponent had an overwhelming endurance stat and was able to avoid a fatal blow, although there was nothing that could be done about the bleeding from the wound on his cheek. However, it seemed that he didn't care. He absent-mindedly said, "Yunseo?" It was his dead daughter's name. These events were happening everywhere. Some foolishly stopped, while others went into a greater frenzy and jumped into the horde of monsters. The smallest team of berserkers, the troops, were starting to collapse. The unhesitant charge of the berserkers slowed and instead, the spirited monsters intently pressed forward. Even Choi Hyuk heard a very unpleasant sound. Aok! His mother's screams. So it's like that. Choi Hyuk was able to instantly realize this was all a hallucination. His mind's eye allowed him to look into the truth. His gaze turned towards the eyeless observers that were spectating the fight. They possessed the ability to manipulate minds. From the start, he was able to know that they were called eyeless observers because they had personally told him. Their tactic was simple. Reading their opponents' minds as they pleased, and then showing them auditory or visual hallucinations that left the greatest emotional impact on them. They made their enemies waver while the monsters became more organized. Flame Rain said it. That they were going to test my control and commanding abilities. Only now did he somewhat understand what those words meant. Weren't the berserkers fighting a dogfight, having lost their charging formation? Well, they can fight their own battles. However, Choi Hyuk didn't care. Baek Seoin or Ryu Hyunsung would resolve these problems on their own. It was always like this. Choi Hyuk paid no attention to the berserkers' tactics. He simply fought at the very front. He only requested one thing from the berserkers: the ability to survive any brutal battle. If they were berserkers, they would survive. As a sovereign, he promised them endless victories, not their survival. Choi Hyuk walked his own path. Those who could follow without being left behind were berserkers. Choi Hyuk once again concentrated on himself. He slowly turned his gaze and looked at the Flaming Devil. It fleeing was probably the eyeless observer's trap. They planned to draw Choi Hyuk, who looked the strongest, deeper so that they could finish him in an instant. As he speculated all of this, Choi Hyuk gazed at the Flaming Devil. Ack! His ears continued to ring with his mother's desperate screams, and the mouth of the flaming devil, the villain that killed his mother, distorted strangely as it looked at Choi Hyuk. It was definitely mocking him. Choi Hyuk saw this and his firm mouth gave way. Screech! The predator's blade shook. It screeched as it scratched the ground. Even though he knew the monster's intentions, it changed nothing. A heat that seemed to burst his heart and melt his head surged from his body. You used my mom? Rage surged throughout his body. This was more provoking than his hearing being manipulated. Okay. Try to stop me. Crack! The sound of a sword being crushed sounded out from Choi Hyuk's hand. Thud! Choi Hyuk kicked off the ground. He shot forward in a straight line, towards the flaming devil that was mocking him. That moment, Choi Hyuk decided how he would kill it. I'll first burn your face. When Choi Hyuk chased it further in, the monsters, as if waiting, jumped him at once. Screech! Choi Hyuk's karma heart pulsated like an engine. His karma blade, which was as dark as the depths of the ocean, extended a few meters and sliced the monsters. Black rain fell. Ach, dot. The more he advanced, the more his mother's screams stung his ears. Even though he knew it was a hallucination, his heart thumped crazily. At a certain point, while the flaming devil was fleeing for its life, and monsters blocked his path, something flew and stabbed towards Choi Hyuk. Bang! Choi Hyuk's body was pushed back for the first time. What are they? They were four-legged monsters with long, flexible bodies. When they opened their mouths, their spine would shoot out like a spear from within their bodies and strike Choi Hyuk's body. Clang! Clash! Like bees in their stingers, this was a technique they could only use once in their life. At some point, these monsters surrounded Choi Hyuk and were crazily shooting their spines at him. Crash! Clash! Dot! Their spines, filled with their life, were fast and strong, so it was hard to block them with his karma blade. If he blocked 2 or 3, the rest would fly and stab into his body. His karma barrier swayed as if it would break at any moment. The spines battered away, giving him no time to come to his senses. Queak! Cook! The sounds of them vomiting their spines covered his surroundings like a waterfall. Danger? Yet, it wasn't to the point of being dangerous. It would take some time, but if he handled it calmly, he would be able to end it without overworking himself. However, Korarara Cook. Choi Hyuk saw the flaming devil that had stopped fleeing and was mocking him. Choi Hyuk's lips opened. He definitely needed to burn it to death. Choi Hyuk activated the second strongest skill among the 3 most powerful skills he possessed. It was so difficult that he wasn't able to copy it now, even with his 4-star stats. It was one of the skills he had where he had no choice but to activate it automatically while consuming a lot of karma. Thump! 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 What was interesting was that these skills were all closely related to the Flame Wing Tribe's karma heart. The instant he wished to activate the skill, his karma heart beat explosively. Its pressure was strong enough that, if he didn't train to make his karma heart stronger every day, it may have actually burst his karma heart. At a certain moment, after Choi Hyuk's karma had been forcefully drawn into his karma heart and compressed again and again. Blaze, dot. Flames erupted upwards. These flames, that were hotter and more intense than those who chose the blaze karma trait, scattered from Choi Hyuk's body like feathers. Flaming Wing Dance. The moment he said the skill name. Blaze. The whole world was covered in flames. Like flowers blooming, the feathers sprouted, and like wings spreading, the skin of the spine-throwing monsters surrounding him and the monsters that blocked his path all burst into flames. The flames that sprouted everywhere returned Choi Hyuk again. The flames covered Choi Hyuk's body and, along with his breathing, melted, fogging up his sword. Underscore. Flaming Wing Dance. The battle technique of the Flame Wing tribe. Using the Flame Wing tribe's karma heart, you change the nature of your karma into an intense blaze. On activation, it creates a powerful flaming storm in your surroundings. It will improve your physical abilities for a limited time and will allow you to use techniques utilizing the blaze karma. Suitable for area attacks, and stamina consumption is great. It was originally a top-level skill only those at the 5-star level could use. Someone supplied a deteriorated version so that those at the lower levels could use it. __________________. Choi Hyuk's body disappeared instantly, only to appear in front of the flaming devil with a blaze. The flaming devil seemed to be suffering from the heat surrounding it. Choi Hyuk grabbed its throat with his left hand. Sizzle. The sound of meat cooking was heard. The devil writhed its body in pain. Choi Hyuk smiled. It was a pleasant moment. You've never been burned before, have you? He smiled innocently as he sliced off its toes with the red-hot predator's blade. Blaze! A transparent, clear flame sprouted from each of its sliced toes. It was different from the thick, dark flames that covered the flaming devil. A high-level technique that even Choi Hyuk, with his 4-star stats, couldn't control himself. The flames of a 3-star rank monster were helpless against it. Fire swallowed fire. Qua! The devil let out a desperate cry. I'm curious. Will there even be ashes left? As he said this, Choi Hyuk reached out and grabbed the flaming devil's face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 64. Episode 4, The Great Colonizing Age / Chapter, Demon King, 5. TL, Empty Cube. Editor, Obelisk. From the outside, the dome that covered Songbuk District was opaque, but from the inside, it was transparent. Of course, this place looked to be from outer space instead of Songbuk District, but the sky they saw outside the dome was still the Earth's sky. It was currently dusk. Flames spread from Choi Hyuk's hand as though it would burn the whole world. Kiya! The cries of the devil, caught by Choi Hyuk, rang out continuously. The pitiful devil used to be the nightmare of the Songbuk District awakenees in the past. The flaming devil that melted cement and steel with its endless flames. The devil that was narrowly held back through Saintess Choi Mayan's death. However, the devil was currently crying. Its face, grasped by Choi Hyuk, had become distorted with burns. Its cries were desperate, similar to the pleading of a person in tears. No human thought that a monster that was filled with killing intent could cry like this. Does it hurt? Does this hurt? Yet, Choi Hyuk felt its cries were insufficient. The monster that killed his mother, the monster that snickered as he heard his mother's cries, for a monster like that to cry after this much. Wasn't this boring to the point of being absurd? You can't be like this. As Choi Hyuk let go, its face, where the eyes, nose, and mouth had melted together, was revealed. The devil tried to open its mouth to scream, but it wasn't able to let out a proper cry as its upper and lower lips had merged together. The sound of air escaping and its cry reverberating from its throat mixed together to sound like the winds from hell. Shryaik, Kwa. Flaming Wing Dance was still activated. Other monsters didn't dare approach due to the flame-like feathers fluttering around his body. There's still a lot left. Choi Hyuk grabbed the devil's leg with his left hand. Its leg burned. Krrrr. Unable to properly scream due to its burning mouth, the devil shrunk in fright. Choi Hyuk dragged it by its leg as if dragging a corpse. Every step Choi Hyuk took would be engulfed in flames, and even the monsters that were wary from afar became enwrapped in the flames, rolling on the ground before turning to ash. In an area filled with broken machines, screams sporadically cut off and only the suppressed cries of the devil weakly continued. A strange stillness. The sound of the devil being dragged could be heard clearly. Thunk, thunk, Thud. The devil, which was being dragged while headbutting against piles of machines, had, at some point, become sprawled on the ground. The leg Choi Hyuk grabbed had burned and cut off. The devil was unable to endure the pain as its body flailed around on the ground. What the? It cut off, Choi Hyuk, with an unimpressed look, rubbed his hand that had turned black with ash and grabbed another leg. His steps were walking towards the eyeless observers. Choi Hyuk wanted to hear it. A collaborative song of the flaming devil and their screams. Now. I'll be gentle, so endure for a bit longer. To prevent the flaming devil from becoming dull to the pain, Choi Hyuk lowered the heat. Thunk, thunk. The flaming devil, which was being dragged while striking into machines, felt a momentary coolness and learned the unfamiliar emotions of despair and fear. A purple color swelled up between the red sun-like veins. The berserkers fell into a state of madness over the hallucinations and mental stimulation created by the eyeless observers. The berserkers' characteristic boundary, which narrowly hovered between order and disorder, had disappeared, and only disorder remained. There were some who forgot themselves and the voices of their loved ones, while others jumped in after seeing hallucinations, yet the result was the same. It was madness. The eyeless observers made the berserkers emotional. However, the emotions the majority of them possessed were only rage, despair, and a madness mixed with spasmodic bursts of pleasure. The berserkers, who were unable to resist the eyeless observers' mental attacks, simply fell into a state of madness. However, the circumstances were the same for the berserkers who had resisted the mental attacks. Even though they understood the monster's tricks, they didn't care. They didn't attempt to stay calm. They didn't resist and left their bodies to fall into the madness guided by the monsters. Why? Ha! Ha! Ha ha! Dispirited laughter erupted out. The moment they lost the people dearest to them, the fear, cowardice, and longing from that day, all turned into hallucinations created by the monsters. Similar the darkness they felt the moment they were about to fall asleep and the confusion they felt when their eyes opened in the morning, the berserkers suddenly realized the dullness of their life that continued since that day. They who lived in a partly dreamlike state after leaving everything that was beautiful behind. They who lived simply because they hadn't died. The feeling of futility in their chests that couldn't be sated after drinking rivers of blood and consuming mountains of flesh. And the rage they felt towards the monster bastards that used these memories. Enlightenment? Strategy, tactics? At this moment, the majority of the berserkers had the same thought. Fuck that. Kia. Kulalala. Monsters and berserkers tangled together. Who was the monster, and who was the human? They were indistinguishable. Slicing with swords, ripping bones with their hands, tearing off veins and smashing heads. The berserkers charged at the same time. Whether the monsters responded systematically or not, whether they died or not, until all the monsters were dead, until the berserkers' limbs were smashed apart and they died, they would restlessly press forward. They thought, whether you die or I die, I just wish for everything to die. Of course, there were a few who maintained their senses. Li Jinhee and Bei Jinman were like that. Come to your senses. Unable to communicate. Li Jinhee shouted as she looked at the berserkers who scattered like tiger moths and died along with the monsters. Even if she stopped those who were running out, it would only be for an instant. Li Jinhee felt a thorough helplessness. There was no way to stop them. If you continue like this, you'll die. You crazy bastards, . She shouted until her voice was hoarse, but it was useless. Li Jinhee looked around her. She looked for a commander who could calm this situation. Ryu Hyunsung and Baek Seoin. However, even they weren't in their right minds. Ryu Hyunsung was a berserker who ran out faster than anyone. The eyeless observers brought him panic and fear. Thus, he was unable to stop. Although no one knew this, he had a vulnerable mind. He was weak to stress and had no hostility. He was like this since young. So, even though he possessed better sword skills than anyone else, he wasn't selected as an Olympic athlete. He's used for practice. He doesn't have the temperament of a victor. That was what his coach would always say, and it was also something Ryu Hyun-sung felt in his bones. Whenever he stood in official competitions which were more bloodthirsty than hostile, he was unable to display even half of his abilities after succumbing under pressure. That was how he lost all his chances to participate and return to campus. Ryu Hyun-sung spent his time lazily sleeping, flopped on his desk, during lectures. Though it was self-deprecating, perhaps it was because he was naturally meek, but a listless piece wasn't bad. However, when he woke up from his nap, what he saw were the blood and flesh of other students. Everything changed that day. Ryu Hyun-sung wanted to live. He wanted to survive. Because he did, he hid all his fear, astonishment and vulnerability deep into his heart. He jumped into terror and wielded his sword more viciously than anyone. Until that horrible feeling dulled. Now, Ryu Hyun-sung endured vicious fights better than anyone and possessed murderous intent. However, that didn't mean his true nature had completely disappeared. He still had nightmares every night. He couldn't sleep without his sword, and because he wielded his sword in his sleep, he couldn't sleep with anyone. The eyeless observers brought out the loathing that seeped out when he was asleep. As someone who possessed the mind's eye trait, he was able to quickly resist it, but fear and astonishment couldn't be easily repressed once released. There's only one solution. Like before. He would have to jump into that fear and endure. Until his sensitive senses dulled. Ryu Hyun-sung threw out his responsibilities as a commander and began to run amok amongst the monsters. His unmatched precise and exquisite sword skills shone with murderous ferocity. Lee Jin-hee sighed. Ryu Hyun doesn't look good. Baek-hyun? What about Baek-hyun? The only person she could believe in was Baek-seoin. Baek-seoin possessed both intuition and mind's eye. As expected, he wasn't in a state of madness like the other berserkers. However, he didn't have the ability to control this situation. He was in a state of listlessness. Baek-hyun! Do something! Lee Jin-hee shouted hurriedly, but Baek-seoin slowly shook his head. What can we do? We can't stop this. We already remembered. Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, he placed his hands over his eyes and sighed. Ha! Fuck! Fuck this! The depression he usually felt when he was alone came up and wouldn't die down. What do you mean there's nothing we can do? Lee Jin-hee became sick of this. How was it that all her supposed comrades weren't of their right mind? Her head ached when she saw these mad berserkers ripping into the monsters. I hate this. I hate it. However, she couldn't continue hating it forever. Ha! What do I do about young Jean? It was because she knew his circumstances better than anyone else. Chu Young-jin was literally shedding blood tears. She wasn't sure how he was using his karma, but the veins in his eyes had popped, and blood mixed with his tears. There was no doubt he was hearing the screams of Lee Hyejin, his lover. When she knew the reason why he couldn't help but fall into a state of madness, she was distressed and heartbroken. Of course, Lee Jin-hee also heard the voices she hated the most. However, she only felt disgusted. It wasn't to the point of driving her mad. Either way, she didn't lose anyone dear to her in this mess. Hadn't she left her friends and family behind to come to Seoul? Although it did seem that some of her parkour friends had died, she was only sad. It didn't drive her mad. Instead, she had actually gained good friends like Choi Hyuk, Chu Young-jin, and Baek-seoin after that day. Lee Jin-hee saw Alexei wielding his sword with sunken eyes. Lyosha! Lyosha! Come back! Hey! Can't you hear me? Lyosha, If it was any other day, he would have come wagging his tail, but as if he couldn't hear her, he didn't even look back. He disappeared amongst the monsters. Lee Jinhee, who was jumping up and down unable to do anything, spotted someone who still had his senses. It was Guardian Beijing Man. He tried his best to bring the berserkers back to their senses. However, it was no use. Even when he granted a sense of security and solidarity with his get-up, their eyes would momentarily return to normal before falling into a state of madness again. If he poured all his strength, he may be able to return one or two people to normal, but that would be useless. Also, it was difficult for Beijing Man to approach fierce battles. Eventually, Beijing Man was barely taking care of the berserkers who had become mad and were injuring themselves. Nonetheless, the madness was fierce. The berserkers were wiping away the monsters with incredible vigor. However, unnecessary losses were just as large. Beijing Man looked at the casualties in regret, but there was nothing he could do. Lee Jinhee thought of something good when she saw him. She abruptly grabbed his hand. Guardian. Yes? I have a good plan. Follow me. The place Lee Jinhee dragged Beijing Man to was in front of Baek Seoin. Baek Seoin was still depressed and listless. Baek Hyung. I'm going to turn you back to normal. As long as you regain your senses, you can do something. Beijing Man gazed at Baek Seoin. Baek Seoin was the one who actually led the berserkers instead of Choi Hyuk, who wasn't interested in politics. Baek Seoin, who was thoughtful, meticulous, and cheerful, was emitting a depression and listlessness he didn't show normally in their entirety. He had replied to Lee Jinhee before, but he had further weakened during this time. Even when Lee Jinhee and Beijing Man came close, he didn't take notice of them. Indeed, in a hellish battlefield where even normal people would become crazy, there was no way Baek Seoin, who suffered from depression, could endure. Beijing Man felt pained. There was no one who didn't harbor some sort of hell after that day. And that hell manifested here and now. It was regrettable. Because of this, he wasn't confident. I don't know if I can succeed with my power. Director Baek is an expert of the mind's eye trait. He had already resisted the eyeless observer's tricks. The reason why he's like this now is solely because of his depression. The only thing the eyeless observer did was pull the trigger. Everything else was done by himself. So Beijing Man wasn't confident in being able to cut the shackles of Baek Seoin's depression. Rather than pouring his strength into Baek Seoin, it was better to take care of the berserkers who were injuring themselves. Since Baek Seoin was quiet. However, Lee Jinhee refuted. No. There's still a chance. Baek Hyung isn't mad like the others. Now that I look at it. Fights erupted everywhere. Those berserkers who were affected became mad and fought the monsters or would injure themselves. However, Baek Seoin was simply standing absent-mindedly. Lee Jinhee said. His intuition is activating right now. Even now, he still wants to live. There's no doubt he's standing still since it will be life-threatening if he wounds himself or if he jumps towards the monsters. So his survival instincts and his self-destructive instincts are fighting. If you help him a little, you can make it so that his survival instincts win. At those words, Beijing Man resolved himself. He poured his karma, which was filled with life energy, directly into Baek Seoin. It seemed to be of no use for a while. Baek Seoin simply stood absent-mindedly. However, when Beijing Man increased his strength, there was an effect. Ha! Baek Seoin let out a big sigh. He raised his shoulders and then let them fall. He shook his head and blinked his eyes. He slowly met Beijing Man and Lee Jinhee's gazes and rapped Lee Jinhee's head. He grumbled. Hey! What do you mean even now? He still wants to live. If you say it like that, it makes me look bad. Lee Jinhee rubbed the place she was hit and smiled brightly. Baek Seoin had returned to normal. So what? she shouted before giving him a tight hug. In this state, she asked, "But what do we do now? If things stay like this, all the berserkers will die." Baek Seoin patted her back as he looked at the situation. In his eyes, it didn't look like they would all die, since berserkers were still strong. Still, it seemed around half would die. "It'll be difficult if that happens," Baek Seoin said to Bae Jinman. "It seems we'll need your power." Bae Jinman expressed his disapproval. "Maybe if there were one or two. If I use my power in a large area, it won't work." Baek Seoin nodded. Then he raised his palm and flipped it over. "That's why we do the opposite." "Opposite?" "Yes. I understand now that I've experienced it. This isn't something we can stop. Instead, it is better if we blow it up even more. Make them matter. Detonate it so that they kill the other side before they die." Ha! Phew! Lee Jinhee and Bae Jinman's jaws dropped at his extreme suggestion. Baek Seoin smiled brightly and said, "Those who seek death will live." 1. Baek Seoin was quoting Admiral Lee Sunshin. "Those who seek death shall live. Those who seek life shall die." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 65. Episode 4, The Great Colonizing Age / Chapter 65, Demon King, 6. TL, Empty Cube. Editor, Obelisk. T/N, because retribution is a stat rather than points, I switched retribution points into retribution. But the Guardian is a healer? Lee Jinhee raised a question. As a healer, Bae Jinman's karma was fixed at the heal trait. Like how the karma trait shop didn't sell the heal trait, Bae Jinman couldn't change his karma trait as well. He would improve their states simply by using his trait. So how would Bae Jinman make the berserkers even matter? However, Baek Seoin only stared at Bae Jinman as if he couldn't hear Lee Jinhee's question. Bae Jinman rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment before replying. "I'll try it." "What? You can do it?" Lee Jinhee asked in surprise. However, this time Bae Jinman was in deep thought and didn't reply. Instead, Baek Seoin replied for him. "There's only a paper-thin margin between medicine and poison. They both have similarities in their influence on the body. Depending on when or how you use it, poison can turn into medicine and medicine into poison. I thought that healing and buffs were the same." "Really?" Lee Jinhee, who had only believed that the more medicine she ate, the healthier she would get, widened her eyes at this new information. At this time, Bae Jinman finished conceiving a plan. He released his karma with a changed version of Get Up. Increase vitality, enhance the mind, and strengthen sympathy. Bae Jinman especially worked hard on strengthen sympathy. Normally, it would be a useful buff, however, now it would add oil to the flames known as madness. Increased vitality would support the stamina they had consumed due to madness, and enhance the mind would make those who had fallen into a state of futility and numbness become even more intensely enraged and sorrowful. Also, above all, strengthened sympathy would make the berserkers sympathize with each other's pain and rage. Simply put, it made all the berserkers clearly sense each other's pain. Like how young Minji felt. Berserkers, who were burdened with their own pain, were flooded with the indiscriminate pain of others. The result was a more severe madness. The sudden change came remarkably. Even Choi Hyuk, who was fighting by himself in the distance, could sense this change. The noise of the battlefield. The rhythm had changed. A rain shower had turned into a hailstorm. Tennis balls grew to baseballs. The formation of monsters, that would occasionally endure or occasionally get penetrated, started shatter like glass. Choi Hyuk nodded his head. Due to the berserkers, the pressure, from the countless number of monsters that blocked his way, lessened. He now didn't need to be concerned with the battlefield and could fight the boss to his heart's content. Then, is it my turn now? With the monster's commanders, the eyeless observers, in front of him, Choi Hyuk slowly stretched his shoulders. He threw the flaming devil in a corner. The flaming devil, whose other leg had burned off on the way here, was pitifully writhing on the ground. There were only trails of flame, and the ashes of the monsters that had been burnt black, behind him. He pretended to be composed, but he didn't find his current situation very lax. Flaming Wing Dance was a skill that consumed a lot of stamina, and Choi Hyuk's stamina was only at 3-star with 366, 3 points. It was very low compared to his power, speed, control, and retribution, which were all over 4-star, meaning he couldn't maintain Flaming Wing Dance for a long time. He let out a big breath and drank down a special karma recovery potion in one shot. It's not enough to send a message to my liver. This was a temporary method. And he obtained the strength to fight once more. The moment he tossed the empty bottle behind him. Blaze! Flames violently erupted once again. In front of him were around 100 eyeless observers. Each one was stronger than the Wyvern of Destruction. They were 4-star rank monsters. The real enemy of the mission this time wasn't the hundreds of thousands of monsters but the 100 eyeless observers. Kaya. Feeling threatened, the eyeless observers let out a cry. You're too late. By the time they cried, Choi Hyuk's sword had already sliced through the frontmost monster. A geyser of flames. The flames that sprouted from its wounded chest spread to its 4 limbs and its face. The eyeless observer twisted its body, and its long flesh that covered its eye brilliantly dispersed as it burned. As expected of the Flaming Wing Dance that possessed power beyond that of 4 stars. It burned up an observer with a single strike. Yet, Choi Hyuk's expression was serious. As expected, wide area damage doesn't work. Normal monsters would turn to ash once they came into contact with the flames he emitted. Without wielding his sword, the majority of monsters would burn to ash and disappear. However, the eyeless observers were different. TSSSS. Key. Although it looked like it was burnt, he wasn't able to completely burn it before the flames died out. The burn wounds quickly recovered. To properly burn them, he would have to cut each one with his sword, but he couldn't endure that with his stamina. It wasn't easy. When Choi Hyuk thought this, a smile hung on his lips. Yeah. It needs to be like this. PSSFT-. Choi Hyuk immediately gave up on the Flaming Wing Dance. The flames that had engulfed his body died down. The Flaming Wing Dance was an area attack. It wasn't very effective in this situation where he had to kill each one individually. As the flames died down, the pitch-black sword that shined within, the Predator's blade, was revealed. Tyrannical Predator's blade. Rank, B, unique, growth type. Sharp and sturdy. The more blood it absorbs of strong foes, the stronger it will get. It has almost reached the limit to its growth. Blood Drain absorbs the blood of enemies to replenish its owner's karma and heal their wounds. Able to absorb 1 L of blood per second. Asterisk Second Blade, sacrifice the evolution stat to imbue karma into the blade. No extra karma consumption. Durability, 98, 573/100,000. Evolution, 11/1000. The driving force behind how he was able to endure up until now with only 3-star stamina was due to the Predator's blade. He was able to recover small amounts of stamina with its absorption ability and reduce his karma consumption with its outstanding cutting force. The Predator's blade had evolved once more during this time. Since it was a B rank weapon, if enough force was added, it was able to penetrate through 4-star endurance. On top of that, if he reinforced its cutting force with the second blade, it was able to rip through most protective skills. Second Blade. Evolution reduced from 11 to 6. Choi Hyuk resolutely invested its evolution stat to activate its second blade. Swish! A frightening sound of an enormous snake slithering. The predator's blade was imbued with black karma. It was a different color from Choi Hyuk's deep blue karma. It was a karma blade that the predator's blade created itself. Let's fight! Choi Hyuk began to only utilize his karma inside his body. He used the karma pathways that extended to all four limbs from his dantian, where the karma heart was located. The heart and the karma pathways became new muscles and tendons for Choi Hyuk and moved his body faster and stronger. This was how Choi Hyuk was able to minimize his stamina consumption. Kua! The eyeless observers swung their hands at Choi Hyuk. Their hands were especially large. They were about 3 times as large as a person's head. Their skin was white like limestone, and they possessed tough claws. Choi Hyuk walked naturally as he avoided their attacks and cut one. Choi Hyuk's movements became more and more efficient and simple. He looked at his opponent's next step and their shoulders. He stepped forward before his opponent took another step and slashed out. 2. As their skin, which was as white as limestone, was cut, their sticky blood, which was as black as oil, burst out. Kiki. 3. Choi Hyuk's eyes tinged blue. Using his right foot as a pivot, he rotated his body to evade an attack from his blind spot. Using the momentum of his evasion, he slashed out again. 4. No, 3.5. It was a bit shallow. It was difficult to kill them while maintaining his maneuverability. He couldn't stab them or block their attacks. He used his mind's eye to find the shortest path for his karma blade to traverse between the monsters. Swish! Swish! Slice! Slice, dot. As if he were a child who was hiking while swinging a wooden stick, Choi Hyuk simply walked as the eyeless observers were critically wounded and fell to the ground. Their black blood stained their white skin. They were all 4-star monsters. However, they weren't a match for him. There were cases where martial artists with similar physical abilities would knock each other out with one blow. Precise strikes had that sort of power. Choi Hyuk had much higher karma stats than normal eyeless observers. They were in the early stage of 4-star while he was in the mid-late stage. If Choi Hyuk's senses, which allowed him to hit precise strikes, were added on top of that, it was difficult for even 4-star monsters to endure a single sword. Since this wasn't a game, if a sword pierced through, and if it was a fatal area, no matter how strong the opponent was, it would end with a single sword. Also, perhaps it was because they possessed a special mental attack ability, but the endurance and recovery stats of the eyeless observers were low. Being Choi Hyuk's opponents, this was a fatal weakness. Ki-ya! As more than 30 observers fell at Choi Hyuk's hand, the largest monster at the back, the king of the observers, wailed. The mood abruptly changed. Choi Hyuk, who was wielding his sword in a trance, halted. All the observers followed their king and wailed. Ki! Following their king that seemed to have shouted a command, their long, tattered skin, which covered their eyes like torn fabric, molted. Single eyes, red as blood, were revealed. Their sclerae were red, and their pupils were redder. Their eyes rolled and all stared at Choi Hyuk at the same time. Keying. Choi Hyuk felt dizzy. Would you look at that? Their ferocious karma shot out of their eyes, through the air, and into Choi Hyuk's head. Around 70 observers carried out this simultaneous mental attack. Choi Hyuk smiled. You want to enter my mind? His whole body tinged blue. His karma trait went beyond mind's eye and reached identical mind, which could engage with anything. It tightly wrapped around the observer's karma, preventing them from escaping. Although you can enter whenever you want, you can't leave. His mind boiled. The observer's ferocious karma ran amok inside his head. However, there is something worse inside. Choi Hyuk recalled. The moment his mother died. He recalled. You have no choice. Get angry. Kill. Only then can you kill. Message from those bastards. And the delight he felt when he fought and killed his opponents. Like a monitor screen that exploded with a blast, as if a pitch darkness lurked inside, Choi Hyuk's vision was blown away. His insides, beginning with his stomach, boiled black. It surged. Madness filled his head and swallowed his brain. He felt an unbearable thirst. He didn't endure it. There was no need to. Kaya-ha! As if they saw something, the observers screamed. Black blood flowed from their red eyes. Keying. Dark red blood dripped from Choi Hyuk's nose. However, the smile on his lips didn't fade. He mumbled. Get angry. Get angry. He mumbled as he stepped forward. While the observers were unable to move, crying bloody tears, Choi Hyuk slowly tottered forward. Kill. He raised his sword. Only then can you kill. His sword stabbed out. Kek, kek. One observer's body trembled before collapsing. Get angry. Choi Hyuk moved towards his next target. His mind had already flown away. He couldn't see properly. Since it wasn't possible to block the mental attack of 70 observers. Choi Hyuk mined with greater rage instead of blocking their attack. With the despair he felt when his mother, who was his only sanctuary, died, and the rage he had towards the ones who created this game. With his cruel instinct he had avoided his whole life, his love of fighting. The observers invaded his mind to destroy and control it, but the place they invaded was already hell. They weren't able to escape due to Choi Hyuk's karma, and they could only sorrowfully scream. Ah! Choi Hyuk, who was staggering forward, abruptly changed his direction and grabbed the flaming devil. Kwa! Kia! The screams of the devil and the observers mixed together terrifyingly. Choi Hyuk dragged the devil by its throat as he stabbed each observer that was pleading due to pain. How good to hear, hee hee. Choi Hyuk, who had already lost his reasoning, simply enjoyed their screams. He dragged the flaming devil as he walked towards the observers, which were screaming sweetly, and stabbed them with his sword. As if harvesting screaming reeds, he stabbed, cut, and then repeated. White corpses lay on the ground, flowing with black blood. The large-bodied king of the observers was no exception. They may have had a chance if they had attacked him physically instead. Unfortunately, they had invaded Choi Hyuk's mind, which was a hellhole, and futilely lost their lives, suffering in pain. Ah! Is it over? Only after he killed the king of the observers, and popped out and through the flaming devil's head did Choi Hyuk return to his senses. Obtained the Dimensional Isolation Release Code. Releasing the isolated dimension. The message was heard as if from a dream, and the dome that covered the sky faded away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 66. Episode 4, The Great Colonizing Age / Chapter 66, Demon King's Leadership. TL, Empty Cube. Editor, Obelisk. The transparent dome that covered the sky faded as if melting away. It was night. The monsters, which made their minds act violently, had all died. The moment he realized they had all died, almost like a flip of a switch, Choi Hyuk came to his senses. Choi Hyuk, who had regained his senses, looked inwardly at the madness inside him. His mind was blank after burning all the monsters that attacked him. Now his madness seemed to be fueled by itself. Kill. Kill more. But Choi Hyuk shook his head. This much is enough. Choi Hyuk swallowed down his ferocious madness and buried it deep within his stomach. His madness, like a well-trained beast, returned to where it resided. It wasn't able to beat Choi Hyuk. Patience. This was what Choi Hyuk lived his whole life with. He was as confident in his talent for fighting as he was in his talent for patience. It was also the only inheritance his mother had left him. Dimensional isolation released. Successfully completed dimensional transmission. Obtained the inheritance of a ruined civilization. Inspecting. Discovered AB rank artificial intelligence. Nothing else is of value. Provided 10,000 mission points as a reward. The message appeared. It wasn't a message he was expecting. Artificial intelligence, ... He held his forehead. Whatever. I don't care. He was too dizzy to think about it now, and his ears rung with the sounds of cicadas. What about the message that says I succeeded in the sovereign mission? Whether it had come up, but he had yet to see it, or if it hadn't ended. Now that he thought about it, it seemed like the king of observers said something before it died. It's not the end, was it? Whatever. His memories weren't clear. No, from the start, when did monsters even talk? Choi Hyuk shook his head and looked around. It seemed the berserker's fight had ended slightly earlier than his own. The field, which was filled with broken machines, was littered with ripped and sliced monster corpses. The berserkers were scattered throughout. The berserkers succeeded in destroying the monsters before destroying themselves, but their stamina had hit rock bottom. Although there were still some remnants of the madness, because there wasn't enough energy to fuel that madness, it was peaceful. They were even starting to get hungry. The berserkers were spread out. Some were gathered in groups, chatting with each other, whilst others were sitting absent-mindedly, or even chewing on something. Then, one by one, they looked up to watch the dimensional isolation wall melt away. They were currently in an alien area with no streetlights. The Earth's sky they saw from here was very dark as countless stars shined. And there were people spectating this from outside. Later on, when people talked about this event, they usually started with this moment. How unfamiliar the area they saw when the dimensional isolation wall faded away was. That place, which had no buildings, random hills, no dirt or asphalt, and looked like a planet piled with broken machines and monster corpses. How terrifying it was to see the berserkers scattered however they wanted on the dark ground. They always described this in great detail. The berserkers' appearance was like the Asgardian gods who had overcome collapse. While they all captivated by this overwhelming scene, a change occurred. A red fog spread from the dead observer corpses. At first, it was faint, almost indiscernible. The red fog crawled low on the ground as it spread. Then, when it met other monster corpses, it would devour them and grow. At some point, the red fog grew at a terrifying rate. By the time they thought, what's that? The red fog had already devoured its surrounding. There were hundreds of thousands of monster corpses it could devour. As soon as it started to grow, the whole area had become engulfed in the red fog. What is this? The ones who thought it was poison and were taken back, tilted their heads when they didn't feel anything wrong. It was somehow frightening. Some sort of karma was melted into the fog. They felt both an ominous feeling and feeling of relief simultaneously. Then, not long after, it's slowly disappearing. Someone shouted. It was as he said. No, to be exact, it wasn't disappearing but rather it was being absorbed through their mouths and noses. The process was so quick that the awakenees couldn't see it. What was it? Like how it suddenly appeared, the red fog suddenly disappeared as well. It felt like a hallucination as no traces of it remained. Of course, it wasn't as if everyone was simply tilting their heads. Damn. This is troublesome. Baek Seoin shook his head. We finally finished and now this. Baek Seoin had seen the identity of the red fog with his mind's eye and blocked it. It was a simple, yet powerful curse left by the observers. It was a curse which dumbed their patience and judgment, and instead, maximized their impulses. Did they wait for this opportunity? If there were only berserkers present, it would have been fine. First of all, the berserkers who possessed the mind's eye trait would have been able to resist it, and those who couldn't wouldn't have been a problem either. Berserkers had overcome countless life or death situations together. Because they subconsciously differentiated between friend or foe, they wouldn't fight their comrades simply because they were under a curse which increased their impulses. The problem was that the 1st Army Division and the Super Soldier Brigade were encircling them to restrict civilian access, and beyond them was crowded with thousands of colonizers who had come from various places. The sudden appearance of the curse, and a situation where the excitement of the battle had yet to calm. It was easy for there to be clashes between them and the berserkers. Baek Seoin was uneasy as if he was looking at a bomb which was about to explode. Leader. I think it's best we quickly clean up and leave this place. He immediately requested Choi Hyuk. As Choi Hyuk was also aware of the situation, he understood what Baek Seoin was saying. However, his judgment was different. Because his eyes saw what Baek Seoin's didn't. It's red. It was deep into the night, yet the world Choi Hyuk's eyes saw was as red as a sundown. Were there this many people who wanted to kill me? Because their patience and judgment had become dull and their impulses were maximized, their inner intentions they had hidden deep within themselves had risen to the surface. Choi Hyuk saw the killing intent pouring in from everywhere. From the super soldiers to the colonizers far away, red light shone. What was more, there was no small number of berserkers emitting it too. Choi Hyuk said. Too late. There were many who resisted it, but more than half were definitely under the curse. Since it was such a wide-scale curse, it was impossible to dispel it with the Guardian's power. You could only wait for time to pass and its effect to fade. But, it seemed it would be difficult to leave without clashing with each other since the number of groups unreservedly emitting killing intent wasn't small, and there were many groups who held hostility within the berserkers. It was too late. He couldn't stop them from clashing. Pardon? What's that supposed to mean? Baek Seoin was taken aback by Choi Hyuk's remark, or he gave up before even trying. However, Choi Hyuk didn't reply and turned around. His eyes landed on Lee Kijin in the distance. Lee Kijin. He was someone Choi Hyuk was very familiar with. He was a drifter who voluntarily joined him on his first colonization attempt. Like most of the people who joined at that time, he was someone who was looking for a place to die while fighting. Unfortunately, due to his naturally good fighting senses, he hadn't died and had survived until now. He was an elite member who was selected as a captain-level troop leader. Choi Hyuk saw his face. It wasn't certain what illusions the observers had shown him, but both his cheeks were stained with dried tears. Is it you? Choi Hyuk remembered Lieutenant Colonel Lee Kyung-jin's warning. The traitors connected to Lao Ban. Although he thought it would be fun, now that he had confirmed the faces of the comrades he had fought together with, it didn't feel good. Lee Kijin met Choi Hyuk's gaze. He instinctively knew that his betrayal had been figured out. His original plan was different. He had planned on attacking the exhausted Choi Hyuk when the berserkers had dispersed and were returning. Lee Kijin and a few other berserkers were to lure Choi Hyuk to a designated place and wound him with a sudden attack. Then the super soldiers and colonizers, who had agreed to cooperate, would attack all together. Unfortunately, their plan was now useless. Lee Kijin smiled with his black eyes. It's a good day to die, right, leader? Choi Hyuk could tell when he saw his face. The reason why Lee Kijin betrayed him. He could tell simply by looking. Come. I will let you on your way with no regrets. Choi Hyuk raised the tip of his sword, which had been on the ground. Unable to follow the situation through their dialogue, Baek Seoin simply opened and closed his mouth. What is this? That moment, a commotion broke out with a shout. It wasn't certain what was going on, but some of the super soldiers were fighting against the berserkers. Due to the curse, everyone had lost their self-control, and once a fight broke out, it immediately intensified and spread. Even the colonizers, who were outside the civilian access line, became agitated. There were many groups bearing hostility towards the berserkers amongst them. "We just fought a dogfight, and now this?" Choi Hyuk said one thing to Baek Seoin, who was grabbing his head in annoyance. "Baek Hyung, take care of work." Then, perhaps it was because they were stimulated by the commotions nearby? Lee Kijin and berserkers who followed him, whose lips were oddly distorted, rushed towards Choi Hyuk at once. Choi Hyuk didn't evade their attack. Bang! Crash! Clash! He met each swinging sword. He precisely hit the tips of their swords to shake them. Clang! Ark! Every time he clashed swords with Choi Hyuk, Lee Kijin felt a ripping pain in his hand. Yes. Pain. Sometimes pain was the best anesthetic. Lee Kijin wanted more pain. Unconcerned if his hand burst or not, he gripped his sword to the point of shattering and swung. It was fine if he could never use his hand again. It would be of no use if he died anyways. Choi Hyuk didn't attack. He stood in place as he deflected the attacks of the surrounding berserkers swinging their swords at him. The berserkers used the skills they practiced with all their strength. However, none of their attacks could pierce through Choi Hyuk's defense. They couldn't make him retreat one step, let alone pierce his defense. As their stamina had hit rock bottom, they both couldn't use their karma blades. It was a battle of purely strength and skill. Although his breathing became slightly heavy, Choi Hyuk still overwhelmed them. Kick! As expected of our leader. When they no longer had the strength to attack, Lee Kijin and the berserkers distanced themselves from Choi Hyuk. They hit him with all they had. It was now time to see the victor. Kill or be killed. The people sent by Lao Ban's followers arrived using the confusion. Choi Hyuk slowly looked around. Baek Seoin, Lee Jinhee, Ryu Hyun-sung, Bae Jinman, and others were busy trying to save as many berserkers they could from within the crazy fight. Instead, using this opportunity, hundreds of unfamiliar colonizers surrounded him. Each one of them emitted killing intent. They were experts from various parts of the world that Lao Ban's followers had sent to kill Choi Hyuk. Although they were surprised by Choi Hyuk's lack of action, they were also able to see that he was exhausted at the same time. They exuded a confidence that they were able to kill him. "You should have run wild moderately." One said mockingly. "Lao Ban contributed a lot more to the world than you imagined. He wasn't a figure you could kill with your childish sense of justice." Another added in his own opinion. Choi Hyuk acted as if they weren't there. He simply asked Lee Kijin, "Is it refreshing?" "Yeah. If this is the end." "But can you do it?" "Maybe it's because I scared them, but they sent a ton of them." He never thought they would send hundreds of people. Lee Kijin thought that perhaps he may be able to witness Choi Hyuk's dying figure. Quite the spectacle. But then, how do I die? Yet, Choi Hyuk was calm. "You won't be lonely." Choi Hyuk felt his karma heart, which had become tattered after squeezing his karma to its limit. He then whispered, "Heart injection." Thump. His tattered heart beat heavily once again. Like a phoenix which arose from the ashes, his karma, which was as heavy as rocks, recovered all at once. That bastard's acting really calm. How scary. What? These experts, who were dumbfounded by how Choi Hyuk was disregarding them, became surprised by the sudden burst of Choi Hyuk's karma. His karma that should definitely have entered a cooldown stage. His karma recovered? They were surprised by the illogical event. And that was also their last will. Instant void annihilation. Choi Hyuk drew his sword sideways. He made a 360-degree rotation with his smoothly gliding sword. Instant void annihilation. A powerful strike that slices through space. Ignores defense. Applies the same destructive force within the skill range, independent of the number of enemies inside. An incredible amount of stamina is used depending on how many killed in this one strike. It was originally a top-level skill only those at the 5-star level could use. Someone supplied a deteriorated version so that those at the lower levels could use it. It was one of the 3 skills Choi Hyuk possessed besides his standard ones. Choi Hyuk's single strike, which was able to make the great warrior of the L tribe, Lance, yield, poured out. There wasn't a single sound. Only space was disjointed. Lao Ban's experts, who were chattering only a moment ago, and Lee Kijin and his followers, they were all cut in two like straws and fell to the ground. That was the end. Death was fickle and silent. Ho! Choi Hyuk slowly walked forward and left a word as he passed Lee Kijin. You worked hard. Choi Hyuk sincerely wished for Lee Kijin and the berserkers who followed him to rest in peace. Afterwards, Choi Hyuk watched the wild free-for-all, people fighting each other. It was gradually becoming uncontrollable. The exhausted berserkers were at a disadvantage. Maybe this was what Flame Rain meant by testing his control and command, wondering if he had the leadership to control this situation. Now that he thought about it, Flame Rain also said this. Remember that sometimes knocking everything down with a sword may not be everything. But was it really? Choi Hyuk's judgment was simple. His eyes only saw his berserkers dying. A scene which twisted his assessment. How dare! Was this incident simply instigated by the observer's curse? What did he care? This occurred because the berserkers normally looked easy to push around. Control and command? Although Choi Hyuk had no talent in politics, he knew one sure method. From now on, people are going to piss their pants when they hear BR. Choi Hyuk took aim with his sword. He charged. He cut apart anyone who was hostile towards the berserkers, regardless of whether they were super soldiers or colonizers dispatched from abroad. If he killed all those who didn't follow him, he would eventually gain command, and only those who could be controlled would live. Gak! A red path made of pieces of flesh was laid down wherever Choi Hyuk passed. Not long had passed when. Do it in moderation. Someone tried to stop Choi Hyuk. Looking at his military uniform, he was from the superpower headquarters. Colonel rank. His voice sounded quite angry. Yet, Choi Hyuk ignored him. The angry colonel eventually unsheathed his sword and rushed towards Choi Hyuk. His head fell. Colonel! That was the start. The fight intensified. In an instant, even those who were sober were tangled in and started to fight. The fight grew larger. Even the normal military with firearms started to join. Then, wahahaha! A laughter which vibrated through the battlefield could be heard. It was Choi Hyuk. Choi Hyuk, who had activated Flaming Wing Dance, was leading the berserkers. When he took the lead, the berserkers instinctively followed behind him. Like a snowball effect, the number of berserkers gradually grew. Experts from other parts of the world rushed in to block Choi Hyuk, and even modern weapons, such as tanks and helicopters, tried to stop him, but it was all for naught. Choi Hyuk's eyes could see their hostility and killing intent. The moment black or red light surged, that place would become a sea of flames. The seething free-for-all had, at some point, turned into a one-sided slaughter. Whenever Choi Hyuk passed by, they would either be burned from the flames, or their limbs would be sliced off. Fear overcame them. If they combined all their strength and resisted, Choi Hyuk wouldn't be able to endure. He was exhausted, and his enemies were plentiful. However, for them to do so, Choi Hyuk was too scary. The curse of the observers? The urge to fight changed to an urge to flee. The berserkers chased after them. The rest fled. The chaos was starting to be controlled paradoxically. Oh my God! Is he even human? Leah widened her mouth. The sovereign of balance, Richard, and his aide, Leah, did not lose their reason in this chaos. They were completely overwhelmed by Choi Hyuk's figure. The berserk sovereign, Choi Hyuk. He was strong. There were many rumors about him being strong, but no one thought he would be this strong. In a free-for-all with various different forces, Choi Hyuk suppressed them solely with his overwhelming power. He started a mass slaughter by himself, and he may have erased additional casualties with his actions. Amazing. Really a dot. Even the sovereign of balance, Richard, was speechless. The ruthlessness and power to strike fear into those who had lost their minds due to the curse. His aide, Leah, suddenly mumbled, "Demon King." That word became another nickname for Choi Hyuk after that day. A message appeared. Sovereign mission success. From this moment, all of Sovereign Lao Ban's authority is transferred to Sovereign Choi Hyuk. First to succeed in an exchange between human colonized lands. Invasion will be considered the same as exchange. Retribution increased by 10. Free karma points increased by 10. That moment, the sovereign mission ended, and 2 colonized lands became 1. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 67. Episode 5, Citizenship / Chapter 67, Advancement Evaluation, 1. TL, Empty Cube. Editor, Obelisk. This time, the fight really had ended. There were 8,000 surviving berserkers. The fight this time had left an unprecedented number of casualties in the history of the berserkers. There was nothing more to say when 1/5 of their total members had died. By the looks of it, it seems the losses from the second free-for-all are large. Baek Seowin's voice was depressed. What they earned was significant. With the completion of the sovereign mission, even if they only considered the indirect rewards the berserkers earned, everyone's retribution had increased by 10, and they also received 3 free karma points as a reward for being the first to succeed in an exchange between colonized lands. Choi Hyuk's retribution increased by 10, and he earned 10 free karma points. Not only that, but due to the unprecedented level of intensity from their fight, the combat addict traits had activated, and they each received a plentiful amount of karma. However, the losses were too large for them to simply be happy. 4,000 casualties. If they accounted for the wounded as well, no one was unscathed. Although the berserkers were known to have the highest casualty rates compared to other organizations, the majority were from the deaths and injuries of new recruits. The veterans, who had polished themselves in the berserkers, were monsters who were able to return from the most hellish situations with a smile. Yet, this time, people had died or gotten injured without a distinction between veterans and new recruits. The mental blow from this was just as large. Alexei silently bit his lip as he followed behind Lee Jinhee. Lee Jinhee was looking for her left arm that had been sliced off while she was trying to save Alexei. However, she was unable to find it. Alexei's expression became gloomier. Lee Jinhee roughly stroked his head with her remaining right arm. "It's fine. Lyosha, I can get the Guardian to regrow it, so don't worry." Alexei didn't reply and only bit his lip harder. Of course, Guardian Beijing Man could regrow her arm. However, when there were this many patients, he couldn't help but feel burdened by using such a high skill like regrowing limbs. Since it wasn't like she would die right away if she didn't have her left arm, there was no doubt she would have to wait 1 to 2 weeks to regrow her left arm. "I'm sorry. I will get stronger." Alexei thought that Lee Jinhee, who he idolized, became hurt because he was weak. Although he was only barely able to speak those words because he was deeply ashamed, his insides were boiling. When she saw Alexei like this, Lee Jinhee clicked her tongue. "Don't be in such a hurry, Lyosha. If you can't distinguish between when you should jump in and when you shouldn't, you will never be strong. Okay? Burning heart, cool head." As she said this, Lee Jin-hee placed her remaining hand onto Alexei's forehead. Her fingers, which had become chilly due to blood loss, cooled Alexei's burning forehead. Perhaps it was at this moment when Alexei completely fell for Lee Jin-hee. Of course, he was unable to express this in the current mood. Alexei's eyes quaked. He bent his waist and bowed. "I will bear that in mind, teacher." "What teacher?" Lee Jin-hee snorted and left. From a distance, Choi Hyuk shouted, "Directors, gather for a moment." The directors gathered. Even though they had won, none of them were excited. They were all ill-tempered, as if they were asking why he called them when they were dead tired. He couldn't blame them either. Lee Jin-hee's left arm had been cut off, Artillery Captain Han-ki's thigh was still bleeding, and Chu Young-jin was standing blankly. Ryu Hyun-sun was better off than them, but his eyes were filled with drowsiness. An expression that said he wanted to quit everything and sleep. Guardian Beijing Man was unable to attend because he had to treat the wounded. Damn! That stubborn old man. We're both getting old, and he's like that. The person Han-ki was bitching and grumbling about was Beijing Man. Since he thoroughly treated people in order of dangerous wounds instead of rank, Han-ki was pushed back even though he was a top executive. No, he was refused. "Fix that sort of wound with your own recovery," was what Beijing Man prescribed him. Although his life wasn't at risk, someone like Han-ki, who had low recovery, would have to bear this pain for half a day. Because they had gathered disorderly, Han-ki's mumblings were buried under the racket. Once they had each found a spot and quieted down, Han-ki's mumblings clearly stood out. Han-ki, who was diligently cursing Beijing Man, suddenly felt embarrassed and closed his mouth. Only then did Choi Hyuk open his mouth. He got straight to the point. "We are going to explore." At his words, the top executives raised their heads like zombies. Explore? Right now? Seriously? That was what was written on their faces. "We can't move while the critically wounded are being treated anyways, but..." After saying that, Choi Hyuk gestured to the back with his chin. There was a white building which looked to be a fortress. In the beginning, the monsters were gathered around that building as if sieging it. Since we don't know what's in there, executives need to take the lead. Mr. Han-ki can stay here since he's wounded. Han-ki clenched his fists in happiness at Choi Hyuk's consideration for him. Jin-hee Nuna stay here as well. Choi Hyuk called out Lee Jin-hee a tempo later. Then, like he expected, Lee Jin-hee opposed. "What? You're telling me to stay here when there's a trace of an alien civilization right in front of me? That's not right, leader." Even though one of her arms were cut off, she was still full of vigor. She added grumpily, "I'm already upset because so many died, don't take away my joy as well." Choi Hyuk looked at her. She clearly distinguished between her likes and dislikes. However, she didn't dawdle in what she didn't like and needed to find what she liked. Alexei, who overheard her, shouted, "Director, are you crazy?" But Lee Jin-hee counter-argued, "Is getting your arm cut off something to fuss about? In such a great world where you can regrow them?" Choi Hyuk simply grinned. She was definitely an interesting person. "Then, do what you want." The exploration members were decided. Starting with Choi Hyuk, it included Chu Young-jin, Ryu Hyun-sun, Baek Seo-in, Lee Jin-hee, and Alexei, who begged to participate. "We leave in 30 minutes. Choi Hyuk needed a break as well. Since he had also used heart injection, his karma had completely collapsed. Although the 1-hour exhaustion period, which didn't let him recover, had ended, he hadn't recovered enough yet. He didn't show it, but his body was heavy like a cotton ball doused in water. Once Choi Hyuk ordered, the executives vigorously shouted, "Yes," then staggered away like zombies. As if he found this amusing, Baek Seo-in laughed as he stood next to Choi Hyuk. "Still, because they survived due to our leader, we are able to see them like that." I really thought we might have died for a change. Baek Seo-eun would normally take command and handled household matters in Choi Hyuk's stead. He was a talented advisor. However, things that were impossible for him to handle with his own power were eventually resolved by Choi Hyuk. It was the same this time as well. "Thank you," said Baek Seo-eun bashfully. However, as if asking why he would say such pointless words, he didn't reply and sat down on a moderate pile of machines. Then he pointed to another pile and said one thing. Baek Hyung should rest as well. Deep into the night, the exploration began. The alien ground that took over all of Songbuk district. The endless desert of broken machines. Within, there was only a single trace of civilization, and the closer they got, the more certain they were that it was a fortress. Its surroundings were blocked with solid metal, and machines were destroyed around it. It seemed like there was a large battle, as various places were dug up or melted. It was definitely different from other places where there were only endless piles of machines. What kind of attack were they prepared for to create such a fortress? Baek Seo-eun mumbled and Lee Jin-hee answered. Isn't it obvious? Aliens probably made it to defend against monsters. Then how did the monsters invade this alien world? What eventually happened, and why did it appear here? Portal? Annihilation? Rescue request? The two gossiped like always. Baek Seo-eun's questions and Lee Jin-hee's light replies, uncertain whether they were conversing or talking to oneself, they continued endlessly until they arrived at the fortress's outer walls. When they arrived at the outer wall, Ryu Hyunsung sluggishly said, There is no entrance. It was exactly as he said. The metal, which was white like milk, was coiled around the walls like croissants, not leaving a single space. Do we need to smash it? Choi Hyuk gripped his sword handle. However, the monsters were unable to smash open this outer wall. Would it break easily? As his body wasn't in a good condition yet, it wasn't a welcome situation. Just then, a hologram appeared in front of their eyes. Shang! At the hologram's sudden appearance, the lax atmosphere instantly tensed as the executives unsheathed their swords. However, they realized it was a hologram with no substance. A simple, white silhouette that looked like a stickman. As if miming, the fellow looked around in an exaggerated motion before letting out a sigh of relief. There are no monsters nearby. It expressed what was on its mind. It was an unusual method of communication. It wasn't transforming its thoughts into symbols known as language, instead, the emotions it was feeling and its decisions were clearly conveyed to them. The white hologram raised its hands high up at the sky, then dropped its shoulders towards the ground. At the same time, an indefinable emotion was conveyed to them. Baek Seo-eun attempted to change its emotions into human language. Hello? However, you are a bit late. The fellow momentarily stared at Baek Seo-eun. Then, this time, it imitated Baek Seo-eun's voice perfectly. Hello? However, you are a bit late. At the same time, they felt another emotion. Baek Seo-eun translated it again. Continue? Continue? The hologram perfectly imitated him. You want to learn the language? You want to learn the language? You're saying if we continue to talk like this, you'll learn it by yourself? You're saying if we continue to talk like this, you'll learn it by yourself? As if it was happy with Baek Seo-eun's reaction, the white silhouette strutted around, almost like it was dancing. When the fellow knocked on the outer wall of the fortress, the outer wall, which had no openings, wobbled like a liquid and created a path. Follow me. I'll tell you. Choi Hyuk looked at Baek Seo-eun once. Baek Seo-eun replied. I'm getting good vibes? If that was the case, it shouldn't be dangerous. They followed the white silhouette and entered the fortress. The fortress was one large city. The city was so advanced that it was unimaginable with Earth's current scientific knowledge, yet it was currently a ruined city. The emotions and thoughts the hologram conveyed as it walked were cooperatively translated by Choi Hyuk's group. This place was an alien city where language didn't exist. Since they were able to use telepathy by nature, they communicated purely through impressions and thoughts and not language. Following this trend, there wasn't a name designated for this species. Their ability was excellent at sending and accumulating information, and their science advanced brilliantly. It had reached a point of being able to trade with other alien civilizations. They began space commerce and continued to flourish. Unfortunately, the monsters invaded one day, and everything changed. At first, they were able to defend without difficulty. Their weapons were incomparably stronger than weapons from Earth. They didn't even need to personally get involved. Their machines meant for war were able to face the monsters by themselves. But that soon reached its limit. The Karma Awakenees and monsters controlled was a power that ranked above all other sources of energy. After monsters of a particular level appeared, weapons that did not use karma were ineffective. Then, when high-ranked monsters appeared, their war machines were all pitifully destroyed. The aliens experienced defeat after defeat after defeat. Eventually, they learned how to fight with karma from another alien civilization, and afterwards, they had no choice but to personally take part in the battle. At first, it seemed to be effective. But, once the eyeless observers were dispatched, everything ended. Their species, which was proficient at telepathy since birth, suffered a mental attack which brought them to despair. They always had their minds wide open for each other. In the end, the planet had completely collapsed. They built a city and flung the city and its surrounding land into a dimensional gap, hoping for someone to save them, sending a rescue signal. But no one came to rescue us, and the monsters followed us through the dimensional gap. The city floated around within the dimensional gap. Accepting such a city itself would consume a lot of resources. But there were no species who wanted to go through that and risk bringing monsters into their planet. Ultimately, they had to chase the monsters away to survive. Unfortunately, their natural enemy, the eyeless observers, were among the monsters, and they were unable to personally attack, only sending out the war machines. They were all destroyed. That was the identity of the pile of machines that filled the area. The place they arrived after following the emotions and memories the hologram revealed was a tomb. The square, situated in the center of the city, was made with a glass floor, and below it laid aliens with simple appearances like the holograms. A massive tomb. The hologram conveyed sadness. In the end, they all died, isolated here. They could feel its sorrow, grief, and something that felt like pride and fervor. I am the last descendant of this civilization. An artificial intelligence created by concentrating their accumulated techniques to maintain the city and its defenses. It existed for a long time, continuously improving itself. It was literally an existence which possessed the essence of a whole civilization. It expressed its feelings. Please accept me. I will definitely be of help to you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 68. Episode 5, Citizenship / Chapter 68, Advancement Evaluation, 2. TL, Empty Cube. Editor, Obelisk. Please accept me. I will definitely be of use to you. That was what it seemed like it was saying. So Choi Hyuk replied. Okay. Then the artificial intelligence replied, imitating Choi Hyuk's voice. Okay. Now that he thought about it, this fellow didn't know human language yet. I said okay. When Choi Hyuk agreed, it simply imitated him. I said okay. Then it stealthily walked around Choi Hyuk's group. It seemed it was reading the mood. Choi Hyuk sighed before stretching his hand out. It stopped in its place and calculated the countless meanings behind the action of stretching one's hand out. Attack, control, help, cursing, greeting, among others. It still couldn't tell what that meant out of those countless scenarios. To learn more about it, it carefully stretched out its hand. When it did, Choi Hyuk quickly approached and grabbed its hand. Ha! He thought he wouldn't feel anything because it was a hologram, but he was surprised by the unexpected soft sensation. Either way, it was all good. Choi Hyuk pulled on its hand. Let's go together. Was his meaning conveyed? The fellow imitated Choi Hyuk's words again. What was different was, let's go together. It took a step forward, being pulled by Choi Hyuk. It started to eliminate the countless scenarios from its mind. Attack? No. Cursing? There was a high probability that that wasn't the case. Rescue? No. Then greetings? Advice? Choi Hyuk continued to pull its hand. When he took a step, so did the artificial intelligence. The fellow spoke, changing its tone in an odd way. Let's go together. Yeah. Another step. Now the artificial intelligence almost knew his meaning. Since Choi Hyuk held its hand and they were both walking together, he accepted my proposal. The artificial intelligence shouted loudly. It wanted to express its joy. Let's go together. Yeah. Choi Hyuk replied. The fellow changed its tone slightly again. Let's go together. It would shout in a louder voice. Yeah. Okay. Choi Hyuk replied. Let's go together. The fellow shouted even louder. Punch. In the end, Choi Hyuk hit the back of its head. That's enough. BZZT. After all, it was a hologram. Once a strong force was applied, the electromagnetic field, created to replicate a sense of touch, distorted. Choi Hyuk's hand passed through its head, and the hologram's head, which was covered with a fog-like static, crackled. After a few seconds passed, it returned to its original form. The scene was quite scary, but the artificial intelligence didn't seem to mind. The fellow simply judged. Okay, yeah dash assumed to be a positive signal. Raising one's voice or tone dash increased probability that this is to express joy. If repeated, an aggressive reaction will be observed, but not enough to cause harm. Dash assumed to be a negative expression. That was how, at the moment, it was able to learn the information it needed. As if it had practiced and was happy, in a cheerful voice, the fellow stretched out its hand and said, Let's go together. As if this phrase had become a command, the city vibrated smoothly. Whoo! That sound was similar to a computer booting up. Whoosh! They heard the whirring of a rapidly spinning fan when suddenly, their bodies became heavier. It felt like gravity had grown stronger. What the? Choi Hyuk and his group were taken aback. The artificial intelligence's thoughts were transmitted to their minds. There was the Earth. And the fortress city Choi Hyuk and his group were in was hovering in the air and orbiting the Earth. The fortress city was currently getting ready for takeoff, and their bodies were pushed downwards due to the upwards acceleration. Holy! This was a spaceship? Lee Jin-hee's body trembled. Even Ryu Hyun-sung, who had constantly been tired, had shining eyes, whilst Baek Seoan had an amazed expression. Feeling the force pulling him downwards, he excitedly said, If what we understood just now is true, since it said it was a frame that traveled through dimensions. It's not just a spaceship, but a spaceship that can warp and be used for deep space exploration. Intergalactic exploration. How many hearts wouldn't flutter at that word? Yet, Choi Hyuk hit the back of the artificial intelligence's head. Punch! BZZT. The hologram's head distorted with static. That's too much. Lee Jin-hee protested, feeling sorry for it, but Choi Hyuk didn't have a choice. Since he couldn't communicate with words, there wasn't any other way. The spaceship's takeoff, which was even able to make Chu Youngjin's eyes wistful, came to a stop with Choi Hyuk's words and a hit to the back of its head. "Hey! Go down!" Then he added, "Our friends are down there." The artificial intelligence wasn't able to completely understand his words, but the moment it was hit on the back of its head, he understood. It seems he doesn't want me to do this. He cancelled the takeoff. The fortress city, which landed on the ground, took off only after the berserkers, who were resting, had gotten on. "Oh my god! Oh my god!" Li Jinhee twirled around excitedly. Seoul's night scenery was spread out below her feet. The night scene they saw in the air gifted them a surprising sense of freedom and sweetness. She twirled around with her arms spread. Because she only had one arm, her body was tilted. "It's unfortunate. I thought this place's technology could have helped." Baek Seoin clicked his tongue as he watched Li Jinhee twirl. "What can we do?" Nero says it's still unfamiliar with Earthlings. It said all the equipment here was meant for Nerolings. And this isn't as bad as it looks. Li Jinhee coolly glossed over it as she twirled her arm around in the air. Nero was the name she gave to the artificial intelligence. It seemed that their takeoff had left quite an impression on her. Baek Seoin said that the name felt unlucky, but Li Jinhee stubbornly said, "Our Nero isn't like that." And that was how its name was decided. 1. But, I never thought that video calling wouldn't work on this great spaceship and that we would have to resort to simply calling. The president, who had escaped from the mess, wanted to video call, but because they were in outer space, they ended up communicating through a simple phone call. If Nero analyzed human technology, then it would definitely be able to support video calling, but that was too much right now since they weren't able to communicate smoothly yet. Baek Seoin looked at Choi Hyuk, who was on the phone. Choi Hyuk and the president's conversation couldn't help but be sensitive. There were too many casualties on both sides. Although they could agree that this accidentally began because of the eyeless observer's curse and that either side had no intentions of fighting each other, the problem was how the situation was resolved. Choi Hyuk acted in a way to minimize losses in the berserkers, but that looked like excessive killing from the president's perspective. The mood of his military was chaotic. They wanted Choi Hyuk's apology. So I clearly understand leader Choi Hyuk's circumstances. However, in their perspective in which their comrades died, they can't help but feel disappointed. "It's a formality. Please express your condolences to the dead and apologize. If you say those few words, we will also give the berserkers the appropriate compensation for their losses." That was President Shin Woo-jin's proposition. But Choi Hyuk felt that his words were useless efforts. The perspectives they viewed this situation in were too different. Choi Hyuk flipped the president's proposition. "No. I will offer you a proposition. Hunt down everyone under your command who is affiliated with Lao Ban's followers. They are the ones who are fully responsible for today's event." Yet, President Shin Woo-jin continued to bring up Choi Hyuk's apology. "I know. But, to do that, there's a need to smooth our relations with an apology. In this current mood, those who would normally cooperate won't." However, Choi Hyuk ignored him and continued. "Lao Ban and the groups who cooperated with him are no help to humanity's fight. They will only create unnecessary division and casualties like today. We need international cooperation." Yes. But, don't we need to resolve national matters first? If things continue like this, the relationship between the berserkers and the military will reach a point of no return. Please think of the citizens. Because we left them alone while knowing it was wrong is why it came to this point. We can't push it back further. Of course. We will definitely look into that issue. However, first. The president felt like his throat was burning. This wasn't even a conversation. Choi Hyuk didn't bother to respond properly. As if reading a script, he only said what he had to say. The president was suffering because their conversations were parallel. He even felt frustrated. Is this guy even understanding what I'm saying? Just then, Choi Hyuk changed the mood. He, who had taken a listen if you want to attitude, began to directly interrogate the president. Let's properly divide right and wrong. We can't overlook the government's liability in this incident. The majority of the assassins who targeted me were foreigners. What did you do while they entered the country and were crawling up Maranya Park? Did you not know that Lao Ban was targeting me? There's no way you didn't. You clearly knew this. Yet, you didn't do anything. What was the result of that? From my perspective, is there any reason for me to not believe that the government was on the same side as the assassins? If you want to smooth our relationship, first hunt down those who are related. The frustrating mood turned razor-sharp like the tip of a blade. The president felt a chill on his throat. No, that is, don't tell me you think that I had a hand in this? That's a misunderstanding. Leader Choi Hyuk. You know the circumstances on our side. As he listened to the president's excuse, Choi Hyuk turned his gaze to the outside of the spaceship. Although he wasn't sure what technology it was, he could clearly see outside as if it was made from glass. From the outside, however, it was definitely an opaque fortress, but he never thought he would be able to see something like this. He could see Seoul's night scenery beneath his feet. If they went a bit higher, he would be able to see the world below his feet. Choi Hyuk felt that all of this was comical. He replied to the president, who was justifying himself. I know. Your circumstances. You can't perfectly control the country. The discipline of public officials has slackened, and the majority of the colonizers and soldiers under your command only look for what's in front of them. It was probably the same this time. There will certainly be those in important positions who had connections with Lao Ban, and you were unable to control them. You consider them as a strength that is maintaining Korea. For the security of the country, you can't hastily wipe them out. Isn't that right? So you need my apology. Since you need to cater to them so they continue to cooperate with you. So that you can continue to maintain Korea. Shin Woo-jin was momentarily at loss for words. Choi Hyuk plainly knew what was going on, which made him even more uneasy. A person who knows all this still acts this way? Although bitterness surged inside, he worked hard to appease Choi Hyuk. That is right. It's all because I am lacking. I am truly sorry. However, please reconsider and take a step back this time. I don't plan on continuously minding them. I will definitely handle this once I can maintain safety. However, it isn't possible right now. I still need their strength. And there is a need in setting them at ease. Taking a step back in order to take 2 steps forward. If you yield this time, I can repay you by double or triple the amount. Please. Look at it from the long run. Shin Woo-jin suggested once again. Choi Hyuk snorted. Long run? From the long run, you say, dot. Then he spat. Do we even have the time to? Shin Woo-jin couldn't reply. Choi Hyuk exposed the president's inner thoughts. Mr. President, I will say this clearly. Country, safety, forget them. Can't you see? The earth is collapsing. The only thing we need is an army. Not an army that uses its brain to fill their bellies. A real fighting army. Trashy soldiers aren't soldiers but trash. They aren't needed. Clean them out. Only then can we live. He was disgusted. While the world was collapsing, there were those who were satisfied, those who only thought to fill their own bellies, those who plotted and killed outstanding warriors, those who stepped on potential, and those who made unity difficult. Where is safety when we're already living in hell? Now is not the time to be looking for safety, but a time to cut things down and rebuild. If we don't, the world will die out. Don't you understand? President Shin Woo-jin was silent. However, his silence wasn't of agreement but of helplessness. He was currently thinking that Choi Hyuk's words just now were immature. Choi Hyuk realized this as well. He judged that there was no meaning to talking any further. Okay. Do as you wish. Act like a king in a collapsing world. However, don't get in the way when I deal with Lao Ban's followers. You will regret it. Leader Choi Hyuk. Don't act so emotional. The president tried his best to appease Choi Hyuk, but Choi Hyuk cut him off. It was comical. They still didn't understand their reality. But do you even know what we obtained from this sovereign mission? You don't, right? Your Air Force is in an utter mess. I hope you live long with them. SAFELY. Then he hung up. Who? A sigh came out by itself. He was frustrated. The reason why he decided to attack Lao Ban was due to his endeavor to colonize and to concentrate the colonizers' capability. However, when he opened the lid, it felt as if the dirty politics of different influences were clearly seen. As if you pulled on an annoying thread, only to make it longer? Those like Lao Ban were simpler to handle. Since he could simply kill them all. This was simply frustrating, and it wasn't like he could just kill them. Earth, collapsing. Earth, collapsing, dot. Behind Choi Hyuk, who hung up, the artificial intelligence, Narrow, mumbled as if babbling. It was currently gathering the conversations of the 8,000 berserkers on board and analyzing the human language system. While Choi Hyuk was sitting still and organizing his thoughts, the Blue House was going crazy. What? What? There's what above Uedo? UFO? The castle in the sky, Laputa? Military spacecraft? Just what is above it? Either way, you said the berserkers are aboard it? Why is this report only coming in now? Whether it could or couldn't be detected with radars, you should have seen it if you have eyes. What was the satellite doing? What? It was under maintenance because you were lacking technicians? What the? It wasn't only the Blue House. Every organization that observed the Fortress City take off from Songbuk District was going crazy. While they were already astonished by the berserkers' military strength, an aircraft of unperceivable over-technology, too, fell into the hands of the berserkers. Just what is going on? The playing field they had become familiar with over the past 2 years had collapsed, and a new one was created. 1. Narrow 1 is South Korea's first carrier rocket. The first 2 attempts failed to reach orbit, succeeding on the 3rd attempt. 2. Extremely advanced technology on a similar level to alien technology. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 69. Episode 5, Citizenship / Chapter 69, Advancement Evaluation, 3. TL, Empty Cube. Editor, Obelisk. From afar, it looked like a graveyard. Stones, which looked like gravestones, were erected in a circle. Yet, the closer one came, the clearer it was that they weren't gravestones. The erected stones were enormous. When one came even closer, they looked to be taller than humans. They may have made one recall the Stonehenge in England. But up close, one would realize that that wasn't enough. If one stood right next to one of the erected stones and looked up, one would tilt backwards to the point of falling and still not be able to see the end. The erected stones were frighteningly tall, each one the height of the Lotte World Tower. 1. Beautiful, abstract symbols were carved and engraved onto the surfaces of these stones. The peculiar lights that emerged from within the rocks dyed the symbols in various colors. When closely examined, each erected stone had different patterns of symbols and colors. This place was the most important location of the Flame Wing Alliance. The place where all matters of the alliance were decided. It was the brain. the exalted wings, who were scattered throughout outer space in different dimensions, conducting war, were able to communicate in real time through these erected stones, dimensional stone plates. Each stone plate indicated one exalted wing. They would decide on more matters than there were grains of sands every day. As the war waged at a cosmic scale, there were countless matters that needed to be decided by the greatest committee, the brain. Each decision would decide the fates of planets and entire species. One of the exalted wings, who accessed the dimensional stone plate, spoke. Earth. Although we decided to put an advancement evaluation in motion in our last meeting, I am still pessimistic about this. Even if they become lowest-ranked warriors, the moment they rid themselves of the consumables judgment, they would be protected by the laws of the Alliance. They would become our members. I am worried whether they have the qualifications. We have to conduct the evaluation with great impartiality. There was no reply. The exalted wings had the ability to process the entire human population's day's worth of conversations in the blink of an eye. If they had a different opinion, they would be able to refute with 1,000 different reasons within that time. Due to this trait, the momentary silence was treated as an agreement. The suggestion of an impartial evaluation was unanimously approved. Another exalted wing suggested. During the new soldier training, it was judged that the free-status Earthlings pursued their own safety and that there were many cases where they would become an ill influence on their species. However, their warfighting abilities aren't bad. With the representatives of Earth, that is, the sovereigns as a center, there were a few instances where they revealed excellent results. It seems that we need to focus on evaluating the limits and potential of their abilities. We need to use the dilemma evaluation method. There weren't any replies again. It was decided. The evaluation would be impartial and the evaluation method would be dilemma. This only took an extremely short period of time, less than 0.01 seconds. The fate of the Earth was decided in the time it would take light, which could travel around the world 7 times in a second, to reach Busan from Seoul. The daily life on Earth was fragmented. Fragments of reality and unreality, daily life and non-daily life, war and peace all floated without mixing with each other. People's experiences and their outlook on the world were vastly different from each other. The gap felt similar to the awkwardness a South Korean soldier would feel when he went on a break. It was similar to the strange feeling a soldier, who suddenly had his breaks and overnight privileges cut due to North Korea's provocation, and had spent the whole night sitting in a car in full military gear, would feel when he walked out onto the streets filled with couples excited for Christmas once he finally went on his break. No, multiplying that feeling by 100 would be appropriate. Even though the world had come to this point, there were undoubtedly people who went on with their lives no different from yesterday. They hadn't witnessed the common conflicts between colonizers, the bankruptcies of companies, which were commonplace, and their families were safe. There were quite a few lucky people who lived their lives like that. The colonizers fought endlessly and tirelessly, but there were others who were tired of working overtime and enjoyed watching TV while lying down during the weekends. Because the media didn't report on grave news to avoid disorder. The world was cozy for those at home. They thought that the warnings that the world was collapsing were instigated by those who were pessimistic about everything. They believed that if people actually tried living, then they would find that the world was quite safe and livable, and as such, they continued on with their daily lives. To them, Alexei's YouTube video was an overly aggressive incitement video. This video contained a conversation between the Berserk sovereign, Choi Hyuk, and the alien artificial intelligence, Nero. Choi Hyuk, so all this is a war between dimensions? Nero, yes. The monsters aren't from our universe. They are from a different universe, meaning that they are existences who have crossed over from another dimension. Their inborn karma is unable to mix with ours. They move in order to annihilate all our karmalings. Conversation and compromise are impossible. Choi Hyuk, karmalings? Nero, the intelligent beings living in our universe each have their own appearance and physiological function. However, there is one similarity. The retribution we accumulate, in other words, our karma, is the same. Happiness, anger, sadness, joy, love, hate, and desire. The accumulation of the world's energy through these emotions, what we call retribution or karma, is the same. That is why we are able to generalize the intelligent life forms in our universe as karmalings despite the vast differences between species. Choi Hyuk, but the monsters are different from us? Narrow, yes. That is why it is impossible for karmalings and monsters to coexist. Also, the situation of the war wasn't good from the start. Because of this, narrowlings were isolated and annihilated. The Alliance had turned their backs against us. Choi Hyuk, the Alliance? The Flame Wing Alliance? Narrow, is that their name now? Yes. The alliance of the most advanced species in our universe. They traded amongst each other before the war, but once the war broke out, they established an alliance to take joint action. Although the alliance members pledged to help each other, the narrowlings were eventually cast away and annihilated. The progression of the war was most likely not very good. In fact, there was a gradual increase of species who fled to the dimensional gap like the narrowlings. Choi Hyuk, are they like the narrowlings' land which swallowed Songbuk district this time? Narrow, that is right. They floated around in the dimensional gap and desperately sent out rescue signals, but the alliance was usually silent. They most likely thought that it wasn't worth the risk. In the case of narrowlings, although we had advanced scientific technology, that sort of technology was common within the alliance. And they were also not very useful in the war. Choi Hyuk, is that why they said you weren't of much worth even though you are AB rank? Narrow, is that what they said? Yes, that's right. That would be the case in their perspective. However, I can be of great help to Earthlings. You are aware that the situation on Earth isn't very good, correct? Choi Hyuk, explain in detail. Narrow, you can tell by the fact that they sent the narrowlings land, which they thought was worthless, here. The method of procuring energy necessary for dimensional transmission is like this. They disassembled the Earth, and the karma of the people living here to procure energy. Choi Hyuk, Songbuk district, was disassembled? Narrow, yes. But there are a few reserve areas for dimensional transmission on Earth. Even in Seoul, there are two places, Mapo and Kangdong district. They will attempt dimensional transmission at the cost of sacrificing Earth's land. The dimensional lands transmitted here will all be of little interest to the Alliance. The expected worth is low, while the risk of monsters that will follow is large. A land that has been completely destroyed might be transmitted. Earth is getting the short end of the stick. Choi Hyuk, why is the Alliance doing this? Narrow, 2 reasons. To check if there are any inheritances the Alliance missed. And, also, land, which contains the last retribution of the planet, possesses a lot of karma. They benefit if they obtain that. The risk falls onto Earth, which is their throwaway card, and the Alliance simply takes everything of substance. I even observed that the karma the last narrowling left behind as it died, had disappeared somewhere with the dimensional transmission. The Alliance most likely took it. Choi Hyuk. That's unfair. But the Earth is a throwaway card? Narrow, yes. The problem is, where did the karma Earthlings awaken come from? From what I observed, karma is being extracted from the planet itself. As more people become awakenees, the Earth is definitely approaching collapse. All that's left for planets that have expended all its karma is ruin. Earth is already at that point. So Earth is a sort of a garbage landfill for the Alliance. They bring the inheritance of ruined species floating in the dimensional gap, break them open, take everything of substance, and then throw them away. Choi Hyuk. Then is colonization the only way left for us? Narrow, yes. Earth will be destroyed within 3 years. Humanity has no choice but to colonize a new planet. Narrow, the last inheritance created by the Narrowlings to protect Carmelings and oppose monsters, will readily participate in this journey. The conversation ended there. The frame zoomed out and eventually captured the enormous spaceship floating above Seoul. Soon, Alexei's face appeared. Don't let the world decide your fate. Please get stronger. There is no way back. You have to protect your own life. The enemies we will face from now are monsters that enormous spaceship couldn't do anything against. There is only one method to face them, karma. Awaken. If you aren't an Awakene, please immediately head to a colonized land and become an Awakene. If you are an Awakene, please awaken non-Awakenees around you and fight more intensely for your own growth. Do not fear fighting. If you put your life on the line and fight, there will undoubtedly be berserkers fighting next to you. The end is coming. That was how the video ended. Some reacted positively to Alexei's video. Wow! A spaceship. Let's go. If we're going to die either way, let's fight to our heart's content. Youths, who didn't have a proper job or family and only possessed boiling blood, joined the berserkers. Of course, while they weren't able to officially join the berserkers, who stood for elitism, the number of people who became Awakenees after entering the berserkers' city, Baralolian, grew drastically. However, the majority reacted negatively. You can tell this is fabricated just by looking at it. Does it make sense that an alien artificial intelligence can speak Korean? What a joke! Nero had reached a level of speaking Korean on the first night, but many people underestimated the abilities of an alien artificial intelligence. They say the spaceship only floats there. If you think about it, it might not be all that amazing. Just what is their purpose in aggravating unease? There's no need for everyone to fight. They will need people to support them from behind, right? I heard those guys are very radical. There were many who didn't want to accept danger as danger. Their desire for safety was so strong that it made them deny obvious changes in evidence. The Awakenees weren't much different. I heard the Berserk Sovereign killed a ton of people? Yeah. It looks like there was an especially large number of casualties in the Korean military. They say there is also internal conflict as well. Not only that, they say the casualties among scouts sent by other forces were also large. The mood isn't good. It was a situation where a fight would have broken out, but since that spaceship appeared, they are experiencing a headache. They probably can't decide whether to be in their good books or to go to psychological warfare, but the berserkers used their head well this time. They turned the issue around, saying that our enemies are the monsters. Even displaying it as if they were going to stand at the front when fighting the monsters. I know, right? I thought they were only good at fighting, but they can even play decent political tricks as well. Even they were doubtful of the sincerity of the berserkers' claims. Of course, there was an exception among them. A very big exception. The Sovereign of Balance, Richard, declared his support of the Berserk Sovereign. Worthy of his name, Richard, who was one of the most influential sovereigns in the world, publicly supported Choi Hyuk. It wasn't simply through words. He clearly showed his support by tracking down active Lao Ban's followers who were within his group and publicly resisting them. Then, they started a large-scale recruitment of new Awakenees. Once Richard acted this way, the minds of the other sovereigns became even more complicated. One day, while they were divided by their individual thoughts and positions, the advancement evaluation began. Like the ring which appeared in the classroom, an announcement suddenly appeared. First advancement evaluation, dilemma. The monsters in Dragonic are aware of the invaders, Earthlings. The monsters are planning on sending this information through a relay base to the center. Destroy the relay base before they send this information. If you are unable to destroy the relay base within the time frame, 1/5 of the population of non-awakenees will be sacrificed to execute a dimensional blow. The relay base will be destroyed, but the selected non-awakenees will die. Participation in this mission is not mandatory. You have a choice. You have 10 seconds. Will go destroy the relay base. In the case of non-awakenees, they will immediately awaken karma. Will not go. _________________. It didn't matter whether one was an awakenee or non-awakenee, they all received the same mission. It was a simple choice. To go? Or to stay? If they were to go, they would experience fights with their lives on the line. But they would have the chance of preventing the sacrifice of 1/5 of the non-awakenees. If they didn't go, the chance of sacrificing non-awakenees would increase. However, if those who selected to go fought well, they could live comfortably and safely. It was a simple, yet cruel choice. 1. Lotte World Tower is 554 m tall. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 70. Episode 5, Citizenship/Chapter 70, Advancement Evaluation, 4. TL, Empty Cube. Editor, Obelisk. Sponsors, Tyler and Tom 555J. Someone said, "I'm not going. Why would I go?" He had chosen the not going option before the 10 seconds were up and laid back down, covered in a blanket. It was a lonely world anyways. What did it matter to him if 1/5 of the non-awakenees died or not? Another person said, "What can I do even if I go?" He was a non-awakenee. He trembled as the 10 seconds passed. It was better this way. Since he had never fought before in his life, wasn't it obvious he wouldn't be of help even if he did go and would die a dog's death? People better than me probably went. It'll be okay. Even if they did fail, it was only a 1/5 probability. It's fine. It'll be fine. The hole he could self-justify himself inside was large and wide. Another was like this. Ha? Ha? What? What should I do? He troubled over the decision until 10 seconds had passed. 10 seconds was too short of a time to think about it. Like whether one would jump in before a child was hit by a car, they only had enough time to choose with their deeply embedded instincts, without thinking. It was very difficult to choose to go. The moment the message appeared, Choi Hyuk felt his vision and the surrounding noises fade away. Similar to how it felt when one stared into their white phone screen in the dark, the message window stood out in front of him, and his surroundings became dark. It meant that they were unable to discuss it with others, and people wouldn't know what decision others made. The decision to go or not solely rested on each individual. The dilemma had already started. They could choose to go out of goodwill. However, if the majority of people selfishly chose to not go, their goodwill would only lead to a dog's death. It didn't only depend on their own intentions. It was a problem whether they could trust others. 10 seconds was short, and the decision was difficult. But those who evaluated without taking others into consideration could easily decide. I'll go. Choi Hyuk immediately answered when he read the announcement. What did he care whether others came or not? If he went, he could get stronger. He could obtain the opportunity for revenge. But if he didn't go, he wouldn't be able to get stronger and would forever remain as a consumable, unable to dream of revenge. To him, it was a choice he didn't need to think about. Even if he was by himself, he had to go and smash them apart. The moment he decided, the dimensional teleportation began. Space inverted and swallowed him. Crunch. He felt his stomach being inverted. Choi Hyuk swallowed down the acid coming up. No matter how many times he experienced dimensional teleportation, it didn't get any more comfortable. When his vision returned, he was inside a white room. It was the size of a classroom, and the walls were smooth and cold like metal. The wall rippled and a message was engraved. Underscore. Dimensional Wasp's Lair. The most commonly used relay base between dimensions by monsters. Using the unusual secretion of the dimensional wasp queen, they are able to exchange information with other nests far away. The speed of information transmission is slow, but it is hard to target. Dimensional wasps nest replicate and multiply within the dimension. Because of an endless line of identical-looking rooms, it is difficult for invaders to locate the path to the queen's room. The wasps, that guard the queen, replicate and multiply in each room. Every time you take them out and clear a room, the growing nest collapses and slowly becomes smaller, revealing a path to the queen's room. On the other hand, the guardian wasps become stronger and more numerous. This places a dimensional wedge created by the Alliance to find the path to the Queen's room and to protect and support their allies. In this place, allies can take a break or receive support, and they are also transported to the next path they will enter. Take out the Queen within 10 hours. In order to deteriorate the growth of the dimensional wasp's nest and search for the path that leads to the Queen's room, each member will enter different rooms. You are able to return to the dimensional wedge once you are done clearing your assigned room of dimensional wasps. Warriors, who have weak karma and are able to disguise themselves, are given a camouflage incense pouch and an all. There were 8 people inside the room. There was no way only 8 people came from Earth, so we could simply tell that there were countless dimensional wedges. On a whole, the mood of the 8 people was stiff. There were 5 who were trembling. He could tell they were non-awakenees with a single glance. The mission this time was given to all Earthlings. Since awakenees made up less than 10% of the total population, probability-wise, it was normal for there to be more non-awakenees than awakenees. They raised the camouflage incense pouch and the wasp hunting awl, which appeared in mid-air. They held the 2 items in their hands and broke out into a cold sweat. They each had their own reasons for courageously choosing go, but now that they were about to fight, they were unable to steady their nerves. Besides them, the other 3, including Choi Hyuk, had their own weapons. Since it was common sense for colonizers to sleep with their weapons next to their heads, they had all brought their weapons even though it was unexpected. However, the only person who had also brought their defensive gear was a South American woman with large eyes. Wow! Still, it's nice to see people gathered here for a good cause. She said so refreshingly and comfortably as she blinked her large eyes. Seeing as he could easily understand her even though she was South American, she possessed a language resonance device. The defensive equipment she wore was decent. Unlike her innocent face, she was an expert. Really? I feel a strange sense of hope seeing the people gathered here. Ha ha! A youth chimed in. The South American woman looked in each person's eyes as she greeted them, starting with that youth. It seemed she was trying to make them relax. She looked like she was trying to make the novice fighters relax by telling them some things they should be aware of. She was unbelievably kind. What is your name? I'm Penelope. Eventually, she attempted to introduce herself to Choi Hyuk. However, Choi Hyuk didn't give her the slightest attention. He simply approached the wall and shouted, "We enter." Then, the metallic wall ripped and turned into a transparent membrane. Choi Hyuk entered inside without hesitation. Hee hee, Penelope awkwardly laughed behind him. The dimensional wasp's room was a throbbing purple. It pulsed as if it was alive. PSSHHH. The dimensional wasp was sort of. It was more like a skeleton angel or devil than a wasp. Tough, black exoskeleton and pulsating muscular fibers. A sharp stinger hung at the end of its tail. The reason why it gave off an angelic impression despite these features was due to its wings that distorted their surroundings into a haze. Its wings weren't made of film but energy. Its wings spread out splendidly in the room. PSSSH. Though, unlike its cool exoskeleton, its wings let out a vibrating sound which got on his nerves. The wasp shook its wings once and the space around it agitated as it flew towards Choi Hyuk. Its head, which seemed to be a bundle of bones, opened to reveal rows of blades as it tried to bite Choi Hyuk's head. Crunch. Then Choi Hyuk used his fist to shatter the wasp's head. It didn't matter whether it was its blades or exoskeleton, it was completely smashed. Weak. Dimensional wasps could multiply at incredible speeds, alongside their nest, inside a parallel dimension. However, every time they multiplied, their individual power would drop greatly. It was the same as how beer could be fermented with very small bubbles, where the density of each bubble would be small. The wasp in front of him wasn't as tough as it looked. If he considered its strength, it was on the lower end amongst one-star monsters. It wasn't even as strong as the crook, which was the first monster he saw. It was an insignificant opponent for Choi Hyuk. As the wasp died, the purple room rippled and turned black. The black wall split on one side, and the door to the white metallic room, the dimensional wedge, opened. Choi Hyuk returned to the dimensional wedge in less than 10 seconds. In the white metallic room, the colonizers, who had yet to start, awkwardly stared at Choi Hyuk. Perhaps it was to be expected since he returned in less than 10 seconds. Looking at their figures, it looked like they were surrounding Penelope and were in the middle of learning fighting tricks. Choi Hyuk indifferently passed them and shouted at the wall. Next. As Choi Hyuk shouted, the wall swayed and a new notice appeared. ____________. Dimensional Wasps Layer 1 Essay Stage Boundary Region. Attack progression rate, 0.000001%. No idea where the Queen's room is. Possible actions. Return, locked. Food supply, attack. Continue to attack. From the start, there was only one choice he could choose. Continue to attack. The door opened again. Afterwards, it was simple repetition. The wasps were still weak, and Choi Hyuk returned to the dimensional wedge every 5 seconds. Every time he returned, he saw the beginner warriors listening to what Penelope was saying. When he returned for the 5th time, there finally was no one in the dimensional wedge. On his 7th, he saw Penelope, who had returned from a wasp room. With her ever innocent face, she greeted him friendlily with round eyes. Choi Hyuk passed by and re-entered the wasp room. Returned after slicing through the weak wasp inside. He repeated these actions 20 times. How boring. This was one of the reasons why it was difficult to attack the dimensional wasp's nest. The nest, which multiplied like bubbles, wasn't something he could instantly smash apart simply because he was strong. Even if a strong warrior invaded, he would be unable to make any progress within the endlessly multiplying wasp rooms. Even if he killed, it was difficult to clear the multiplying rooms. Because of this, they needed an absolutely large number of warriors to attack the wasp's nest. They needed to attack the wasp's nest together and deteriorate its multiplication. Just then, when he finished his 27th repetitive attack and returned, there was a change. A new announcement had appeared on the wall. Waiting for the 1 essay stage boundary region attack to complete, but the announcement flickered. It was impossible to attack anymore. Choi Hyuk stood inside the room and waited. Soon, other warriors, who had finished their attack, returned. As they returned one by one, a total of 7 people gathered, including Choi Hyuk. The last remaining person didn't return. During the waiting time, the 6, excluding Choi Hyuk, whispered to each other. How was it? It was Penelope's gentle voice. It was lively and filled with concern. Yes. Maybe it was because of the camouflage incense pouch, but they thought I was a larva and didn't attack. When I waited and precisely stabbed its neck with the awl, it squirmed then died. However, there was an incident where I was almost cut apart by its teeth as it squirmed. The left arm of the man who was speaking was mutilated as blood flowed out. His face distorted in pain when he glanced at his arm. Penelope quickly covered his face, taking his eyes off his wound, and comforted him. "Shoo! Calm down. Don't look at your wound. That sort of wound will heal by itself if you rest. Because we are awakenees." Choi Hyuk began to slowly find her interesting. Are those actions truly out of sincerity? Choi Hyuk, who had spent his time amongst berserkers, found it hard to believe that a colonizer could be so kind. After passing time like this, the announcement changed. 1 essay stage boundary region attack complete. The dimensional wasp's lair is deteriorating. Ah! Mr. Kimura. The moment the announcement popped up, Penelope let out a sad sigh. There were 8 people gathered at the start. There were now 7. It seemed that the one known as Kimura had died. Although they were very easy opponents for Choi Hyuk, if he considered that the 5 were beginners who didn't even possess 1-star stats but no star, many more had survived than Choi Hyuk expected. Perhaps it was because of Penelope. The announcement continued. ___________. Dimensional Wasp's Lair 2 ND Stage Outer Region. Attack progression rate, 0%. Barely started to deduce the location of the Queen's room. Possible actions. Return to Earth. Food supply. Continue to attack. Asterisk warning. If you choose to return, someone in another dimensional wedge will have to face your opponents in your place. ________________. The attack progression rate had changed from 1 essay stage to 2 ND stage. They had skimmed off the bubbles of the boundary region created through multiplying and had taken a step forward. Then the possible options they could choose in the dimensional wedge were unlocked. As expected, the most eye-catching option was return to Earth. Then the warning below it. That was the problem. If I choose to return, someone else would have to fight my opponents as well? Then, in reverse, doesn't it mean I might have to face double the opponents? It was the man who Penelope had sincerely taken care of just now. He said it in a completely exhausted voice. He glanced at his arm, which was now barely starting to stanch. I can't. I suffered from just 1, I'll die for sure against 2. His voice seemed like he had come to a decision. Penelope hurriedly grabbed him. You can't. Mr. Alberto. If you give up here, someone else will face even more danger. Alberto's eyes trembled. He looked at Penelope with a tearful face. But, reversely, the other side might give up. He was stricken with fear. Don't criticize me. There are people who haven't even come here. Why? Why do I? He avoided Penelope's eyes and said, Sorry. Return. Crunch. The special effect of dimensional teleportation. Space erased his body as if swallowing him. Ah. Penelope sighed in regret and the remaining beginners murmured. Like how Alberto had given up, others would have given up as well. They may possibly face double the opponents in this fight. To them, who had only now awakened, this was too cruel. Sorry. Return, : Another shouted his return. Although the rest didn't shout to return, their eyes were wavering. They may have possibly held good intentions. They chose to fight a battle they could have avoided without hesitation. However, the problem now wasn't their intentions but others. Just because I don't betray them doesn't mean that the other side, who I've never seen before, can't betray me. Why is it that I need to be this scared, and why is that I need to die like this? A cruel test. The second dilemma, the game was about to begin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 71. Episode 5, Citizenship / Chapter 71, Advancement Evaluation, 5. TL, Empty Cube. Editor, Obelisk. Sponsors, Tom 555J and Boop. The first decision was somewhat easy. Whether they were going to fight to save 1/5 of the non-awakenees or not, one single decision. If they had just closed their eyes and chose, that would have been the end of it. It was a decision emotional people could have chosen romantically, thinking I'll do something good for a change. However, the second decision they had to make was one based in reality. Because they had already experienced fighting, they could clearly imagine, in frightening detail, the events that would happen later. Didn't beginner warriors only have one technique anyways? Use the camouflage incense pouch to get close to the dimensional wasp. When the dimensional wasp lets down its guard after smelling the scent of a larva, use the wasp hunting awl to deal a fatal blow. This method would work quite well against one wasp. However, what if there were two? Would one stay still even after seeing the other die? The answer that popped up burrowed into their minds. I'll die. There was a big difference between I might die and I will die. The moment they thought this, they were stricken with fear. The crossroads of life and death made their heads spin. If I continue to attack? If someone else doesn't give up, I have a 50% chance of surviving. However, if someone else does give up, I have a high chance of dying. But there is no guarantee that this mission will be successful just because I die. Also, even if the mission was successful, what's the point if I'm dead? I, who bore a sacrifice, will die, while the one who gave up cowardly will live instead. If I give up on attacking? I have a 100% chance of surviving for the moment. If someone else doesn't give up and fights well, the chances of successfully completing the mission will greatly increase as well. If the other person gives up as well, although the chances of successfully completely the mission will drop, I, at least, avoid the situation where I alone bear the sacrifice. It was fair. For those who thought of their life first, there wasn't a need to trouble themselves over the decision. Giving up on attacking was the answer. Those who fought in case they would be part of the 1/5 non-awakenees to die quickly chose to return. They were now awakenees anyways and wouldn't be part of the 1/5 to die. Those who still remained were those who had other things that tugged on their minds besides that. Whether it was family, principle, or their natural personality. Or worry about Earth's future. Those who were quick-witted already felt it. That the annihilation of 1/5 non-awakenees wouldn't be all. That if they all gave up and failed this mission, it might somehow result in the collapse of Earth. However, it was also a reason that held no weight right now. When I'm about to die right now? What filled their vision wasn't of what was far away, but what was right in front of their eyes. One thought came up repeatedly in some people's heads. I shouldn't have come from the beginning. Choi Hyuk passed through the middle of that hesitation and pain as if it was nothing. Dilemma was being indecisive between two choices. Because of this, those who had already thrown away the alternatives didn't fall into a dilemma. A waste of time. Choi Hyuk thought, it's better to kill another monster in the time you thought about it. Resume. Choi Hyuk walked out of the dimensional wedge with sure-footed steps. Poha! That fellow, he has a straightforward personality. He's him, right? The person who's famous these days. The Demon King, Choi Hyuk. The man who had been silent until now said as he jingled the sword which hung at his waist. He looked around at the beginner warriors who had fallen into a state of confusion. Don't feel so dejected. The first awakenees were thrown into this fight without a choice. From my perspective, this is an opportunity to get stronger comfortably. crying already. Anyways, take care. Then, he walked out of the dimensional wedge, swinging his arms. Looking at him from behind, Penelope thought that it was time for her to leave as well. The more deserters there were, the greater the experts needed to try their best. In her sweet voice, she said to the beginner warriors, "Don't worry or blame yourself too much. It's normal for you to be scared. Then, please take good care of yourselves." Penelope prepared to risk her life as she told others that being scared was normal. Although she looked soft and innocent, she too was a tenacious person who had already thrown away all of the other alternatives. There wasn't much of a difference between the 1ST and 2ND stage. Although the monsters became a bit stronger, this made no difference to Choi Hyuk. The wasps had still not reached the 2-star level. Occasionally, another wasp would be added, becoming 2, but they still only took 1 strike anyways. The bigger difference was the dimensional wedge he returned to after attacking a room. In the 1SA stage, he always returned to the same dimensional wedge, but this time, it was always different. Thanks to this, Choi Hyuk was able to see all sorts of different groups. While Choi Hyuk repeatedly attacked 10 rooms, there were dimensional wedges filled with agonizing beginner fighters. Perhaps it was because of this, but the attack rate went up at a ridiculously slow rate. ____________. Dimensional Wasps Lair 1SA Stage Outer Region. Attack progression rate, 0.00001%. Barely started to deduce the location of the Queen's room. Possible actions: return, food supply, continue to attack. _________________. When he had returned after attacking by himself during the 1SA stage, the attack rate was 0.0000001%. It was a percentage with 5 zeros after the decimal. As a fraction, it was 1 out of 100 million. That meant there were at least 100 million rooms. He was also able to infer that at least tens of millions of warriors participated in the 1SA stage from this. So, although Choi Hyuk attacked 27 rooms by himself, his level of contribution was insignificant. It was the same this time as well. Choi Hyuk alone attacked 10 times, but the 2ND stage attack rate was now only 0.00001%. 4 zeros after the decimal. As a fraction, it was 1 out of 10 million. Because the majority of the recruited warriors were beginner fighters, and since they didn't act, the attack rate had barely risen. Still, Choi Hyuk didn't mind. As he silently continued to attack and clear away the dimensional wasps, the dimensional wedge had, at some point, become completely empty. The ones who had decided to give up had given up, and those who decided to attack had gone to attack. Only then did the attack rate start to move. Even though many gave up, since there still were a lot of people who continued, the attack began to rise quickly. Attack progression rate, 3.78577%. Barely started to deduce the location of the Queen's room. However, it was clear that the risk for beginner warriors was higher compared to the 1SA stage. Choi Hyuk met people with all sorts of hesitation and pain. After finishing his attack and returning to the dimensional wedge, Choi Hyuk was met with a shivering woman. Her arm had been completely cut off. She sat still, unable to select return to Earth or continue to attack. Perhaps she was waiting for the wound on her arm to stanch. Choi Hyuk simply passed by. She too didn't look at Choi Hyuk. Attack progression rate, 11. 57,325%. Barely started to deduce the location of the Queen's room. Choi Hyuk finished his attack again and entered a dimensional wedge. This time, there was a man. He was a beginner warrior. He mumbled to himself. Fight? Return? Fight? Return? When Choi Hyuk walked past him, he hurriedly called out to Choi Hyuk. Hey! Please wait! But Choi Hyuk passed by as if he couldn't hear him. Attack progression rate, 51.35781% barely started to deduce the location of the queen's room. The beginner warriors were definitely doing their share. Nonetheless, at some point, the attack progression rate gradually started to slow down. They were fatigued from fighting, and the casualties were growing. Once these beginner warriors narrowly returned to the dimensional wedge, the continuous choice of whether to return or attack unceasingly corroded their will. They were exhausted and scared. The thought of "I did my share" slowly bared its head. It was more than understandable. But, for the success of the mission, they couldn't admit it. When they considered the dimensional wasp's nest that could endlessly replicate itself, a decline in their attack rate could be fatal. Choi Hyuk was clearly aware of this. The attack rate can't slow down. Yet, this wasn't something he could do by himself. There were 10 million from the start. Even if Choi Hyuk alone attacked 100 or 1,000 times, it wouldn't make a noticeable difference. So, a special action was required. He didn't have time to think intricately. Now's not the time to be picky. Choi Hyuk resolved himself. The advancement evaluation was a key point he had to pass for his revenge. For his revenge, he was literally willing to do anything. Just in time, the environment was becoming more advantageous for him. The dimensional wedges which had been scattered everywhere to destroy the expanding dimensional wasp's nest came together and grew larger. The dimensional wedges, which fitted 8 people at the start, had now become large enough for tens of people to access it. That meant that it was now possible to control the crowds. Choi Hyuk tested something before acting. Continue to attack. He didn't say it out loud, but only repeated the command in his mind. Fortunately, nothing happened. There were a few beginner warriors gathered in the dimensional wedge Choi Hyuk was in. They were in the middle of taking a break, talking to each other while waiting for their trifling wounds to stanch. "I have a 3-year-old daughter. So I can't give up. If my daughter somehow becomes part of the 1/5 and dies, I will probably never forgive myself." "But what happened to your daughter if you die?" "Since she has a great dad, she'll be fine." From the beginning, these people had chosen to take the challenge instead of running away within the 10 seconds given to them. Although others gave up and left, they didn't flee even though they may have had to fight twice the number of enemies. The ones who were still alive until now were, in general, out of the ordinary. They had resolved their will. But, even still, it wasn't as though everyone was of the same mind. While people exchanged their resolutions and words of encouragement, someone slumped his head and mumbled, "Sorry. I'm sorry. This is it for me. Smack." The word he wanted to say was return. However, he was unable to say it. Choi Hyuk appeared as if he had sprouted from the ground and blocked his mouth with his right hand. As expected, since he can't talk, the return won't activate. Things went as he planned. "No, what is this?" The surprised crowd stood up from Choi Hyuk's sudden use of violence. Yet, Choi Hyuk ignored them. He blocked the squirming man's mouth and pushed him towards the metallic wall. Then he warned him. In a quiet voice only he could hear. "If you bring up return again, I'll cut your right arm. And if you say it again, I'm going to slit your throat. Now, the only thing you can say is that you will attack." After his warning, Choi Hyuk let go of the man he had his hand on. The man shook Choi Hyuk off and furiously expressed his protest. Although, it didn't last long. "This crazy. Gak." The man was about to swear at Choi Hyuk. Suddenly, his right arm was rolling on the cold, metallic floor. He didn't even see Choi Hyuk unsheath his sword, but his arm was already cut off. Choi Hyuk calmly warned him. "There's not much time. Go attack. The man, filled with pain, was unknowingly about to curse again. But Choi Hyuk was a step faster as he cut him off and warned him again. "This time is your neck." The man's voice, which was on the verge of sounding out, miraculously halted. Choi Hyuk simply stared hard at the man, who had broken out into a cold sweat due to pain, and ordered, "Go." Feeling fear, the man opened his mouth. Khan. Continue to attack. A path to the dimensional wasp's nest appeared. The man's face became pale white. The man, whose arm had been cut off, looked back and forth between Choi Hyuk and the pathway as he showed a desperate expression. Please. Please don't do this. Yet, there was no change in Choi Hyuk's expression. Go. The man, in a state of panic, shouted. Why me? What did I do wrong? I risked my life and came here to take responsibility. I fought as much as I could. However, I'm scared now. I want to live. Is that wrong? Ha! I should have ignored the announcement and slept like others. Then, I wouldn't have met a crazy bastard like. Smack! Choi Hyuk wordlessly kicked the man and pushed him through the pathway. As soon as the man entered, the pathway disappeared, and the smooth, metallic wall reappeared. Choi Hyuk, who had been silent for a moment, only then turned his gaze towards the people gathered in the dimensional wedge. They were all beginner warriors. They were dumbstruck at Choi Hyuk's sudden act of violence. However, because he looked undoubtedly stronger than them, they didn't dare attempt to restrain him. Choi Hyuk looked at them as he gripped his sword. Then he sincerely thought, should I kill them all? Grip. The moment Choi Hyuk made up his mind, the inside of the dimensional wedge became chaotic. Monster. A real monster. A monster that was incomparable to the dimensional wasps was here with them. The senses all over their body began to give off warnings. Their hair stood up. Their animalistic instincts shouted, danger. Flee. Continue to attack. Continue to attack. Beginner warriors chose to attack in order leave the dimensional wedge like scattering grasshoppers. Danger also made them unconsciously reveal their inner thoughts. Gok. Rat. Kayak. Those who attempted to flee by choosing return instead of attack all had their arms cut off. Choi Hyuk's ears didn't miss even the smallest whispers, and his karma blade pierced through the air as he didn't give them even the slightest opportunity. Devil! Don't do this, please. Please? Don't do this. Choi Hyuk pushed the ones who were trembling in fear into the pathways leading to attack. As they cried, cursed Choi Hyuk, or even cursed themselves, who had chosen to fight, they all passed through the pathways leading to attack and disappeared. To be honest, they weren't people who should have been treated like such. When others didn't even come to fight, they were the ones who willingly chose to fight. When others gave up on the first choice and returned, they were the ones who fought at least one more time. Although their hearts eventually broke, they were still more courageous than anyone. Unfortunately, for the completion of this mission, they didn't have any other alternatives and were cruelly required to change their attitudes at this moment. Although their will in coming to the battlefield may have been noble, there was nothing noble in this place. It was simply hell. The abode of devils, who would do anything for victory. Choi Hyuk was one of those devils. He desperately wanted the successful completion of the mission, but he wasn't good-natured and his method of handling people wasn't good. To them, this was a tragedy. Choi Hyuk's actions had now changed. When he finished his attack and entered a dimensional wedge, he would emit a murderous aura and make everyone inside the dimensional wedge flee. He left those who fled into the attack pathways but forcefully pushed those who tried to flee into the attack pathways. He himself became an entity of irrationality and forcefully erased people's freedom of choice. You will one day pay the price, was what someone said. Choi Hyuk admitted it as well. That all the curses and verbal abuse that they poured onto him were reasonable. However, he still continued. It wasn't like he was 100% certain. Would there be an effect just because I do this myself? Tens of millions of people had to act. Just because Choi Hyuk was doing this, didn't mean that the progression rate would increase significantly. It could very well be possible he was making others die or get wounded in vain. But, even still, this is more effective than me repeatedly attacking alone. And it won't be just me. He was simply doing what he could right at this moment. Choi Hyuk even used the resentment and curses directed at him to fuel his burning revenge. His rage gradually increased. Fortunately for Choi Hyuk, it wasn't only him who acted after feeling a sense of crisis. The majority of sovereigns also had similar realizations as Choi Hyuk. We can't succeed unless the beginner warriors act. They orchestrated or threatened the beginner warriors in their own way. Once these actions accumulated, a clear change appeared in the progression rate, which had slowed down. Attack progression rate, 78.11852%. The deduced location of the Queen's room is very imprecise. Although they were each in a place where they couldn't see one another, because their individual methods of increasing the progression rate accumulated and accumulated, they had finally created an immense result. Attack progression rate, 100%. 2ND stage outer region attack complete. Dimensional wasp's lair is deteriorating. Some used cruel and irrational methods, while others used touching methods to make people act. Either way, they felt as if a sudden shower had passed, leaving them feeling clammy and downcast. People despaired, prayed, and bit their lips in front of the dimensional wedge, where they had to choose either to give up or attack. The 2ND stage attack, which felt as if it would never end, was complete. It was all due to the gruesome fight of the beginner warriors who survived until the end, whether it was by their own volition, because they were influenced by others or were threatened. Rumble. With the completion of the 2ND stage, the dimensional wedge shook heavily. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 72. Episode 5, Citizenship / Chapter 72, Advancement Evaluation, 6. TL, Empty Cube. Editor, Obelisk. As the rumbling continued, the metallic walls gradually became transparent. Once the walls became transparent, they could see the silhouettes of the people beyond the walls. As if they had entered a mirror room, the dimensional wedges were lined up endlessly. They were in the process of connecting every dimensional wedge. Due to the transparent walls, the people, who had been scattered throughout the dimensional wedges, were able to identify each other's faces. You were alive. The ones who saw people they knew shouted happily. However, bang! When they tried to get closer, a faintly shining wall blocked their paths. Ha! The walls between the dimensional wedges had disappeared, but walls between people had appeared instead. Everyone was split up into independent spaces and were rearranged. The space given to one person was only 1m times 1m times 2.5m. People were placed into these semi-transparent boxes and were arranged into rows beside, below, or above each other. Then, once the arrangement was complete, the floor became transparent. They saw empty space below the floor, and below that, they saw a purplish grid. It was a familiar shape, the dimensional wasp's nest. However, it was more enormous than what they had seen until now, and the purplish walls had turned semi-transparent, giving off a dangerous vibe. They could clearly see the wasps hovering inside their nest. If they took an overall view, they were arranged in a circle. It felt like seeing a stage from the top of an amphitheater. Just then, the rumbling stopped. An announcement appeared in front of their eyes. ____________. Dimensional Wasp's Lair 3 RD Stage Inner Nest Region. Attack progression rate, none. The attack is complete the moment the queen is killed. Current situation, obtained a route to track down the location of the queen's room. The dimensional wasp's nest has been drastically reduced. The dimensional wasps have become much stronger. As there isn't a significant difference in density between levels in the inner nest region, warriors are able to pass through different rooms with their own power. However, your speed will decline. On the other hand, wasps are able to pass through rooms without any restrictions. Because you need to deduce the queen's room while following the route and exploring, you will be divided into teams and will infiltrate one by one. Possible actions: return to Earth, food supply, infiltrate. Asterisk warning. As the dimensional wasp's nest has become stronger, it is impossible for dimensional wedges to intervene. If you choose to infiltrate, you will be unable to return to the dimensional wedges until the attack has completely ended. Asterisk warning. The wasps, that felt threatened, are preparing for a large-scale counterattack. The first team to infiltrate will face the most danger. Underscore. There was still an option to return. However, because everyone was separated into individual, transparent boxes, there was no longer a way to force their decision. If it was like this, there was a high chance that many would choose to return. Yet, Choi Hyuk smiled. That didn't matter anymore. When he read the announcement information, the progression rate was none. It meant that this was different from the 1st and 2nd stages where they needed to attack in numbers to deteriorate the growing dimensional wasp's nest. Now was the time to directly deduce the location of the queen's room and kill her. They didn't know where the queen was or when she would appear, and if they failed to kill her, even though she was right in front of them, they would fail the mission. This was the reason why the concept of a progression rate didn't work anymore. Also, the meaning behind this fact was clear to Choi Hyuk. I'll finally get to warm up. He could simply fight without caring about others. That moment had finally arrived. However, there was a procedure which allowed them to influence those still remaining. First, form teams. The 38 sovereigns currently participating will each command a team. Free warriors, who are not affiliated with any sovereign, are able to choose whichever team they want. There is a chance for sovereigns, who wish to gather team members, to speak. No one is able to return to Earth until the sovereigns are done. A new announcement had appeared. The moment that announcement appeared, before people could finish reading it, a sovereign requested to speak. A blonde, handsome middle-aged man appeared in front of them. Nice to meet you. I am Richard. I am known as the Sovereign of Balance amongst colonizers. He possessed gentle eyes and a confident voice. He felt trustworthy simply through his expression and voice. There is one thing I want to say. Everyone, please do not think there will be another chance. Please think that there isn't another chance. Do you remember the announcement that appeared before we came here? Exactly. It said First Advancement Evaluation. If there is a first, it means there will also be a second. The next test may dig into our selfishness and distrust even more skillfully. That is why we must win. We must win and set an example. We need to know what it means to be victorious. We need proof that we can trust each other. We had a hard time coming to this point. If we can't win here, we will undoubtedly lose next time. You think the deaths of non-awakenees will be the end of it? That won't be the case. It seems many have forgotten, but please remember. We, humans, are still consumables. Please fight alongside me. To those who fight under my team, I will definitely repay you on behalf of my clan. I will even take care of your families. His speech followed a proper rhythm, the content was reasonable, and the rewards he promised were enticing. Such was why the people's expressions were as friendly as ever. As expected of the Sovereign of Balance, who was judged to have the most outstanding leadership skills amongst the sovereigns. In fact, his method of guiding beginner warriors to participate in the 2nd stage was the same. He had approached them friendlily, patted their backs, promised his personal support, and persuaded them with reasons why they must fight. Also, people trusted his words because of how he had lived until now. He was a completely different style of sovereign compared to Choi Hyuk. Wah! Richard's speech ended with a storm of applause. After Richard's speech ended, a young Latin woman's face appeared this time. If one looked closely, she was young, however, perhaps it was due to her deep eyes and stubbornly shut lips, but she didn't look young at all. Ah! It's Uni, 1. Penelope was near Choi Hyuk. When she met Choi Hyuk's gaze with her large, gentle eyes, she smiled sweetly and waved her hand. Only then did Choi Hyuk figure out the secret behind her kindness. Is she part of the Camilla clan I've heard about? Hello. I am Camilla. I am also known by the unmerited name, the Sovereign of Paradise, amongst colonizers. I would first like to express my gratitude and respect to all of you who have arrived here after enduring this difficult fight. I am very happy to be able to meet with you all. And I request to you, give us your courage once again. The reward for those who are good-natured and courageous is the meeting of other courageous people itself. Do not be afraid. If you bring up your courage, you will definitely not be alone. I will become your brother and sister. The Camilla clan and I will be at the front. We will make it so that no one dies before us. Like-minded brothers and sisters, cooperate with the Camilla clan. Camilla and her clan members famously possessed the savior fate. Their karma would increase the more they saved and helped others, and the greater number of people who trusted and relied on them. The Camilla clan was also famous for being a small clan comparable to the Berserkers. It was because people needed to have at least an 80% aptitude in the savior fate to join. Unless they naturally possessed a reciprocal personality, one could never get over an 80% aptitude, so the Camilla clan became a group of people who were rarely seen these days. Because they were a group that possessed high morals and reciprocity, it was easy to obtain their help, but it was very hard to become a part of them. In an anarchy like now, there was no way they could maintain a paradise without blood and steel. To the groups who attempted to trick them or exert an evil influence on those they were protecting, the Camilla clan would retaliate with zero tolerance. Especially the ones who specialized as executors within the clan. They were famously known to be as cruel as the Inquisition of the Middle Ages. They were a group which simultaneously possessed both a warm, heavenly interior and a cold, strict exterior. Due to this, the Sovereign of Paradise not only held the positive meaning, but also a sarcastic implication of their exclusivity. Unlike how almost everyone reacted positively towards Richard's speech, the reactions Camilla received were mostly positive. However, they were divided. Some felt deep excitement and were touched, whilst others felt ill will towards her instructing tone. However, since she pledged that she would fight at the very front, she couldn't help but make a favorable impression. Didn't it say in the announcement that the first team to infiltrate would face the most danger? Of course, the number of people who would apply to join Camilla's team would be small because of this, but on the other hand, they would be able to obtain indisputable new recruits. Camilla's speech ended with applause as well. Then, Choi Hyuk's face appeared in front of everyone. Ha! Now, really? The reactions when Choi Hyuk appeared were greatly different from before. The interest, expectations, and respect, among others, they had shown just now were almost non-existent. Choi Hyuk's vision was dyed in a dark red like the sunset. Hostility and murderous intent. Everywhere, people were staring at Choi Hyuk. The majority were beginner warriors. There was no doubt that the actions Choi Hyuk took during the 2ND stage accumulated a large amount of hostility. Yet, Choi Hyuk's expression didn't change. He simply said what he wanted. Berserkers, gather. We infiltrated once. In fact, his words weren't directed at others, but instead, was a message to the berserkers who were scattered here and there. He was not interested in gathering other team members. Infiltrate. The moment Choi Hyuk said this, an ivory sandy pathway formed in front of the box that surrounded him. The ivory sandy path formed a circular field at the center of the donut-like arrangement of people. Choi Hyuk steadily walked on the path. Thousands of berserkers from every direction walked down the sandy paths towards the field in the center. There wasn't even the slightest hesitation. Ha! Now that I think about it, the announcement said that you couldn't return to Earth during the speeches, but it never said anything about not being able to infiltrate. Richard said as his eyes shined. His gaze fell on the sovereign of paradise, Camilla, far away. Even she, who looked like not even a needle would get past her, currently had a dumbfounded expression. Cool. Now that she's showing an expression like that, she finally looks like a woman in her 20s. She's so scary since she's always pompous all the time. Anyways, Sovereign Camilla said she would take the lead, but she lost the initiative. It was as he said. While she showed the personality of the Camilla clan and was waiting to gather team members, the Berserk Sovereign Choi Hyuk had chosen to attack immediately. As if it was a waste spending time like this. Soon, all the Berserkers gathered at the field. The first infiltrating team has been formed. The first infiltrating team can begin their infiltration anytime their sovereign gives the order. The announcement changed. Choi Hyuk unsheathed his sword. Screech, clang. The predator's blade jolted as it left its sheath. The sound was heard by the millions of people gathered here. Let's go, said Choi Hyuk. The sandy field scattered and disappeared. The berserkers began to fall towards the dimensional wasp's nest below. PSHHHH. Whoosh. As if they sensed a dimensional infiltration, the wasps, which were hovering back and forth inside the nest, simultaneously shook their wings and raised their vigor. 1. What a younger woman calls an older woman in Korean. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 73. Episode 5, Citizenship / Chapter 73, Advancement Evaluation, 7. TL, Empty Cube. Editor, Obelisk. The berserkers fell. The dimensional wasps spread their wings, which rippled like a haze, and flew towards the berserkers. The wasps gathered into a dark cloud, making the thousands of falling berserkers look insignificant. PSSSHH. Whoosh. The sound of their flapping wings was irritating. The sound was like a sudden rain shower, then a waterfall, and then a landslide. The sound grew louder, becoming unbearable. The number of dimensional wasps overwhelmed their vision, and the sound of their flapping wings was unbearable. Although they looked similar to the wasps they had seen until now, they were different. The onlookers trembled at the wasps' explosive vigor. They were only watching from above, but the beginner warriors were already frozen with fear, unable to move their arms or legs. Yet, the berserkers were not the least bit afraid. There were even some who looked cheerful as if they were enjoying an extreme sport. An unhesitant freefall. But, Choi Hyuk felt strangely uneasy. His eyes were locked onto the incoming dimensional wasps. The vigor of the dimensional wasps looked fierce but felt somewhat light. Choi Hyuk thought that they were inflating their vigor like balloons. He activated his karma trait, Mind's Eye. With his eyes dyed blue, he was able to clearly see the flow and structure of the dimensional wasp's karma. When he saw this, he was able to figure out the reason behind his unease. He shouted, "Prepare for impact." At the same time, the berserker's second-in-command, Baek Seoin, shouted. Like Choi Hyuk, his eyes were dyed blue. Damn! They are fireworks. Deploy the karma barriers. Crash! Boom! The dimensional wasps, which were gathered together in a black cloud, simultaneously turned white. Their crazily flapping energy wings had started to explode. They were white fireworks. A cluster of stars, which shined bright as the sun, formed inside the dimensional rift and created to prevent mutual interference between the dimensional wedges and the dimensional wasp's nest. Even as this cluster filled their vision, the berserkers didn't bat an eye. Bang, bang, bang. Karma barriers surged out of their bodies like deployed parachutes. The karma barriers and karma blades they personally learned from Choi Hyuk were reputed to be the best amongst colonizers. Each person's karma color was different, and different colored marbles, formed by karma, fell into the cluster of stars below, which expanded with explosions. The beginner warriors who watched this gulped down their saliva. Oh my god. What is that? The explosion had been created by the self-destruction of the black cloud of wasps. They could almost feel the heat from the blast from where they were standing. They said the first team to infiltrate would face the most danger. They never thought it would be to this degree. They had fought in the wasp rooms individually until now, but to suddenly change to a group battle. Just this fact scared them, but they suddenly had to face self-destructing wasps? Wasn't the level of difficulty too different? As the explosion hadn't yet ceased, they couldn't see the berserkers who were within. Are they alive? No way. The beginner warriors could not imagine someone surviving that blast. Until yesterday, they had lived in a peaceful world as non-awakenees. Although they knew that awakenees had superhuman power and had heard they were fighting a gruesome war against monsters, that was all. Seeing with their eyes was completely different from their imagination. The aftermath of the explosion subsided. Someone shouted. They are alive. They are fighting. While the people above were distracted by the explosion, the berserkers were already in a bloody battle against the guardian wasps within the dimensional wasp's nest. The exterior appearance of the guardian wasps was identical to the wasps they had fought until now. However, they were stronger as if they were completely different existences, only their appearances were identical. Even if they compared them to the self-destructing wasps, their vigor was on another level. Gawk!